Chapter 1. Compensation of the Breeding System. At this moment, Xiang Qingshu stood amidst the dense forest. Before her lay a vibrant expanse of greenery, where wild grasses and towering trees thrived untamed. The grasses reached an impressive height, nearly engulfing Xiang Qingshu, who stood at 1.7 meters tall. The trees, so colossal that multiple individuals could scarcely encircle them, were genuine giants, their trunks both thick and elongated, obscuring their lofty crowns from view. They flourished so abundantly that sunlight struggled to penetrate their canopy, letting only a few mottled beams of light slip through the leaves, resembling dancing dust sprites. As Xiang Qingshu beheld those shimmering shadows cascading from above, she felt as though she had entered the realm of giant trees. After a considerable pause, she sighed, finally accepting the reality that she had traversed into the beast world. The unfortunate news was that she had been mistakenly bound to a breeding system as the former host, which had now severed its connection and departed to locate its rightful master. There was no turning back for her. On the bright side, before the system's departure, Xiang Qingshu had successfully negotiated some compensation. This included a space endowed with a spiritual spring. The space was inert, incapable of supporting plant life or housing living creatures, and the spring itself bore no extraordinary powers, serving merely to detoxify and enhance one's complexion, promoting health and vitality. However, the preservation capabilities of this space proved invaluable in the resource-scarce environment of the beast world, particularly during the harsh winter months. Initially, she had hoped for an offensive ability for her self-protection, but the system, fearing she might misuse such power without oversight, resolutely refused. In the end, it provided her with a defensive shield that would reflect any harm directed at her back to the aggressor, ensuring she would not suffer so much as a scratch provided the threat was intentional or a result of unforeseen lethal injury. Minor mishaps, like a stumble, would not count. Given her tendency for misjudgment, she also insisted on acquiring an ability tailored to discern good from evil, based on the lore of the beast world. Beyond these three gifts, the system was considerate enough to impart a wealth of information and regulations regarding this new world, including the various races of beastmen, details about beast seals and crystals, and which flora were toxic or edible within the forest. Of course, as a breeding system, it left behind a small shopping program with points accumulated through breeding. Xiang Qingshu could exchange them for any supplies she desired, albeit limited to basic provisions. Prior to its departure, the system had already enhanced her physique, placing her in the optimal condition attainable by humans, free from any reproductive barriers. Consequently, she mentally prepared herself for the prospect of breeding. Armed with comprehensive knowledge of the beast world, she understood that even if no one could harm her, surviving here on her own would be exceedingly difficult. She required assistance, partners essentially, beast husbands, numerous individuals capable of providing sustenance and ensuring her safety from malicious captors. Having sought beast husbands, the notion of breeding seemed only natural after all. As the head of her household, she would not need to hunt, gather, cook, or clean, nor worry about supporting a family. She needed do nothing, living a life of ease where her needs were met without effort. In moments of joy, she could dote on her beast husbands, and when displeased, she could simply cast them aside, leading a life of complete autonomy. Breeding could be viewed as a form of exchange, a recompense to her husbands, especially given the existence of beast crystals, which could perfectly restore physical health. Though the process of childbirth might be uncomfortable, returning to her pre-pregnancy state was a most pleasant prospect. Thus, Xiang Qingshu found herself quite accepting of the beast world. After all, in the modern world, she had no ties, and she harbored a deep disdain for the fast-paced lifestyle of contemporary society. This new existence suited her well. However, she realized that she had been standing still for quite some time. Not a single beast, nor even a wild animal had crossed her path. In this vast expanse of forest, lush yet shadowy, the silence was unnerving. She pondered her predicament and concluded that she could not remain idle. With newfound resolve, she chose a random direction and boldly pressed onward. The early spring air was cool, particularly within this sunless forest, and Xiang Qingshu felt a chill. Her attire consisted solely of a system-issued leather breastplate and a short skirt, complemented by grass sandals, simple and rudimentary. She quickened her pace, hoping that some movement might warn her. Fortunately, with the protective shield surrounding her, she had no cause for concern regarding ambushes from lurking beasts or insects. Any would-be attackers would be promptly repelled, retreating in injury. Even the risk of the tall grasses scratching her seemed negligible. As she strode forward unimpeded, she soon emerged from the thicket. However, just as she did, she came face to face with a brown wild tiger foraging in the vicinity. This tiger differed significantly from its modern counterparts, being considerably larger, approximately 2 meters in height and exuding an imposing presence. Upon locking eyes with the furious glare of the tiger, Xiang Qingshu felt a jolt of panic, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet, before she could react, the tiger lunged, its speed astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. To its misfortune, as it charged toward her, a tremendous force propelled it backward. Its own momentum turned against it. The impact sent the massive beast crashing several meters away, its weight causing the ground to tremor. Xiang Qingshu, though aware that she would not sustain injury, could hardly suppress her fear at the sight of the tiger's colossal form barreling toward her. Her heart nearly shattered from the fright. Reality and expectation diverged starkly. What a terrifying sight! This was far more exhilarating than the wild creature seen in videos. If such force were to be unleashed upon her, she would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. The tiger, driven by its ferocity, bore down upon her with an aura she, as an ordinary human, could neither comprehend nor withstand. Outrageous! Crude! Xiang Qingshu took off in a panic flight. Though she wished to appear brave, her legs betrayed her will, propelling her away from the looming threat of the tiger. She longed to evade the terror of a direct confrontation and to escape this relentless pursuit. Those who had not experienced such terror would never understand. Yet, how could the tiger allow such easy prey to escape? Rising swiftly from the ground, it lunged at her once more. Xiang Qingshu had barely taken a few steps when the tiger was again sent sprawling, this time crashing into a towering tree. Hearing the commotion, she dared not linger, focusing solely on propelling herself forward. The sound of repeated thuds filled the air as the tiger was hurled back time and again, each impact leaving it increasingly bruised. Perhaps its frustration mounting, the tiger leaped toward her, blocking her path. As Xiang Qingshu halted, her breath caught in her throat. Seeing the tiger approach with heavy, menacing strides, baring its teeth, she instinctively recoiled, only to misstep and tumble into a deep pit beside her. Chapter 2. The Colorful Black Serpent Beast. Xiang Qingshu instantly regretted her haste. She should have deliberated further on the system's compensation instead of succumbing to its incessant urgings. Though the protective shield ensured she would not perish, injuries were still a possibility. While the spring water could offer some healing, pain was inevitable. Fortunately, the pit was sloped and smooth, devoid of protruding stones or roots. As she rolled down, she sustained only minor scrapes on her arms and legs. Though merely trivial injuries, she couldn't help but hiss in discomfort. Upon looking up, she noticed the tiger lingering at the cave entrance for a few moments before abruptly turning away. This was a stark contrast to its previous relentless pursuit. It didn't even attempt to enter the cave to retrieve her. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xiang Qingshu quickly peered down the passageway. And indeed, she spotted a cave at its end. The cave was located to the right front of the tunnel, and while she couldn't see its entirety from her position, she glimpsed flickering flames within, indicating the presence of someone. Fire, could there be beastmen residing here? Yet given the earlier commotion, why had no one emerged? Were they absent, or had something transpired? After a brief hesitation, Xiang Qingshu resolved to investigate. A cave inhabited by beastmen would surely be safer than the wilderness. Cautiously approaching the cave entrance, she tentatively poked her head out and immediately spied a grassy nest and a bonfire within, confirming her suspicion that this was indeed a beastman's dwelling. Upon noticing a young beastman sprawled on the opposite side of the nest, Xiang Qingshu froze momentarily before exhaling in relief. Fortunately, she observed that he was enveloped in a faint white glow. Her ability to discern good and evil indicated he was a system-verified good beastman. While the distinction between good and evil is often complex, This ability, rooted in the principles of the beast world, signified that he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent or mistreat women and children specifically. He would not harm female cubs. That was sufficient for her. As Xiang Qingshu ventured into the cave, she approached the orc and crouched beside him, drawing closer. It was only then that she noticed his body was marred with deep crimson wounds, an array of injuries scattered across his form, flesh torn and blood flowing profusely. Xiang Qingshu furrowed her brow, intending to turn him over and place him in a bed of grass. Yet, before she could even touch him, she beheld his lower half abruptly transforming into a long, serpentine Tylon ebony appendage that shimmered with iridescent hues in the flickering light. He was a serpent beast. Startled for a moment, she felt no fear. Her disposition toward snakes was already one of indifference, and the tail before her was undeniably beautiful. Though it was black, she had never encountered such a dazzling array of colors within its depths. The scales displayed a remarkable texture, especially around the waist, where they transitioned from transparency to white and then to black in a gradient that seemed almost ethereal. However, recalling that the orc's unconscious display of his beastly form was a sign of vulnerability, she had little time to admire his appearance. Swiftly, she utilized the spirit's spring water to cleanse the wounds on his back, exerting immense effort to maneuver him into the grassy nest beside her. It was fortuitous that the nest was nearby, or she might have struggled to move him at all. Once he was settled, Xiang Qingshu proceeded to wash the wounds on his upper body and tail. After a moment's hesitation, she pinched his lips and offered him generous amounts of spirit spring water. After all, he was the first magnificent beast she had encountered. Saving a life was surely worth more than constructing a grand pagoda of 7 levels. Nevertheless, it must be said, this black serpent beast was truly a sight to behold. His facial features were exquisitely sculpted, exuding a certain allure, with elongated eyes that conveyed an undeniable charm, even when shut. There was an air of cool, striking handsomeness about him. His long hair, dark and straight, cascaded around him. Perhaps due to his injuries, his hair appeared somewhat disheveled, with strands sticking to his muscular chest, captivatingly alluring. Xiang Qingshu reached out to tidy his hair, her gaze falling upon the striking blue-purple, serpent-shaped beast mark adorning his left chest. Here, every male orc bore a beast mark on their chest. A black mark for the first level, green for the second, blue for the third, purple for the fourth, red for the fifth, and gold for the sixth. Orcs, much like humans, had a lifespan of merely a century, and achieving the 6th level was a rare feat, yet this young serpent beast had already attained the 3rd level, on the verge of breaking through to the 4th. He was truly remarkable. Xiang Qingshu's eyes sparkled with admiration, her thoughts drifting to how his beauty seemed to intensify. She nearly lost herself in the temptation to caress his well-defined chest and abs. A strikingly handsome man, tall and exceptionally capable. Who could resist such allure? But she restrained herself. After all, she was a well-mannered girl. He lay in unconsciousness, and she could not take advantage of his vulnerability. Having exerted considerable effort, coupled with the emotional upheaval she had recently experienced in the long run, she began to feel fatigued. As she washed her own wounds, she glanced around, discovering that the grass nest only had enough space at the tail end for her to lie down. She settled there and, within a minute, succumbed to slumber. Then, Xiang Qingshu found herself in a dream. In her dream, the handsome serpent beast awakened, coiling his long tail around her, drawing closer. His tightly shut eyes opened, revealing the beauty she had envisioned. He gazed deeply into her eyes, his lips parting slightly as if to speak. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, and as she strained to decipher his words, she realized he murmured, "Little female, you are pressing on my tail." Startled, Xiang Qingshu jolted awake. As her eyes opened, she immediately checked his tail, relieved to find she had not pressed against it or touched his wounds. Yet, despite his lack of fever or visible discomfort, he remained in a deep slumber. Xiang Qingshu peered out of the cave, noting that night had fallen, the outside world cloaked in darkness. She had no idea how long she had slept. What time could it possibly be? Resigned, she returned to the grassy nest and sat down, rubbing her own newly defined abdomen. Hunger gnawed at her. However, she was no hunter, And aside from 2 bottles of contraceptive pills and recovery pills gifted by the system, she possessed nothing else. It was only then that she realized she had forgotten to request transitional supplies from the system. Initially, she contemplated waking the serpent beast, but reconsidered it was already night, and it would be unwise to rouse an injured individual at this hour. Tomorrow would suffice. Thus, she lay down, enduring her hunger as she drifted back to sleep. Upon awakening the following day, with no sense of time, Xiang Qingshu attempted to rouse the magnificent black serpent. For reasons unknown, no matter how she pinched his face or tugged at his hair, he remained unresponsive, akin to a comatose individual only furrowing his brow in response, devoid of any other reaction. After numerous futile attempts, Xiang Qingshu reluctantly gave up, feeling a twinge of frustration. What was this predicament? How was it that others traversed into this world and encountered gentle yet powerful orcs, while she found herself faced with a living corpse?
Chapter 3. The hyena orc of Beast City. Though troubled, Xiang Qingshu was acutely aware that one must not wait until a crisis arises to seek solutions. In both life and work, preparation and planning are essential. It is better to be over-prepared than to be caught unawares. Especially since she was uncertain how long this orc would remain unconscious, she needed to muster her strength and quickly find something to eat. Otherwise, if she lingered here waiting for him to awaken and he remained in a stupor, she would surely starve to death. With these thoughts in mind, Xiang Qingshu glanced back at the serpent beast, tended to his wounds once more, and offered him some spring water. She then leaned slightly closer and earnestly whispered in his ear, "I am very hungry and must go find some food. Should you wake and not see me, remember that my name is Qingshu. I will return shortly." Having spoken, she took a small sip of spring water for herself and nimbly rose from the cave, swiftly climbing up the slope outside. Unbeknownst to her as she stood, the serpent beast's eyes flickered, but he did not open them. Stepping out of the cave, the sunlight was not blinding. She squinted at the narrow beams streaming into the forest, estimating that it was already mid-morning. That, of course, she could not be certain, but at least she felt somewhat oriented, no longer completely lost. However, in this vast forest, where could she search for food? After a moment's hesitation, she chose a random direction, marking the tree trunks as she walked to avoid getting lost and ensure she could find her way back. Fortunately, thanks to the knowledge imparted by the system, it was not long before she discovered a small patch of edible wild vegetables. Most orcs in the beast world preferred meat, and female orcs could transform into their beast forms, sharing the same carnivorous appetites as their male counterparts. Thus, few cared for wild vegetables. As a result, these plants were often nameless, with only a few referred to by whimsical titles like gray grass or purple herb. The wild vegetables Xiang Qingshu found were green and belonged to this nameless category. Yet, within the serpent beast's cave, there were no cooking utensils apart from a grassy nest and extinguished campfire. Even with wild vegetables, she had no means to prepare them. She needed to bring back something more substantial. After contemplating, she plucked some vines from a nearby tree, stripped them of their leaves, and quickly wove a small basket. Although she had watched others weave baskets since childhood, her skills had dulled from disuse, resulting in a somewhat flat and loosely woven creation. However, she merely intended to use it as a decoy. Even if she encountered someone, having a cover would suffice, and it mattered little whether it could hold much. She placed a small handful of wild vegetables into the loosely woven basket while storing the rest in her spatial pocket. Along the way, she also collected a fair amount of dry twigs and grass, similarly dividing them between the basket and her spatial pocket. She did not search for flint, as it was difficult to find. Besides, the serpent cave contained numerous stones. If she was not mistaken, there would surely be stones capable of striking a spark. Or else how would they have made fire? Nevertheless, she did gather quite a few ordinary stones to store. She recalled that the serpent cave lacked a stone pot, which meant that even if she found wild vegetables, she would still be unable to eat them. Given her abilities, she could not fashion a stone pot herself, so she needed to come up with a plan to procure some meat that could be roasted directly. These stones were intended to fend off any small beast that might suddenly appear. However, while her ideas were sound in theory, their practical application proved to be rather ineffective, particularly for Xiang Qingshu herself. Not long after, she encountered a large deer grazing peacefully in place. Being a herbivore, the deer posed no threat to her. Yet, despite her quick reflexes in attempting to strike it with a stone, It skillfully evaded her attack and bounded away. Xiang Qingshu thought, "It's all right. I am not discouraged. The forest is vast, and there will surely be other opportunities. If I cannot catch a deer, perhaps a rabbit will suffice." However, as the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting shadows and dimming the light, she had gathered a substantial amount of wild vegetables and even a variety of toxic plants. Yet she had not managed to catch a single prey. Looking at her bloodied and bruised hands, feeling the fatigue and pain in her legs, she finally broke down in despair. "Why am I so unlucky? Why, oh why? I have never done anything wrong. Why must I endure such hardships? I loathe myself for being so foolish. I had the upper hand in this crossing, so why did I let the system deceive me so easily?" She cursed her own stubbornness, her simplistic thinking, and how the system had managed to mislead her so effortlessly. Sobbing uncontrollably in her frustration and hunger, she grabbed a handful of wild vegetables still coated in mud and took a bite. Ugh! The unprocessed vegetables were far from palatable. While they bore a grassy aroma and a faintly pleasant scent, they were hardly enjoyable to eat. Raw, they were simply unappetizing. Xiang Qingshu felt tears welling up in her eyes. Yet she had no choice but to endure her plight and consume all the vegetables in her basket, even pulling out a couple more from her spatial pocket, which at least somewhat filled her stomach. She had hoped to remain hidden and wait for another chance. But after a long day of toil and with the light fading, she realized that if she did not return soon, she might lose her way entirely. Thus, she braced herself against fatigue and hunger, starting her trek back. Suddenly, the grass beside her rustled violently. When Xiang Qingshu turned to look, she saw a creature resembling a spotted hyena leap out from the underbrush. The hyena seemed startled to see her and halted its advance, only to break into a laugh. "What a surprise to find a female here. Xiang Qingshu." He was an orc, but what horrified her was that he was enveloped in a pure black aura. This was a wicked orc. Though startled for a moment, Xiang Qingshu quickly composed herself. "Oh, whatever, at my current strength, I cannot outrun him, even if I were fully revitalized with a hearty meal." The hyena orc, surprised by her apparent lack of fear, raised an eyebrow. "You are not afraid of me?" Transforming into his human form, he leaped directly in front of Xiang Qingshu. Upon seeing her face, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he lunged forward, pinning her to the ground. Xiang Qingshu was taken aback again as he transformed. She noticed his chest was smooth and bore no beast mark. In the beast world, male orcs were born with a beast mark on their chests, which would remain even after forming a bond with a female, who would receive a similar mark in a random location on their body. The absence of a beast mark signified only one thing. He had committed a grave offense and had been exiled to Beast City by the tribe as shaman. Stripped of his mark by holy water, this hyena orc had emerged from Beast City. Chapter 4. How could a human appear here? At that moment, the hyena orc's gaze was filled with greed and a hint of lewdness as he scrutinized Xiang Qingshu from head to toe. Even leaning close to her neck to inhale her scent, a clean female. How unfortunate that such beauty belongs to a human. Human females cannot bear the offspring of orcs. What a pity. His gaze and demeanor were completely devoid of respect for her. And Xiang Qingshu could clearly see the malice in his eyes. While it was impossible not to feel anxious, the system had reassured her before its departure that unwilling mating was also a form of harm. Thus she had no fear of him forcing himself upon her. After all, she would not be the one injured. Regaining her composure, she feigned innocence and asked, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear? And you jumped so high, how impressive." Although she was unsure of his character, she knew that feigning ignorance in the face of danger often prevented the situation from worsening. Sometimes, playing the fool could also ease the tension. Given her current predicament, it was all she could do, as expected. Hearing Xiang Qingshu compliment him on his jump, the hyena orc swelled with pride. Just as he was about to take her to meet the chief, the bushes rustled once more, and the chief, accompanied by two other hyena orcs, emerged, carrying two bound female figures. "Ali, what is going on?" Upon seeing Xiang Qingshu, the chief's eyes brightened significantly. He approached with an air of arrogance, sniffing her scent. Upon realizing she was a human female, he displayed no signs of disappointment, only astonishment. How could a human appear here? Humans went extinct hundreds of years ago. Where did this human female come from? He cast several suspicious glances at Xiang Qingshu, not out of doubt concerning her, but rather due to an inability to comprehend certain matters. However, this suspicion swiftly dissipated, for he was utterly captivated by her beauty. Xiang Qingshu was indeed quite lovely. In modern times, although she might not be deemed a breathtaking beauty, she was undeniably an enchanting presence. With her superior bone structure, a delicate oval face, a high and refined nose, eyes like the luminous moon, lips resembling roses, and cascading long hair that flowed down to her waist, she embodied the essence of a captivating maiden, her beauty stirring one's heart. Moreover, her physique had been enhanced by the system, rendering her form more toned, devoid of any excess flesh. This powerful physique was precisely the kind that the strength-revering beastmen would admire, perhaps due to the genetic traits of the beast race. It was common for males to be more visually appealing than females, though this did not imply that all females were unattractive. There were indeed some who were quite beautiful. However, those who seldom engaged in hunting and gathering had, over the years, devolved to the point where their human forms appeared less robust. Thus, the sudden appearance of Xiang Qingshu, a strikingly beautiful woman with an aura of strength, left the 4 male beastmen present in a state of awe, their admiration only growing with each glance. Uncomfortable under their unabashed scrutiny, Xiang Qingshu felt powerless to act, primarily wishing to avoid confrontation at that moment, knowing she would be at a disadvantage. It was the hyena chief who first regained his composure. Although she cannot bear offspring, bringing her back will suffice. Let us not delay. Quickly bind her and those other females together, and we shall resume our journey to evade pursuit. The other 3 beastmen acknowledged his command, with one named Ali hastily gathering some vines nearby. Ignoring Xiang Qingshu's objections, he bound her alongside the other 2 females, hoisting them onto the back of another beastman. The group fled at breakneck speed, entirely disregarding the 3 females suspended on the back. After a brief period of running, Xiang Qingshu found herself dizzy from the jostling. It was no wonder the other 2 females had remained silent after they had halted earlier. They had likely been rendered dazed. Feeling nauseous and on the brink of vomiting, compounded by an empty stomach that burned with hunger, she found herself in a dire predicament. Yet, she could not bring herself to vomit. All thoughts fled her mind, replaced solely by a fervent prayer for this torment to end swiftly. However, it appeared they were being pursued, which could potentially work to her advantage, if only these vile beasts could be caught. As the beastmen pressed onward, Xiang Qingshu, akin to a rabbit discreetly defecating, began to toss stones from her spatial storage. She feared that the pursuers might take too long to notice the scent. So she smeared her own blood on the stones, having cut herself with one in the process. As for why she hadn't simply escaped earlier, the answer was clear. She would not outrun them. Moreover, if she fled, they would undoubtedly pursue her. Yet, their current intent was to hastily leave with their captives, and even if they did catch her, they might not resort to violence. There was a strong possibility that she would simply be taken away. Even if they did attack, her passive skill would not inflict significant harm or death upon them, which might instead lead to her being discovered. Thus, it was crucial for her to remain undetected. For any premature attention could jeopardize her escape plans. To flee successfully, she needed to seize the right opportunity, ensuring that she had a substantial chance of success. Otherwise, she would only draw more scrutiny, possibly making escape impossible. Time passed, and eventually, they emerged from the dense forest into a clearing where the moonlight shone through the trees. After running for what felt like half the night, the group finally halted, confirming their safety before seeking a place to rest. Xiang Qingshu and the other 2 females were unceremoniously tossed to the ground, the beastmen showing little concern for them as they busied themselves with hunting, building fires, and resting. After a while, aided by the spring water, Xiang Qingshu regained her composure before the other 2 females. Observing her surroundings illuminated by the firelight, she noted the abundance of stones nearby. While her stock of stones in her spatial storage was nearly depleted, she carefully examined her inventory, contemplating her next move, while also gathering some potentially useful plants from the toxic flora around. Once she had devised several backup plans, Xiang Qingshu boldly approached the resting chief. "Chief, may I go to the sandpit? I could gather some firewood in exchange for food." With beastmen readily available to assist in hunting, it would be foolish to pass up the opportunity. A full stomach would bolster her strength for a potential escape. Upon hearing her words, the chief raised an eyebrow at her politeness, casting a lingering glance at Xiang Qingshu before exchanging a significant look with Ali, who was tending the fire. Understanding the unspoken communication, Ali stood up, quickly walking over to untie the vines binding Xiang Qingshu and release the other two females as well before she departed. He grasped her chin, though he refrained from taking further liberties in front of the chief, instead grinning mischievously. Go on, gather plenty, eat well, and you'll have the strength for the night. Chapter 5. The introduction of racial discrimination. Xiang Qingshu was well aware of the implications of his words. How despicable these beasts were. She merely sought a pretext to collect stones to maintain her connection to the outside world. Yet their first thought upon halting was mating. It was utterly baffling. Had they not grown weary after such a long chase? It seemed imperative for her to implement her contingency plans without waiting for anyone to rescue her. The consequences of being discovered for her differences could be dire. And even if they wouldn't harm her, what if they decided to send her away and confine her? She could not be certain that the pursuers would risk their safety to rescue her. An unrelated individual, daring not to express her dissatisfaction, she feigned ignorance and thanked them. Thank you. I will be on my way, and I promise to return quickly without wandering off. With that, she disregarded her still aching limbs and sprinted away. Despite her speed, she did not draw the attention of Ali and the others, who held no fear of her escape. No matter how fast she ran, she would be easily recaptured. The speed of the human race was inferior to that of beastly offspring. What was there to worry about? They even considered her foolish, blissfully unaware of her predicament, believing she was merely playing a game. Did she truly have a few screws loose? Yet, even if she did, as long as she could mate, that was all that mattered. Humans held little value beyond that. Xiang Qingshu paid no heed to their thoughts as she pressed forward, soon stopping in a patch of slightly dense underbrush. Once assured that they were not watching her, she began to gather stones with utmost urgency. She also collected some dry twigs, and when she had amassed a sufficient number of stones, she took out a peculiar wild vegetable from her spatial storage. Casually examining it before clutching the dry twigs and wild vegetables tightly as she returned to the campfire. At that moment, the two beastmen who had gone hunting returned, having processed their catch in the distance and now preparing to cook the meat. The other two females had also regained consciousness and, upon seeing Xiang Qingshu approach the fire with her gathered materials, initially assumed she was one of them. However, the next moment, as Ali's expression shifted when he noticed she had returned with more than just dry twigs. He snatched the wild vegetables from her arms, scrutinizing them closely. Upon confirming they were merely common edible plants from the tribe, his demeanor softened. In his earlier haste, he had inadvertently pushed Xiang Qingshu to the ground. And instead of helping her up, he tossed the wild vegetables back to her, growling, "Don't do anything unnecessary. Go sit aside, and you'll get some meat later." With that, he resumed cooking, not sparing her another glance. Xiang Qingshu remained unfazed by his attitude and had anticipated their refusal to let her touch the food. Clutching the wild vegetables tightly, she stood up expressionlessly. However, it seemed she had twisted her ankle during her fall. As she stood up, she stumbled and fell directly in front of the campfire. A portion of the wild vegetables flew from her arms and landed in the flames, producing a cloud of smoke. "Oh, my apologies, Chief. I didn't mean to. I'll leave immediately. Please don't scold me." As she spoke, she accidentally inhaled some smoke and quickly held her breath, scrambling to her feet and fleeing. By that point, her leg no longer pained her, and she ran swiftly, having already distanced herself by the time the beastmen reacted, the smoke from the campfire dissipating. The four hyena beastmen exchanged glances, bewildered by the antics of a mere fool, and chose to ignore her, focusing instead on the more pressing matter of food. Meanwhile, Xiang Qingshu, having moved over to the side with the other females, sat down nonchalantly. Noticing the frowns on their faces, she glanced at the grayish glow surrounding them, hesitated for a moment, and decided to share half of her wild vegetables. Perhaps they could eat together and ease their hunger a bit. She originally meant well, especially since she had just taken advantage of the space to toss several poisonous plants into the campfire after her fall. These were plants that, when ignited, would emit a mild toxic anesthetic through the smoke, meaning that everyone present was now poisoned. The antidote, of course, was the wild vegetable she had specifically retrieved from her space, gathered earlier that morning near a snake den. However, just as her hand reached out, one particularly beautiful female, seemingly young with fair skin, short gray hair, and clad in a gray-brown striped animal skin outfit, brusquely swatted it away. With a frown, she coldly sneered, "You, a mere human female, dare to speak to me? Do you have any idea who I am? I am Lingran, the daughter of the Rabbit Lynx tribe's chief. You, who seek the favor of even the vile beasts, are unworthy to sit with us." At these words, Xiang Qingshu's warm and kind expression vanished in an instant. She promptly retracted the antidote she held and bluntly retorted with 2 words, "Fool, has she resorted to racial discrimination? Which of your eyes saw me currying favor with them? I merely gathered some firewood and wild vegetables. I refuse to believe that when they offer you food later, you want to eat it." There's no denying it. When these two regain consciousness, they will clearly witness Ali's impolite behavior towards her, whereas the favor, she is simply despised for being human. "You dare call me a fool? You, a human, actually have the audacity to insult me?" Lingran's finger nearly jabbed into Xiang Qingshu's face, yet she dared not raise her voice too loudly, thus her inquiry lacked some of its previous domineering edge. But it remained quite uncomfortable to hear. Under normal circumstances, Xiang Qingshu would not have tolerated her, but at this critical juncture, she had no intention of engaging in a quarrel. As Lingran continued her relentless tirade, Xiang Qingshu rolled her eyes and decisively stood up, moving towards a spot farther from the campfire to avoid inhaling too much of the anesthetic, lest the antidote prove insufficient. Once she departed, Lingran naturally did not dare to pursue and continue her insults, for the 2 hyena beastmen had already cast discontented glances in their direction. Lingran could only shoot Xiang Qingshu a resentful glare and begrudgingly settled down. Another female beside her also glared at Xiang Qingshu but remained silent. Xiang Qingshu chose not to concern herself with them. After all, the anesthetic was not lethal. Let them suffer for a while. She would consume as much antidote as possible, fearful of succumbing to dizziness herself. However, time passed, and those vile beasts had already begun roasting their prey over the fire, yet they showed no signs of fainting. Could it be that the dosage of the anesthetic was insufficient? Or perhaps the beastmen possessed a stronger constitution, requiring more time to succumb? Uncertainty gnawed at her, worried that this endeavor might not succeed. If it failed, she would have no choice but to provoke them into attacking her. Fortunately, they were not in a hurry to leave, and it should be relatively easy to incite their anger. Making them more likely to strike, the angrier they became, the heavier their blows, resulting in greater retaliatory damage. If one attempt failed, perhaps several would work. With this thought, Xiang Qingshu gradually settled her mind. After all, if one plan fails, there are always alternatives. She would find an opportunity. Chapter 6. The Silver Tiger Beastman Yin Che. Yet, before her heart could fully relax, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and from the shadows leapt a massive silver tiger adorned with blue stripes. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, it had a clear target, roaring as it lunged towards the hyena chief. The hyena beastmen reacted swiftly. At the moment the silver tiger pounced, they dodged out of the way. And in the next second, 4 of them transformed into their beast forms, retaliating against the silver tiger. Witnessing this, Xiang Qingshu stood up in shock. The silver tiger, enveloped in a radiant white light, was a noble beast. Was it here to rescue them? Undoubtedly, for upon seeing the silver tiger, Lingran's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yin Che, I'm over here." After struggling to find her words, her body began to sway. And ultimately, she rolled her eyes back and fainted without warning. Simultaneously, the other female beside her collapsed as well. Xiang Qingshu paid them no mind, focusing intently on the silver tiger. Although the scene of beasts fighting might be somewhat bloody, it was a matter of her safety, making it difficult for her not to care. Fortunately, the battle did not last long. Just a few minutes after Lingran and the other female lost consciousness, the 4 hyena beastmen also abruptly fell into a stupor. In an instant, the area was left with only the bewildered silver tiger standing amidst the chaos, though it was unclear what had transpired. As the hyena beastmen collapsed, Yin Che stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to each of them. The blows landed heavily in fatal areas, yet even as they ceased to breathe, they displayed no reaction whatsoever. Yin Che realized the situation and turned to the only other standing figure, Xiang Qingshu, his eyes brightening with interest. "Did you do this too?" She was truly beautiful, just as he had imagined. The vibrant flames danced in her features. enveloping her in a warm aura that made her appearance unforgettable. Understanding dawned on Xiang Qingshu. It seemed this individual had pursued her based on the stones she left behind. No wonder he arrived so quickly. In just one night, she intended to explain. But then the silver tiger shimmered with silver light, suddenly transforming into a young man clad in a silver and blue striped animal skin skirt. The young man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his features well-defined and strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of righteousness. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his lips, as red as flowers, gave his otherwise clean and gentle face a captivating warmth. Reminiscent of a lotus blooming in sunlight, delicate and stunning, impossible to forget. Moreover, the beast mark upon his chest was blue. Among young beastmen, a level 3 mark was an unattainable height for many. He was formidable. As she admired his muscular physique and long legs, Xiang Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, but recalling his association with Ling Ran, she restrained her astonishment, refusing to let her emotions sway her. Yet, Yin Che seemed oblivious to her subtle detachment. He swiftly approached Xiang Qingshu, grasping her wrist with concern. "You're injured. Did those vile beasts do this to you?" Xiang Qingshu was taken aback, only then noticing the blood-red marks trailing down her arms from where she had been bound. Injuries she had overlooked. "That don't worry, those vile beasts are dead now. They can no longer harm you. I will protect you from now on." "You will protect me?" Xiang Qingshu found his demeanor curious. "You don't even ask why I had to put Ling Ran to sleep? And I'm a human female. Once you look down on me." She was well aware that beastmen generally held a disdainful view of humans, who were perceived as weak. Yet, Yin Che showed no hint of contempt. Upon seeing her frown, he smiled instead. "What's wrong with humans? While it's true that humans are comparatively weak, you are a female and inherently deserve the respect of males. Beastmen should respect you as well." This was the culture of their beast world, a divine decree from the beast gods. Unless a female had committed numerous heinous acts, all females of every race should be granted respect. As for Ling Ran, upon mentioning her name, a visible disdain flickered across Yin Che's face. He curled his lip. "I know her all too well, if I'm not mistaken. You must have offered her the antidote before. She simply looked down on you, refusing your antidote and speaking many unkind words. Am I right?" Xiang Qingshu confirmed. "That's exactly it. Seems you're quite familiar with Ling Ran." However, he didn't seem to share her sentiments. Nor did he appear to like her. They must not be cut from the same cloth. Contemplating this, Xiang Qingshu examined Yin Che with a more scrutinizing gaze, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed under her scrutiny. He slowly introduced himself. "I'm Yin Che. What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Xiang Qingshu," she replied, jolted back to reality by his question. Just then, a whiff of the charred meat wafted through the air, prompting her to exclaim, "Aren't you going to deal with the carcasses of those vile beasts?" Yin Che snapped back to attention upon her mention, hastily responding, "Wait here. I'll take care of the bodies first. Don't wander off. When I return, I'll take you back to the tribe." Xiang Qingshu merely nodded, not wishing to discuss returning to the tribe. Once Yin Che had dragged the carcasses away, she swiftly dashed to the campfire, flipping the meat that was roasting over the flames. Unfortunately, one side of the meat had already burned, but Xiang Qingshu was undeterred, her hands eager to tear away the charred layer despite the heat. Yet, her fingers betrayed her as the intense temperature rendered her unable to proceed. Just as Yin Che returned from disposing of the bodies, Xiang Qingshu waved him over without hesitation. "Yin Che, come quickly. Beastmen, with their tough hides and resilient flesh, should be able to withstand the heat better than she could." Upon hearing her call, Yin Che rushed over, seeing her eyes filled with desire for the roasted meat. Without hesitation, he tore the meat apart with his hands. Instantly, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, intoxicatingly enticing, stirring an insatiable hunger within her. "Wait, it's a bit hot. One side isn't fully cooked yet. Let me tear it apart for you." Yin Che gently soothed the somewhat anxious Xiang Qingshu while tearing off the well-cooked layer of charred meat, blowing on it lightly, without needing Xiang Qingshu to extend her hand. The piece of meat, perfectly warm, had already found its way into her mouth. At that moment, Xiang Qingshu cared little whether she had eaten it herself, or if it was Yin Che who had fed her. She simply felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Meat, oh meat! She had finally tasted meat. No, it was more accurate to say she had finally indulged in proper sustenance. although the meat was slightly burnt, dry and tough, with a strong fishy odor wafting from it. Xiang Qingshu, having gone almost 2 days without food, found it to be incredibly delicious. She hardly chewed before swallowing it whole, and without needing to say a word. A second piece of appropriately warm meat was soon offered to her by Yin Che. Chapter 7. Will you come with me? Xiang Qingshu eagerly accepted, devouring one bite after another, to the point where Yin Che struggled to keep up. Fortunately, he was well versed in the art of roasting meat. He managed to grill, blow on, and feed her simultaneously, ultimately ensuring that Xiang Qingshu was thoroughly satisfied. Once they finished the roasted meat, Xiang Qingshu sat on the ground, her hand resting on her belly, feeling invigorated and full of energy. How wonderful it was to have something to eat. Observing her, Yin Che felt both amused and pained. Qingshu, although I have no idea where you came from, it seems that the human race no longer has tribes in the Beast World continent. Would you consider coming back with me to the Rabbit Mountain tribe? I am the most capable young beastman in the Rabbit Mountain tribe. Rest assured, I can hunt, and as long as you accompany me, I will make sure you eat meat every day. You will never go hungry or be harmed. Will you come with me? After Ling Ran and Lan Yun were captured, Yin Che, accompanied by a dozen of the most formidable young beastmen from the Rabbit Mountain tribe, set out to search for them. Initially, the task appeared manageable, but this time the ferocious beasts proved cunning, wrapping a special plant around their tails as they fled, effectively erasing their scent and tracks along the way. The pursuit was arduous, and just when they were about to lose the trail, Yin Che suddenly discovered a series of bloodied stones left behind by Xiang Qingshu. The stones bore no trace of Ling Ran or her companions, only the scent of this young human female. Yin Che instinctively concluded that she must have been newly captured by the beasts. Otherwise, how could she have conveniently appeared at the location where Ling Ran and the others had vanished? He proposed to follow the trail of stones, but the beastmen of the Rabbit Mountain tribe disagreed. They simplistically reasoned that since the stones bore no trace of Ling Ran and her companions, this direction must be incorrect. Yin Che was nearly driven to frustration. He believed that a clever female like her, who left such a conspicuous clue without being discovered, must have had a difficult time. If these individuals chose to ignore this evidence, how heart-wrenching would it be for her? The life of a human female was still valuable, since he could no longer find Ling Ran and Lan Yun. And trusting his instincts, Yin Che pressed on alone, traveling day and night as he journeyed. The more he thought about the clever female who had left the stones, the more he felt she was remarkably astute, one could say. Without exaggeration, that she was at least smarter than the females of the Rabbit Mountain tribe. Such intelligence, coupled with the audacity to use her own blood as a trail, indicated her bravery and decisiveness. Many females in the tribe could not compare to her in that regard, and he found himself drawn to her. Even though they had yet to meet face to face, and despite knowing she was a human female, understanding that the possibility of them having offspring was non-existent, he was filled with anticipation and curiosity about her. When he finally encountered her in person and witnessed her effortlessly subduing everyone with her strength, Yin Che was genuinely captivated. What did it matter that she was human? What if she appeared frail? He liked her, and that was enough. The females he admired were intelligent and beautiful, courageous and wise, the epitome of perfection. Sometimes, love arrives in the most inexplicable of ways. Feelings in the beast world are often straightforward and unambiguous. Recognizing his infatuation, Yin Che seized the opportunity to extend a direct invitation. Upon hearing Yin Che's words, the recently satiated Xiang Qingshu paused her belly-rubbing motion and turned her head to look at him. Perhaps it was the first time he had made such an invitation, for Yin Che's face flushed slightly. He gazed earnestly into Xiang Qingshu's eyes, his expression a mix of apprehension and subtle hope. Xiang Qingshu understood the meaning behind his words. Yin Che was quite likable, tall and robust, with a physique that exuded a sense of security and handsome features that were pleasing to behold. Most importantly, she noticed that from the very beginning, Yin Che had never directed his gaze towards Ling Ran and her companion. Even in the presence of familiarity with Ling Ran, he harbored no ill intentions towards her. This indicated that he was a steadfast individual. Achieving this was no small feat, as Ling Ran was indeed his acquaintance. Typically, one would gravitate towards familiar company when faced with an ambiguous situation. Yet he did not. He recognized Ling Ran's true nature and, thus, even if she were to collapse, occupying the position of the weak, he would not presume Xiang Qingshu had wronged her if she had. It would surely be a case of Ling Ran's own making. While Xiang Qingshu was unsure where his unwavering nature stemmed from, she understood that a resolute person could hardly be swayed in their dealings with others, and this applied equally to matters of the heart. Such steadfastness was rare. However, she did not yet know him well enough. Even though it was common for emotions to lead to partnerships in the beast world, and acknowledging that she indeed needed a partner, she could not answer him so swiftly. After some contemplation, Xiang Qingshu refrained from directly responding to his question and instead inquired about various aspects of the Rabbit Mountain tribe, particularly regarding Yin Che himself. Yin Che, though somewhat disappointed, patiently answered each of her questions in detail. Through their conversation, Xiang Qingshu learned that the leader of the Rabbit Mountain tribe was named Wei Li, who had 6 sons and 1 daughter, Ling Ran. Yin Che, she discovered, was a discarded tiger beastman whom Wei Li had rescued from the forest 2 decades prior. Wei Li had raised Yin Che, who had remained in the Rabbit Mountain tribe and never returned to the tiger tribe in the Beast World continent. Beastmen come of age at 16, at which point they are eligible to form partnerships. Given Yin Che's formidable strength and striking appearance, he was quite popular among the females of the Rabbit Mountain tribe, with Ling Ran being the most ardent admirer. Once she expressed her affections for Yin Che, the other females dared not contest her. The reason Ling Ran had been captured this time was that she had quarreled with him after failing to invite him once more, and in a fit of anger, she had run away from the tribe. As he recounted this, Yin Che muttered softly, "She got herself captured while wandering about and now drags me into the chief's scolding. If it weren't for her being a female, I wouldn't have bothered to search for her." While his words carried a hint of irritation, Xiang Qingshu remained sensitive to the underlying sincerity in his tone. Without Lan Yuan, he genuinely did not wish to seek out Ling Ran. Xiang Qingshu studied him in silence for a moment before speaking up. "Why are you unhappy in the Rabbit Mountain tribe?" Yin Che was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her question. The next moment, a flicker of melancholy crossed his azure eyes as he replied, "You noticed?" Before Xiang Qingshu could respond, he candidly continued, "It might be because after the chief took me in, he kept me hidden for 10 years. Preventing me from training in the tiger tribe, that I've always felt unsettled about it. The social structure of the Beast World continent has long been characterized by a significant disparity between males and females. Due to the scarcity of females, many males seek partners from other tribes, leading to considerable population mobility. This implies that a tribe cannot consist of only one species. However, to ensure the future development of their offspring, there exists an unwritten rule in the beast world. Those born in other tribes, or, like Yin Che, rescued and adopted by others, must return to their own tribe for training by the age of 1. Even if circumstances arise that delay this, they must return before the age of 3. Chapter 8. Even if it means following behind that snake beast, each species possesses its own lineage. But this lineage does not manifest as inherited memories at birth, as depicted in novels. Rather, it requires the adult beastmen of the species to impart knowledge to the young through years of training. This transmission encompasses various tribal customs, survival methods, and unique combat techniques. As a tiger, Yin Che could not be adequately trained by the Rabbit Mountain tribe, and Xiang Qingshu could easily imagine the challenges he faced growing up. No wonder he felt discontent. He had a chance to lead a more comfortable life, to avoid unnecessary detours, yet someone chose to let him stumble and suffer rather than allow him to learn what he was meant to. This individual even obstructed Yin Che from receiving the guidance of his clan's elders. Yet this person was his adoptive father, one who could neither be scolded nor struck. Consequently, any emotions he harbored had to be swallowed down. Truth be told, due to Ling Ran, Xiang Qingshu did not hold a favorable impression of the Rabbit Mountain tribe. If given the choice, she would prefer not to live there with Yin Che. However, she was in dire need of a partner, and if she could somehow persuade Yin Che to leave, perhaps this idea wasn't so bad. This is indeed a highly feasible endeavor, primarily because she holds a favorable impression of Yin Che. Presently, it appears that Yin Che may also harbor some feelings for her. However, such matters should not be broached by Xiang Qingshu. Not to mention that they have only just become acquainted. The Tusu tribe is, after all, the place where Yin Che grew up. His discontent does not negate the affection he feels for this place. It is akin to a close friend complaining about her boyfriend after an argument. Even if one believes the boyfriend is at fault, it is prudent not to speak ill of him in front of the friend. Otherwise, one risks finding oneself in an uncomfortable position. Xiang Qingshu refrained from pursuing this topic further and offered little consolation. However, contemplating the circumstances of the Tusu tribe, she paused and suddenly inquired, Yin Shay, do you recall where you found your very first stone? Yin Shay almost faltered in keeping pace with Xiang Qingshu's train of thought, puzzled by her unexpected reference to stones. What is this about stones? Is there a problem? Noticing Yin Shay's sudden anxiety, Xiang Qingshu chuckled softly. Initially, she had not intended to divulge the truth, but recalling that this place was not particularly averse to solitary strays, she decided to be forthright. I once encountered a black snake beast. He seems to be a stray and is gravely injured. I am genuinely worried about him and wish to return to check on him. However, since I was captured, I have lost my way back and thought to ask you. Perhaps the location where you found the stone is near his den. Her concern is genuine. After all, he is the first living being she has encountered and cared for. Having spent time together, regardless of whether he acknowledges her, she feels a need to resolve this matter and attain closure. Moreover, given her current predicament, she requires Yin Shay's assistance, yet she is uncertain whether he would choose to accompany her. Thus, she seeks to secure a fallback option. Even if Yin Shay proves unreliable, she would still have an alternative. In her contemplation, she failed to notice the gradual change in Yin Shay's expression, which was becoming increasingly fissured. Had she truly befriended a potential mate, one who is a stray? He harbors no prejudice against strays, as beasts in this realm can generally be categorized into three types. Ordinary beasts within tribes, strays composed of solitary beasts or those who have made minor transgressions and have willingly or unwillingly left their tribes, and finally, the vile beasts who have been stripped of their beast marks and exiled to the city of evil beasts. Strays are not inherently malevolent. While there is a degree of wariness towards them, they are not outrightly targeted. Many are simply solitary and kind-hearted creatures. Conversely, it is the vile beasts that are loathed by the populace. Yet this stray snake beast appears to be of interest to Qingshu, which naturally raises Yin Shay's defenses. After all these years, he has finally encountered a female he fancies, only to discover she has affections for another? Does that mean he has no chance? Yin Shay's agitation was palpable. He distinctly remembered the location of his first stone and longed to feign forgetfulness, but he could not deceive her, especially since she was the one he favored. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Shay finally spoke. I remember the location. Once those Tusu beasts catch up, I will take you there. However, he gazed earnestly at Xiang Qingshu. Qingshu, would you truly not consider me? I possess great capabilities, and I genuinely like you. I understand that we have only just met, and it is unrealistic to expect you to agree to become my mate immediately, yet you could test me, no matter how long you wish to evaluate me or what tasks you require. I am amenable. If you do not wish to remain in the Tusu tribe, I can accompany you to wherever you desire. You may even pursue any male you fancy, as long as I can remain by your side. As long as he could stay close to her, he would have a chance. Even if the odds were slim, he was willing to make the attempt, even if it meant trailing behind that snake beast. Xiang Qingshu was utterly taken aback that Yin Shay would bring up the prospect of leaving with her at this moment. Initially, he had merely inquired if she would accompany him. Now he was expressing his eagerness to depart alongside her. Are you truly willing to leave the Tusu tribe with me? To live elsewhere? Yin Shay nodded vigorously, as if fearing she might doubt his sincerity, his expression earnest as if he were making a solemn vow. Of course, I am willing. Males are meant to be by their mate's side. The tribe pales in comparison to the importance of a mate, even more so than offspring. This should have been a moment of grave significance. Yet observing the small frown on Yin Shay's face, Xiang Qingshu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She realized she had overcomplicated her thoughts regarding the beasts of this realm. She had unconsciously assumed that when faced with a choice, beasts would gravitate towards those with deeper emotional bonds, forgetting that the world of beasts is devoid of the restlessness and intricacies of modern society. Here, the significance of a person or a matter is not determined by the depth of feeling involved. In this realm, the two paramount concerns in one's life are finding a mate and bearing offspring. There is nothing more important than these two matters. Indeed, many would readily forsake all else, including familial and friendly ties, for the sake of these pursuits. This is the norm in this world. She could easily believe in Yin Shay's earnestness, especially considering the existence of beast marks. The marks left by a male on a female can be forcibly cleansed with holy water, just as they can remove their own marks. Once the mark is washed away, a male's combat prowess and vitality are instantaneously halved. Chapter 9. Then we can give it a try. This implies that with the beast mark in place, she effectively holds half of Yin-She's life in her hands. Moreover, given her current need for protection, Yin-She's timely appearance and willingness to accompany her suggest that they may indeed explore this possibility together. There is no necessity to dwell on the duration of their cohabitation. With this thought, Xiang Qingshu suddenly felt a surge of excitement. She smiled and, under Yin-She's anxious gaze, nodded, if that is the case. Then we can give it a try. However, let it be clear that once we search for the big black snake, we shall not return to the Tusu tribe for an extended stay. As for where to go next, we shall decide later. Upon hearing this, Yin-She's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? You agree? You consent to test me as your potential mate? Although it was merely the prospect of remaining by her side for evaluation and not a formal commitment. This was enough to send Yin-She into a frenzy of joy. In his excitement, he transformed into a large tiger adorned with blue stripes, his imposing figure juxtaposed with a gleeful demeanor as he pranced about like an oversized blue-silver gradient. Though his beast form was grand and formidable, his exuberant antics, complete with wide grins, rendered him oddly endearing. Perhaps realizing he was somewhat losing composure, Yin-She blushed and attempted to calm himself. Yet his joy was so overwhelming that he felt an urge to dash around outside. However, he could not do so, for he soon heard the approaching footsteps of the Tusu tribe's beasts, who were finally drawing near. As the sounds reached her, Xiang Qingshu turned to look, and soon saw a dozen gray Tusu beasts emerge from the darkness. The first thing those Tusu beasts noticed was the prone forms of Lingran and Lan Yun on the ground. They utterly disregarded the sizable Yin-She, rushing to assist Lingran and Lan Yun, with not a single one offering a word to Yin-She. Seeing this, Xiang Qingshu frowned and cast a worried glance at Yin-She, yet did not voice her concerns. Yin-She, noticing her gaze, raised his paw and gently patted her head, smiling reassuringly, "It's all right." Perhaps upon hearing the conversation, the Tusu beasts finally recognized that a female was beside Yin-She, the very one who had excited him earlier with the bloodied stone. The unfamiliar human female's presence prompted Lingran's brother, Nada, to scowl disapprovingly. "Yin-She, why are you still over there? Lingran is cold. She needs you." Yin-She scoffed at this. He initially intended to retort as he usually would, but considering Xiang Qingshu was nearby, he restrained himself. Transforming back into his human form, he bent down and scooped Xiang Qingshu into a princess carry, replying obediently, "You are right. My future mate is indeed cold. She requires my warmth. I must go help her warm her nest. Since Lingran and Lan Yun have been found, I leave their care to you. We shall part ways afterward, as I need to take my future mate out for some fun." With that, without waiting for Nada's response, he stepped into the darkness, not looking back. Xiang Qingshu found his behavior rather amusing. She was not cold in the slightest, having been seated by the campfire and enjoying warm roasted meat. If anything, she felt a bit sweaty. Curiosity piqued, she longed to glance back at Nada's expression. Clinging to Yin-She's neck, she attempted to peek, but Yin-She promptly released his hold on her waist, turning her face back to him. "No peeking. They are too ugly to die in the future. I will take you to the fox tribe. Their beasts are much more handsome." Xiang Qingshu was taken aback by his sudden release, but fortunately, he quickly embraced her once more. Instinctively, she tightened her grip around him, and in that moment, the two were pressed closely together. As Xiang Qingshu gazed at the handsome man so near, she failed to register what Yin-She had said. It was at that moment she suddenly comprehended the meaning of being smitten at first sight. Goodness, how could such striking beauty not lead one's thoughts astray? Ah, he was handsome, cradling her like a princess, with his solid chest pressing against her and the firm muscles of his arms wrapped around her, holding her as if she were a mere child, providing a sense of security that would make anyone's heart flutter. She considered herself quite fortunate. Noticing Xiang Qingshu's unabashed gaze, Yin-She looked down at her as he walked, directly falling into the depths of her adoring eyes. A surge of joy filled his heart, and he couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. She must like him as well. Otherwise, why would she look at him like that? He was elated, in his moment of happiness. Yin-She momentarily forgot to watch his step and nearly tripped over a tree root. Had it not been for his inherent balance as a beastman, he would have embarrassed himself. With a chuckle, he felt a bit flustered, Fearing she might think him weak, he hurriedly explained, "No, I just wasn't paying attention to the ground. I wouldn't let you fall. I understand." Xiang Qingshu smiled and interjected, "I know it was an accident, and you've come all this way to rescue me. You must be exhausted. I'm weary too. How about we don't rush to leave tonight and find a place to rest first?" Upon hearing this, Yin Shay felt a warmth spread through his heart. She was concerned for him. He nodded softly, lowering his voice. "It's almost dawn. You should lean on me and rest for a while. I'll find a distant tree hollow for us to recuperate. Let us take a good rest before we continue our journey." "All right, let us both get some good sleep." Xiang Qingshu was indeed quite fatigued. Having toiled throughout the day and then being jostled about all night. Perhaps she was full and no longer uncomfortable, or perhaps it was the safety that allowed her mind to relax. Or maybe it was Yin Shay's gentle voice that had a soothing effect. She gradually felt her eyelids grow heavy, and soon her mind dulled. She didn't put on airs but simply leaned her entire body against Yin Shay's neck, closing her eyes and falling asleep instantly. This time, she slept even better than the previous night. Within 10 seconds, she had completely succumbed to slumber. Yin Shay felt her grip around his neck loosening and quickened his pace. Yet he held her even more securely, ensuring she felt no jostling. The next day, Xiang Qingshu awoke naturally. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a spacious tree hollow, with only a pile of dry grass beneath her and nothing else in sight. Yin Shay was nowhere to be found, but her wounds on her hands and arms had been tended to, and a green medicinal paste had been applied, clearly the work of Yin Shay. She glanced outside. The light was slanting in, indicating she must have slept until late morning. How punctual! But her stomach was quite hungry. She wondered where Yin Shay had gone. Not seeing that handsome man in the morning left her feeling a bit disappointed. Qingshu, perhaps hearing her stir, Yin Shay suddenly appeared at the entrance of the tree hollow. Seeing that you're awake, he quickly extended his hand to her. "You must be famished. You've slept the whole day. It's already afternoon. I've prepared roasted meat. Come eat." "What? Afternoon?" Xiang Qingshu took his outstretched hand and upon approaching, noticed how high the tree hollow was from the ground. Just as she was marveling at it, Yin Shay suddenly pulled her close and leapt down from the hollow. The 5-meter drop came swiftly, and before her heart could leap from her chest, they had already landed, leaving her mind momentarily suspended in disbelief. Had she just jumped from a building? What's wrong? Did you not rest well? Perhaps we shouldn't travel today and rest another night. Seeing her bewildered expression, Yin Shay grew concerned. Xiang Qingshu quickly shook her head, wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing. She reminded herself that this was a world of beastmen, and she would have to adapt to many things. A 5-meter tree hollow was actually a moderate height. She might often have to stay in tree hollows, even higher ones in the future. 0.5 meters was nothing. She could manage it. "So, it's already afternoon. Can we still travel today?" Noticing her eagerness to continue, Yin Shay felt a pang in his heart. "Yes, we can travel quite a distance before nightfall. Let us rest early tonight and set off at dawn. We'll arrive by afternoon." He had initially wanted to remind her that even if they reached the location of the stones, they might not find anyone there, but seeing her relieved expression, he refrained from voicing it. There was no need to burden her with worries. "Let us go. I'll take you to wash your face." "All right, let us wash our faces first." The tree hollow was very close to the river, just a few minutes away. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Xiang Qingshu was surprised to see that Yin Shay had already prepared everything he could. Beastmen are indeed fond of cleanliness, but hygiene in the beast world isn't as convenient as in modern times. There were no toothbrushes. Instead, they used the hide of a small creature resembling a hedgehog. The spines on this animal's hide were short and densely packed, soft yet firm, unlike the soft fur of cats and dogs. The beastmen would wrap their fingers in this hide to use as a toothbrush. Naturally, their toothpaste consisted of a type of plant leaf that freshens breath, green in color, resembling mint, but when crushed, it produces bubbles and has a sweet taste, similar to strawberries, yet distinctly different from mint. Yin Shay had prepared not only the treated hide for brushing teeth, but also the leaves for brushing, and he had set aside a soft hide for Xiang Qingshu to wash her face. Xiang Qingshu couldn't help but admire his thoughtfulness. As she began to wash up, Yin Shay stood by, attentively watching her and handing her items. After she was done, he took the 2 hides, washed them clean, and tidied up before leading her back to the base of the tree hollow. There, A smoldering campfire awaited, and above it sat a small stone pot filled with hot water. Next to the pot were several small bundles wrapped in leaves, along with a few pieces of white nitrate. The nitrate in the beast world was somewhat different from that in modern times. But Xiang Qingshu couldn't pinpoint how. She knew that beastmen frequently used it to treat animal hides, effectively removing blood, flesh, and odors, while also softening the hides for clothing production. These nitrates must be what Yin Che had left over from processing hides that morning. As for the small bundles wrapped in leaves, before Xiang Qingshu could ask, Yin Che had already picked one up and opened it, revealing a steaming piece of roasted meat. With a flourish, Yin Che presented the roasted meat to Xiang Qingshu. "Qingshu, try this. I hunted this fragrant beast nearby this morning. Its meat is tender and not overly fishy. Many females love it. Give it a taste and see if you like it." Fragrant beast? Xiang Qingshu was familiar with this creature. It was a peculiar wild animal, lacking a head yet blooming like a plant. Though classified as an animal, it had flesh and blood and 4 long legs, capable of running swiftly with decent attack power. Its large flower-like structure served both as its mouth and a weapon. However, at that moment, the piece of meat bore no resemblance to the fragrant beast, having been cut into neat cubes that looked like ordinary pork. Xiang Qingshu took a bite, and immediately, it was indeed delicious. The meat was not only low in fishiness but also juicy, tender without being dry or tough, and incredibly palatable. Furthermore, it had a refreshing sweetness, resembling a plant's fragrance rather than the typical savor of meat. Even without salt, it was delightful. This was her first time tasting such unique meat. She devoured the small piece of roasted meat in one go, and only then remembered to ask Yin Che. "Have you eaten?" Yin Che smiled. "Don't worry. I had already eaten when I hunted this morning. I said enough? If not, there are still several pieces here. Feel free to eat as much as you want, and I'll catch more if needed." "Actually, it's not quite enough. I can eat another piece." Given the small size of the fragrant beast, after removing the head, tail, and bones, the amount of edible meat left after roasting was naturally limited. Yin Che then fed her another piece, and after she finished it, he offered her some of the warm water that had been heated. Only then did Xiang Qingshu truly feel full. However, 3 pieces of roasted meat still remained. Seeing this, Yin Che rose and retrieved a small bag woven from vines from a corner beneath the great tree. This bag resembled a modern crossbody bag, reminiscent of a military green style from the 1970s adorned with stars. Xiang Qingshu's eyes lit up. "Yin Che, did you make this? You possess such remarkable skills." Yin Che felt a swell of pride, wanting to share that he was the best weaver in the tribe, hoping to someday create things for his partner. But he kept this to himself, simply stating, "The meat of the fragrant beast won't harden much when cold. We can carry it with us. And you can eat it any time you're hungry. We can also take the nitrate with you." As he spoke, he took it upon himself to place the modest pieces of saltpeter into the bag, along with the roasted meat, the animal hide for washing, and the leaves for brushing teeth. After testing the weight, which felt manageable, he handed the bag to Xiang Qingshu, saying, "You carry the bag. Later, when I transform into my beast form, you can sit upon my back. This will allow us to travel more swiftly." Xiang Qingshu, filled with curiosity, accepted the bag and slung it over her shoulder. Upon opening it to inspect its contents, she was utterly delighted. Observing her reaction, Yin Che pondered thoughtfully. It seemed that Qingshu had taken a liking to the bag. Once they settled down, he would certainly craft her more. He had heard that the Bear tribe wove bags from bamboo, and he intended to find the time to learn that skill. While lost in thought, Yin Che reapplied the medicine to Xiang Qing's. By the time she emerged from her reverie of joy at receiving a limited edition handmade bag, she was nearly ready for their journey. Chapter 11. It could never be you except that she wished to visit the sandy pit. Yin Che readily agreed, perceiving no hint of frivolity in this excursion. After assisting the blushing Xiang Qingshu with the significant matters of life, they were thoroughly prepared to set off. Just as they were about to depart, those troublesome rabbit-like beastmen made their untimely appearance. "Yin Che, you cannot leave." Even before his arrival, Ling Rant's voice had already reached them. Yin Che knew that this individual was likely holding back some annoyance. He had little patience for their idle chatter. So he swiftly transformed into his beast form and crouched down, turning to Xiang Qingshu with remarkable patience. "Qingshu, quickly hop on. We are ready to depart." Xiang Qingshu felt somewhat awkward, even in his crouched state. Yin Che was nearly at her height. Fortunately, this position was not particularly difficult. She grasped the fur on his back and managed to leap up with ease. Once atop, she touched the tuft of fur she had just held onto and inquired, "Will it hurt to grip like this? How could it hurt? Beastmen have tough skin and thick flesh. A mere grasp doesn't bother me at all. Do not worry. Qingshu, if it were uncomfortable, I would certainly let you know." As he spoke, Yin Che slowly rose. Just as he was about to move, Nada and several other beastmen swiftly blocked his path. Seeing these obstructive figures, Yin Che felt an urge to charge through. Yet he hesitated, concerned about Xiang Qingshu's comfort. Having just risen, he was cautious not to jolt her. His impatience grew. "Did I not say we would part ways? Why do you obstruct me?" Nada did not respond to his question. His gaze fixed intently upon Xiang Qingshu on Yin Che's back, his expression darkening. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Ran closed in. "Yin Che, did I not tell you not to leave? Even if my capture caused you distress. You should not deliberately provoke me by departing. I acknowledge my faults. Is that not sufficient?" Oh dear. While her words seemed innocuous on the surface, they carried an undertone of insidiousness. Those unaware might assume Yin Che held her in high regard, and that Xiang Qingshu was merely a tool to provoke her, a part of their game. Yin Che was not foolish. He could certainly discern the malice veiled within her words. Fearing Xiang Qingshu might misunderstand, he quickly interjected, "Ling Ran, do not speak recklessly. I already have a partner. I am not anxious about your capture. My departure is not meant to irritate you. It's simply that I have urgent matters concerning my dear Qingshu and must leave immediately. My actions are unrelated to you." "Qingshu?" Ling Ran's expression shifted dramatically. In truth, she had already learned from Nada about the events of the previous night, yet she had chosen not to believe it. How could Yin Che possibly find a partner so swiftly? For years, he had shown no interest in any female within the tribe. How could he have found one overnight, especially a female of the human race? This female seemed to have appeared from nowhere, compelling Yin Che to fall for her at first sight. Yet, as she gazed at Xiang Qingshu, comfortably seated on Yin Che's back, and the unmistakably crafted bag before her, Ling Ran felt a surge of frustration threatening to unravel her composure. "I do not believe it. Yin Che, even if you do not favor me, you cannot possibly favor this human female. She is merely human. She cannot bear your offspring. She is too weak to withstand you. How can you possibly like her? No, Yin Che, you cannot like her. You are far too exceptional, and she is entirely unworthy of you. Get down. Yin Che does not like you. He likes me. It is I. It is I." Ling Ran's latter words were directed at Xiang Qingshu. As she spoke, she lunged forward, attempting to pull Xiang Qingshu down from Yin Che's back. However, Yin Che deftly evaded her grasp. Yet, as he retreated, Ling Ran's 5 companions and Nada advanced, creating an imposing blockade. "Yin Che, this human female is unsuitable for you. You are far too exceptional. Your offspring will undoubtedly be remarkable. You should seek a female willing to bear your young. Indeed, Ling Ran is quite suitable. She has already given birth twice. Yes, Yin Che, you are aware of Ling Ran's feelings for you. After all these years, her affections have always been directed at you. How can you treat her this way? Are you all done?" Seeing their incessant chatter, Yin Che's irritation peaked. "I have stated repeatedly that I do not have feelings for Ling Ran. What do you aim to achieve by dwelling on this matter? Many years ago, I declared that I do not like her, do not like her, do not like her. Do you not understand?" It became evident that they truly did not comprehend. Yin Che had unequivocally rejected Ling Ran and had made his relationship with Xiang Qingshu clear, yet they persisted in surrounding him, not allowing him to leave and continuously reiterating that he should not choose a human female. Xiang Qingshu found their rhetoric exceedingly tiresome. Their words, though artfully spoken, were merely a facade for their coercion, utterly disregarding Yin Che's feelings as the principal party involved. With a scornful laugh, she pierced through their pretenses. "Even without me, do you truly believe Yin Che would choose you?" Her words were directed at Ling Ran, who, upon meeting her gaze, felt a surge of annoyance. "What do you mean by that? What could it possibly mean?" "It signifies that Yin Che does not favor you, and no matter how long you persist, whether 5 or 10 years, if he does not like you, he will never like you. After all, if he were capable of liking you, given your long-standing friendship, he would have accepted you long ago. Why would he wait until now? Even without me, Yin Che will eventually favor another female, be she of the tiger tribe, the cat tribe, or any other. It simply cannot be you. You? What do you mean, you? What is there to you? If you comprehend, then step aside. Otherwise, if you truly push Yin Che to his limit, do you believe you can hold him back? Indeed, they could not restrain Yin Che. Had he not been concerned for Xiang Qingshu's comfort atop his back, fearing she might fall, he would have forcefully broken through their blockade long ago. After delivering her retort, Xiang Qingshu tightened her grip on his fur, indicating her readiness. Yin Che understood and, without uttering another word, sprang into action, kicking aside the obstructive beastmen and darting away. Yin Che, in a flurry of panic. Ling Ran and Nada's group attempted to pursue him. However, without Ling Ran on any beast's back, they dared not abandon her and thus refrained from chasing, merely glancing back at her. What could Ling Ran do? In the brief moment it took, Yin Che had vanished without a trace. The speed of the rabbit-like creatures paled in comparison to that of a tiger, and with two females in their company, she could not bear the strain of a vigorous chase. How could he leave her like this? Ling Ran was momentarily incredulous before quickly regaining her composure. No need to chase. I refuse to believe Yin Che will not return to the tribe. As long as he returns, this time, she would not wait any longer. She had been far too lenient in the past, waiting for Yin Che for so long. She could not simply let him go. All of this was the fault of that human female. Chapter 12. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Xiang Qingshu was unaware of Ling Ran's intentions. All she knew was that her heart was soaring. She was riding a beast. This was her first experience riding one. She had anticipated a bumpy ride. Yet Yin Che was remarkably steady, and not only was it not jarring, but Xiang Qingshu also found it quite comfortable. Sitting atop such a large creature, with its thick fur, she felt as though she was perched upon a couch that gently swayed back and forth. It was far more pleasant than she had imagined. An utterly unique sensation. She could not help but relax her body. Noticing the shift in her grip, Yin Che deliberated for a moment before speaking. Qingshu. Actually, His words flowed naturally. What is it? Actually, I wanted to say that even without females from the tiger tribe or the cat tribe, I would not be interested in any other female. I only like you, this human female. Why this sudden declaration? Oh, he was responding to her earlier remarks made to Ling Ran, but she had merely been using examples to dissuade Ling Ran from her persistent pursuit. His earnest explanation was simply too adorable. Xiang Qingshu reached out to stroke Yin Che's large tiger head, and after a moment's pause, she also caressed his tiger ears, finding the texture delightful. With a smile of joy, she replied, Machim, I understand why Big Tiger only likes me, and I like my Big Tiger too. So, dear Big Tiger, focus on the journey ahead and be cautious with your footing. Yin Che. Initially, he was astounded by her sudden intimacy and secretly elated by her declaration of affection for big tigers. However, in the next moment, she cautioned him to watch his step. Well, last night was indeed one of the rare moments of embarrassment in his life as a tiger. Had it been any other beastman, he would have been furious, but with Qingqing's words he realized he needed to be more cautious, ensuring that Qingqing wouldn't fall from his back. As they traveled, there was naturally no opportunity for continuous conversation. After exchanging a few initial words, both Xiang Qingshu and Yin Che fell into a comfortable silence. Yin Che's pace gradually quickened, and once he confirmed that Xiang Qingshu could keep up, he finally ceased to hold back, dashing forward with great speed. Everything was proceeding smoothly until unforeseen circumstances intervened. Not long after they began running, Xiang Qingshu noticed the sky gradually darkening. She initially thought it was merely clouds obscuring the sun, but upon looking up, she realized that layers upon layers of dark clouds had gathered overhead. At that moment, not only was the sun hidden, but even the few white clouds had vanished from sight. It was evident that rain was imminent, and judging by the ominous signs, it would be a torrential downpour. Yet, Yin Che did not stop immediately. He continued for some distance until a gentle breeze began to stir in the forest. Only then did he say, Qingqing, we must halt. Rain is coming. Xiang Qingshu could already sense the humidity in the air and did not protest, merely responding with a soft acknowledgement. Yin Che expertly led her to a tree hollow, and as she dismounted from his back, he transformed into his human form, effortlessly leaping into the hollow with her in his arms. He gently patted her head and said, Qingqing, stay here for a moment. While the rain hasn't started yet, I will go hunt nearby. Do not wander off. If anything happens, just shout, and I will hear you and come right away. Wander off. She was quite curious about how she could possibly wander in such a high tree hollow. Was he overestimating her capabilities? Xiang Qingshu couldn't help but chuckle. Understood. Go ahead and be safe. Yin Che grinned widely. Yes, I will return promptly with that. He leaped down from the tree. This was the second time. Xiang Qingshu clearly had not yet acclimated to such seemingly reckless behavior. When Yin Che jumped, she instinctively reached out, but upon seeing him land safely, she remembered that he was not human. This infuriating instinctive reaction must be corrected. Once Yin Che disappeared from sight, Xiang Qingshu had nothing to do but observe the tree hollow. This hollow was evidently much smaller than the previous one she had occupied, but like the last. It was dry and clean, with a ready supply of hay, likely prepared by passing beastmen. It was akin to a temporary inn. Anyone in need could come and stay, which was quite convenient. Sitting at the entrance of the hollow, Xiang Qingshu waited idly for Yin Che. Fortunately, her wait was not long. Within 10 minutes, Yin Che returned, carrying a small deer. As the wind picked up, Yin Che did not go straight back to the hollow but instead lit a fire beneath it. After roasting the meat, he selected stones from the area and using his claws, carved out a large stone pot. This location was deliberately chosen by Yin Che. He knew it was close to a water source. So he took the pot to the river to wash it and returned with a pot of clean water. Once the water boiled, the deer meat was almost done roasting. To this point, light rain began to fall, prompting Yin Che to quickly bring the roasted meat back to the hollow, followed by the pot of boiling water. Xiang Qingshu was genuinely impressed. How could Yin Che balance the water so steadily while jumping up, not spilling a drop? Moreover, considering the heat, how did he manage to remain composed? She observed Yin Che's hands, noting that while they were resistant to heat, they were indeed reddened from the high temperature. Feeling a pang of concern, she gently blew on his hands. Next time, avoid handling such hot pots. Rainwater is drinkable. It wouldn't be good to get burned. Surprisingly, Yin Che immediately shook his head. That won't do. Females have delicate bodies and are prone to illness from drinking untreated water, especially in the rain and cold. I don't want you to fall ill. You must remain healthy. What he did not say was that many females, once ill, could easily succumb to their ailments. He could not bear the thought of her dying, especially due to his negligence. He was willing to do anything for her well-being. Xiang Qingshu found herself at a loss for words. She had never expected that her journey to the beast realm would yield such simple yet profound care. Was this a blessing in disguise? With that thought, she began to smile. Yin Che, unaware of her musings, continued to attend to her. Noticing her silence, he promptly pulled her closer, just as before, tearing off a piece of appropriately sized deer meat to feed her. Although Xiang Qingshu was not particularly hungry, she could not resist the offer of meat that was now within reach, especially since it was prepared and offered by Yin Che himself. However, this time, the deer meat did not possess the same delectable quality as the fragrant beast meat she had tasted previously. As she ate, she detected a strong gamey odor, more pronounced than any meat she had encountered before. Fortunately, Xiang Qingshu was quite resilient. She did not show any signs of discomfort and continued eating several pieces before excusing herself from further feeding. Citing her lack of hunger, Chapter 13. Later, I will warm you up. Yin Che did not dwell on it. He knew that Xiang Qingshu had only recently eaten and was aware that there were still 3 pieces of fragrant beast meat left in her pack. If she felt hungry at night, she could eat them, so he finished off the small deer, which had barely been touched. Beastmen indeed had tremendous appetites, particularly in the 3 seasons outside of winter. To store sufficient energy and fat for the winter, their stomachs were like bottomless pits, never truly satisfied. During winter, they could go days without eating, allowing food to be allocated to females, young ones, and the elderly. In spring, summer, and autumn, they would have several meals a day, each capable of consuming a large beast. Thus, the small deer was merely a snack for Yin Che. Initially, he intended to wait until he finished eating before going out to hunt again. But observing the increasingly darkening sky, he reconsidered. During such times, he felt it was best to stay by his partner's side. She would surely feel frightened. Lost in thought, he failed to notice Xiang Qingshu resting her chin on her hand, watching him as he devoured his meal with great speed, yet without any rudeness. In that ordinary moment, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of rain in the forest, Xiang Qingshu found a serene beauty that brought her comfort. Yin Shay appeared even more handsome. It was not until Yin Shay finished his meal and looked up that Xiang Qingshu diverted her gaze, although a smile lingered on her lips, clearly delighted. Yin Shay tossed the remains of the roasted meat and bones out of the hollow and, returning, asked, "Qing, the water is warm. Would you like a drink?" Xiang Qingshu eagerly nodded. Not only did she wish to drink warm water, but she also yearned for a warm bath. With the rain falling, the temperature had dropped significantly, and after sitting alone for a while, she felt slightly cold. However, bathing was out of the question. The rain was intensifying, and mist was rising in the forest, obscuring visibility. She could only manage a quick wash. Initially, Yin Shay did not recognize this issue. When he offered her a handful of warm water with clean leaves, he finally felt the chill in her hands. He immediately grasped her hands, concern etched on his face. "Why are they so cold? Qing, why didn't you tell me sooner?" As he spoke, Yin Shay awkwardly rubbed her hands together, saying, "Quickly drink some water while it's still warm. Afterward, we'll wash up, and later, I will warm you up." Xiang Qingshu's thoughts momentarily wandered astray, yet it was but a fleeting second before she regained her composure and obediently sipped the comforting warm water. Once she had finished, Yin Shay utilized the leaves to fetch her more water. After she brushed her teeth and washed her face, even rinsing her feet, before she could react, Yin Shay transformed into his beast form, settling himself deep within the tree hollow. His large beastly shape nearly filled 2/3 of the space, and merely gazing at him brought a sense of warmth. Yin Shay, however, was not satisfied with that alone. After positioning himself, he flicked his tail, wrapping it around Xiang Qingshu's waist, drawing her into his embrace. Once he confirmed that she was comfortably lying against his belly, he loosened his tail slightly, draping it over her abdomen as a makeshift blanket. The thickness of his tail, resting upon her, bore no weight at all. Xiang Qingshu turned to Yin Shay, only to find him gazing back at her. This prompted her to smile. Indeed, this was a splendid opportunity to nurture their bond. Suddenly struck by a thought, she sprang up like a little mouse, deftly slipping beneath Yin Shay's forearm and resting her head upon his other forearm. Her feet nestled beneath his belly. The softness of his stomach elicited a soft sigh of contentment from her, fully relishing this beastly pillow. However, Yin Shay was rendered crimson by her actions. The position suggested an intimacy akin to sharing a bed, and her feet were perilously close to a sensitive area. He felt a wave of shyness, instinctively shifting his rear away from her. Unaware of Yin Shay's flustered state, Xiang Qingshu noticed him staring intently at the rain-soaked world outside the tree hollow. Mistakenly believing he was concerned about their journey, she offered words of comfort. "Though the heavy rain may erase tracks and scents, it matters not that if we cannot find him. It is simply fate that we are not meant to be." At her words, Yin Shay finally lowered his gaze to Xiang Qingshu. Noticing her lack of impatience over their delayed journey and her nonchalant attitude regarding the snake beast, he felt a strange mix of relief and curiosity. "Qing, may I inquire how you came to know that snake beast? By the way, I still do not know its name. Could you enlighten me?" He felt a pressing need to clarify, fearing regret if he did not ask. To his surprise, Xiang Qingshu's response was utterly astonishing. "I do not know its name. All I know is that it is a black snake beast. When I encountered it, it was injured and unconscious. I cared for it throughout the night, but it never awoke. Unable to wait any longer due to hunger, I ventured out to find food and, to my misfortune, was captured by those ferocious beasts." Yin Shay. He had spent considerable time mentally preparing himself to accept the existence of that snake beast, believing that she must have shared numerous experiences with it. Yet, to his astonishment, she did not even know its name. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, relief, a hint of triumph, and a sense of liberation. The snake beast was gravely injured, and its survival was uncertain. Even if it did recover, it seemed unlikely to harbor a strong possessiveness over Xiang Qingshu. Did that imply he had a significant chance of becoming her first beast husband? Yet, even without having exchanged a single word, she still held the creature in her thoughts, stirring a twinge of jealousy within him. He instinctively drew Xiang Qingshu closer, tightening his embrace. Noticing his subtle movement, Xiang Qingshu looked at him in confusion. She saw that he remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth curled up, clearly elated. A happiness he could not conceal even in his beast form. Xiang Qingshu, too, fell silent, turning away to gaze at the cascading rain with him. The rainy weather of early spring possessed a certain enchanting magic that urged one to seek tranquility. They exchanged no further words, yet the atmosphere was far from awkward. Both relished this serene moment. Time slipped by, and before long, Xiang Qingshu's eyelids grew heavy, and she gradually succumbed to slumber. Only then did Yin Che lower his head, watching her for a long while before succumbing to an irresistible urge to lick her cheek. Qingqing, meeting you has been a true blessing. From now on, he would have a partner by his side. The one he cherished had given him a clear path to leave the rabbit-squirrel tribe. Strangely, the thought of departing filled him not with sorrow but with excitement and anticipation for the life that awaited them together. Chapter 14. Why is my heart racing so erratically? Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Xiang Qingshu awoke, overheated. Yin Che's thick fur radiated warmth, and in this weather, it was unbearable for any human to endure such high temperatures. The fondness she had felt before bed seemed to transform into disdain, and her first action upon opening her eyes was to push away the large tiger head nestled beside her. Yin Che, I'm too hot. Yin Che, still in a groggy state, was jolted awake by her push. Upon hearing her exclaim her discomfort, he instantly shifted back to his human form. Noticing her drenched in sweat, he realized he had been too warm. Observing that the rain had ceased, he promptly said, Qingqing, please wait a moment. I will fetch some hot water for you to wash up. You will feel much better afterward. As he spoke, Yin Che lifted the large stone pot and leapt down from the tree. Xiang Qingshu attempted to stop him, but it was futile. She could only watch as he carried the pot to the river to fetch water. All she could think about was her urgent need to relieve herself. After a lengthy wait for Yin Che's return, and once he had gathered dry twigs from other tree hollows to kindle a fire, Xiang Qingshu feared he might venture off to hunt again. Thus she quickly called out to him, Yin Che, I would like to go to the sandy pit first. All right, I'll come to get you shortly. Yin Che replied as he swiftly hopped back into the tree hollow, scooping up Xiang Qingshu and descending. She felt the stark contrast of temperatures between the tree hollow and the outside world. With dawn yet to break, the chill persisted, and the sudden change sent a shiver through the sweat-drenched Xiang Qingshu. Yin Che hesitated, suggesting, perhaps you could just wipe down and forego a bath. Xiang Qingshu vehemently shook her head. But I want to wash. It has been many days since I last bathed. Having been here for 3 days now, she had longed for a wash, but the rain last night had thwarted her plans. Now that the rain had ceased and the stone pot was ready, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Yin Che did not protest further. After all, once she was clean, he could warm her up again, ensuring she would not feel cold. With this thought, Yin Che accompanied Xiang Qingshu to the sandy pit, and afterward, he brought her back to the tree hollow. Once the water in the stone pot reached a perfect temperature, he gently led her to the back of the great tree. Qingqing, you may wash now, I shall keep watch here by the tree. Rest assured, no beasts will intrude, I will be vigilant. After saying this, Yin Che moved to the other side of the tree, ensuring she felt no discomfort. Xiang Qingshu felt at ease to undress and begin her wash. However, lacking soap or similar items, she could only rinse herself off. As she neared the end of her washing, she even took her furless beast skin clothing and used it to scrub herself clean. Fortunately, without fur, the beast's skin dried quickly after a few shakes. Once dressed in her beast skin clothing and skirt, she felt as though the wash had hardly made a difference. It seemed vital that once they settled down, she must quickly find some soapwort or other washing aids from this world. Without proper cleansing, she felt uncomfortable, as if something was amiss within her, stirring a sense of restlessness. Yin Che, hearing the commotion from the other side, inquired if she had finished washing. Upon confirming she was done, he promptly returned to escort her back to the tree hollow. However, once they were back, he did not leave. After placing Xiang Qingshu atop a pile of dry grass, he fidgeted slightly before asking, Qingqing, would you like me to warm you up? You need not worry. I won't turn into my beast form this time, so it won't be too hot. If you wish to sleep, you can do so for a while longer. Once dawn breaks, we can eat before we depart. There was a hint of unnoticeable anticipation in Yin Che's words. Xiang Qingshu caught on but did not object. Instead, she readily nodded. Then please warm me up in this chilling weather. Bathing outside had indeed left her feeling a bit cold. Though it was not as frigid as winter, her hands and feet remained uncomfortably chilly. A little warmth would be welcome, especially since it was still early. She had never been one to deny herself comforts. Although embracing his beast form and his human form were entirely different experiences, one being decidedly more intimate, she had already accepted Yin Che's affections and would not feign modesty. She intended to take full advantage of the opportunity. Regardless of whether she was benefiting from him or he from her, she felt she was not at a loss. Yin Che lay down, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and delight. Before he could extend his arms, Xiang Qingshu had already taken the initiative to embrace his slender waist, her feet boldly resting between his legs. Yin Che's body stiffened momentarily, but upon realizing she remained still, he gradually relaxed. He remained silent, yet his wildly racing heart betrayed him. He had never imagined that Xiang Qingshu would be so unreserved. Placing her feet in such a manner, did she truly regard him as a genuine partner? Xiang Qingshu leaned against his chest, silently counting the beats of his heart as it quickened, and quickened still. She wondered if perhaps she had inadvertently seduced him. Why was her own heart racing so erratically? She was acutely aware that if the current atmosphere continued to unfold as it was, something was bound to happen. Once her body had warmed sufficiently, Xiang Qingshu decisively pushed Yin Che away. Yin Che, go hunt. Once you've had your fill, return and help me warm up the meat of the fragrant beast. That meat is delicious. I'll be satisfied with just that. After eating, shall we set off early? Still lost in the joy of being regarded as a partner by Xiang Qingshu, Yin Che was momentarily taken aback by her sudden push. Upon hearing her suggestion to depart early, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he extricated himself from the delightful reverie and obediently set out to hunt. He needed to eat well to muster the strength for their journey and perhaps find more fragrant beasts, which Qingqing adored. He planned to prepare ample supplies. However, he ultimately encountered no more fragrant beasts. For the sake of Xiang Qingshu's safety, he refrained from venturing too far and hastily caught a wild beast to eat before returning. Before heading back, he transformed by the riverbank, washed himself clean, brushed his teeth, and ensured there was not a trace of blood on him before tending to Xiang Qingshu. When Xiang Qingshu finished her grooming and devoured the 3 pieces of roasted meat Yin Che had warmed for her, dawn had just broken. The two wasted no time and set off immediately. This time, the weather was favorable. Shortly after they departed, the sun emerged, promising a beautiful day ahead. Indeed, throughout the day, the sun shone warmly, and even Xiang Qingshu, who had not exerted herself much, was soon drenched in sweat. They had a light meal at noon, and in the afternoon, Yin Che pressed on, finally reaching their destination before the sun dipped too low in the sky. However, by this time, the scent Xiang Qingshu had left behind had long been washed away by the rain, and the area was filled with trees. To her dismay, Xiang Qingshu found it impossible to distinguish one direction from another. Every tree appeared identical, and she could not identify a single familiar landmark. After surveying the surroundings, Xiang Qingshu could only ask Yin Che, "Are there any dense woods nearby where sunlight scarcely penetrates?" "His snake den is within the thicket." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Che's expression changed dramatically. "What did you say? Dense woods? Are you referring to the Dark Demon Forest?" Chapter 15. Then we shall go to Beast King City. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiang Qingshu replied, "Yes, it is indeed the Dark Demon Forest, but his snake den should be on the outskirts. I recall those ferocious beasts emerging from the Dark Demon Forest not long after they fled. If we could locate this thicket." She paused, fully aware of what the Dark Demon Forest entailed. It was a haven for high-level beasts. Apart from the undeveloped younglings, all the creatures dwelling within were of level 3 or above. Typically, neither beastmen nor rogue beasts would choose to reside in the Dark Demon Forest. Only those with nowhere else to turn would temporarily seek refuge there to evade pursuit. Xiang Qingshu furrowed her brow. "Yin Che, trust me, he is not a ferocious beast. He bears a beast mark on his chest, and it is a deep shade of blue and purple. He is formidable. Most importantly, I can assure you he is not a villain. But I cannot disclose this to you before we bond, I understand. I truly do." Yin Che interrupted her explanation. He harbored no doubts about Xiang Qingshu's ability to distinguish between rogue beasts and ferocious ones. His concern lay solely with his own capabilities. "Qingqing, I am sorry, but if it is the Dark Demon Forest, I may not be able to lead you, and I could manage alone, and should danger arise, I could certainly escape. However, With you in tow, I wouldn't dare take that risk, even on the outskirts. He felt dread at the thought of encountering a solitary level 3 beast or a few, as he could evade them. But if they were to face a pack of level 3 beasts, or even level 4 or 5 beasts, he would be inadvertently placing Qingqing in peril. There had been beastmen who ventured into the dark demon forest, hoping to procure more potent beast crystals for their partners, but very few returned. Just 2 years prior, when a female in their tribe faced complications during childbirth, he had led a group of rabbitmen into the forest, but he was the only one to emerge, severely injured and requiring a lengthy recovery. Even without Yin Che voicing his fears, Xiang Qingshu had already grasped the inherent dangers of the situation. The perimeter of the dark demon forest was vast, and without a clear direction, locating someone would be exceedingly time-consuming. Prolonged exposure within the forest carried the risk of encountering beasts they could not overcome. While she would remain unharmed, should Yin Che prioritize his own escape, she wished to keep her secrets to herself until after they bonded. Some matters, even after choosing Yin Che, were not suited for disclosure at this juncture. It wasn't that she distrusted him, but rather that one must always maintain a measure of discretion. Even when confiding in someone they wholeheartedly trusted, it was unwise to speak of secrets before any commitments were made. Otherwise, she risked the chance of regretting her openness. Thus, the prospect of entering the dark demon forest became unfeasible. Xiang Qingshu sighed, "Then let it be. We shall not pursue this any longer. After all, I have yet to exchange a word with him. He may not even be aware of my existence. There's no need to gamble with our lives over this. Let us depart." Xiang Qingshu walked on decisively, while Yin Che hesitated momentarily before quickly catching up. "Are we truly not searching? Should we circle around the outer edge of the dark demon forest? We won't enter, but perhaps we could uncover some familiar landmarks?" Xiang Qingshu resolutely shook her head. "No need to search. I cannot distinguish one tree from another outside the dark demon forest. Even if we did find a place I had been, I would not recognize it. Yet, regardless of whether we search or not, we must consider where we will rest next." Xiang Qingshu decided to leave this matter in Yin Che's hands. "Since we are not searching, Yin Che, where shall we go next? Is there anywhere you wish to visit?" Upon hearing this, Yin Che, who had been speaking moments before, fell silent as he pondered. After a moment, he shook his head. "I do not have a particular destination in mind, but Qingqing, I have some belongings back in the Rabbitman tribe, old furs and beast crystals I left behind. Could we return there first? I wish to give those to you, do not worry. The Rabbitman tribe is not far, just a night's journey. Once we gather those items, I will accompany you wherever you wish to go." "How does that sound?" Yin Che spoke with palpable excitement, devoid of any hint of pressure. Xiang Qingshu smiled. "Of course. After we collect the items, shall we visit the tiger tribe? I've heard they, along with the bear tribe and lion tribe, have established a city called Beast King City. The 3 tribes reside together, and it is said to be safe, with many beastmen and females. They even have stone houses. It should make for a splendid place to settle." At her words, Yin Che's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He realized that upon returning to the Rabbitman tribe, they could take the opportunity to rest and, most importantly, he could prepare several sets of fur clothing for Qingqing to change into after her bath. His female companion should not have to endure such discomfort. Not only fur clothing, but also shoes, bags, food, and other essentials for their journey could be swiftly gathered. Otherwise, once they left the Rabbitman tribe, he would have no further opportunity to prepare. And it would make their trek to Beast King City, which would take over half a month, quite arduous for her. He could not allow her to suffer in any way. Yin Che, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Excellent! Then we shall head to Beast King City." Seeing his enthusiasm, a hint of seriousness crossed Xiang Qingshu's face as she contemplated for a second. She suggested, "Then let us not dawdle and make haste back tonight. After all, we can rest once we reach the Rabbitman tribe. The wilderness is perilous, and the tribe is far safer. What do you think?" Although the reasons behind Xiang Qingshu's urgency remained unclear, Yin Che had always been a dutiful and obedient companion. It was merely a matter of hastening their journey, and since he had no objections, he readily acquiesced. After determining their course, Yin Che sought out a hollow in a nearby tree to settle Xiang Qingshu comfortably before he ventured out to hunt once again. This hunting expedition took longer than anticipated, and by the time they both had eaten their fill and rested for a considerable while, night had completely enveloped the sky. Only then did Yin Che resume their journey with Xiang Qingshu on his back. As the surrounding trees sped past them, Xiang Qingshu, clutching Yin Chei's neck, felt a pang of guilt. They could have easily chosen to rest for the night, thus avoiding such fatigue. However, thoughts of Ling Ran and the attitudes of the rabbit-like beastmen towards Yin Chei gnawed at her, instilling a sense of foreboding that their return would not bode well. Departing joyfully with her partner was entirely different from leaving after a quarrel. If they left in high spirits, the rabbit tribe would always remain Yin Chei's home, a place he could return to whenever he wished, forever tethering him to them. She selfishly wished to sever his ties with those individuals, sensing their lack of genuine concern for Yin Chei. Despite the rabbit tribe having raised him, true parents who genuinely care for their child would never compel them to relinquish their opportunities for the sake of proximity. Even without having experienced parenthood herself, she understood the profound harm in clipping a person's wings. True love would not permit such a cruel act. Chapter 16. The task you assigned me thus, she deliberately allowed Yin Chei to return in a state of exhaustion. If Ling Ran were indeed to cause trouble, a fatigued Yin Chei would possess diminished patience, his tolerance low and temper easily ignited. To tease such a moment, if Ling Ran's provocations were sufficiently egregious, she believed that Yin Chei would not hesitate to sever ties with the rabbit tribe. Beastmen possessed remarkable stamina, capable of enduring days and nights of continuous combat. A day and night of travel would not render Yin Chei incapacitated. This time, her actions were selfish. However, it mattered little, for she would accompany Yin Chei, never abandoning him. Once this matter concluded, they would become mates, a certainty that was merely a matter of time. They would be a family, a truly caring family. As Yin Chei hurriedly raced onward, he remained oblivious to Xiang Qingshu's intentions, preoccupied with the thought of returning to rest. Once rejuvenated, he planned to speak with the chief, thereby allowing him to accompany his beloved Qingqing to the Tiger clan. The notion of becoming mates was one he had not dared to entertain. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, he felt no fatigue after their long night of travel. Rather, he grew increasingly exhilarated. Before dawn, he had already brought Xiang Qingshu into the territory of the rabbit tribe. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Yin Chei slowed his pace and exhaled slowly. "Qingqing, we have arrived. This is where I grew up. Though you see that fallen tree? I broke it while sparring with Nada in my youth. Now, that tree has regrown branches and has transformed into a lush tree once more." As they returned to familiar territory, Yin Chei became quite loquacious. Xiang Qingshu remained silent, listening intently, occasionally prompting him with questions that encouraged him to continue his rambling. Consequently, the journey from the forest to the tribe's entrance took quite a while, and only when the sun had risen did he reluctantly conclude his monologue, inviting Xiang Qingshu to sample a native wild fruit renowned for its sweetness. Certain she would enjoy it. Xiang Qingshu, of course, would not dampen Yin Chei's spirits at such a moment and readily agreed. However, their cheerful mood did not endure for long. Upon arriving at the entrance of the rabbit tribe, where a group of stern-faced beastmen awaited them, Yin Chei's smile faltered. Among them stood Chief Wei Li, the middle-aged beastman at the center, flanked by Ling Ran and Nada, who had returned the previous night. Also present were familiar figures, the high priest, the shaman, and several formidable beastmen from the tribe, all of whom had often accompanied him on hunts. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yin Chei sensed an unsettling atmosphere among them. Filling him with trepidation, "Chief," Yin Chei called out, contemplating his words before smilingly introducing, "I have returned, and I have brought my mate with me. Her name is Qingshu. We have already agreed that we will soon become mates." Before he could finish, Wei Li interrupted him, speaking with an air of authority. "It is good that you have returned. Since you are back, come quickly. Everyone is waiting for your arrival. We need to discuss the recent events." He glanced at Xiang Qingshu, his gaze unmistakably signaling that certain influential figures of the rabbit tribe were convening and that some ought to discreetly withdraw. Xiang Qingshu, however, feigned ignorance, casting a seemingly oblivious gaze at the group of stern beastmen. Disregarding Wei Li entirely, Yin Chei chose silence as well. Wei Li frowned, perceiving the human female's apparent foolishness, questioning Yin Chei's judgment in selecting her. A mere human female had swayed his promising warrior away. What right did she have? As this thought crossed his mind, impatience marred Wei Li's expression, though he quickly masked it, adopting a seemingly benevolent demeanor towards Yin Chei. "Rest assured, since she is your mate, I will have someone escort her to your den. When you return, she will be waiting for you there. I have also arranged for food. Even if you are not hungry or tired, She is a delicate human and will require sustenance and rest. You need not worry. I will not harm your mate. Yinshe remained hesitant, yet he recalled that discussing matters after an incident had always been a tradition of the rabbit tribe. He should have followed the chief without question. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to stay by Xiang Qingshu's side, at least until she was settled in his den before accompanying the chief elsewhere. Seeing his reluctance to heed the chief's words, Wei Li and the other beastmen grew increasingly displeased. In that moment, Xiang Qingshu grasped Yinshe's hand, encouraging him gently, "Yinshe, go ahead, I will be fine, I will wait for you in the den. Please return quickly. When you come back, will you hold me while I sleep? I wish to cuddle with you." Upon hearing this, Yinshe's face flushed unexpectedly, and he glanced at Xiang Qingshu, who wore a bright smile, seemingly unfazed by the chief's displeasure. He exhaled in relief. "Then I will wait for you in the den. Please do not wander about. When I return, I will accompany you wherever you wish to go. Once we are prepared, we will." The presence of numerous beastmen, all with keen hearing, ensured that Yinshe's last sentence remained unfinished. Though Xiang Qingshu understood he referred to their departure to the Tiger Clan. She nodded obediently. "I will wait for you to come back before resting." "Very well, I will return promptly," he assured her. As they spoke, Yinshe reached out to touch Xiang Qingshu's cheek, gazing at her for a long moment before realizing they could not linger any longer. He turned to entrust Xiang Qingshu to a longtime acquaintance among the beastmen. Once he witnessed that beastman guiding Xiang Qingshu into the tribe and toward his den, he followed Wei Li to the other side of the tribe. Yet, he remained unaware that as he walked away, the beastman had taken a different route, leading Xiang Qingshu toward the back mountain. Unaware of the deviation in their path, Xiang Qingshu diligently memorized her surroundings, but as the route grew increasingly erratic and unlike the dwelling of a powerful beastman, she halted her steps, refusing to proceed further. Not hearing any footsteps, the beastman leading her also stopped, yet Xiang Qingshu refrained from inquiring, leaving him to remain silent, his expression heavy with conflict. Xiang Qingshu noticed his inner turmoil, but instead of his confession, she was met by Nada and others pursuing them. Upon seeing Nada, the beastman seemed to resign himself to fate, letting out a sigh as he addressed Nada. "I have done what you asked. Beyond this, I will not involve myself, that I know nothing." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 17. They were both surprised and afraid. Although unaware of their discussions, it was evident that Nada was preparing to take action against her. Or rather, that Ling Ran was scheming against her. The first day of their return indeed presented an opportune moment. To this end, Ling Ran had not only persuaded his father to obstruct Yinshe, but had also swayed those whom Yinshe trusted. It was more decisive than Xiang Qingshu had anticipated. "See," she had long asserted, "this tribe is utterly unworthy of loyalty. Even the beastman who guided me, despite his reluctance, chose to betray his friend. What merit was there in cherishing such a tribe?" However, Yinshe desperately required such an opportunity, an occasion to gain clarity and make a decisive choice. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly remain burdened by thoughts of Xiang Qingshu. With a sigh, Xiang Qingshu noted that at that moment, Nada had approached her, and noticing her calm demeanor devoid of fear, he appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he refrained from asking any questions. With a wave of his hand, an orc bearing a translucent exterior yet filled with golden fruit flesh approached her. Holding a sacred fruit, Xiang Qingshu recognized this fruit. Its juice served as the holy water capable of cleansing the beast marks from orc bodies. Beyond its purifying abilities, it had another grim purpose. It was administered to females who had committed grave transgressions. In such cases, the beast marks lingering on the female would vanish without inflicting harm upon the orc. The female, who consumed the sacred fruit, would thereafter be incapable of having any beast marks left upon her by orcs. But her body would become exceedingly frail. Ultimately, such a female would be relegated to the breeding caves, destined to fulfill the physical and reproductive needs of any orc until her demise. Xiang Qingshu was uncertain whether Ling Ran would ultimately consign her to the breeding caves. Yet it was evident that even the mere act of consuming the sacred fruit would be detrimental to her well-being. Thus, she remained silent, offering no arguments or protests, as the orc approached with the sacred fruit. She glanced at Nada and another orc to ascertain their lack of concern for her as a human, and she feigned terror, retreating further. "What do you intend to do? Where is this place?" "What is that? Do not come any closer," she exclaimed, retreating dramatically. as she swiftly exited the encirclement formed by Nada and his companion. The orc with the sacred fruit advanced towards her. He reached out to seize her. But Xiang Qingshu swiftly lowered her stance and darted away, fully aware that she could not outrun the orcs. However, she needed to find Yin Che quickly, fearing that Ling Ran might simultaneously target him. If Yin Che were caught off guard, it would spell trouble. As for the sacred fruit, she harbored no concerns. Anything that posed a threat to her, be it food or drink, would never find its way into her mouth. She merely worried about being captured. If these orcs deemed her too weak to harm, she was at a loss for what to do. She could only provoke them to see if they would act, hoping to buy herself some time. Fortunately, she need not fret, for the orc wielding the fruit, upon witnessing her escape, immediately swung his claw towards her, intending to swiftly incapacitate her and force the fruit upon her. This, in fact, played right into Xiang Qingshu's hands. Just as anticipated, the moment his claw made contact with her, a sudden force rebounded from her, sending him staggering backward, nearly losing his balance and falling over. He was astonished. What was happening? How could this human female possess such strength? In those few seconds of his bewilderment, Xiang Qingshu had already fled several meters away. Nada and his companion, though confused by the turn of events, hurried over to assist, fearing the situation might escalate. Having never been fond of her, they naturally held no reservations and immediately engaged her, attempting to knock her unconscious. However, the outcome was the same. They were utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Xiang Qingshu. Seizing this opportunity, she retraced her steps with maximum speed, disregarding their assaults and their thoughts, focusing solely on her escape back to the spot where she had parted ways with Yin Che. As she approached the distance she deemed sufficient, she began to call out Yin Che's name with vigor. This sight sent Nada into a panic. He leaped in front of Xiang Qingshu without a second thought and, summoning all his strength, swung his fist at her, intent on delivering a fatal blow. After all, if she perished, as long as his sister succeeded, would Yin Che dare to retaliate against him for the death of someone already gone? Yet, while his plan seemed sound, Xiang Qingshu was no ordinary female to be easily bullied. His punch failed to reach her and, instead, sent him hurtling back. He crashed heavily to the ground, and as he struggled to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing this, the other two orcs immediately halted their pursuit, staring incredulously at Xiang Qingshu, bewildered by the unfolding events. What had transpired? How had Nada been so decisively bested by a human female? They were astonished, apprehensive, and slightly fearful at that moment. Xiang Qingshu raised her voice, declaring, "Yin Che, where are you? They intend to force-feed me the sacred fruit, and they want to send me to the breeding caves. Yin Che, I'm scared. Where are you?" No sooner had she spoken than a furious roar erupted from afar. It was Yin Che responding. Accompanying this roar were the sounds of chaos and the startled cries of orcs. It seemed a confrontation had begun nearby. Yet, after that roar echoed, there was a prolonged silence with no sign of anyone approaching. Nevertheless, the two orcs, now aware of Yin Che's formidable strength, dared not lay a hand on Xiang Qingshu any longer. Upon hearing Yin Che's voice, they turned and fled, abandoning the wounded Nada without a second thought. Nada had initially intended for them to capture Xiang Qingshu. After all, before Yin Che arrived, he had to make one last attempt. Killing her would certainly be much simpler than forcing the fruit upon her. However, the two fled with the sole sacred fruit, leaving him with no choice but to endure the pain and stand up again, resorting to brute force in an attempt to eliminate Xiang Qingshu. Yet, this time, having barely advanced a few steps, Yin Che's massive form suddenly landed before him, colliding with Nada and sending him flying once more. After landing, Nada lay still, showing no sign of movement, leaving uncertain whether he was dead or merely unconscious. Yin Che paid him no mind. After knocking Nada aside, he swiftly charged towards the pursuing orcs. Tail Li, at the forefront, could not withstand Yin Che's frenzied assault and was severely injured, along with the other rabbit-like orc warriors. Seizing the opportunity while they lay incapacitated, Yin Che hurried back to Xiang Qingshu's side. All she could see were his bloodshot eyes. Before she could register anything, he had already wrapped his tail around her and placed her upon his back, swiftly making his escape from the rabbit-like tribe. Chapter 18. She intended to cook the rice before it was done at that moment. Yin Che's speed was unlike anything Xiang Qingshu had ever witnessed, as if he had cast aside all concerns, neither for her discomfort nor the potential exhaustion from such a frantic dash. All he desired was to flee this place as if demons were in pursuit. Perched upon his back, Xiang Qingshu could only grip his fur with all her might, despite her legs tightening around him. She was jostled violently, her rear in agony, leaving her no energy to contemplate anything else. Yin Shay continued running tirelessly for an entire day. Exhausted from his rapid escape, he had long outpaced the pursuers from the rabbit-like tribe. Yet it was only after nightfall that he finally collapsed, transforming back into human form. Xiang Qingshu, caught off guard, tumbled onto him, startled by his feverish warmth. "Yin Shay," she called anxiously, but he remained unresponsive, eyes closed. Breathing heavily in distress. Perhaps the low temperature of her body had triggered something within him, for he struggled to open his eyes, seemingly striving to discern who was before him. To her dismay, she noticed that his eyes were inflamed, the lids and the area around them tinged an abnormal red, far from the typical redness associated with tears or rubbing. "Yin Shay, what's wrong? Please don't frighten me. Have you been poisoned? It's all right, don't be afraid, I can save you." At this critical juncture, Xiang Qingshu wasted no time and quickly procured the spirit spring water, intending to administer it to Yin Shay. Yet, Yin Shay's reaction was swifter than hers. He seized her wrist, forcefully flipping her onto her back before she could react, and pressed his hot, urgent lips against hers. Instinctively, he began to fervently kiss Xiang Qingshu. Leaving her no space to breathe, he pried her lips apart and ventured deeper, demanding all the coolness he craved. Perhaps sensing her lack of resistance, the protective barrier around her remained dormant. However, in that moment, Xiang Qingshu wished the barrier would react. She understood what was happening. It was undoubtedly Ling Ran who had administered some concoction to Yin Shay to incite orcish lust, seeking to exploit both her and Yin Shay simultaneously. She intended to consummate their union, rendering Yin Shay too intimidated to resist her, yet she had underestimated the potency of the drug. Yin Shay had lost all semblance of rationality, as evidenced by his reckless disregard for her feelings. She could hardly catch her breath. Under Yin Shay's control, Xiang Qingshu found herself entirely defenseless. Thankfully, it wasn't long before he released her wrist. However, this was not an act of mercy. Rather, he placed his hand upon her chest, tearing apart her beast skin garments with a swift motion, and then continued downward, rending her beast skin skirt. Then, he liberated her lips, allowing his heated kisses to trail down her neck, lingering at her bosom. His movements were frantic, kissing fervently while pressing his body against hers. Xiang Qingshu certainly did not intend to present herself as a remedy for Yin Shay. Not only was it nighttime in the wild, a perilous situation, but Yin Shay's current state was inherently dangerous. She feared that he might inadvertently harm her. The sheer physical prowess of orcs was no trifling matter, and an orc devoid of reason was an even greater threat. Thus, Xiang Qingshu, suppressing the tumultuous emotions stirred within her, hastily reached to caress Yin Shay's face. Under the lingering presence of Yin Shay against her chest, he instinctively leaned in to kiss her hand. At that moment, she directly took out the spiritual spring water and placed it in her palm. Yin Shay, utterly unaware, drank it in while kissing her. A mere sip of spiritual spring water, however, was insufficient. Yin Shay, having savored her hand, sought to kiss other parts of her. Xiang Qingshu continually pressed her hand against him. In his dazed state, he felt that her palm was cooler than the rest of her body, and thus, he disregarded everything else, chasing after her hand, yearning to touch it. Perhaps the effects of the spiritual spring water were taking hold. Yin Shay's movements gradually became less frantic, and he no longer attempted to push further. Yet, he began to sweat profusely, to the point where it seemed as if he had just emerged from a body of water. Suddenly, without warning, Yin Shay halted, losing consciousness entirely and collapsing onto Xiang Qingshu, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Xiang Qingshu finally exhaled in relief, though concern for Yin Shay lingered. She quickly pushed him away and scrambled to assess his condition. To be frank, Yin Shay's current state was far from satisfactory, yet compared to moments prior, his complexion had improved, no longer as pallid. Although unconscious, he wore a serene expression, devoid of discomfort. Due to his earlier thoughts of mating, Yin Shay had not donned his beast hide skirt, and Xiang Qingshu immediately noticed his abdomen. Excellent, he had returned to a normal state. albeit larger than what she had come to know of humanity. At least he was no longer excessively inflated. This indicated that the spiritual spring water was indeed beneficial. He was fine, and his fainting might merely be a result of exhaustion. However, gazing at the long-limbed Yin Che sprawled on the ground, a new dilemma arose. What was she to do now? She had anticipated that Ling Ran might cause trouble, yet she had never envisioned such a sudden and despicable approach. Naturally, she had not foreseen Yin Che's transformation either. Was this not a return to the very beginning? Xiang Qingshu felt a surge of tears welling up. Not only was she unable to move Yin Che, but he had also fainted outdoors. How could she possibly transport him to a safe location? The wilderness was rife with wild beasts. Should they encounter predators in search of food, how could she ensure Yin Che's safety from being devoured? Just as she pondered the threat of wild animals, a pair of glimmering green eyes emerged from the depths of the dark woods. Moments later, another pair appeared to the right, then another to the left, all deep, piercing green eyes that fixated on her. Terrified, Xiang Qingshu immediately threw herself over Yin Che, attempting to shield him with her body. Thus, even if those beasts were to attack, they would hopefully remain unscathed. Yet, it was unclear whether the beasts were deliberate in their approach or merely instinctual. They did not attack immediately, but instead unleashed a chorus of howls directed at Xiang Qingshu, seemingly attempting to intimidate her with sonic waves. Xiang Qingshu was indeed frightened. Her heart raced wildly, her eyes reddening, though she stubbornly refrained from shedding tears. Still, she resolutely lay upon Yin Che, closing her eyes to soothe herself. Well, they could not harm her. She was unafraid. With her eyes closed, she did not witness the increasing multitude of green eyes surrounding her, so densely packed that even an experienced Special Forces soldier would utter a solemn farewell. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity without the anticipated attack, Xiang Qingshu, feeling that a slow death was worse than a swift execution, summoned her courage to glance upward. One glance was all it took. She could hardly contain herself and let out a startled scream at the sight of the surrounding green eyes. It seemed her cry activated a switch, for the beasts suddenly charged at her. Their roars filled her ears, rendering her unable to lift her gaze again, forcing her to stretch out her body in an effort to shield Yin Che. Fortunately, her actions proved effective. Although she could not entirely cover Yin Che, her presence prevented the beasts from reaching him. They were flung aside upon impact, never grazing him. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. With Xiang Qingshu at the center, she resembled the stamen of a flower, while the beasts, repelled from her, appeared like petals, soaring high and crashing down. Yet they remained relentless, attacking repeatedly in time. Xiang Qingshu became numb to the sensation, her fear gradually waning. Eventually, she found the composure to observe her surroundings. Noting how many beasts were injured and how many had retreated, then, she discerned an intriguing fact. These beasts seemingly did not regard her and Yin Che merely as prey. Rather, they appeared drawn to something. Or rather, to something on Xiang Qingshu herself, for their gazes were fixated upon her, not Yin Che. What could it be? Perhaps the spiritual spring water in her palm. She had spilled a considerable amount earlier. And if it had a scent, hers would undoubtedly be the most potent. Did these beasts have a penchant for spiritual spring water? Unbeknownst to her, the creature's unusual behavior had captured the attention of the Fox clan beastman. Yasang pursued the beasts through the branches. He encountered a most extraordinary sight. Beastmen possessed exceptional vision, enabling them to see clearly even in the dark. Thus, when he spotted Xiang Qingshu, calm and protective over the beastman, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wow, this female is stunning. She didn't abandon the beastman. Instead, she bravely shielded him. He had never seen such a courageous female before. Yet, there was something peculiar about her. How could she remain unharmed amidst the chaos of so many beasts? What could possibly attract them? Contemplating this, Yasang's brow furrowed. This situation could not persist. This female appeared to harbor a significant secret, and the commotion of the beasts would surely attract other nearby beastmen. After all, he himself had been drawn in. He could not allow such a brave and admirable female to be discovered. What if someone had ulterior motives? With this thought, Yasang leapt from the tree, transforming into a vibrant red fox as he landed in the darkness. The fiery hue was striking, and his size was not much smaller than that of Yin Che in his tiger form. Swiftly, he dashed towards Xiang Qingshu. Once within the beast's circle, he adeptly dodged their attacks, waiting for the opportune moment to leap and sink his teeth into the necks of those flung aside. His speed was astonishing. And he did not linger. Once he ensured a beast's neck was severed, he immediately pounced on another. Soon, the grass nearby was littered with the carcasses of beasts he had dispatched. Such a commotion could not escape Xiang Qingshu's notice. As she witnessed the striking red fox beastman, a wave of surprise washed over her, albeit with a sinking feeling. If all went as expected, her secret had surely been unveiled. Fortunately, this red fox beastman radiated a white glow. So even if he had discovered her secret, he likely harbored no ill intentions. Still, caution was prudent, for she did not know him. Xiang Qingshu remained still, steadfastly protecting Yin Che. Once the red fox beastman had dispatched all the beasts, she finally lifted her gaze toward him and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you," Yasang. Having dealt with the beasts, initially intended to approach and converse further. However, he was taken aback by Xiang Qingshu's sudden thanks. Her voice was melodious, and he marveled at the fact that she was a member of the human race. She was truly exceptional. Yasang approached Xiang Qingshu, and under her gaze, a fleeting crimson glow enveloped him, transforming the large red fox into a striking young man with short red hair and captivating red eyes. Even though it was night, the moonlight illuminated his features, revealing an astonishingly handsome visage. Unlike Yin Che's robust and masculine charm or the sinister allure of the great black serpent, his features bore a softer, more delicate quality. His fox-like eyes, elongated yet shrewd, complemented a high nose and subtly upturned lips, devoid of any harshness or authority. His appearance, though exquisitely beautiful, was marred by a small black mole at the outer corner of his right eye, which lent him an inexplicable allure, seductive and enchanting, undeniably captivating. After transforming into human form, he took a few steps towards Xiang Qingshu, intending to converse with this mysteriously intriguing female. However, upon approaching, he was met with the sight of her unclothed state. Stumbling in his advance, a hint of bashfulness appeared on his otherwise alluring face, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Without knowing what he had seen, he suddenly dashed away, returning moments later with a roughly processed piece of beast hide in hand. It was a substantial piece, still stained with remnants of blood and uncut, yet large enough to envelop Xiang Qingshu completely. This hide was indeed intended for her. Yasang promptly draped it over Xiang Qingshu and squatted down. Grinning as he addressed her, "Esteemed female of the human race, I have uncovered your secret. What say you? To prevent my betrayal, will you accept me as your partner? Remember, my name is Yasang. You may call me Sang Sang or Ya." This was the second time Xiang Qingshu had been courted by a beastman she had just met. However, Yasang was evidently more eccentric than Yin Che, his reason for pursuing her being the discovery of her secret, accompanied by affectionate nicknames that felt overly intimate. Clutching the hide draped over her, she finally managed to rise from her position beside Yin Che. Noticing no malice in Yasang's eyes, she hesitated but refrained from denying her secret, merely stating, "Have you truly awakened? Are you aware of what you are saying? I am of the human race. Surely you cannot truly harbor feelings for me." Upon hearing this, Yasang burst into laughter. Chapter 20. Thank you for tonight. He reached out to gently brush the dust from Xiang Qingshu's face, retracting his hand before she could evade him, raising an eyebrow playfully. "But what can I say? I have a penchant for the peculiar, and upon seeing you, my exquisite little human female, I cannot help but be captivated. Your unique identity as a human, coupled with your beauty, is indeed unparalleled." He spoke no falsehood. He held no interest in the ordinary females of his tribe, finding them either lacking in beauty or charm. This human female was extraordinary, beautiful, and distinct. Among the myriad beastmen across the continent, she was the sole human. Was that not enough to warrant his desire? He simply had to make her his. Xiang Qingshu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Should she express gratitude that his affection was not solely based on her secret? Yet, this was hardly the right moment for such discussions. Glancing at the unconscious Yin Che, she realized they could not linger here any longer. The scent of blood might attract more beasts or other beastmen. "Yasang, please help me. My partner is unconscious, and I require a safe place for him to rest. I am also quite hungry. I have not eaten all day. If you assist me, I am willing to exchange something of value. Though she possessed nothing at the moment, she was confident that once Yin-che awoke, she would have plenty to offer. However, Yisong's focus was not on the exchange. He had only heard her plea for help. Without hesitation, he nodded decisively. Very well, I shall assist you. Rest assured, I will find a secure location for you. With me by your side, you shall be safe. But tell me, is he truly your partner? Are you certain? Though unsure why Yisong posed such a question, Xiang Qingshu affirmed, he is. Once he awakens, we shall bond as partners. He is indeed my mate. Hearing her resolute response, Yisong felt a fleeting pang of disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. Even if he wasn't the first, being the second was still significant. The distinction between first and second was not as vast as one might think. With this thought, Yisong joyfully transformed back into his beast form, turning to Xiang Qingshu and beckoning, "Climb aboard," as he spoke. His fluffy tail coiled around Yin-che, lifting him effortlessly onto his back. Surprised by his readiness, Xiang Qingshu swiftly reacted, climbing onto the fox's back and cradling Yin-che in her arms. Observing this, Yisong discreetly allowed Yin-che to rest while wrapping his tail around both Xiang Qingshu and Yin-che, ensuring their security. Once he was certain she was settled, Yisong began to move, initially cautious. Fearing Xiang Qingshu might not adapt well, he started at a slow pace. However, seeing no adverse reactions from her, he gradually increased his speed. Before departing, Xiang Qingshu glanced back at the pile of beast corpses. Noting at least 30 slain beasts, such a bounty would sustain Yin-che for quite some time. Reflecting on how Yin-che had tirelessly traveled for her sake without a proper meal, she felt a pang of reluctance as she watched the distant figures of the beasts fade away. Noticing that Yisong was preoccupied with the path ahead, she seized the opportunity to store the beast carcasses into her spatial pocket from a significant distance. Looking at the high pile of beasts within her space, Xiang Qingshu felt a surge of joy. With provisions at hand, there would be no need for Yin-che to risk hunting again. However, before she could revel in her good fortune, Yisong's voice chimed in, teasingly. I saw that, you know. Xiang Qingshu gasped, quickly looking down but only glimpsing the back of Yisong's head. He had not turned to face her. Was he playing a trick on her? It seemed Yisong anticipated her thoughts, promptly clarifying, did you forget that I am a beastman? Our senses are exceptionally acute. It's quite adorable to see you attempting to be discreet beneath my very nose. As he spoke, Yisong chuckled merrily, genuinely amused by her antics. He continued, considering our relationship has grown to this extent, should you not share your name with me? It is only fair. I have disclosed mine, and you ought to reveal yours as well. How embarrassing it would be to not know the name of my future partner. What Yisong said next faded into the background for Xiang Qingshu, who found herself unable to respond, her fists clenched in frustration. She had never anticipated that in her efforts to guard her secret, she would repeatedly falter. She had been certain he was oblivious to her actions. How could this happen? Alas, it was too late to retract her actions. The exposure of her spatial pocket and protective barrier, even if he did not grasp the full extent of her secret, was tantamount to its revelation. Could she eliminate him? That was, of course, out of the question. She had seen the blue beast mark on his chest. Even Yin-che would struggle to defeat him. Moreover, he was a good person. And it was clear he had the backing of a tribe. To kill a high-ranking beastman without cause would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from his tribe. A perilous situation indeed, since killing him was not an option. She had no choice but to assimilate him into her circle, to ensure her own safety. With this realization, Xiang Qingshu sighed, feeling an overwhelming desire to give up. This tumultuous existence had yet to provide her with a semblance of stability. Yet, surrender was not an option. She would have to wait until Yin-che regained consciousness. As it stood, Yisong appeared genuinely interested in her, and she could observe his intentions, should she determine that his affections were sincere. Accepting him could be advantageous. However, if he were merely jesting, insincere in his declarations, then once Yin-che recovered, she would ensure he could not survive, utilizing poison and Yin-che's strength to increase her chances of success. Her secret must remain undisclosed to outsiders at all costs. I am called Qingshu, she finally uttered, albeit reluctantly, feeling somewhat defeated. She had endured a blow to her pride, her spirits dampened, despite not harboring any ill feelings towards Yisong, who had indeed saved them. She added, thank you for tonight. However, you must not speak of my secret. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let you escape unscathed, even if it means our mutual demise." Her grave words, meant to sound threatening, reached Yasong's ears as the softest of tones. Lacking any real menace, he chuckled once more. "Fear not, Qingshu, I have already declared my desire to be your partner. I would never harm my beloved." Reflecting on their encounter, Yasong recognized that Xiang Qingshu still held some reservations about him. With earnestness, he reassured her once more, "I am serious, very serious." Chapter 21. How remarkably unguarded he is. It is difficult to discern whether he is serious or not at present. Xiang Qingshu chose not to respond, but having decided to observe, they were now moving together. Certain matters could not be concealed from Yasang. Otherwise, their lack of communication might lead to unforeseen troubles. After all, she was still unaware of the current situation in the Tusu tribe and whether they continued to pursue her. Thus, Xiang Qingshu recounted the origins of herself and Yin Che, particularly the actions of the Tusu tribe, which she described without embellishment, presenting the victim's position quite plainly. Upon hearing this, Yasang was incensed, his anger palpable. "They actually dared to feed you the sacred fruit, even if you are of the human race. You are a precious female. How could they act so brazenly?" Having said that, his mind abruptly cleared. "Qingqing, for our safety, we must hasten our journey. The recent disturbances have surely alerted many nearby beastmen. Even if they do not approach us now, they will undoubtedly come soon. The Tusu tribe members might also have noticed something amiss and followed us. I know you are hungry, but please endure a little longer. Once we are further away, I will roast some meat for you to eat on the way. Afterward, I will take you both back to the fox tribe. Once we enter the tribe, no one will be able to harm you." Xiang Qingshu had no objections to Yasang's plans. Although she was unfamiliar with the fox tribe, it was clear that the Tusu beastmen would not dare act recklessly against them. For the moment, it appeared to be a suitable refuge. She nodded in agreement, and Yasang quickened his pace, vanishing from the land with remarkable speed. They ran for a considerable distance until they were certain they had distanced themselves from the recently bloody area. Yasang stopped beneath a tree hollow, retrieving flint and dry wood from within, and began roasting meat for Xiang Qingshu. He did not hunt. The meat had been taken from her storage space, which Yasang had seen, and Xiang Qingshu did not hide it, making the situation more convenient. Yasang was utterly astonished. The prey seemingly appeared and disappeared at will, which struck him as extraordinary. However, he refrained from asking questions and quietly continued roasting the meat. Once it was cooked, he carefully blew on it and wrapped it in a large leaf before handing it to Xiang Qingshu. He then resumed carrying her and Yin Che, setting off once more. According to Yasang, they still had 2 days' journey to reach the fox tribe. It was not far, but in order to return swiftly, they would not rest during these 2 days. Even while roasting meat, Yasang prepared several large pieces, allowing Xiang Qingshu to eat whenever she grew hungry. Although this arrangement would be arduous, it was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Xiang Qingshu was not one to be delicate. After satisfying her hunger and quenching her thirst, she gave Yin Che some spirit spring water and settled against Yasang's tail to rest. They passed 2 days in this manner, waking to eat, sleeping after being satiated, occasionally tending to Yin Che or stopping for a brief respite. At long last, Yin Che awakened. When he did, Yasang was in motion, and perhaps due to the disorientation from his previous stupor, he felt the jolting beneath him and called out, "Qingqing," as he attempted to rise, only to find himself firmly pinned down by Yasang's tail. Unable to move, Yasang bore no ill intent, but Yin Che was startled, instinctively struggling without taking in his surroundings, repeatedly calling Xiang Qingshu's name. Upon closer inspection, his voice trembled slightly. Xiang Qingshu hurried to reassure him. "Yin Che? I am here. Look closely. I am right here." Upon hearing her voice, Yin Che finally calmed down, though his gaze remained red-rimmed and misty. Once he confirmed that Xiang Qingshu was safe and sound, he suddenly embraced her tightly. Choking on his words, I'm sorry, I almost killed you." He recalled the memories from before his unconsciousness, understanding that Ling Ran had administered the aphrodisiac to him, intending to take advantage of his weakened will to bond with him. He had barely managed to maintain control, intending to leave quickly, when he heard Qingqing's voice mentioning that they meant to feed her the sacred fruit and send her to the female den. Enraged, he realized they could no longer remain in the Tusu tribe. Even if he could control himself and avoid mating with Ling Ran, he could not risk whether he could protect Qingqing in such a precarious state. He fought with the leader and many beastmen who surrounded him, but he had no desire to linger. He broke through their ranks and dashed out, seizing Qingqing and fleeing. By then, he had resolved that he would never return to the Tusu tribe, which had harmed his partner. However, the situation left him no time to process the effects of the drug. The aphrodisiac could maintain rationality if one mated or calmed down, but if one ran, like he did, it only intensified with blood circulation. Not long after escaping the Tusu tribe, he had already lost control. Yet, he kept reminding himself that someone was pursuing them, and he could not stop, which is why he refrained from pulling Qingqing down into oblivion. This matter remained unresolved. If they did not flee, the Tusu tribe would certainly capture them again, forcing him to bond with Ling Ran, while Qingqing would be fed the sacred fruit and sent to the female den, ultimately leading to her demise. If they ran, even if they evaded the pursuit of the Tusu tribe, they could not escape the loss of control within himself. Though he did not know why he ultimately lost consciousness, he feared that had he not fainted and acted upon Qingqing in his current state, she would not have withstood it and might have perished. It was he who failed to protect her. Xiang Qingshu understood Yin Chei's guilt, feeling his trembling arms around her. She embraced him tightly in return and softly reassured him. "It's all right. Don't worry that I'm perfectly fine now. Aren't I? Rest assured, I possess a secret weapon. No one can harm me. Even if I were poisoned, I could detoxify. Remember how I neutralized the aphrodisiac you were under? Truly, everything is fine. We are safe now, so do not fear." Perhaps her tone was excessively gentle and calming, or perhaps it was the assurance of their current safety. Yin Che gradually calmed down, loosening his grip slightly while still holding onto Xiang Qingshu. However, when he felt the unfamiliar texture of the ordinary beast hide she was now wearing instead of her previous attire, he finally released her, lowering his head in shame. He had failed to protect even her last garment. "Qingqing, I'm sorry. Could you please stop saying sorry? What meaning does it hold to keep apologizing?" Yasang's sudden interjection cut through Yin Che's sorrowful mood, and he finally realized that they were, in fact, atop a fox's back. How careless of him to have been so unguarded. Chapter 22 I am not of your world. Yin Che's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Who are you?" At this, Yasang became animated, clearing his throat and solemnly introducing himself. "I am Yasang. We are currently en route to the Fox tribe. I have come to an agreement with Qingqing. I discovered her secret, and she has accepted me as her partner. Thus, I am also Qingqing's future mate." "Secret?" Yin Che was taken aback. What secret could Qingqing possibly hold? At this moment, Xiang Qingshu felt her cheeks flush, not out of embarrassment from Yasang's bold declaration, but rather from feeling somewhat guilty towards Yin Che. Having been together for so long, Yin Che remained unaware of her secret, and now a recently acquainted beastman was privy to it before him. She felt a twinge of embarrassment. Naturally, Yin Che noticed her expression and, seeing her at a loss for words, began to recall the moments that had made his heart race, coming to a realization. He murmured, "Is it about the sweet water?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingshu nodded and then shook her head, contemplating that since they had reached this point, there was little sense in keeping it hidden any longer. She began to explain. "Indeed, it is a mix of truth and fiction. I am not from your world. I was inadvertently brought here by your beast god. Due to the vast distance between our worlds, even the beast god cannot return me. To ensure my survival, the beast god gifted me with some treasures." Following this, Xiang Qingshu briefly described the treasures, sharing everything without reservation, including how she had met Yasang. "What you witnessed, Yasang, was my protective barrier in action, reflecting the harm from those wild beasts. Previously, in the Tusu tribe, it was also this shield that kept Nada and the others from capturing me." After her succinct explanation, Xiang Qingshu anticipated that Yin Che and Yasang would have many questions, yet their focus did not dwell on the treasures she had mentioned. Yin Che's eyes sparkled. "Qingqing, you just said the beast god enhanced your body, making you stronger and able to bear young. Is that true? And you can exchange the young for resources?" Yasang, too, was immensely delighted. The matter of resources was secondary. Initially, he had no fixation on having offspring. Upon learning that Qingqing was of the human race, he felt no regret, but hearing now that she could indeed give birth was a source of genuine joy. "Qingqing, let us bond once we return. I wish to bear offspring with you. Your beauty is unparalleled, and I too possess my own charm. Surely, our progeny would be the most exquisite among all younglings. Xiang Qingshu observed that the orc's interests were indeed peculiar. Even more astonishing was her own reaction. Despite having initially intended to observe Yaseng before making a decision, upon hearing his eager desire to procreate with her, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Was she adapting too swiftly? Noticing her furrowed brow, Yin Che was the first to grasp the situation, quickly assuring her, "It's perfectly fine if Qingshu does not wish to have offspring. We need not proceed as your partner. I will ensure your needs are met, and I vow to never place you in harm's way again. I swear it before the beast god." In response, Yaseng promptly halted, raising a paw with utmost seriousness, declaring, "I too swear before the beast god, even if Qingshu possesses no treasures, even if she cannot bear young, I shall always protect her and ensure she suffers no harm." As the two orcs concluded their declarations, their gazes met in the air, an unspoken challenge hanging between them. Xiang Qingshu watched their interaction with a tinge of sorrow. She gently tugged on Yin Che's hand, drawing him close to her, and whispered her concerns regarding Yaseng. To her surprise, Yin Che dismissed her worries, affectionately patting her head, and said, "Do not fret, Qingshu. Since he is aware of our secret, we cannot let him leave. Given the current circumstances, your lack of resistance suggests he is a good beast. And if he is indeed a good beast, you can rest assured in forming a bond with him, regardless of whether his intentions are genuine. Once he bears the beast mark, he cannot afford to risk insincerity, for the mark can only be bestowed once in a lifetime." His words, while blunt, were grounded in truth. With the beast mark in her possession, Yaseng's very essence was intertwined with hers, leaving little to fear. "I must ask, do you not consider the presence of others when whispering secrets? Discussing my heart in front of me, Qingshu, it pains me. I have earnestly expressed my desire to bond with you several times, and yet you still harbor doubts." Yaseng felt utterly dejected, his ears drooping as his spirits visibly waned. Seeing this, Xiang Qingshu felt a pang of compassion. Yaseng was genuinely a good individual. When she was vulnerable, he had behaved with utmost decorum, refraining from any inappropriate gazes, and without hesitation, he had offered to assist her. Yin Che was right. She should not harbor doubts. The initiative lay in her hands, and even if he were not sincere, his heart would inevitably grow true by her side. No beast would entertain betrayal towards their partner. It would be a futile endeavor. With this realization, the tension within her eased. She truly needed multiple partners, and given the current situation, there was no need for pretenses. She must embrace him. Although her understanding of Yaseng was limited, he appeared to possess commendable qualities, and she believed that with mutual effort, they could navigate their relationship without issue. Emboldened by her thoughts, she reached out, gently stroking the fur at Yaseng's neck, and reassured him, "I do not doubt you. I merely find myself disoriented in this new world, struggling to adapt to its rules. I have always believed that two individuals must mutually cherish one another and share many years together before forming a bond. However, I have come to understand that upon our return to the Fox clan, we shall bond immediately. Yet, I must first bond with Yin Che, as I have already promised him that, before subsequently bonding with you. Does this arrangement suit you? Really? Truly?" Yin Che and Yaseng exclaimed in unison, their joy palpable. Upon hearing Xiang Qingshu firmly declare, "I do not deceive beasts," Yaseng leapt into the air, exclaiming, "How wonderful! I did not expect this journey to yield me a partner. I am truly remarkable." However, before he could fully leap, Yin Che delivered a heavy punch, grounding him. "Steady now, Qingshu is still on your back." At this, Yaseng froze momentarily, then turned to glance at Xiang Qingshu. Seeing her amused expression, he grinned, "Do not worry, Qingshu. I will not let you fall." Chapter 23. My partner accompanied by her partner, he paced restlessly, suddenly feeling an urgent desire to return to the tribe. Although he was poised to sprint, he first turned to Xiang Qingshu, reminding her, "Hold on tight, Qingshu. We are setting off with that." Yaseng dashed forward, his speed so great that it nearly caused Xiang Qingshu to topple backward. Thankfully, Yin Che caught her, preventing her from falling. Just as Yin Che prepared to strike at Yaseng again, he found himself halted by Xiang Qingshu's gentle grip on his hand, her concern evident. "Are you feeling unwell? You were unconscious for 2 days, and I worried about you." He immediately softened his grip, taking her hand with gratitude. Aside from feeling a bit hungry, I am otherwise well. In fact, I feel stronger than I have in a long time, brimming with vitality. Thank you, Qing Shu. If not for you, I might have. As he spoke, Yin Che suddenly leaned down, placing a solemn kiss at the corner of Xiang Qingshu's lips. This marked their first formal kiss, an expression of gratitude and a declaration of his affection. From that moment on, she would be his sole focus. Though he did not voice everything, Xiang Qingshu could sense his emotions. After the kiss, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening their connection. This kiss was in stark contrast to the urgent one from that night. Yin Che's response was gentle, savoring the moment without a rush for more. His lips exploring hers tenderly, as the scenery around them blurred. The cool breeze mingled with the natural fragrances of the plants, enveloping them in a tender embrace. The kiss grew ever more passionate, punctuated by Yin Che's heartfelt whispers of Xiang Qingshu's name. Ching Ching, Ching Ching. Yisang, feeling a hint of jealousy, let out a soft grunt. Though the two on his back remained undisturbed, he refrained from further sounds. Thinking to himself, one day, he too would share such intimacy with Qing Shu, while that imposing tiger could only watch from the sidelines. As they raced back to the Fox clan, it was just past noon. The Fox clan resided atop a high mountain, characterized by its relatively gentle slopes, devoid of towering trees, allowing ample sunlight to stream through. Yet, robust trees and dense thickets were still plentiful at the mountain's base. The sole entrance was guarded by orcs, and others patrolled the surrounding area. As Yisang and Xiang Qingshu entered the territory of the Fox clan, they were promptly noticed by the patrolling orcs. Seeing him return with a person on his back, particularly a female human, piqued their curiosity. Yisang, who is this? How did you come to have a human female? What a rarity. It's astonishing to see a human female. Haven't they all been extinguished? Yet, Yisang merely laughed, unperturbed by their questions. This is my partner, Qing Shu, and her partner, Yin Che. They encountered some trouble, and while Yin Che is a bit weak now, that is not the focus. The important thing is that I have found a truly special partner, and I am about to bond with her. Xiang Qingshu interjected. What do you mean by my partner and her partner? Yin Che added. What do you mean by a bit weak? Their confusion was palpable, but the patrolling orcs were filled with excitement. Really? Yisang, you are truly going to bond? How remarkable. Even you, the most discerning, are settling down. Your father will finally have peace of mind. Congratulations, congratulations, Qing Shu, Yin Che, welcome to the Fox clan. To have won over Yisang, Qing Shu, we owe you our gratitude. You have no idea how bothersome he has been, constantly complaining about this and that, unable to find a female he deems worthy in the tribe. The two orcs chatted amiably with Xiang Qingshu and Yin Che, but before they could finish, Yisang bounded away, refusing to allow them the opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Xiang Qingshu observed this scene with warmth in her heart. Their camaraderie appeared strong. Though they complained, their expressions radiated joy, clearly lacking any genuine disdain. The atmosphere within the Fox clan seemed quite pleasant. Moreover, the two patrolling orcs were enveloped in a warm glow. As were the others nearby, their numbers surpassing those of the rabbit tribe, revealing a strength far beyond mere appearances. Indeed, like attracts like, and people gather in groups. Noticing Xiang Qingshu's favorable impression of the place, Yin Che too felt that Yisang had chosen well. A tribe so friendly towards weaker females could hardly be lacking in virtue. Yet, just as he contemplated this, he was suddenly startled by Yisang's booming voice. Father, mother, chief, I have returned with my partner and her partner. I am going to bond. I am going to bond, Yisang called out repeatedly, while Yin Che and Xiang Qingshu hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Fearing that others might not hear him, Yisang ascended further, his voice growing louder. Soon enough, he had attracted the attention of all the surrounding beastmen. From the thicket, numerous fox heads emerged one after another, each adorned in varying hues, some white, some yellow, some silver. Each pair of curious eyes widened in anticipation, eager to glimpse the appearance of Yisang's companion. Upon spotting Xiang Qingshu on Yisang's back, their eyes brimmed with nothing but awe and delight, exuding an unmistakably friendly demeanor despite their silence. As soon as Yisang uttered his first words, Yin Che swiftly leapt from his back and donned a beast-skin skirt, anxious not to allow others to perceive him as truly weak or inappropriate. Yisong sensed Yin-Che's movement and recognized that he could keep pace. Thus he did not pause, carrying Xiang Qingshu upward until they reached the entrance of a cave at the mountain's peak. At the cave's mouth stood several individuals. Upon noticing Yisong's approach, a middle-aged beastman with red hair stepped forward, his expression transitioning from solemnity to elation. His gaze first settled on Xiang Qingshu, but after just a fleeting second, it shifted to Yisong. Finally willing to return? I thought you had forgotten that you have a home here. His tone bore a hint of reproach, yet Yisong remained unfazed. As he gently set Xiang Qingshu down, he replied, "You are right. Soon I shall have a home with my partner." Heh, the middle-aged beastman stammered momentarily. Then, in a fit of indignation, he raised his foot and aimed a kick at Yisong. Yisong nimbly dodged and cheekily remarked, "Father, your speed has diminished again. Perhaps mother should train you once more. A beastman cannot afford to be so slow. What nonsense are you spouting, you little beast? Is such a thing suitable for public discussion?" How disgraceful, furthermore, considering that his human companion was present. He pondered whether he had no pride as a father. Chapter 24. A most novel Fox Clan din before he could continue his admonishment. The middle-aged female beastman, Chidi, swiftly intervened. "Enough. The chief is present. Do not delay them with your trivialities. The young ones must be fatigued. Let them conclude their matters and return to rest." With that, Chidi shot a stern glance at the unruly Yisong. "Why are you not hastening over?" Upon receiving a reprimanding glare from his mother, Yisong promptly complied, pulling Xiang Qingshu toward the chief, where he introduced them to one another with utmost sincerity. The leader of the Fox clan was an elder beastman named Tingyin, slightly older than Feisher. His hair was flecked with gray, yet he did not appear overly aged. His visage was benevolent, a warm smile gracing his features, and he harbored no ill feelings towards Xiang Qingshu for her human lineage. On the contrary, he was delighted that Yisong had finally chosen to bond, especially with such a strong companion. It would be foolish not to rejoice. However, upon hearing of the actions taken by the Rabbit Lynx tribe, Tingyin's expression darkened. Yet, he refrained from elaborating, turning instead to Yin-Che. "What are your future plans? Will you return?" Yin-Che shook his head. "Naturally, I shall not return." From the moment they laid hands on Qingshu, I severed all ties with the Rabbit Lynx tribe. Tingyin was pleased with this response. The most disgraceful act in the beast world was to harm innocent females. Thus, the Fox clan would no longer associate with the Rabbit Lynx tribe, although they had little connection to begin with. "Rest assured, you may remain here. Since Qingshu has chosen Yisong, you are now part of our Fox clan. Outside our clan, we cannot guarantee your safety, but within the tribe, no one shall harm you." Tingyin's declaration was resolute. He then turned to Xiang Qingshu, smiling as he said, "You may accompany Yisong back without worry. Within the Fox clan, you are free to roam. Should you find it tiresome to stay here in the future, you may relocate elsewhere, as long as you inform everyone before departing, so that we do not lose track of you." That understood. Observing Tingyin's demeanor, which resembled that of a kindly grandfather soothing a child, Xiang Qingshu felt a warmth swell within. He was truly benevolent. He nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, Chief, I will take good care of Yisong." "Excellent, excellent. As long as you both are well, life will be comfortable. Now, go and rest. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Xiang Qingshu was unaware of what Yisong's den lacked, but as they departed, Yisong carried away a substantial bundle of beast skin from Tingyin. Initially, Xiang Qingshu felt somewhat embarrassed to accept it, but Tingyin insisted that it was the tribe's customary welcome for newcomers, and thus, he accepted it with a bold face. After parting from Tingyin, Feisher and Chidi vanished. And without inquiring about their whereabouts, Xiang Qingshu silently followed Yisong back to the den. Yisong's den was situated on the mountainside, where only about a dozen beast dens were scattered, each quite distant from one another, and notably spacious. What Xiang Qingshu had envisioned as a dark, damp den infested with insects was entirely misplaced. Upon entering Yisong's den, he found it remarkably dry and impeccably clean. This den was not one that delved deeply into the earth, but rather was elongated, with walls carefully excavated to the sides, featuring two partition walls that divided the space into 3 sections. Doorways were left in the walls, with the main entrance centrally located, and windows were carved on either side to allow sunlight to pour in, albeit in a rudimentary manner. Xiang Qingshu instantly fell in love with the place. Although the den contained little more than a fire pit and a grassy nest, with a bit of arrangement, it would surely become a cozy abode. Noticing the gleam of surprise in Xiang Qingshu's eyes, Yisong immediately assured, "Rest easy, Qingshu. Before we bond officially, I will ensure the den is properly arranged. Just let me know what you desire, and I shall make it happen." No sooner had he spoken than Chidi arrived with a group bearing supplies. Hearing Yesong's words, she chuckled. "What will you do? How will Qingshu rest tonight?" With a wave of her hand. Over 20 beastmen, including Facier, promptly entered the den, ruthlessly clearing away Yesong's humble nest and fire pit. Chidi then approached Xiang Qingshu, warmly taking her hand and leading her out of the den. "Leave these tasks to the beastmen. Qingshu, allow me to show you around the vicinity. By the time we return, they will have everything in order." Xiang Qingshu was taken aback by Chidi's direct approach to take her away, just moments ago. During her conversation with the chief, Chidi had not shown such warmth towards her. Subconsciously, she found herself drawing parallels to the intricate dynamics between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law in contemporary society, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. She had initially intended to call for Yisong, but upon noticing that both Yisong and Yin Che were already engaged in crafting a new grass nest, she decided to remain silent and obediently follow Chidi. Fortunately, the melodrama she had envisioned, of a mother-in-law making things difficult for her daughter-in-law, did not manifest. Chidi spent the journey introducing her to the scenic beauty of the mountainside and sharing fundamental information about the tribe, particularly detailing Yisong's family members with great seriousness. It turned out that the 20 or so beastmen she had seen earlier were Chidi's partners, and Facier, Yisong's father, was her fifth partner. Chidi had given birth to 8 offspring in total, with over 20 little ones, and only one, named Qingxiao, was from the same brood as Yisong. Due to the high number of births, many had perished. The camaraderie among brothers in the beastly world was not as tightly knit as in modern times. Consequently, Chidi refrained from mentioning Yisong's other brothers, only mentioning Qingxiao, who was not present in the tribe as he had followed his partner elsewhere. Seeing that time was of the essence, Chidi hastily led Xiang Qingshu back. Upon their return, they found that everything had been neatly arranged. The elders, including Facier, had already begun roasting meat in the beast den. Upon seeing Chidi return, they set down their tasks and rushed out to greet her. Chidi surveyed the beast den, realizing there was nothing further she could assist with, and decisively took her leave. Before departing, she specifically advised Xiang Qingshu that if any of the items she had prepared were deemed unsuitable, she should feel free to discard them, and they could simply have Yisong and Yin Che create replacements. Xiang Qingshu eagerly expressed her gratitude to Chidi, causing Chidi to break into laughter, almost reluctant to leave. Until Facier tugged her away as they exited. A profound silence enveloped the beast den. Xiang Qingshu took a look around and noticed that each side room had been meticulously outfitted with a thick and neatly arranged grass nest, indicating that these were Yisong's and Yin Che's new bedrooms. The 2 rooms contained nothing but the new nests and a wooden box without a lid, while most belongings were stored in the spacious living area. In the living area, near the entrance, there were 3 fire pits. One was set up on a rack for roasting meat, while the other 2 held large stone pots, boiling water. Flanking the living area, adjacent to the 2 bedrooms, were racks similar to drying racks, used for storing miscellaneous items, currently filled with neatly stacked animal skins. Beneath the racks lay wooden basins filled with bone needles, sinew, salt, soap pods, and other essential supplies. Numerous wooden basins were organized along the wall, and in the corner, there was a substantial pile of firewood. Even the previously empty windows were now adorned with animal skins, designed to be rolled up freely, resembling curtains that could be drawn open or closed at will. Most importantly, a small cave had been excavated in the wall directly opposite the main entrance, intended for Xiang Qingshu's bathing needs. The entrance to this cave was located on the left, shielded by the wall, eliminating the need for additional coverings. Xiang Qingshu gazed at the prepared wooden tub and drying rack inside. Her heart warmed to the point that she could not help but exclaim in delight. But before her exclamation could fully escape her lips, Yisong unexpectedly approached, presenting her with a pouch wrapped in animal skin containing beast crystals. "Ching, this is all I have. It includes 5 first-level beast crystals given by the chief. Please accept it." Beast crystals? Xiang Qingshu examined the large pouch and discovered it held over 20 first-level crystals, 6 second-level, and 1 third-level crystal. an impressive quantity, especially considering that beastmen also required these crystals for upgrading. It was evident that Yesong had been saving up. Without hesitation, Xiang Qingshu accepted the beast crystals and promptly stored them in her space. Yin-Che, feeling a flush of embarrassment, eventually spoke. Qingqing, you know my belongings cannot be retrieved. But rest assured, all the beast crystals I acquire in the future will be yours. I will strive to bring back as many third-level crystals as possible, ensuring you never face any hardship. Yin-Che's expression bore a hint of shame, yet Xiang Qingshu was unconcerned. She rushed over to embrace him, planting a kiss on his cheek and saying, "It's all right. It doesn't matter if you can't retrieve them, as long as you're by my side. That's all that matters." Instantly, Yin-Che beamed with joy, while Yesong felt a pang of envy. Despite having given all his possessions, he had received no such affection. Contemplating this, Yesong teasingly remarked, "What do you mean it doesn't matter? We agreed to become partners. Shouldn't you hurry and gather beast crystals? Without them, how can Qingqing and you become partners?" Yin-Che paused, realizing the truth in Yesong's words, and straightened up. "You're right. Yesong, to become partners, we must have beast crystals. Qingqing, I must leave now. Once I return with the crystals, we can become partners." Ah, so soon. While it was traditional to use beast crystals for partnership, they had only just stabilized their relationship. Shouldn't they at least rest for a night? However, seeing the expectant look on Yin-Che's face, Xiang Qingshu found herself unable to refuse. Remembering that the crystals served to replenish energy for females during partnerships, she replied, "Then you should hurry and go. Since you're heading out, make sure to eat well and take care of yourself." Her intention was merely to express concern for his recent hardships, yet Yin-Che interpreted her words as worry over his stamina. He promptly assured her, "I will eat plenty. You can be sure of that. Qingqing, take good care of yourself and wait for my return." With that, he departed with renewed confidence. Xiang Qingshu watched him leave, still puzzled by his sudden burst of self-assurance. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought and, seeing him gone, settled by the fire pit, eagerly awaiting the roasted meat. The aroma of salted meat was distinctly different from that of unsalted. Observing her eagerness, Yesong, ever accommodating, skillfully tore off the top layer of roasted meat and offered it to her. "Qingqing, you must try this." He brought the meat to Xiang Qingshu's lips, and she naturally accepted it. So delicious. Though it still bore a strong gamey flavor, her previous experiences in the beast world had equipped her to enjoy even such robust meat with delight. Unfortunately, the meat was not yet fully cooked, so she had to wait as Yesong continued to turn and roast it before long. Yesong finished one layer and fed it to her, alternating between roasting and eating, with nothing amiss other than the occasional heat. After Xiang Qingshu had her fill, Yesong swiftly polished off the remaining roasted meat, tidied up the remnants, washed his hands, and then began to fetch water and soap pods for her bath. Just as Xiang Qingshu was about to mention that she had no clothes to wear, Yesong emerged from the bathing area, promptly retrieving animal skins and bone needles. After measuring a few times against her, he began to sew garments. Before starting, he urged her, "Qingqing, hurry and wash up. I will bring the finished clothes to you once I'm done. If you need anything, just call for me. I will be right here waiting." As Xiang Qingshu gazed at him, an inexplicable emotion suddenly surged within her heart. This sensation was warm and gradually swelled, filling her entire being with a profound sense of fulfillment. Yesong was truly wonderful, and Yin-Che was splendid as well. They were both so fortunate, embodying the kind of goodness she longed for. It was simply marvelous. Upon entering, Xiang Qingshu found water and soap pods, finally able to indulge in a refreshing wash and bath. Although she was still somewhat unaccustomed to using soap pods, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. After a full 2 hours, she emerged, having used 6 pots of water. Yesong had been waiting outside the bathing area and, upon hearing her call, hurriedly handed her the newly made animal skin clothing and grass sandals. Owing to their established partner relationship, the beastmen did not shy away from such intimate matters. Yesong entered with an air of nonchalance that momentarily took Xiang Qingshu by surprise. Yet, she quickly composed herself and accepted this arrangement with equal composure. Fortunately, Yesong did not linger, promptly leaving after delivering the items. Unbeknownst to her, despite his discretion, he had indeed seen her. Yesong's face flushed crimson, and he nearly floated away in his haste. He had not anticipated that after Xiang Qingshu had cleaned up, she would appear so fair and delicate, her skin healthily pink, resembling a blooming flower. she was truly enchanting. The thought that such a beautiful female belonged to him stirred a genuine reaction within Yasang, causing him to freeze momentarily before he promptly informed Xiang Qingshu that he too needed to bathe, rushing out of the beast den. Xiang Qingshu remained oblivious to the chain reaction that ensued from just a single glance, and she harbored no particular thoughts about his desire to wash. After all, he had been traveling for days, and it was only natural that he would wish to cleanse himself. After donning her clothing, Xiang Qingshu stepped outside and found a furry animal skin to dry her hair. Once her hair was sufficiently dried, she hung the skins used for her body and hair separately on the rack in the bathing area, then stepped out of the cave to sit on a stone at the entrance, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 26. Ching Ching, may I kiss you? The afternoon sun of spring was not overly intense, merely warm and inviting, lulling one into a delightful drowsiness. When Yasang returned from his cold shower, he found Xiang Qingshu resting her head on her arms atop the stone, dozing lightly, her hair, now nearly dry, cascaded over her shoulders, smooth as a waterfall, accentuating her delicate features, which appeared exceptionally refined with a rosy hue. For a fleeting moment, Yasang felt his heart race uncontrollably, as if he were experiencing weightlessness, and he could not regain his previous rhythm. After standing in a daze for quite some time, he finally remembered his duties as a partner and hurried over to lift Xiang Qingshu, carrying her back to the right beast den. Xiang Qingshu sensed someone moving her and opened her eyes. Seeing it was Yasang, she relaxed and closed her eyes again, allowing him to place her in the soft, fur-lined nest. However, after setting her down, Yasang did not leave. He lay beside her, his gaze fixed intently upon her, his eyes filled with a fervor that even an ordinary person like Xiang Qingshu could perceive. Unable to ignore his gaze any longer, Xiang Qingshu opened her eyes again, feeling somewhat helpless. "What are you staring at me for?" she asked. Noticing the evident joy in her eyes, Yasang's face turned bright red. After a moment of hesitation, he timidly posed a request. "Ching Ching, may I kiss you?" Xiang Qingshu was momentarily taken aback by his words, then burst into laughter. "You want to kiss me?" she teased, deliberately pausing for effect. "No, we haven't yet formed a partnership, so we cannot kiss. But why can Yin She? You kissed him but not me. Do you not like me?" As she spoke, Yasang's tail instinctively sprang forth in excitement. Unlike the tiger tribe, the fox tribe's tails were fluffy and voluminous, and his tail was a striking red, not tinged with orange, but a pure, vibrant hue that caught the eye. The moment it appeared, Xiang Qingshu's attention was immediately drawn to it. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp the gently swaying tail, her fingers gliding over its soft, smooth fur. Meanwhile, Yasang froze entirely. Witnessing Xiang Qingshu's fondness for his tail sent his face into an even deeper shade of red. With each gentle stroke, he trembled slightly, becoming acutely aware of his sensitivity. In his heart, he mused, so she does not dislike him. In fact, she holds a fondness for him. That was reassuring. With newfound determination, Yasang lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against her cheek. After that brief moment, he retreated, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping for her response. In response, Xiang Qingshu blinked, realizing she could no longer pretend to be coy. Her tail had betrayed her. She lifted her gaze to meet Yasang's, her eyes locking onto his, which sparkled like a clear spring. Despite their captivating allure, they held no seductive undertones, only sincere earnestness and honesty. Drawn in by such sincerity, Xiang Qingshu found herself leaning closer, inch by inch, until she finally pressed her lips against his, igniting a warmth that enveloped her. His lips were soft, akin to clouds or mist, cradling her with a gentle warmth that she savored deeply. As she experienced his warmth, gradually intensifying, her novice skills in kissing unexpectedly brought her a few moments of pleasure. To her astonishment, Yasang's learning ability was remarkably quick. He swiftly mastered the art of kissing, taking the lead and passionately pressing his lips against hers, holding her firmly in the grassy nest. Xiang Qingshu wrapped her arms around his neck, completely immersed in this newfound intimacy. They continued until their hair became disheveled, clothing discarded, and Yasang's kisses began trailing from her chin downward, his hands gradually straying to linger between her thighs. Suddenly, Yasang halted, realizing he was on the verge of losing control. He had promised Yin She that he would wait until the partnership was established, and he could not disrupt the arrangement, lest there be trouble later. With great effort, he suppressed the urge to continue. Yet the allure of his partner, who resembled a ripe peach, was nearly irresistible. He could not help but lean down once more, holding her close for another kiss. Finally, it was Xiang Qingshu who called out to him, prompting Yasang to release her, retreating in a somewhat flustered manner. By this time, Xiang Qingshu's drowsiness had completely vanished. Watching Yasang flee in a flurry, she chuckled, only to be interrupted by a yawn. After such a long journey, it was only natural that she felt fatigued, so she decided to rest. When Yasang returned, having composed himself, he found Xiang Qingshu fast asleep. Observing her serene expression, he felt a mix of helplessness and affection. Despite his turmoil, she remained blissfully unaware, having succumbed to slumber. How could she be so adorable? Yasang, oblivious to the implications of his gaze, covered her with a fur skin before stepping outside to tidy up the bathing area. Once everything was in order, he retrieved animal skins and bone needles to continue crafting clothing for his beloved Qingqing. When Yin Che returned, the sky had long since darkened. At that moment, Xiang Qingshu was still asleep, but Yasang had already prepared dinner, waiting for her to awaken. Yin Che made a brief visit to his own beast den on the left before hurrying to the right one to check on Xiang Qingshu. Seeing her peacefully slumbering, he chose not to wake her, instead sitting down beside her, joyfully kissing her cheek. What was meant to be a gentle peck unexpectedly stirred the sleeping beauty awake. Upon seeing Yin Che's handsome face looming over her, Xiang Qingshu instinctively wrapped her arms around him and leaned in to kiss the corner of his mouth. "You're back? What time is it?" She caught a whiff of the fresh scent of plants on Yin Che's breath. Noting that he must have brushed his teeth, a closer look revealed that his hair was damp, indicating he had just returned from a bath. Immediately, Xiang Qingshu realized Yin Che's return signified he had brought back the beast crystal, which meant the time for their partnership was drawing near. A wave of unease washed over her, making her hesitant to meet Yin Che's gaze. Noticing her demeanor, Yin Che chuckled with delight. Scooping her up and planting a kiss on her lips before helping her into her grass sandals and carrying her outside, he seated her beside the bonfire, and as Yasang heard their movements, he had already prepared the roasted meat, tearing it into small pieces and placing it in a wooden bowl. Once they were settled, Yasang handed the bowl to Yin Che. Having completed his responsibilities, he should have returned to his grassy nest, yet witnessing the affectionate exchange between Xiang Qingshu and Yin Che, he could not resist reminding them, "Qingqing, remember, tonight is Yin Che's turn, and tomorrow is mine. You cannot play tricks." Xiang Qingshu felt a rush of embarrassment. Why did this fox have to be so blunt? She shot him a glare but still replied, "Understood. I want to play tricks, of course." She wooed and tea, both from her heart and in principle. This matter could not be trifled with or postponed. Chapter 27. Che, wash up before sleeping. Yasang could not comprehend the complexity of her expression. After all, in the beast world, there were those who formed partnerships with multiple beastmen simultaneously. Hearing her agreement filled him with excitement, and he marveled inwardly before hastily departing. Before leaving, he noticed the stone pot was empty and diligently fetched 2 more pots of water to boil. Having completed all of this, he rushed over to kiss Xiang Qingshu before finally darting out just in time to avoid Yin Che's playful kick. Xiang Qingshu watched him disappear into the night, puzzled. Where could he be going at this hour? Yin Che let out a disdainful hum, irritably wiping the spot where Yasang had just kissed him. With an air of possessiveness, he declared, "Tonight, you belong to me." He broke the rules, and tomorrow, I shall return the kiss. Xiang Qingshu exclaimed, "Are you even listening to what you're saying? It was just a simple kiss." Noticing her astonishment, Yin Che suddenly smiled. "Rest assured. He has surely gone to hunt for beast crystals. The bonding ceremony is different from usual. We beastmen typically use fresh beast crystals for such occasions, never the old ones. Let us not concern ourselves with him. He will be cautious." Understanding dawned on her. She had not considered that aspect. Xiang Qingshu decided to ignore him and focused on her meal. However, Yin Che's pace of feeding her was somewhat hurried tonight, leading her to a realization. Beastmen utilize various tools to enhance their quality of life, yet they do not use chopsticks, as they are heat-resistant and can lengthen their nails to serve as forks and knives. But she couldn't transform like a beastman. Clearly, she would need to carve out a few pairs of chopsticks in her spare time. She couldn't always rely on Yin Che to feed her. Additionally, her home required a cabinet similar to a bookshelf for convenient access to items, rather than having everything piled on the floor. What else was needed? Ah, yes, she also needed cooking spices. She couldn't survive solely on roasted meat. As for washing her hair and bathing, while the soap pod from the beast world effectively removed grease, it could be enhanced with other ingredients to create soap powder that would be even better and easier to store. She needed to persuade Yin Che and the others to take her out for a stroll. She also required more wooden bowls, buckets, and tables. Now that they were aware of the space, she could stock up on more wild vegetables and meats, as well as toxins and stones, just in case they were needed. Xiang Qingshu, lost in her thoughts, unknowingly finished a bowl of meat. Upon noticing, Yin Che decisively set down the wooden bowl. He first wiped her mouth, then tidied the bowl, and finally washed the grease from his hands using ash, before carrying Xiang Qingshu back to the beast den on the left. The sudden sensation of weightlessness brought Xiang Qingshu back to reality as she found herself cradled in Yin Che's embrace. All right, she thought, suddenly feeling nervous. At this stage, she had expected Yin Che to be quite eager, yet after placing her in the grass nest, he did not pounce on her immediately. Instead, he presented her with 3 beast crystals he had just acquired that day, 2 first level and 1 third level. Did you encounter a third level beast today? Xiang Qingshu's voice betrayed her evident concern, which delighted Yin Che, prompting him to sit beside her with JOYTO bond with you. It's only fitting that I use a third level beast crystal. Yin Che held her hand affectionately, leaning closer as he whispered, Qing, I wish to give you the very best, and no matter what it is, as long as it benefits you or is something you desire, I will go to great lengths to obtain it. Listening to him, Xiang Qingshu felt her heart soften. She replied with a simple yet she did not overlook the fact that he had fought a third-level beast. Earlier, while eating, she hadn't noticed, but now as she scrutinized him, she spotted a faint scratch on his back, near his waist. The wound was not deep and had already stopped bleeding, appearing rather innocuous. Yet the trace of crimson still pained Xiang Qingshu. She hastily retrieved some spirit spring water and brought it to his lips. You must drink this. It will aid your wound. Yin Che, however, found himself captivated by her delicate wrist, his mind involuntarily conjuring vivid images of that night when he had lost control. Silently, he bowed his head, reverently consuming the spirit spring water from her palm. Seeing him obediently finish, Xiang Qingshu was about to withdraw her hand when Yin Che suddenly grasped her wrist, pressing his lips against her palm, bestowing a fervent kiss. Xiang Qingshu felt her body instantly tingle, a sensation that surged from her heart to her limbs, inexplicable and undeniable. Yin Che, undeterred, pressed on with his kisses, traveling slowly from her palm to her wrist. He then raised his gaze to meet hers before leaning in to gently nip at her shoulder. Xiang Qingshu, taken aback by his sudden boldness, looked up at him only to be met with his smoldering gaze, igniting a fire within her that left her breathless. Before she could utter a sound, his lips were upon hers, tender yet possessive. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of masculine allure as he embraced her, kissing her for what seemed like an eternity, even greedily trailing down from her lips. Finally, he seized her wrists, lingering on her body in an almost aggressive manner. The peculiar discomfort enveloped all her thoughts. A sudden crackle from the nearby bonfire startled her like a star igniting in the night sky, dazzling and mesmerizing, making her wish to remain in that moment forever. Xiang Qingshu could not recall when they had stopped, only recollecting that at some point, Yin Che had bitten into the third-level beast crystal and fed it to her, allowing her to sustain her energy well into the night, even managing to keep up with him. Yet, as the end approached, she clung to Yin Che, insisting, Che, we must wash up properly before sleeping. At that moment, Yin Che was glistening with sweat, his silver hair tousled and glimmering as it swayed with his movements, a few strands clinging to his face, lending him an air of lazy abandon. His voice was husky as he replied, You sleep. I will clean up. All right, good. Xiang Qingshu slept soundly until the afternoon, missing both breakfast and lunch, awakening to a growling stomach. Fortunately, she found herself cleaned and dressed, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Remarkably, after her first experience, she felt neither pain nor soreness, all thanks to the third-level beast crystal. Excited, she rose, not spotting her newlywed husband Yin Che, but instead seeing the pitiful figure of Yasang perched at her bedside. Yasang was in his beast form, and though his facial features were not distinctly expressive, Xiang Qingshu could tell he looked quite aggrieved. Chapter 28. I desire all that you bear. What's wrong? Did you lose a fight with a wild beast last night? Impossible, Yasang exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch, unable to remain calm over such a matter of beastman pride. I clearly won. I even brought back beast crystals. Yasang quickly transformed, retrieving 4 beast crystals he had warmed beneath him, 3 first level and 1 second level. Lowering his head, he lamented, I'm sorry. Qingqingdai failed to capture that 3rd level beast. We collided, but it refused to engage and simply ran away. I couldn't catch up. Humph, useless. Hearing the commotion, Yin Shay entered just in time to catch Yasang's words and could not help but mock him mercilessly, balancing a small table in one hand and a bowl of meat soup in the other. He softened his expression as he saw Xiang Qingshu seated. Qingqing, I made you a little table and some meat soup. Please taste it and let me know if you like it. Perhaps due to her first intimate experience with a male, Xiang Qingshu found her gaze inadvertently drawn to Yin Shay, her eyes glistening with affection. Leaning in, she embraced his arm and noticed a small wooden spoon in the soup, smiling as she said, Che, you're amazing. How do you manage to do everything? Just as she craved a change of flavor, Yin Shay prepared meat soup today. Their minds seemed to be in perfect sync. Did the beast world truly have tables and spoons? Oh right, they did, but they were seldom used, as beastmen preferred to eat raw meat directly during hunts. The energy in raw meat surpassed that of cooked meat, aiding in their evolution and storing energy to endure the winter. Given their large appetites, cooking every meal was impractical, leading to a preference for raw meat. Only when dining with a partner would they indulge in roasted meat, but the females, also beastmen, relished roasted meat, occasionally boiling some soup. Thus, tables and spoons were seldom utilized, and many households didn't even bother to prepare them. Understanding this, Xiang Qingshu felt an even greater appreciation for Yin Shay's thoughtfulness. She took the spoon, ready to eat, only to be met with Yasang's pitiful face peering over the table, blinking at her. Resigned, she set the spoon down, ruffled his tousled red fur, and comfortingly said, It's all right, Sang. We still have a 3rd level beast crystal, right? Whether it's a 2nd or 3rd level beast crystal, you fought hard to bring them back, and I cherish them all, really? Hearing her call him Sang, Yasang's eyes lit up, ready to respond, only to be interrupted by Yin Shay's fist striking his face. Dazed, he exclaimed, Why did you hit me? Yin Shay huffed, ignoring him entirely, and proceeded to feed Xiang Qingshu the meat soup. Yasang was left stunned. He realized he indeed deserved the punch for forgetting that Qingqing needed to eat at this moment. Cursing himself, he chose to remain silent, no longer angry, sitting quietly by as he watched Xiang Qingshu eat. However, this time, despite her hunger, Xiang Qingshu did not eat with much enthusiasm. Yin Shay frowned. What's wrong? Is my cooking not to your liking? Xiang Qingshu found herself wanting to shake her head, yet upon inhaling the pungent aroma of the meat broth, she candidly nodded. It's all right, she remarked. I have simply grown accustomed to broth devoid of any strong odor. I'm just a bit unaccustomed to this one. The scent of roasted meat might lessen slightly. Next time you and Yasang have the opportunity, would you take me for a stroll in the mountains? I intended to mention to you yesterday that I wish to seek out some edible plants to incorporate into the broth. Adding suitable ingredients would eliminate the fishy taste. Furthermore, I have many other culinary endeavors in mind that require your assistance. Upon hearing her words, Yin Shay promptly whisked the broth away without a second thought. Fortunately, I have also prepared some roasted meat for you to make do with today. Once we find what you're looking for, will you teach me how to prepare it properly? As he spoke, Yasang had already taken the initiative to step outside, bringing in a portion of roasted meat for Xiang Qingshu. Upon hearing her agree to teach Yin Shay how to cook, he leaned closer, simultaneously feeding her morsels of meat, exclaiming, I want to learn too. Qingshu, you are truly remarkable to know how to eliminate the gamey taste from meat. This knowledge will save us much trouble, especially since fragrant beasts are rare. If we can eliminate the odor, won't we be able to enjoy delicious meat every day? His tone was rather exaggerated, leaving Xiang Qingshu feeling quite embarrassed. Just as she was about to respond, Yin Shay interjected, indeed impressive. Lost in thought, a tender smile graced his lips as he gently touched Xiang Qingshu's shoulder, as a member of the human race. I believe that even with a level 3 beast crystal, Qingshu could only endure half a night with me. To my surprise, she managed to accompany me the entire night. My Qingshu is truly exceptional, surpassing many beastmen. Xiang Qingshu was astonished. They were clearly not discussing this matter. Yet he found a roundabout way to boast. She glanced at Yin Che, then at the spot on her shoulder where he had touched her, now marked with a blue-eyed tiger-shaped beast imprint, akin to the blue imprint on Yin Che's chest, albeit smaller. Gazing at this imprint and recalling everything from the previous night, Xiang Qingshu felt an inexplicable blush rise to her cheeks. However, as soon as Yin Che's ambiguous words left his lips, the looks exchanged between him and Yasang shifted dramatically, both regarding her with a peculiar intensity, as if they were eager to devour her. Flustered, Xiang Qingshu quickly averted her gaze, burying her face in her bowl as if wishing to disappear entirely. Yin Che and Yasang chuckled, but Yin Che's smile faded suddenly. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a small green fruit from his pocket. This fruit was merely the size of a thumb, round with a flower at one end, appearing unripe, yet was indeed a mature fruit. Qingshu, he called, and as she looked up, she immediately recognized the fruit in his hand. She hesitated for a moment, then comprehended his intention. Is that a birth control fruit? Ah Che, do you not wish for children? This time it was Yin Che who was taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he quickly shook his head with urgency. No, Qingshu, please do not misunderstand. I desire children. Any child born of you is what I long for. However, if you do not wish for it, I can also forego it. That is why I sought out this fruit. Then I want it. Xiang Qingshu interrupted him, smiling as she replied, Ah Che, there's no need for such concern as for having children. We shall let nature take its course. If it happens, it happens. If it does not, it shall not be forced. I believe that even if I were unwilling, you would never impose that upon me, correct? She had always adored children and had long envisioned creating a happy family with a good partner, yet had never encountered the right one. Moreover, from both her own desires and the options presented by the system, she wished to have children. Not only would it fulfill her dream of a blissful family, but it would also provide her with opportunities to exchange for resources. Why not embrace it? Chapter 29. Please put me down. She had not anticipated that Yin Che would mistakenly believe she did not want children and would go out of his way to procure a birth control fruit. Such fruits were not abundant in this season, making them difficult to find. This beastman was truly something. Upon hearing her express her desire for children with him, Yin Che naturally felt elated. Yet, upon hearing her subsequent query, his heart tightened and he quickly assured her, of course not. I would never impose that upon you, not now or ever. Then all is well. Xiang Qingshu laughed, taking the fruit from Yin Che's hand. Then this fruit shall not be necessary. At least for now, I will keep it, and when the time comes that we need it, we shall take it out. Life is long. There will surely be a moment when it is needed. After speaking, Xiang Qingshu stored it away in her space alongside the bottle of birth control pills. Yin Che observed her actions, hardly concerned about the fruit anymore. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. His partner was willing to bear him children. Regardless of whether she could conceive, her willingness to endure such hardship indicated her care for him. She truly cared for him. This was undoubtedly the happiest realization in the world. While the two basked in their happiness, Yasang felt a twinge of jealousy. Although he understood that Qingshu would not favor one over the other regarding children, the topic had been initiated by Yin Che, and their back and forth left him with no chance to express his own feelings. Alas, what could he do? After all, Yin Che was Qingshu's first. The first always had its advantages, and knowing this, he wished he had backed off. Yin Che's punches were rather solid, so it was best to steer clear. As Yin Che and Xiang Qingshu engaged in their affectionate banter, Yasang took the initiative to clean up after her meal. Once he was done, Xiang Qingshu, feeling invigorated, decided to explore the tribe with Yin Che, who accompanied her, while Yasang soon rejoined them. Xiang Qingshu had initially intended to seize this opportunity to explore the nearby forest, but as time was of the essence, she thought it unnecessary to venture out just then. However, noticing her longing gaze, Yin Che and Yasang guided her through the tribe's thickets, aiming to use the restroom and gather wood and stones for future projects. Their first endeavor was to create chopsticks. This task was simple. Yin Che and Yasang swiftly crafted several pairs, smoothing the surfaces to ensure they would be quite functional. After confirming that Xiang Qingshu's cooking methods vastly differed from their own, they made additional plates, wooden bowls, spoons, and cups, as well as spatulas and forks, following her specifications. These small items required minimal effort. Once they understood the shapes needed, they completed the tasks with great speed. Having prepared ample quantities, Xiang Qingshu directed them to construct 2 stone pots anew. Positioned against the wall on the right side of the entrance, these pots would be used specifically for frying and stewing meat. Of course, Xiang Qingshu had a bit of a compulsive nature, and the pot that had previously been used for boiling water, which Yin Che had used to stew meat, she had already instructed him to move to this location. A new, clean pot for boiling water was established on the other side. From now on, the pot designated for boiling water would remain untouched, solely for that purpose, to avoid the smell of oil and smoke from contaminating the water. As she found it unpleasant as they completed these tasks, nightfall descended upon them. Having dined late, Xiang Qingshu was not particularly hungry, and neither were Yin Che and Yisang, who were brimming with energy. They opted not to rest, instead continuing to construct a cabinet. The cabinet proved more challenging to create than the chopsticks. In this world, there were no nails, and the beastmen were unfamiliar with mortise and tenon joinery. They simply felled a tree trunk and hollowed it out according to the desired shape. The resulting cabinets were not particularly tall or large, but 2 would suffice. Ultimately, the 2 cabinets were placed side by side against the wall outside the bathing area. Yisang transferred all the small items to one, storing hides, bones, needles, and wooden bowls, while the other held bowls, chopsticks, cups, plates, salt, and powder. Indeed, they proved quite useful. In the future, they would no longer have to rummage through various places for items. Other belongings were not discarded. Xiang Qingshu directed them to reorganize everything. In the end, the entire living room appeared more orderly. The left side featured 2 drying racks arranged in a line for hanging items, while the right side housed a pile of firewood. The entrance stood 2 new stove areas, and on the opposite wall were 2 reasonably sized cabinets. Though more items were present, the overall appearance was far more tidy and less cluttered. Yet, they still lacked a small table beside the stove for placing items, and they would also need to prepare a larger dining table for meals at home, ensuring it aligned with her habits. Additionally, they could use wooden stumps as stools. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice Yisang's increasingly forlorn expression. It was Yin Che who, noticing her distraction, brought dinner to her mouth and gently reminded her. Qingshu, it's time to eat and then rest. Xiang Qingshu glanced outside. The darkness had settled completely, rendering it impossible to see. It was indeed time to rest. Yet could she truly relax? She looked at Yisang, who was pouting as if someone owed him a fortune, and couldn't help but chuckle. Ultimately, she declared, then let us not do anything tonight. I shall first eat, and afterward, take a bath before resting. However, she still took the time to explain to both men the shapes of the 2 tables she envisioned. Once finished, she immersed herself in her meal, savoring every bite. For reasons unknown, Xiang Qingshu found immense joy in arranging her home. In the past, she would become absorbed in the task, unable to stop until everything was positioned perfectly, neatly, which brought her a sense of fulfillment. Yin Che and Yisang surely cannot comprehend her state of mind. She refrained from voicing her thoughts. After finishing dinner, she entered the bathing area under Yisang's eager gaze. Upon her emergence, Yin Che was no longer in the beast den, leaving only the moisture-laden Yisang outside. Upon seeing Xiang Qingshu wrapped in a beast skin, lacking any clothing beneath, his eyes widened in astonishment. Xiang Qingshu regarded him, initially reluctant to spoil the moment, but after glancing at the inadequately secured beast skin, she spoke. Yisang, I desire a camisole dress, one that has straps on the shoulders and is a loose-fitting combination of a top and a skirt. Something I can wear to sleep. The garments here are all form-fitting, designed for the convenience of the beastmen navigating through the woods, yet they are too tight for Xiang Qingshu, making slumber uncomfortable. Very well, I shall craft one for you by tomorrow. Qingqing, Yisang replied, momentarily forgetting to inquire further. He dazedly approached and enveloped her in his arms, just as Xiang Qingshu instinctively reciprocated the embrace. He unexpectedly lifted her, positioning her astride his waist. Startled by the sudden elevation and the shameful posture, Xiang Qingshu flushed, exclaiming, What are you doing? Put me down. We should go to the grass nest. No, Qingqing. The tiger tribe beastmen are fierce and bold. And I am your first partner. If I lack novelty, how would you remember me? Huh. Xiang Qingshu wished to assert that was not the case. Once bonded, she would certainly not abandon an old love for a new one. What did he have to worry about? Chapter 30. Qingqing, I will make it so you will find it hard to forget me. Yet, Yasang did not afford her the opportunity to explain. As soon as she opened her mouth, he silenced her with his own, soft, lingering kisses fell upon her lips, initially tentative, soon abandoning all pretense, as he drew her closer, taking advantage of their closeness to pry open her lips. His kisses tender yet fervent, lingering in a passionate embrace. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart, both gasping for breath. Yasang hastily carried her back to his chamber, yet he did not proceed to the grass nest. Instead, he held her with one arm while the other removed the beast skin draped over her. The long-desired beauty lay before him, causing Yasang's breath to grow heavy. After a brief pause, he returned to her lips, this time savoring the moment with increased gentleness and patience. He pressed her against the wall, cushioned by his tail, kissing her as if painting a masterpiece, until Xiang Qingshu felt as though she were walking on clouds. His kisses finally pausing at her waist, he lingered there, and the delicate caresses sent shivers down her spine, igniting a yearning within her that matched the teasing of his kisses. Yasang, she called. Call me Sang Sang, he urged. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently replied, Sang Sang, only to feel as if she were tossed and then caught, standing there in disbelief. How is it possible to simply stand like this? Yasang, ever attentive to her expressions, noticed the unique joy radiating from her incredulity, and with his crimson tail accentuating her beauty, he felt a pang in his chest, his breath becoming erratic. Qingqing, I promised I would make it unforgettable for you. Indeed, unforgettable, she mused. The thrill of such experiences at the outset was exhilarating, and she found herself enjoying it immensely. Moreover, he felt entirely different from usual. His fervor akin to bubbling magma, his brilliance reminiscent of spring blossoms, and his nurturing touches like the melting winter snow. This beastman must have secretly learned something. This being their first coupling, transitioning from standing to the grass nest, Yasang could not contain himself, ultimately resorting to the third-level beast crystal from the space. Thus, when she awoke the following day, Xiang Qingshu felt no discomfort, while Yasang, now aware of her habits, had tidied her up impeccably, sparing Yin Che any concern. To her surprise, the first person she saw upon waking was Yin Che. Noticing his penetrating gaze fixed upon her, she chuckled. Did you two coordinate this? On the second day after bonding with you, he watches over me, and on the second day after bonding with him, you keep vigil over me? Yin Che nodded. It is only right that he tends to your needs, as he caused your fatigue. If I were to assist him, it would only showcase his inadequacy. After a moment, Yin Che suddenly inquired, What do you think of him? Are you satisfied? Xiang Qingshu. Initially, she had accepted everything well and felt no embarrassment, but at his question, she immediately turned shy. Seeing her flounder, struggling to form a coherent response, Yin Che raised an eyebrow. Is it that I surpass him? I had an inkling I was superior, Xiang Qingshu realized. So this was the peculiar competitive spirit among males. No need for her to respond. Such matters were best kept between the involved parties. Just as she intended to rise, Yasang burst in, holding a bowl, indignantly addressing Yin Che. How could you possibly be superior? Qingqing declared last night that she particularly enjoyed my attentiveness. She wants me, and it was quite unforgettable. Do you have such privileges? This statement instantly changed Yin Che's countenance. Indeed, he did not. While their bonding night had been enjoyable, Qingqing had never expressed a desire for such a thing, often stating otherwise. Could it be true that he was inferior to Yasang, the second? No, it could not be. Observing Yin Che's discontent, Xiang Qingshu urgently interjected. You both are splendid. Such matters cannot be compared. I like you both. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Yasang, who always seemed to relish stirring the pot. She would have to devise a punishment for him the next time they were together. However, both Yin Che and Yasang appeared dissatisfied with her response, their expressions suggesting they were determined to draw her into their rivalry. Hastily, she exclaimed, Sang Sang, I am hungry. I wish to eat. This plea proved effective, as Yin Che's irritation dissipated instantly, and Yasang also relinquished his desire to compete, rushing over to offer her the roasted meat he held, thoughtfully providing chopsticks. with both of them focused on her appetite. Xiang Qingshu let out a silent sigh of relief. At least a conflict had been averted. Yet, why did it seem that since officially becoming a couple, the two had grown increasingly intolerant of one another? After consuming a bit of meat, she finally recalled to check the location of the beast marks. Yin Che's mark rested on her left shoulder, while Yasang's was surprisingly positioned near her right waist. Close to her navel, Dai was quite charming. A small fox with red eyes, adorably rendered, and it looked splendid on her waist. She was fond of it. Ching-ching, Yasang murmured, inching closer. Suddenly, under Yin Che's disapproving gaze, he planted a kiss on Xiang Qingshu's greasy lips, grinning foolishly for a while before reaching to caress her waist. Ching-ching, my beast mark is quite lovely, isn't it? Although this blue is rather unfortunate. I am, after all, a red fox. Wouldn't a red representation be better? Why must it display the blue denoting rank? I must upgrade swiftly. Reaching level 5 should suffice. Level 5? Are you dreaming? Yin Che scoffed, ruthlessly pushing him aside to reclaim his spot next to Xiang Qingshu, despite the fact that there was ample space where he had been. Never mind him. Ching-ching, I finished the table you wanted last night. Would you care to see how it turned out? Really? It's done? When did you manage that? Xiang Qingshu inquired, pleasantly surprised. You didn't tea-sleep last night, did you? You mustn't tea-do that. Rest is essential for your health. Yin Che replied, beaming, don't worry. It didn't take much time. I went hunting last night and found a large tree to bring back for the table. As he spoke, he fed the last few pieces of meat to Xiang Qingshu, then handed the wooden bowl to Yasang before helping her into her grass shoes. Leading her outside, Yasang lamented, being the second is quite disadvantageous. All the menial tasks fall to me. When will there be a third? I wish to delegate tasks as well, yet he swiftly halted that thought. There could not be a third just yet. If there were, he would have to wait another day to be intimate with Ching-ching. No, the third could certainly wait. He had just bonded, and that was more than enough for now. Chapter 31. Now, I have you and Sang. Yasang took the bowl outside to wash, while in the living area, Xiang Qingshu beheld the two square tables. The one beside the stove was unremarkable. Comparable in size to the stove, a long and wide surface sufficient for chopping vegetables and meat, and placing plates and utensils. However, the table in the center of the living room, claimed to be crafted from a large tree by Yin Che, was monumental. Although she had yet to see the actual object, she could easily envision its grandeur. According to modern standards, the table could comfortably seat 20 individuals, and accompanying stools had also been prepared. While the stools were rather plain, resembling tree stumps, Yin Che had taken care to refine them, hollowing out the center for added comfort, making them both sturdy and lightweight, quite practical indeed. Xiang Qingshu reached out to touch the surfaces. They were smooth, free of splinters, indicative of the meticulous effort put into their creation. Why create something so large? There are only 3 of us. Sitting down to eat would require us to be quite distant from one another. Fortunately, the living room is spacious enough that placing such a large table does not make it feel crowded in the slightest. Yin Che, upon hearing this, smiled with a hint of yearning and remarked, currently, there are only 3 of us, but in the future, there will be many more. Moreover, this is Yasang's home. Even if we eventually venture elsewhere, we will always return here. When the time comes and the numbers increase, the small table will no longer suffice. Indeed, this notion is quite valid. Whether in search of partners or raising offspring, in the beast world, a family of a dozen or more is considered modest. Xiang Qingshu also found no fault in this, thinking it quite nice. A large table is perfect for serving dishes, and should the family wish to gather for a meal, they need not worry about a lack of space. Ching-ching, look at me. The dress you desired is ready. You mentioned you wanted something loose, so I made several other styles as well, ensuring they are unique and unlike what any other female has. Would you like to try them on? At that moment, Yasang, who had just returned after tidying up, interjected, stepping directly in front of Yin Che, completely obstructing Xiang Qingshu's view. Yin Che had no choice but to step back and move aside, inadvertently kicking Yasang as he passed. Yet, Yasang seemed oblivious, focusing intently on Xiang Qingshu. Naturally, Xiang Qingshu was unaware of their little antics. Her eyes sparkled with surprise at the familiar style of the dress in Yasang's hands. Yasang's imagination is impressively vivid. She had merely described the general style of the dress to him, and he had managed to create it almost perfectly. However, while the style was similar, the materials differed. Thankfully, Yasang had used the thinnest beast skin available in their world, which, though lacking the airy quality of cotton, remained sufficiently soft and would not stand rigid like a barrel. It looked quite presentable. With the surface hardly distinguishable from a modern dress, in fact, inspired by this dress, Yasang had also crafted numerous looser tank tops and short skirts. Yet, having never seen modern clothing, his creativity was somewhat constrained. The garments he produced featured exposed waists, legs, and arms. The straps varied from double-shoulder to off-shoulder and single-shoulder styles, though none had sleeves. Nonetheless, Xiang Qingshu was thoroughly pleased, cradling the dress in her hands as if it were a treasure. Sang, thank you. These clothes are beautiful and I adore them. I knew you would love them, Yasang replied, his delight evident as he leaned closer to Xiang Qingshu, seizing the opportunity to request a reward. Since you like them, could you give me a kiss, Qingqing? Sang desires at his words carried a playful lilt that might have been charming, but with Yin Che nearby, Xiang Qingshu felt a tad bashful. However, given Yasang's thoughtful gift, she felt compelled to reward him. Xiang Qingshu raised her head and planted a firm kiss on Yasang's cheek, but just as she was about to pull back, he unexpectedly turned his head and pecked her lips swiftly. Xiang Qingshu shot him an exasperated glance, but he paid her no mind, instead turning to Yin Che with a smug expression, noticing his face darkened with displeasure. Their unspoken exchange conveyed a multitude of meanings, none of which were pleasant. Xiang Qingshu, observing Yin Che's unusual sour demeanor, felt puzzled. What's wrong, Che? Why do you look like that? Yin Che's expression shifted to one of sorrow as he glanced at Xiang Qingshu. Lowering his head and remaining silent for a considerable time, it was only when Yasang, the blabbermouth, explained that she learned Yin Che had also made her clothing, crafted from the freshly obtained beast skins, his own skins. However, the styles he created were the conventional ones found in the beast world, consisting of tight-fitting bodices and short skirts. Initially, he thought the garments were satisfactory, but now, with Yasang's creations before him, they seemed utterly uninspired and lacking in novelty. Xiang Qingshu felt a twinge of helplessness. She went to Yin Che's bedroom and found several completed outfits and numerous vine bags packed away. Examining the garments, she noted that while their styles were ordinary, the craftsmanship was meticulous, indicating that Yin Che had invested considerable effort. Without a word, she took the clothes out, allowing Yasang to help her trim some appropriately sized strips of beast skin with his claws, and began sewing with a bone needle. Yin Che and Yasang initially intended to assist her, but upon witnessing her unfamiliar techniques, they silently observed, learning from her actions. Xiang Qingshu had no intention of doing otherwise. Since Yin Che felt his creations lacked originality, she aimed to teach him some innovative styles, requiring only simple adjustments, which were far from complex. Before long, she completed the modifications and presented the altar dress to Yin Che. Che, look, this is called a ruffled hem. All it requires is adding a circle of ruffles to the skirt's hem. Doesn't it look lovely? There are countless styles for dresses. Decorations can be added not only to the hem but also to the top or even the middle of the skirt. The same goes for tops. In addition to straps, one can add outer linings, and it doesn't require major alterations. Just follow the line along the bust and add some simple embellishments. She continued, you can also add sleeves, flutter sleeves, ruffle sleeves, drop shoulder sleeves, and lace sleeves. Lace sleeves involve trimming the beast skin into a lace-like pattern and attaching it to the straps. Isn't that incredibly beautiful? As she concluded, Xiang Qingshu added with a playful tone, the garments created with these modifications will be entirely different from what Sang made. Yin Che's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened. Indeed, the styles Qingqing described were utterly distinct from Yasang's creations. Even more visually appealing. Instantly, his confidence surged. Rest assured, Qingqing, I will learn to make all those styles you mentioned, and I will create an abundance of clothing for you. Clothes you'll never tire of wearing. Of course, there will be an endless supply of clothing. Now that I have you and Sang, I won't ever be without garments. Xiang Qingshu chuckled, so, Che, don't be disheartened. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. You are both my partners, and I cherish everything about you, whether in your areas of expertise or not. Even if you feel dissatisfied, I will always appreciate you. There's no need to be upset over trivial matters. I wish for everyone to be joyful. Chapter 32. Black and black are not entirely alike. Yin Che nodded, gazing into Xiang Qingshu's bright eyes. Unable to resist, he leaned down and nibbled on her lip, prompting a heavy huff from Yasang. after which he genuinely felt elated. Xiang Qingshu remarked, "You two are such children," mimicking Yasang. She huffed playfully before suggesting, "Since we've had our fill, how about you accompany me for a stroll in the forest this afternoon? I wish to stew some meat soup and gather wild vegetables. Eating roasted meat every day has left me feeling overheated." Yin Shay and Yasang, unfamiliar with the term overheated, were nonetheless agreeable to her wish. After all, it was still early in the day, barely past noon, and they had ample time to explore. Thus, they began to gather their things. Yin Shay retrieved the newly crafted vine bag he had made for Xiang Qingshu, along with 2 small baskets he had recently woven, while Yasang prepared a wooden water container to collect water. Seeing this, Xiang Qingshu promptly intervened, filling the bamboo tubes with spring water, 3 in total, and placing them in the bag for Yasang to carry, ensuring everyone would have something to drink. Just as they were about to set off, a golden-haired beastman suddenly approached, requesting that Yin Shay and Yasang visit the chief. The 3 were puzzled. What could necessitate both of them? Even Yin Shay was summoned. Did something new arise from the Tucson tribe? However, with Xiang Qingshu present, they refrained from inquiring further, merely acknowledging the request. Yasang added, "Qing, please wait for us. We will return shortly and one tea take much time." Xiang Qingshu nodded obediently, understanding that she could not hinder their important business, though she was left wondering what matter required her exclusion. Could it be that the tribe intended to organize a collective hunt? Each tribe typically had numerous mouths to feed, including younglings and the elderly. When beastmen captured prey, they would contribute some to the tribe, which would help sustain those unable to hunt or provide for themselves. If that were the case, would her plans to forage be postponed yet again? As she pondered, Yin Shay and Yasang had already followed the orc away, leaving Xiang Qingshu with nothing to occupy her time. She could only wander around the beast cave, searching for anything that might be needed at home. However, given the limited conditions here, Xiang Qingshu struggled to recall what was necessary. Yet, upon reaching the living room, she noticed the dining table was empty. After a moment of thought, she took a plate and placed 3 cups into it, arranging them in the center of the table. 3 individuals, 3 cups. It would be convenient for drinking water. When they returned, she could also prepare a teapot to fill with spring water. This way, even if she fell asleep or found it inconvenient to fetch water, Yin Shay and Yasang would still have access to it. It was a splendid idea. However, upon completing this task, she found herself at a loss once more. Bored, she rummaged through the beast skins in the cupboard and discovered that most had been used by Yasang to make clothes for her. There were not many skins left, and she needed to stock up before autumn arrived. Autumn followed summer, and suddenly, Xiang Qingshu recalled her hair. She would need to make some more hair ties, lest she suffer from the heat of wearing her hair down in the summer. Fortunately, there were already processed beast tendons at home, but she needed to think about how to fashion them into hair ties. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled when Yin Shay and Yasang returned with grave expressions. To be precise, Yin Shay looked somewhat normal despite his furrowed brows, while Yasang appeared significantly more serious. What had transpired? Was there a fierce beast lurking nearby? Their expressions suggested that it was not merely a collective hunt. Yasang shook his head first. It is the rabbit-squirrel tribe. The patrolling beasts have just discovered a dozen corpses of rabbit-squirrel warriors not far from their tribe. Corpses? A dozen? Xiang Qingshu's expression turned grave. Were they looking for me and Ache? Who killed them? We do not know. They are all dead, and we cannot ascertain if they were searching for you, or if there was another reason. From the traces of the battle at the scene, it appears that a very powerful snake beast was responsible for their demise. A snake beast. Xiang Qingshu's sensitivity heightened, and she suddenly thought of the great black snake. But surely that could not be the case. Even if it had awakened and was aware of her presence, it likely would not pursue the rabbit-squirrel tribe for her sake. Yet, Yin Shay suddenly produced a fragment of a black snake scale, even if they are all black snake beasts. Black is not entirely the same shade. Qingshu, look at this. Do you recognize the color of this scale? In the sunlight, the broken black scale in Yin Shay's hand shimmered with iridescent hues, causing Xiang Qingshu's heart to skip a beat in surprise. The great black snake indeed possessed scales of such a colorful black, but she could not be certain it was him. Yin Shay, however, was adamant. It must be him. This iridescent black is exceedingly rare. I have seen many black snake beasts, yet never one like this. Moreover, you mentioned he was on the verge of breaking through to level 4. A single beast taking on a dozen rabbit-squirrel warriors, leaving nothing but this damaged scale. suggests a swift and effortless battle. Such prowess aligns perfectly with his characteristics. With the unique coloration of the scales, a powerful snake beast, and coincidentally attacking the rabbit-squirrel warriors who had harmed Qingshu. There could be no other on this continent. It had to be him. But Che, are you certain? What if it isn't him? He had no reason to do this. We have never even met. Seeing her behave like a naive child, Yin Che chuckled helplessly. Qingshu, are you not aware of the allure a solitary female holds for a male? Furthermore, given his strength, even if he was unconscious, he would still be aware of your existence. You cared for him and saved him. It is only natural he would pursue you. I suspect the place we visited to find stones must not be far from his lair. He likely caught your scent and followed us to the rabbit-squirrel tribe. Perhaps he even learned something afterward, prompting him to act against those warriors. It is likely that the tail had discovered their arrival at the fox tribe and sent someone to confront him or you, which he became aware of. To avoid misunderstandings, beasts usually keep their distance from a tribe when passing through. Even if they must approach, they will send a representative to explain the situation, allowing the tribe's beasts to escort them in openly. Yet, these rabbit-squirrel warriors approached so close to the fox tribe without notifying anyone. It is impossible they had no ulterior motives. Xiang Qingshu suddenly realized this point. It indeed seemed that the great black snake's actions were for her sake. Had he been searching for her all along? Was she not merely overthinking it, being overly sentimental? Chapter 33. How much I adore your passionate side. Seeing the two engrossed in conversation, Yasang felt anxious. Shouldn't you inform me who this snake beast is before discussing it? Qingshu, do you have other beasts you fancy outside? Only then did Xiang Qingshu remember there was another beast present in the room who was unaware of the situation. It was not something that could not be mentioned, so she prepared to explain. However, Yin Che suddenly stopped her, raising his eyebrows at her. Then he turned to Yasang with a serious expression. Surely you do not know? The first beast Qingshu fancied upon arriving here was this great black snake. Strictly speaking, I can only be considered second in her heart, while you are third, Yasang. No, we were having a perfectly good conversation. Having another beast she likes is no big deal. It just means I have competition for the third place. But how did he suddenly become third? He was clearly the second partner. And they only just became partners last night. Qingshu, you like that snake beast? You want me to be third and make room for him? Yasang's expression suddenly turned sorrowful, as if Xiang Qingshu had betrayed him, committing some grievous act against him. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, what could Xiang Qingshu do? She could only pinch Yin Che's side to remind him not to go too far. After all, she and the great black snake had yet to even meet. How could she possibly ask Yasang to step aside? However, her efforts proved futile. Yin Che's muscles were as hard as stone. She could not even pinch his skin. Yin Che, feeling helpless, seized Xiang Qingshu's mischievous hand and planted a kiss on it. Stop squirming. You can do as you please tonight, but not now. We still have to go out. If you keep misbehaving, you won't be leaving today. Xiang Qingshu. She hasn't. She isn't. She doesn't know anything. Xiang Qingshu ignored him and hurriedly explained the situation regarding the great black snake to Yasang, emphasizing his status in the household and assuring him that no one could threaten his position. Initially, feeling heartbroken watching her and Yin Che become affectionate, Yasang's spirits lifted upon hearing Xiang Qingshu's reassurance. He no longer felt sorrowful and quickly regained his joy. He did not mind that Yin Che continuously held Xiang Qingshu's hand, suddenly declaring, in that case, this great black snake is certainly acceptable. Since he is a beast Qingshu has chosen, his character must be impeccable. Moreover, he possesses extraordinary strength. With him, we can hunt many level 3 beast crystals, and perhaps even attempt to surround and attack level 4 beasts, securing Qingshu's future. Hearing this, Xiang Qingshu felt a bit embarrassed. They had just become partners, and he was already discussing the matter of offspring. Wasn't he thinking too far ahead? Yet, surprisingly, Yin Che wholeheartedly agreed with Yasang's words. Initially, upon learning of the snake's sudden appearance, Yin Che felt somewhat displeased, primarily because he had just formed a partnership with Qing's. It was a time of passion, and sharing his partner with Yasang was already distressing enough. Now, with a third party emerging, it was impossible for anyone to feel content. However, Yasang was right. Powerful beasts were indeed rare, and a strong beast interested in Qingshu, who reciprocated that interest, was even more elusive. Moreover, since Qingshu had not taken precautions after becoming partners, Regardless of whether she would conceive soon or later, they needed to consider the possibility. For Qingshu's safety, the higher the beast crystal level, the better. Therefore, they had to ensure this snake beast joined their ranks. They must entice him to agree. Qingshu was unaware of the audacious thoughts running through Yin Che's mind. After feeling slightly embarrassed, she recalled the fox tribe leader and grew concerned, hastily pulling Yaseng aside to inquire. What has the leader said about this matter? Yaseng came back to his senses. What else could he say? The rabbit squirrel tribe's warriors were already suspicious in their actions, and the snake beast acted decisively. The leader could only speculate that there was some personal vendetta involved. However, he is a wandering beast, and we know little about him. Until we ascertain his intentions, we can only remain cautious. Yaseng's expression relaxed. Qingshu, do not worry. As long as he does not harm the fox tribe, the leader will not take any action against him. It is currently not the right time to inform the leader about your connection. Let us observe how this unfolds. As they conversed, he suddenly recalled something and muttered to himself. However, it would be wise to send someone to the rabbit squirrel tribe to gather information. Perhaps we can learn something. With that said, he abruptly turned and dashed away, seemingly determined to investigate. Watching his hasty retreat, Qingshu was left speechless. She had never realized Yaseng had such a fiery side. Was he truly the type to leave at the drop of a hat? Let him go. It would be good to find out whether Nada was alive or dead. Qingshu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly at a loss for words. Che, won't you be angry? What reason do I have to be angry? Angry that you chose to be with me only to be with someone else the very next day? Qingshu replied, I wasn't referring to that. I meant, what about the deaths of Nada and the members of the Tusu tribe? Aren't you upset? Yin Che fell silent, but soon broke into laughter. Why should I be angry on their behalf? They sought to harm you, and thus deserved their fate. Even if the serpent beast had not taken their lives, had I encountered them, I would have acted without hesitation. Anyone who seeks to hurt you, be it Wei or Nada, shall meet the same end. Upon mentioning Wei, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Yin Che's eyes. Qingshu, observing this, felt a pang of sympathy for the great tiger. She hurriedly embraced him, offering comfort. Che, do not be sad. Those people are not worth your tears. You still have me. I will always be by your side. What began as a tender exchange took an unexpected turn. As Yin Che misinterpreted the moment, leaning closer to her ear with a flirtatious tone. Then you must spend more time with me. Before more partners come to our door, you should stay with me all night. I adore the way you express your feelings. Qingshu, flustered, playfully punched him, but Yin Che effortlessly blocked her hand and placed it on his abdomen. Qingqing, touch it. Touch what? In broad daylight, what are you trying to do? Qingshu feigned anger as she pushed him away, her earlier sympathy evaporating. Yin Che merely chuckled, allowing her to distance herself, just as Yaseng returned, exclaiming, Qingqing, I'm back. Let us go. We've already delayed too long. Yaseng remained oblivious to the flirtatious atmosphere between the two. Noticing the distance between them, he cheerfully squeezed next to Qingshu, taking her hand and claiming the most intimate position. Yin Che let him be. They followed their original plan, taking Qingshu to the woods outside the tribe, but upon discovering a corpse, they decided against that direction and ventured the opposite way. Chapter 34. How could one endure such a position? Qingshu possessed knowledge. And even though the flora of the beast realm differed vastly from the modern world, she could identify what she needed. She directly conveyed her requirements to Yin Che and Yaseng, allowing these two human maps to assist her in locating them. With a clear objective, their search progressed swiftly. However, they had yet to gather all the ingredients for cooking and the materials for soap powder. They found an abundance of fresh wild vegetables, which Qingshu eagerly collected, having never tasted cooked wild greens before. She intended to take them all home to prepare. They encountered a few poisonous plants, but not many. Qingshu gathered those and set them aside in a corner of her space, planning to clean them later. Following closely was the gathering of the materials for soap powder, which consisted of only 8 types, all beneficial plants like Hisho Wu and Fong Fong root, which were quite common and posed no challenge to find. The search for various seasonings proved more difficult, with only salt and ginger being the easiest to procure. In the beast realm, there were 3 types of salt: sea salt made from seawater, rock salt from salt stones, and tree salt made from grinding the leaves of salt trees. Except for sea salt, both rock salt and tree salt were abundant, easily processed, albeit in small quantities. However, when collected as a whole, they would last quite some time. With little salt powder at home, Yasang specifically took Xiang Qingshu to gather some salt stones. Utilizing her space for transportation, which was far easier than carrying them back manually. They collected all the salt stones from that area as if invaders storming a village. Having never tasted tree salt, Xiang Qingshu had heard that it possessed a unique fragrant flavor in addition to its saltiness, so she insisted that Yin Che and Yasang take her to the location of the salt trees to gather many salt leaves. After all, her space could preserve them, allowing her to process them at a later time. Ginger, on the other hand, was quite peculiar. Here, it was referred to as spicy strip grass. It no longer grew in bulbous form and appeared vastly different from modern ginger. Resembling green onions instead, with long green leaves above and a white, oval-shaped underground part, maturing to the size of a fist. Due to its long leaves, biting into it unleashed an intense spiciness, hence its name. In the beast realm, it was primarily used in winter to ward off cold and induce sweating, with no one using it as a seasoning. When Yin Che unearthed some underdeveloped spicy strip grass, the stark contrast made Xiang Qingshu burst into laughter. Although her mind had already registered the disparity, witnessing it firsthand was still a tremendous shock. The name was amusing, and the appearance was unexpectedly delightful. Yin Che and Yasang, oblivious to her amusement, assumed her laughter stemmed from finding what she sought and thus worked even harder to dig up the spicy strip grass. They thoroughly searched the area for it. As for other spices, such as five spice and star anise, they found none. But there were substitutes. It was unlikely to gather everything, so Xiang Qingshu opted for a few types that significantly enhanced flavor and aroma. Intending to cook them with the spicy strip grass for a delightful taste, a few other herbs, resembling cumin and MSG, would also serve well in cooking, though the flavors would undoubtedly differ. By the time they had nearly gathered everything needed, the afternoon had slipped away, and as they began their return, the sky was ablaze with the hues of dusk. Xiang Qingshu gazed at the vibrant sunset, feeling all her weariness miraculously dissipate, though only on a spiritual level. She exhaled deeply, and before she could utter a word, Yin Che had already lifted her up. Take a moment to rest. We'll be home soon. He carried her steadily through the woods, while Yasang followed behind with 2 baskets of goods. Xiang Qingshu felt elated. The sensation of being understood without the need for words was delightful, even more so knowing someone was willing to pamper her. Despite their shared exhaustion, they prioritized her comfort. As she pondered this, she recalled the first time Yin Che held her, and impulsively, she asked, Che, can you lift me with one hand? Seeing her eyes filled with curiosity, Yin Che raised an eyebrow. Feeling it imperative to demonstrate his strength, lest his partner remain unconvinced of his capabilities. How strange. On the night they bonded, hadn't she already experienced his power? Why would she question it? Xiang Qingshu had merely asked out of innocent curiosity. Expecting a simple answer from Yin Che, to her astonishment, he effortlessly lifted her and seated her in his arm. Here she was, a fully grown adult at 1.7 meters, being hoisted like a child. Resting upon his arm, one-handed, Xiang Qingshu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Why had she asked such a thing? Although their size difference rendered the embrace not entirely awkward, she was still an adult. A modern adult, and how could she endure such a position? Fearing being seen, she squirmed to get down, only for Yin Che to playfully swat her backside. Don't squirm. We're heading home. His words implied that Xiang Qingshu was merely being mischievous. And after that light smack, he tightened his grip on her. Yasang rushed over, admonishing her, Ching, stop messing about. You were the one who questioned Yin Che's strength. It's a matter of orc pride. He must prove himself to you. What if you think he is weak? Xiang Qingshu thought. This must be a difference in perspective. I was merely inquiring, a simple question. How did it turn into a challenge? But upon reflection, orc strength was undeniable, and her question must have seemed a bit skeptical from their viewpoint. Well then, since it was like that, she decided to remain silent and accept her fate. Yet, as they approached a throng of orcs returning to the tribe, Xiang Qingshu felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, a frantic heat that made her avert her gaze, fearing the strange looks they might cast upon her. She directed her attention to the distance, and in that fleeting moment, she spotted something black in the thicket. As her gaze fell upon it, the dark object swiftly darted away, vanishing in the next instant. Only the slight rustling of the bushes remained, confirming its previous presence. Xiang Qingshu froze, scanning her surroundings for any further signs of the black figure but found none. Could it have been the great black serpent? She hastily tapped Yin Che, relaying her observation. Yin Che immediately halted, exchanging glances with Yisang, who then set off towards the area Xiang Qingshu indicated. After searching the vicinity for a while, he returned, affirming it bears his scent. But why is he hiding? I couldn't find him. He must have left. Could it really have been him? Chapter 35. Just the sight of it awakens one's appetite. Xiang Qingshu felt a twinge of excitement. Yet he had already departed, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Yisang was right. If he had come for her, why would he hide now that she was here? What if she and Yin Che had misinterpreted his intentions? Perhaps he wasn't here for her at all. The thought was quite mortifying. How about I stay behind to search for him? I could also bring back a prey for Qingqing. After all, we'll need to hunt again after entering the tribe with these 2 baskets. Are you all right with that? With a dubious expression, Yisang cast a glance at Yin Che, prompting Yin Che to roll his eyes in response. Who do you think has a problem? Anyone could have issues, but he certainly does not. As he spoke, Yin Che cradled Xiang Qingshu in one arm while lifting 2 baskets with the other, swiftly turning to leave. Fortunately, most of their belongings were stored in the spatial pouch, and the 2 baskets were not overly full, making them manageable to carry. Noticing Yin Che's brisk pace, Xiang Qingshu momentarily set aside her thoughts of the large black serpent and hurriedly called out to Yisang. Sang, I would like to have pork rib soup for dinner tonight. Please bring back a wild boar, thank you. Naturally, Yisang was unfamiliar with the concept of pork rib soup, but he was determined to fulfill his partner's request. Replying, all right, Qingshu, you head back first, and I shall return shortly. I will wait for your return. Yin Che immediately quickened his steps, so much so that Xiang Qingshu hardly had time to feel embarrassed about encountering others before they had already returned to the beast den. Once back, Yin Che instructed Xiang Qingshu to unload their items from the spatial pouch while he headed to the river to clean them. Knowing that Yisang would not return quickly, and not wishing to be left alone at home, Xiang Qingshu volunteered to accompany him. Yin Che, of course, had no objections, and together they took out everything from the pouch, except for the salt stones, sorting them into baskets before heading to the river. The river of the Fox clan tribe appeared quite wide, resembling a substantial waterway, with a considerable depth. Upon their arrival, they found many individuals by the riverbank, predominantly male beastmen, who were either tending to their catches or washing animal hides. A few had transformed into their beast forms to bathe and groom themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiang Qingshu glanced around and spotted only 2 young females among the crowd. One was assisting her partner in processing animal hides, while the other caught Xiang Qingshu's attention. Stifling a laugh, she tugged at Yin Che's animal skin skirt, exclaiming, Ah Che, look over there. A little fox cub is being lovingly groomed by its mother. Yin Che turned to observe the heartwarming scene and chuckled. Little ones can be quite mischievous, especially those who have been cooped up all winter. They tend to be particularly troublesome. Indeed, from a distance, Xiang Qingshu could only make out a dark, fuzzy ball, vaguely discernible as a cub, with everything else shrouded in obscurity. It was no wonder the mother looked exasperated. Bathing the cub appeared akin to enduring a trial. Ironically, while the female was struggling with the cub, she refused to hand it over to her partner, who stood helplessly by, anxious that she might accidentally drown the little one. Xiang Qingshu enjoyed the spectacle. Yin Che had already begun cleaning the wild vegetables. Seeing this, she quickly rushed over to assist, but Yin Che would not allow her to lend a hand. After a brief exchange of refusals, he ultimately settled her on a stone by the riverbank, claiming it would save time since Yisang would soon return. Unable to resist his insistence, Xiang Qingshu resigned herself to quietly sitting aside, waiting for Yin Che to finish his task. Fortunately, Yin Che worked swiftly. Even with several baskets of plants, he managed to clean them all before nightfall. As they returned with the dripping baskets, Yisang arrived just in time, bringing back his catch. Upon seeing Xiang Qingshu, he remarked, still no luck finding him. Qingshu, don't dwell on it. The priority now is dinner. How do you want me to prepare that pork rib soup you mentioned? The prey Yisang brought back was a young wild boar, which, while referred to as small, was comparable in size to a modern domestic pig ready for market. Gazing at the boar, Xiang Qingshu imagined the enticing aroma of pork rib soup, and she felt her mouth water. She quickly directed Yasang on how to process the animal, specifying which cuts she needed, and he promptly took the boar to the river to clean it. Yin Shay also carried a wooden bucket to fetch water, and upon his return, he lit 4 pots to boil. By the time he was back, Xiang Qingshu had organized the necessary seasonings for the rib stew on a plate. Placing it on the wooden table by the stove, of course, there were also the wild vegetables. With the seasonings prepared, she intended to saute a few dishes to accompany the soup, though they lacked oil. This was not a problem, as she planned to have Yasang render some from the boar's fat upon his return. While waiting for Yasang, Xiang Qingshu stored the surplus items back in the spatial pouch and retrieved some wooden buckets for Yin Che to wash and dry. Preparing for the oil storage later, Yasang worked swiftly, taking care to avoid startling Xiang Qingshu. Aside from gutting and skinning the boar, he even removed its head, tail, and feet. Observing the large red mass of meat discarded on the wooden table beside the stove, Xiang Qingshu remained unfazed and calmly instructed Yasang on how to cut the ribs. She categorized the meat. Ribs here, legs there, fat over yonder, and lean meat in another spot, ensuring everything was neatly separated. Once the ribs were chopped into smaller pieces, she placed them all into the pot to blanch. Thankfully, the stone pot was sufficiently large. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge to fit everything. After blanching, she removed the ribs and placed them into the already boiling pot on the right, adding ample seasoning, including salt powder and a generous amount of chopped spicy herbs. Observing how straightforward the process was, Yin Che and Yasang were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated that human culinary methods would be elaborate, yet this seemed rather simple, just a greater variety of spices. However, they had to admit that this method of eliminating the gamey scent was quite effective. After only a brief simmer, the aroma wafting from the pot was distinctly different from what they had previously experienced. Not only had the fishy smell significantly diminished, but an enticing fragrance emerged, igniting their appetites. Yet, they noted that the meat contained an abundance of bones, and they wondered why Qingshu preferred gnawing on bones when there was so much meat available. They chose not to voice their thoughts. As Xiang Qingshu was momentarily oblivious to the beastman's preference for larger cuts of meat over bony ribs, her sole intention was to create a flavorful soup. Once the soup was underway, she instructed Yin Che and Yasang to pour out the bloody water from the pot, wash it clean, and dry it before beginning the oil rendering process. Watching her employ this novel technique, Yin Che and Yasang observed intently, however, as she transformed the fat into small, crispy morsels while the pot filled with oil. Their confusion deepened when she instructed them to carefully store the oil. Chapter 36. No other males are allowed to cross my heart. Yet, their inherent obedience to their partner prevented them from questioning Xiang Qingshu until she salted the rendered fat and offered it to them. Suddenly, it dawned on them. Good food truly requires effort. The fat, prepared in this manner, was not only fragrant but also remarkably palatable without being greasy. Before the official meal commenced, Yin Che and Yasang could no longer contain themselves and each devoured a plate of crispy fat. Xiang Qingshu initially intended to caution them against overindulgence, knowing it could become overwhelming, but upon realizing that beastmen possessed a more robust digestive capacity than humans, she refrained from mentioning it. While the oil was ready, the soup still required more time to simmer, and with such a large pot, it would take effort, as the soup was not yet ready and the vegetables were unsuitable for sauteing. The trio found themselves momentarily idle. Naturally, Yin Che and Yasang could not remain still. As soon as they paused, they sought to craft clothing for Xiang Qingshu from the animal hides. Seeing this, Xiang Qingshu suggested they create teapots instead. While the shapes could not be overly intricate, a straightforward cylindrical design would suffice, requiring only a slightly larger lid. She also remembered the rubber bands. She mused that this was relatively simple. Just cut the animal sinew to the appropriate length and tie it securely. The elasticity of the sinew surpassed that of modern rubber bands. Although it might not appear as visually appealing, its functionality was excellent. These two tasks did not consume much time, so Xiang Qingshu proceeded to discuss other items she desired with Yin Che and the others. Items needed for drying plants, such as winnowing baskets and a stone mill for grinding flour. This too was quite simple, as the beastmen could cut stone with the ease of slicing tofu. Yin Che swiftly fashioned a stone mill that resembled those found in many traditional apothecaries, albeit made from stone instead of iron. The winnowing baskets, however, were more labor-intensive due to their quantity, requiring time for weaving. By the time the pork rib soup was ready, Yin She and Yisang had only completed half of the baskets. By now, it was quite late. Xiang Qingshu hurriedly added some wild vegetables to the rib soup for garnish and began to saute the greens, prompting Yin She and Yisang to set aside their basket weaving and join her in the kitchen. Without soy sauce or similar condiments, Xiang Qingshu's technique for stir-frying was remarkably simple, and in no time, she had prepared 3 plates of vegetables. Once the dishes were ready, Yin She ladled a generous bowl of rib soup for Xiang Qingshu. Placing it on the table beside her as she beheld the steaming bowl, she felt overwhelmed with emotion. It was this aromatic dish that signaled her departure from a monotonous diet of roasted meat. She was about to embark on a new culinary adventure. Oh, how wonderful! Xiang Qingshu could hardly contain her eagerness to dive into the meal, yet she maintained a semblance of decorum. Patiently, she sat at the table, waiting for Yin She and Yisang to serve themselves before finally indulging in her feast. The meal was so delightful that one could only describe her eating as ravenous. Yin She and Yisang observed in astonishment as Xiang Qingshu, who previously could only manage a single bowl of roasted meat, devoured 2 large bowls of rib soup. After finishing the meat, she polished off an entire bowl of soup and nearly cleared all the wild vegetables as well. It was only then that they realized they had never truly fed her to satisfaction before. A fleeting look of guilt flashed in their eyes. Initially captivated by the unexpected delicacy, they had greedily devoured 3 large bowls each. But now, seeing the pot contained less than half of the meat, they hesitated to eat more, deciding instead to save it for Qingqing's breakfast the following morning. After all, they weren't hungry. They could afford to indulge more during their hunting. By the end, Xiang Qingshu had indeed overindulged. Despite the absence of staple food, the several bowls of soup had left her stomach quite swollen. Yin She and Yisang observed her with a mixture of amusement and concern, fearing she might feel unwell, and thus accompanied her on a lengthy stroll outdoors. Once her discomfort subsided, the surrounding beast dens had long since extinguished their fires, and it truly was late. Yisang hurried back to assist Xiang Qingshu with her dental hygiene and bathing, while Yin She stepped outside for his own wash. Upon returning, he directly carried Xiang Qingshu back to their grass nest. As anticipated, Xiang Qingshu did not fall asleep immediately. Moreover, tonight, Yin She seemed intent on allowing her to experience his strength. Exerting himself even more than last time, he held her waist, thrusting again and again, each motion eliciting gasps of surprise from her. It continued until midnight, when, utterly spent, Yin She fed her a second-grade beast crystal. Xiang Qingshu expected him to continue, but to her astonishment, he quickly concluded the activity and took her to bathe instead. Xiang Qingshu was taken aback. "Ache?" Yin She lowered his gaze to her. "Do not look at me with such incredulous eyes. Your partner is in perfect health." Xiang Qingshu hurriedly interrupted him. "I am not doubting you. I am merely curious. How can someone so full of vigor suddenly let her go? This is only the 2nd time, isn't it? If I were to continue, would you be able to rise tomorrow? Missing breakfast and lunch occasionally wasn't a big deal, but if this became a habit, it would be detrimental to his health." Upon hearing this explanation, Xiang Qingshu felt as though she had consumed honey. So it was all for her sake. Her great tiger was truly wonderful. The remarkably disciplined great tiger took care of Xiang Qingshu as she bathed. Once finished, they discovered it was raining outside. Not only was it raining, but lightning illuminated the scene outside the beast den, only to plunge it back into darkness moments later, followed by the sound of thunder. Xiang Qingshu halted, listening to the patter of rain intensifying outside, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. She thought of the large black snake. She wondered where he might be now and if his wounds had healed. Surely he would not be foolish enough to remain exposed in the rain. Or perhaps he had already found a place to rest. Indeed, it was quite late, and he must have fallen asleep. "Qingqing, you are not to think of any other males while in my arms," Yin She suddenly interjected, swiftly lifting Xiang Qingshu, preventing her from touching the ground. Xiang Qingshu was not startled by his sudden movement, but rather taken aback by the rekindled desire in his eyes. "Ache, you." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin She leaned in and kissed her, the kiss unmistakably possessive. Unable to escape his dominance, she surrendered to his whims. After a considerable time, Yin She finally released her, noticing her arms wrapped around his neck as she gasped for breath, her beautiful eyes reflecting unfulfilled desire, which he found satisfying. Let us retire. It is time for sleep. Seeing him leave abruptly, Xiang Qingshu shot him a reproachful glance, initially wanting to say a few words, but ultimately, she dared not provoke him further. She fell silent and allowed him to carry her back to the grass nest. Having exhausted herself, Xiang Qingshu's energy was not particularly high. Lying down, she rested her head on Yin Che's arm, murmuring a good night before slowly drifting off to sleep, though she did not fully grasp the meaning of the phrase good night. Seeing her sleep peacefully, Yin Che refrained from questioning her, simply watching her until he was certain she was soundly asleep. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to glance outside the window. Chapter 37. Let us go mushroom picking today. The window curtains had not been drawn, and he immediately noticed the dark scene outside, which had vanished. Yin Che smirked slightly before finally closing his eyes to rest. The next day, Xiang Qingshu indeed woke up quite early. Although the sun had already risen, she was up significantly earlier than in the previous days. When she arose, Yin Che was already heating pork rib soup in the pot. Noticing her wakefulness, he mimicked her actions from yesterday, adding fresh wild vegetables to the pot. Once the soup was ready, Yasang had already assisted her with her morning routine and placed her at the table. Xiang Qingshu energetically enjoyed a delicious breakfast. Perhaps due to her full stomach and good mood, she suddenly proposed, "Che, sang, shall we go mushroom picking later? The mushrooms, known as flower umbrella grass, should be plentiful after last night's rain." Yin Che was busy clearing the tableware, while Yasang continued weaving a winnowing basket. Upon hearing her suggestion, they exchanged incredulous glances. Yasang remarked, "Can flower umbrella grass be eaten? Are you certain, Ching? Although there had been instances in the past where people had consumed it, some varieties had proven fatal. Was Ching truly not joking? Yin Che, attempting to remain calm, asked, "Ching, do you know how to eat it safely? Have you eaten it before?" Xiang Qingshu nodded. "Of course, I have eaten it before. I used to eat it all the time. Even though the flower umbrella grass here differs from the mushrooms in my homeland, have you forgotten? I now understand the flora of the beast world better than you locals do. Do not worry. I can distinguish between the poisonous and the edible." Both men recalled the treasures imparted to her by the beast god and realized she possessed knowledge that set her apart from them. Although they still harbored some concerns, they refrained from voicing them. Only Yin Che hesitated for a moment, then decided to decline. Ching, let Yasang accompany you today. I will stay home to finish the winnowing basket. Please bring out the plants that need to be dried for me. Once it is finished, I will take it outside to sunbathe. You can enjoy your outing with Yasang, but be cautious on the slippery paths after the rain. Do not wander off. Yin Che meticulously advised her, seemingly resolute in his decision to stay behind, which left Xiang Qingshu feeling quite regretful. However, remembering the many salt stones in her space that still needed handling, she understood that neither he nor Yasang could accompany her indefinitely without attending to their tasks, and thus she did not press the matter further. Then at Che, for lunch, I would like wild chicken stewed with mushrooms. Could you bring back a few wild chickens? We can also make roasted chicken using those spices from yesterday. Wild chickens? Why must it always be these small beasts with little meat? Yin Che and Yasang exchanged exasperated glances. Yet nothing mattered more than her happiness. Both responded in agreement, and Xiang Qingshu promptly gathered the plants she needed to dry along with the basket. Once prepared, Yasang was already waiting nearby with an empty basket. Seeing this, Xiang Qingshu took up another empty basket and cheerfully followed Yasang out of the beast den. Having never ventured out this early before, she had assumed the area was sparsely populated. But upon stepping outside this time, she was pleasantly surprised to find the surroundings bustling with activity. Positioned halfway up the mountain, there were few beast dens, and those residing nearby were primarily young level 3 beastmen from the Fox clan or some formidable level 2 beastmen. There were many female companions, who typically resided in the dens of their most powerful partners for added safety. Thus, quite a number of individuals were now playing in the open space, with plenty of male beastmen, females, and cubs. Xiang Qingshu even spotted the female from the riverbank who had previously been scolding her cubs while washing them. At tea present, she was taking her 6 little fox cubs for a walk. The cubs were white, likely born in winter, and while not particularly large, they were still somewhat substantial, resembling fluffy puppies. They scampered eagerly at their mother's feet, playfully pouncing on one another, occasionally pawing at each other, and several times nearly tripping their mother. In response, their father scolded them, and it was a stern reprimand, devoid of mercy. Xiang Qingshu winced at the sight, but understood from the resilient demeanor of the cubs that the males in this world were raised quite roughly. Though they were only a few months old, they were already tougher than human adolescents. She watched for a while but did not linger, pulling Yaseng along as they exited the tribe. Not venturing far, they found a spot in the nearby forest where sunlight was less abundant. Indeed, there were numerous mushrooms in the vicinity. Xiang Qingshu beamed with joy as she gazed at the vividly colored flower umbrella grass, red, pink, purple, and blue, so distinct from modern mushrooms. How beautiful they were! All those vibrant hues, some even translucent, glimmering like precious gems. Most importantly, many of them were edible. Filled with excitement, Xiang Qingshu dashed forward, and despite Yaseng's attempts to restrain her, she had already stepped into the muddy terrain, exuberant as ever. Originally intending to let Qingqing wait while he gathered mushrooms, he chose to remain silent upon witnessing her enthusiasm, only advising, "Qingqing, stay in this area and do not wander off. Just point out which ones are edible and I will gather them." Xiang Qingshu responded with a couple of affirmations, directly pointing to a patch of mushrooms as she explained, saying, "Look at this one. The umbrella cap has many colored specks, which indicates it is poisonous. The others with pure colors and no specks can be eaten, regardless of how peculiar their shapes are. Just pick them directly." The differentiation of mushrooms in the beastly realm is remarkably straightforward. Yaseng comprehended this and promptly immersed herself in her tasks. Naturally, Xiang Qingshu would not allow Yaseng to labor alone. When Yaseng instructed her not to wander, she took up a basket and followed closely behind, mimicking Yaseng's every step. Whenever she spotted an abundance of umbrella grass, she would call out to Yaseng to join her in gathering. And before long, they had filled half a basket. After finishing with that patch, they continued onward, yet they had not ventured far, merely circling around the vicinity of the tribe. Since no one else was collecting the umbrella grass, their harvest was quite fruitful. However, as they were foraging, Xiang Qingshu suddenly halted and glanced back. The woods behind her were enveloped in silence, devoid of the sudden movements that had startled her previously. Yet, she found it peculiar, as she felt an inexplicable gaze upon her, a sensation that had lingered for some time. It said that if a person's senses are sufficiently acute, they can perceive such ethereal attention. Though her senses, altered by the system, were not as keen as those of the beastmen, they were far from dull. This time, she truly sensed someone observing her, though the gaze seemed devoid of malice, alleviating any feelings of dread. Chapter 38. Indeed, you only favor the great tiger. Xiang Qingshu furrowed her brow, noticing that Yaseng remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences, while the two baskets they had brought were now brimming. She quickly exclaimed, "Sang, the baskets are nearly full. Shall we return?" Yaseng found it curious. Although the baskets were full, there was still some space left. This area was abundant with umbrella grass, allowing them to gather even more. However, upon glancing at the sky, he recalled how much time he had spent preparing the pork rib soup the previous night. Returning now would allow him to start simmering the soup, ensuring that Qingqing wouldn't have to wait too long for lunch. Thus, he posed no further questions and squatted down before Xiang Qingshu. "Qingqing, hop on." Xiang Qingshu, feeling no fatigue, intended to decline the offer of being carried. Yet, seeing her remain motionless, Yaseng reached back with long arms and hoisted her onto his back. With a startled gasp, Xiang Qingshu found herself securely perched on his back, while he lifted both baskets and joyfully made his way home. "We're heading home." Xiang Qingshu could only cling tightly to Yaseng's neck, feeling exasperated. Although the spring water ensured her physical condition would not deteriorate, if this continued, would she not become utterly useless? Being pampered was delightful, but excessive indulgence could prove detrimental. It seemed she would need to find an opportunity to discuss this with them. As a living person, she required a modicum of activity. Upon entering the tribe, the sensation of being watched finally dissipated. Upon returning to the beast den, Yin Che had already arrived. Noticing that Yaseng was carrying Xiang Qingshu, who had a foot muddied, Yin Che hurriedly set down the 5 wild chickens he had just cleaned and fetched water from the simmering stone pot to wash her feet. The weather had been increasingly warm, and though the muddy water did not feel cold, the simple act of washing her feet upon returning was truly refreshing. Xiang Qingshu was delighted, observing Yin Che's serious expression as he showed no disdain for her dirty state. She couldn't help but say, "Ah Che, you are so kind." Yin Shay couldn't comprehend the source of Xiang Qingshu's sentiment, but hearing her praise brought him joy. Qingqing is also wonderful. Better than me. Without Qingqing, he, a solitary individual without a partner, would have no utility. Yaseng found this quite displeasing, letting out a huff, feeling that a mere huff was insufficient to express his discomfort. He then dejectedly leaned closer to Xiang Qingshu, resting his head on her shoulder. Qingqing, you truly only favor this great tiger. I've accompanied you all day, yet you haven't said a word of praise for me. Xiang Qingshu retorted, this isn't the first time. How could this fox not know what she wants? Without uttering another word, she turned and cupped his face, planting a kiss upon his lips. How could I forget my great fox? Sang Sang is also wonderful, in a way that is distinct from Ah Che. I cherish you both. Yaseng felt elated, his head spinning from the kiss, and seeing Yin Che assisting her into new shoes. He glanced at the chickens on the stove and promptly stood up, taking the basket filled with mushrooms and heading outside. Qingqing, I'm going to wash the mushrooms. I'll be back shortly. With that, he dashed off, bounding with such vigor that he nearly spilled the mushrooms. Seeing his antics, Yin Che was left speechless, finding him quite childish. However, he paid no mind, pouring out the foot-washing water, rinsing the wooden basin and his hands, before eagerly pulling Xiang Qingshu to examine the wild chickens. Qingqing, what do you think we should do? Should we cut them smaller like last night? And also this. As he spoke, Yin Che produced a package wrapped in leaves from behind the chickens. Qingqing, this season has limited fruits. I couldn't find anything else, but I happened upon these today. They've already been washed. Do give them a taste and see if they are good. What he held was a wild fruit, the size of a small tomato, yellow with a hint of red at the tip, known in the beastly realm as yellow fruit. Xiang Qingshu recognized that when ripe, they could be quite sweet. At present, they appeared to be in their ripe state. Having not tasted fruit in quite some time, the sudden sight of it filled Xiang Qingshu with immense joy, and she unceremoniously seized one and popped it into her mouth. With a sharp intake of breath, her face contorted into a chaotic grimace as the intense sourness surged through her, akin to an electric shock to her stomach, overwhelming her senses. How could it be so sour? Wasn't this supposed to be ripe? She elegantly spat out the morsel, discarding the tiny piece of fruit flesh without hesitation, realizing that her expectations of sweetness had significantly diverged from reality. Noticing her reaction, Yin Che's expression turned serious as he quickly poured her a cup of water. Is it truly unpalatable? If so, we shan't eat it. I'll throw it away immediately. Wait, don't throw it. Xiang Qingshu quickly grasped his hand. It's not that it's inedible. It's just a tad sour. Eating it raw won't do, but we could save it for roasted chicken. How about we try making called flour chicken today? Called flour chicken? How peculiar a name. Xiang Qingshu understood his confusion but refrained from explaining. Instead, she urged Yin Che to start boiling the chicken broth. Yin Che had already mastered the art of making soup, so she did not interfere, allowing him to complete all the steps on his own, utilizing 2 chickens. By the time Yaseng returned with the washed mushrooms, he tossed a handful into the pot and turned to Xiang Qingshu, awaiting her guidance on preparing called flour chicken. The method for making called flour chicken was simple, requiring few seasonings and minimal steps. After applying salt, they filled the bellies of the 3 wild chickens with mushrooms, various seasonings, fragrant leaves, spicy herbs, and the wild fruits Yin Che had brought back. They wrapped them in several large leaves, ensuring no leakage, and encased them in yellow clay, burying them in the bonfire. Yin Che and Yaseng watched in silence, perplexed by this unusual technique. Could food baked in mud be edible? Xiang Qingshu, oblivious to their doubts, lamented to herself, if only we had lotus leaves. Their fragrance is particularly delightful, far surpassing that of tree leaves. And the chicken would taste significantly better. Unfortunately, such things as lotus roots did not exist in this world, and thus, lotus leaves were equally absent. Moreover, rice and wheat were non-existent, leaving her to hope that in the future, when she bore children, she might be able to exchange some seeds in the system marketplace to cultivate her own. An appealing notion. Suddenly, she felt the weight of numerous responsibilities. Well, that's fine. Life unfolds day by day, and one must take it slowly. After completing their tasks, all that remained was to wait. Once Yin Che and Yaseng buried the other 2 wild chickens in the bonfire, they took it upon themselves to weave baskets. Today, Yin Shay had finished weaving 2 baskets he had nearly completed the previous day before heading out to hunt. 2 baskets would undoubtedly be insufficient, so they needed to work swiftly to create a few more. Xiang Qingshu, however, was unable to assist, as Yisang firmly held her in his embrace, forbidding her to move. Meanwhile, he deftly wove the baskets with both hands, displaying remarkable skill. Xiang Qingshu, feeling bored, leaned against him, watching them work. Gradually, she began to slide down, inch by inch, until her head rested on Yisang's thigh, and before long, she had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 39. Do not recklessly touch the beastman's belly. Both men immediately noticed her movements. Yisang quickly set down the basket and carried Xiang Qingshu into his beast den, allowing her to rest comfortably. When she awoke once more, the den was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of chicken soup. Before Yisang could enter, she had already flipped over and dashed outside. How delightful! It truly smells wonderful. Perhaps it was the mushrooms, but today's wild chicken soup wafted a fragrance far surpassing any she had previously encountered. It was exceptionally enticing. Upon seeing her emerge, Yin Shay had prepared water for her to wash her face. Ching, it's already noon. Shall we have our meal? Xiang Qingshu eagerly nodded. Yes, 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 the cauliflower chicken must be ready as well. As for the wild vegetables, let us skip them today. The mushrooms are so fresh that if we stir-fry them, we wouldn't do them justice. She discovered yesterday that Yin Shay and Yisang were not particularly fond of wild vegetables. Aside from the initial few bites that had astonished them, they hardly touched the rest, which she ended up consuming entirely. Yisang hurried to rummage through the fire pit for the beggar's chicken. Having been worried for quite some time that it would burn, as it had been buried within the flames. However, with Ching asleep, he felt it inappropriate to wake her just to inquire. At that moment, Ching announced that the meal was ready, prompting him to swiftly tend to the fire. By the time Yin Shay ladled 3 bowls of chicken soup onto the table, Yisang had already extracted 3 charred mud balls from the ashes. Following Xiang Qingshu's instructions, Yisang punched the blackened clumps, causing the hard, dry mud to crumble away, revealing discolored leaves within, a unique aroma. Infused with a fruity fragrance, wafted into the nostrils of the 3, and Yisang, being closest, was momentarily stunned. Ching. Observing his excitement, Xiang Qingshu wore a proud expression. Did I not tell you? It must taste delicious when prepared this way. Though it differed significantly from authentic beggar's chicken, the mushrooms of this beastly realm were exceptional, and the chicken itself was remarkable. This rendition of beggar's chicken turned out to be aromatic, fresh and tender, exceeding expectations. The 3 quickly brought the dish to the dining table, and unsurprisingly, Xiang Qingshu overindulged once more. Her favorite remained the chicken soup made with mushrooms, its exceptional flavor compelling her to consume 3 bowls. She even devoured half a chicken, leaving the remainder to be divided between Yin Shay and Yisang. Previously, they had complained about the scarcity of wild chicken meat, yet this time, they left not a drop of soup behind. Consuming every last morsel, Yisang sighed. It was simply too delicious. Ching. Next time, could we perhaps add a few more pieces of meat? Regardless of whether it was ribs or wild chicken, the taste was undeniably delightful, though it felt somewhat unsatisfying. Xiang Qingshu pondered, in truth, many cuts of meat are not suited for stewing, as they tend to become tough. However, if you wish, then go ahead and add them. By the way, let us try roasting some meat with these seasonings tonight. Although they are not yet dried and thus somewhat inconvenient to use, applying the juices to the meat should yield similar results. Upon hearing of yet another novel method, Yin Shay and Yisang quickly beseeched Xiang Qingshu for guidance. Just as they were conversing, a white, round head suddenly peeked out from outside the beast den. The trio immediately spotted it, and observing the sneaky demeanor of the little white fox, they remained still, simply watching the creature that had unexpectedly appeared. Realizing it had been discovered, the little fox whimpered a few times. Xiang Qingshu did not comprehend, but Yin Shay and Yisang understood. Yisang burst into laughter. Ching, that's a cub named Chiyu who lives in the beast den next to ours. This little one has been sent by her mother to ask if you would be available for a chat this afternoon. Finally, a female had come to seek Ching's company. He had feared that Ching might feel lonely without friends. And now that Chiyu was coming to visit, he couldn't have been happier. Yisang knew Chiyu was a good female, so he had no worries about her leading Ching astray. Xiang Qingshu inquired, "A chat?" "Yes, Yu is a female from our fox clan. A white fox who adores food. I suspect she has caught wind of the delightful aroma wafting from our den and is likely curious about those dishes. Ching, if you do not wish to disclose anything, you can simply refuse. Though he personally felt there was nothing to hide about their cooking methods, it was ultimately Ching's decision to make. Yu likely understood this as well, fearing that her sudden visit might make Ching uncomfortable, which is why she had sent the cub to inquire, ensuring that even if Ching was unwilling, it would merely seem like a friendly visit from a little cub. But how could Qingshu possibly feel uncomfortable? Setting aside that these were merely ordinary cooking methods, this was also the first time a female had come to seek her out. Regardless of the reason, Chiyu's willingness to visit indicated a favorable impression of her, which made her quite delighted. Qingshu beamed, I have no objections. Let Chiyu come over, if it truly is about food. I can simply teach her the recipe then. As she spoke, she glanced at the little white fox pacing anxiously at the entrance, its eager demeanor making it utterly adorable. Watching for a moment, Qingshu suddenly felt bold. She waved vigorously at him, and the little fox, caught off guard, dashed toward her, but ran too quickly and couldn't stop in time, colliding directly with Qingshu. Of course, he did not succeed in bumping into her. Before he could reach her, he was scooped up by Yasang and placed directly into Qingshu's embrace. In an instant, she was all smiles, entirely unperturbed by the awkwardness of holding a cub. Cradling the little fox, she lovingly petted him from head to toe. Oh, how warm and soft, such a delight. However, the little fox was utterly terrified when he felt this female groping him, especially when she attempted to place her hand on his belly. He squeaked in alarm and immediately bolted towards the entrance of the den. How pitiful, being so small. How could this female treat him in such a manner? He felt unclean. Wailing, the little fox fled, and Yin Che and Yasang were nearly in tears, though they quickly realized that Ching, being human, might not understand such matters. Yin Che, with a strained expression, explained, Ching, one should not randomly touch the bellies of beastmen. That is their most vulnerable and tender area, and only a partner may do so. Yasang added with a hint of jealousy, Ching, please refrain from touching other beastmen, especially the cubs. Tonight, I shall let you touch me to your heart's content. At that moment, Qingshu finally grasped that her earlier actions had indeed crossed a line. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, I understand now. I simply found him adorable and didn't think much of it. She certainly would not admit that she had treated the little fox like a pet. Should such a confession escape her lips, it would be far worse than the crime of teasing a young cub. How wicked it would be to regard a proud and self-reliant beastman as a mere pet. Chapter 40. You are truly wonderful. Yet Yasang, undeterred, transformed into his beast form and playfully rolled against Qingshu, exclaiming, Ching, if you like fox cubs, why don't we have some of our own? Our little foxes would undoubtedly be far more beautiful than this little white fox. The reds are much more vibrant. White is so plain, utterly unremarkable. Witnessing this, Yin Che quickly shifted into his beast form, pushing Yasang aside and nestling into Qingshu's embrace. Ching, we could also have little tiger cubs. They are just as adorable. White and blue, vibrant and beautiful. I'm certain you would adore them. Yasang was nearly driven to fury by Yin Che's antics, but as he was significantly larger, he could not push him aside. Instead, he lay down on the ground, exposing his belly. Ching, come on, touch me. I love it when you touch me. Qingshu. What kind of outrageous words were these? What did he mean by, I love it when you touch me? Embarrassed, she couldn't bear to look at Yasang, but he gazed at her with eager anticipation, continuously nudging her with his hind legs. Reluctantly, she reached out to touch Yasang's warm belly. Just as she placed her hand there, Yin Che too expressed his discontent, prompting her to quickly stroke his chin before moving down to his belly. Alternating her affections, she finally satisfied both beasts, her heart filled with joy. The three continued their playful antics until Chiyu arrived with her partner for a visit. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yin Che and Yasang swiftly transformed back into their human forms, standing upright with remarkable seriousness as they tidied up the dishes they had previously neglected. The speed at which they changed their demeanor was astonishing. Before long, Chiyu and her partner had arrived. Chiyu was an exceptionally adorable female, tall, even taller than Qingshu, yet her round face made her appear youthful, resembling a neighborly girl despite having given birth. She was indeed the same one who had been seen earlier by the river, bathing her cubs, and no wonder she seemed familiar. She was from the same family, however. Xiang Qingshu was uncertain if the one visiting today was the same cub from earlier, as their demeanor seemed quite different. Xiang Qing, I've come to see you. Qiyu greeted Xiang Qingshu with a warm smile, but she and her partner stood at the entrance of the beast inn without rushing inside. First introducing herself, my name is Qiyu, and this is my partner, Jisong, the father of my little white foxes. He is also a white fox. After saying this, Qiyu suddenly appeared slightly bashful. The abruptness of the visit was somewhat daunting. Previously, many in the tribe had been observing due to Xiang Qingshu being a newcomer and a human. Although she lived next door, she had not expected to intrude so soon. What if Xiang Qingshu preferred solitude? Now, driven by her own cravings, she felt a bit embarrassed to trouble her so soon after mealtime. However, Xiang Qingshu was not particularly shy. Seeing Qiyu and Jisong glowing in white light, and noting Qiyu's charming demeanor, she felt a surge of goodwill toward them. Additionally, as they were both beastmen from the Fox clan, having grown up alongside Yasang, her attitude shifted to one of greater warmth. She quickly invited them in. Initially, she intended to pour them a glass of water, but remembering that the teapot contained spring water and that there was no custom of such hospitality in the beast world, she decided against it, simply guiding Qiyu to sit on a stone beside the campfire. Yasang mentioned you were curious about what we made for lunch. In truth, there is nothing particularly special. It is merely our human tribe's method of cooking meat. If you are keen on it, feel free to let Jisong learn from Yasang. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Qiyu, of course, was aware that Xiang Qingshu could discern her true intentions for coming over. After all, with such familiarity, who does not know the other? However, she had anticipated that this visit would necessitate a lengthy conversation with Qingshu before arriving at the main topic, considering they were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, making it difficult to broach certain subjects. She was taken aback when Qingshu directly stated that learning was permissible. Really? Are you genuinely willing to let Jisong learn? Qiyu was ecstatic, and upon noticing the sincerity in Xiang Qingshu's eyes, she spoke again with even greater earnestness and warmth. That's wonderful, Qingshu. You truly are a remarkable person. Thank you so much. I had intended to come and ask last night, but it was too late, and we did not want to disturb you. I actually feel a bit embarrassed coming today just for a meal. It seems rather trivial. Xiang Qingshu laughed. What's the big deal? It's not some grave secret. If you like it, go ahead and learn. If others wish to learn as well, you may teach them. It's perfectly fine. Qiyu was even more surprised. Is that really permissible? Qingshu, you are truly wonderful. No wonder Yasong has such discerning taste. He fell for you the moment he ventured out. With such beauty and kindness, if I were in his shoes, I would be smitten too. In this brief moment, Xiang Qingshu had already received 2 goodwill cards, while Yasong, witnessing their harmonious interaction, proudly led Jisong aside to teach her. Indeed, Qingshu is the finest female in the world. His judgment is impeccable, and his fortune even greater. However, his teaching did not proceed smoothly. Upon seeing the freshly washed umbrella grass in the corner, Jisong appeared as if facing a formidable foe. Utterly unable to convince herself to consume it was only after Yasong reassured her multiple times that they would indeed be having this for lunch, and that it would enhance the flavor of the stew, that Jisong finally calmed her skepticism, turning to Qiyu for her opinion. Qiyu was equally astonished, never imagining that they would be having umbrella grass today. Yet, considering the differences between humans and beasts, she did not dwell on any irrational thoughts and chose to directly inquire with Xiang Qingshu. Xiang Qingshu patiently explained which umbrella grasses were toxic, which were safe, and the minimum required cooking time, elucidating everything clearly. Qiyu suddenly realized, so that is how it is. It turns out that umbrella grass is not inedible. They simply had either not found the right kind before or had not cooked it long enough. Alas, how many years of deliciousness had been squandered. She felt utterly foolish. Once more, she sent a goodwill card to Xiang Qingshu, this time with an even greater sense of formality, leaving Xiang Qingshu both amused and exasperated. Yet, this shared emotion inadvertently dissipated the initial awkwardness between her and Qiyu. Their conversation now flowed with much less formality than at the beginning. As Jisong continued to learn from Yasong, Qiyu naturally inquired about matters concerning the human tribe, and Xiang Qingshu was more than willing to ask many questions about Qiyu. Qiyu currently had 5 partners. Her first partner was Jisong, whose first offspring was Jisung's little white fox. The remaining 4 partners consisted of 2 fox clan members, 1 gray and 1 red, as well as a wolf clan member and an eagle clan member. At her age, having 5 partners was quite rare. Most individuals had 8, 9, or even more than 10. Xiang Qingshu suddenly thought of Yesong's mother, Chidi, who had over 20 partners. Just the thought of such a number made her feel overwhelmed. While she did not oppose having a few more partners, the idea of having 10 or 20 was something she felt unworthy of bearing. She had already resolved that 6 would be her maximum, 5 was acceptable, and 7 was manageable, but any more would be unthinkable. Beasts, after all, possessed great physical strength and strong desires. How could she endure the relentless attention of so many beastly husbands? Humans experience times of intense desire, as well as moments of fatigue, excluding times when she felt unwell, unhealthy, or simply in a bad mood. How long would it take to satisfy over 20 beastly husbands? It would not be good to keep them in a state of unfulfilled desire, as long as her safety was assured. She truly felt that having fewer partners was not a concern. Yet, she was aware that such sentiments might seem peculiar in this beastly world, and thus refrained from voicing them, instead casually discussing other topics with Chiyu. Their conversation gradually grew more animated, while Yesong and Jisung became engrossed in their lessons. Yin-che remained by Xiang Qingshu's side, listening to their discussions while quietly weaving a winnowing basket. The basket was still far from sufficient. He needed to craft more. At one point, Yesong and Jisung stepped out, returning with wild vegetables and mushrooms, while Jisung brought back an abundance of wild chickens. They began hands-on practice, not only preparing stir-fried wild vegetables and wild chicken soup, but also experimenting on their own to create a dish of sauteed mushrooms and roasted chicken. The aroma of the roasted chicken was particularly overwhelming, as various seasonings were added, bringing out the wild chicken's fragrance to its fullest extent, causing Chiyu to lose all interest in conversation, fixating instead on the chicken and swallowing her saliva while maintaining her decorum and refraining from reaching for it. Observing her behavior, Xiang Qingshu encouraged her. Chiyu, if you wish to eat, please help yourself, the chicken is ready. However, Chiyu quickly shook her head. No, that won't do. I have troubled you all afternoon. I cannot take your dinner. Saying this, she stood up and hurriedly dragged Jisung away as if she would be unable to resist if she lingered. Qingshu, I shall come back to play with you tomorrow. As her words faded, she and Jisung had completely vanished, fleeing with great speed. Xiang Qingshu watched them leave, feeling somewhat helpless but also appreciating Chiyu's politeness. She was not the type to unreservedly take from others. What a delightful surprise. Turning back to the table filled with food, Xiang Qingshu felt a twinge of worry. Dinner time was still far off, yet the enticing aroma made her feel hungry. Goodness, after visiting the beast world, she truly felt as though she would become a ravenous ghost. Especially after experiencing hunger, even when not starving, she still felt compelled to shove something into her mouth. This insatiable appetite was hard to suppress. Yin-che happened to be taking the newly woven baskets to dry the plants when he turned around and saw Xiang Qingshu standing by the table, eyeing the delicious dishes with an eager gaze. A slight smile crept across his lips as he approached and gently urged Xiang Qingshu to sit down at the table. Feel free to eat. We still have plenty of time. After you finish, we can accompany you for a stroll, and you can rest earlier in the evening. If you feel hungry in the middle of the night, you can always get up and eat a little. After all, we need to save some for tomorrow morning's breakfast. We can just leave more for a midnight snack. Upon hearing this, Yesong's eyes immediately lit up. Originally tidying up the stove, he abandoned his task and quickly fetched chopsticks and a spoon for Xiang Qingshu, tearing apart the roasted chicken and the wild chicken as he spoke. Right, Qingshu, in our own home, you can eat whenever you like. Why worry about it? The sooner we finish eating, the sooner we can retreat to our nest. And how delightful it would be for me to be close to you. Although he never mentioned anything about mating, the eager look in his eyes made it clear to Xiang Qingshu and Yin-che what he was thinking. Yin-che turned away in silence and served Xiang Qingshu a bowl filled with chicken legs and wings, then sat down beside her. Xiang Qingshu paid no mind to their thoughts. She was already happily devouring her meal. By the time she finished, Yin-che and Yesong had merely nibbled a little, ensuring ample leftovers for Xiang Qingshu's midnight snack and breakfast. After finishing their meal and tidying up the house, the two accompanied Xiang Qingshu for a stroll nearby. However, upon returning, just as Xiang Qingshu had finished bathing, Yesong eagerly scooped her up and carried her back to the grass nest. leaving Yin Che to tidy up the bathing basin. At this moment, dusk was just beginning to fall. Noticing that many beasts were still out and about, Yin Che decided against going outside, leaving Xiang Qingshu feeling somewhat shy. She instinctively pushed Yusong away, contemplating suggesting they wait a bit longer until there were fewer people outside. Yet, Yusong looked at her with a wounded expression. "Qingshu, are you pushing me away?" "No, that's not what I meant." Seeing him on the verge of tears, Xiang Qingshu wanted to explain, but upon noticing the redness in his eyes, as if his heart had been deeply hurt, she ultimately held her tongue. All right, you may proceed. I won't push you away any longer." How could a grown man be so prone to tears? It was enough to make her heart flutter. Who could resist the sight of a handsome man crying? Certainly not her. Thus, that night, Yusong activated his skill of using tears as a weapon, employing it to ensure that whenever Xiang Qingshu felt inclined to retreat, her heart would soften, and ultimately, her every heartbeat mirrored Yusong's movements, leaving her entirely immersed in the beauty he brought. They continued their playful antics until midnight. Once Yusong had fed Xiang Qingshu the beast crystal and finished bathing her, she found herself unable to sleep. It was not due to hunger, but rather the resurgence of certain thoughts. Having not seen Yin Che during her bath, Xiang Qingshu tentatively called out, "A Che?" Yin Che had not yet fallen asleep. Upon hearing her voice, he swiftly made his way to the entrance of Yesong's grass nest, disregarding Yesong's glaring death stare as he lay down beside Xiang Qingshu. "What is it, Qingshu?" Xiang Qingshu was momentarily taken aback by his sudden movement, but quickly smiled and embraced him. "It's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to ask when we would be heading to the tiger tribe. How about you take me along when you go hunting tomorrow? I wish to experiment with whether the spirit spring water can attract wild beasts. Additionally, I hope to store more game in the space, both to prepare for the winter and to be ready for unforeseen circumstances. This way, if something happens and hunting becomes inconvenient, we shall not go hungry. Once we have made sufficient preparations, we shall set off for the tiger tribe. What do you think?" Upon hearing about the journey to the tiger tribe, Yusang, who initially intended to drive Yin Che away, found herself at a loss for words. Yin Che paused as well. He gazed into her eyes and realized she was indeed serious about this, which struck him as rather amusing. "Have you lost interest in that large black serpent?" What do you mean?" Her words seemed rather unrelated to the black serpent, and besides, the black serpent, Chapter 42. I will fight you one day. She always felt as if he was avoiding her. During the day, while gathering mushrooms, it was likely he was nearby, yet despite such a perfect opportunity, he kept his distance, never showing himself. Was he avoiding her? Or was he preoccupied with something else? Xiang Qingshu had no idea what the black serpent was thinking. And naturally, Yin Che was oblivious as well. However, this did not prevent Yin Che from planning for their future. He gently caressed Xiang Qingshu's hair and softly said, "We are not in a rush to go to the tiger tribe. You and Yusang have only recently formed a bond, and your ties to the entire fox tribe are still shallow. We can remain here for a while longer. The black serpent has been lurking nearby. But before he becomes your mate, we must keep your secret from him. Therefore, it is best not to act hastily. During this time, we can gather more wild vegetables and mushrooms, as well as the spices you require. After all, there is ample space to accommodate them. We can also collect other supplies. Once we confirm that the black serpent has become your mate, we will leave the fox tribe and store meat in a location far from the tribe." Upon hearing this, Yusang nodded eagerly. "Yin Che is right, Qingshu. Have you forgotten the state you were in the last time you were besieged by wild beasts? Such anomalies easily attract attention. So we cannot act so close to the fox tribe. We must find a location far from the tribe. The black serpent is formidable. With his strength, their endeavors will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Most importantly, they will not have to be wary of him not being Qingshu's mate, thus making their actions far more convenient. It merely requires a bit more time." Xiang Qingshu understood. The main issue remained that her space must not be revealed. If they were to leave now, and the black serpent followed, given his strength surpasses that of Yin Che and Yusang, the exposure of her secret would be inevitable. As previously stated, until the situation is certain, her secret must not be disclosed to any outsiders. Therefore, while remaining in the fox tribe, she must either subdue the black serpent or ensure he no longer follows them. This way, they can set off with peace of mind, utilizing the space without the need for concealment. Very well, such an arrangement is indeed preferable, Xiang Qingshu sighed. But the black serpent? No need to concern yourself with him, Yin Che interrupted. Since he has been lingering outside the tribe, it indicates he indeed has intentions towards you. Regardless of his actions, we shall wait. After all, winter is still far off, and we need not rush. Yin Che's tone was gentle, and his words greatly eased Xiang Qingshu's mood. Alleviating her sense of urgency, she responded with a couple of affirmations and glanced at the items currently in her space. Aside from the spices that had been laid out to dry, the materials for making soap powder and salt leaves, her space contained only 30 unprocessed game, a basket of wild vegetables, a basket of poisonous plants, a basket of mushrooms, a large quantity of unprocessed salt stones, and some ordinary stones and firewood. The beast crystals had accumulated more than before. However, level 1 and 2 beast crystals were of little use for level 3 beastman's upgrades. Besides the ones Xiang Qingshu had consumed, there were now over 30 level 1 beast crystals and more than 10 level 2 beast crystals. Everything else was scarce, and there was a pressing need to stockpile more in the space. The low-level beast crystals could not only be utilized by her, but would also serve for her future offspring. Noticing her silence, Yasang mistakenly thought she was tired and kicked Yin Che's leg. Didn't you see that Qingshu was about to sleep? Hurry and leave. In the future, do not come to my side without reason. His sudden action startled Xiang Qingshu, making her fear they were about to fight. Yet, Yin Che nimbly rolled out of the grass nest, quickly getting to his feet without being kicked at all. Yin Che shot a rare stern glance at Yasang. I will fight you one day. Such arrogance is simply intolerable. After speaking, he turned to Xiang Qingshu, and his expression transformed into one of tender affection. Qingshu, good night. He then exited, leaving no room for Yasang to protest. Once he was gone, Xiang Qingshu felt a lingering anxiety. She feared that one day her two men might truly come to blows, so she turned to Yasang with a serious expression. Sang, this cannot be allowed. Yin Che is our family, and family should not resort to violence against one another. Yasang instantly felt wronged. But he intruded upon my territory first and even held you in my grass nest. Well, she had forgotten that beastmen possess a certain territorial awareness. And the grass nest, in particular, was an absolute domain that could not be trespassed. Xiang Qingshu softened her tone. All right, this is my fault. Next time, if anything arises, I will ask outside. Do not be upset. Yin Che did not mean it. After all, I called him over first, didn't I? How could Yasang possibly blame her? Moreover, he was not truly angry. Upon hearing Xiang Qingshu's words, he quickly moved closer and embraced her. Qingshu? Let us not speak of him any longer. Quickly let us sleep. We must rise early tomorrow, as Qiyu mentioned he would come to play with you. From his tone, it seemed he was even more eager for Qiyu's visit than she was. However, Xiang Qingshu did feel somewhat lacking in energy. Seeing that Yasang did not wish to dwell on the matter, she kept silent, obediently closing her eyes to sleep. The next day, she unexpectedly awoke to a rainy, overcast sky. Spring was indeed a season of abundant rainfall, yet in this world of beasts, the rain fell in a most erratic manner, alternating between thunderstorms and light showers. Strange indeed, and the temperature had dropped several degrees. Xiang Qingshu donned the long garment Yin Che had made for her, a two-piece ensemble. The sleeves were sewn quite naturally, lending a particularly fashionable flared look. Xiang Qingshu adored it immensely. Upon emerging while holding up her skirt, she planted a kiss on Yin Che's cheek, which made Yasang's teeth ache with envy. Before Yin Che could react, he hastily moved to Xiang Qingshu's side. Qingshu, I must tell you, the black serpent came last night. He brought 2 large bundles of edible umbrella grass and 5 level 3 beast crystals. After speaking, Yasang pulled her along to Yin Che's den to inspect the items. Upon confirming the presence of 5 level 3 beast crystals, Xiang Qingshu was taken aback. When did he come last night? Yasang shook his head vigorously. I have no idea. He probably dropped off the items and left. We only discovered them at the entrance this morning. He did not show himself? Well, this was indeed consistent with the black serpent's usual behavior. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, she harbored thoughts about him. So Xiang Qingshu decided not to be coy and directly waved her hand to store the mushrooms and beast crystals into her space. Once they emerged, Yin Che had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Xiang Qingshu silently eating, he glanced at Yasang and suddenly spoke. You are not concerned that outsiders have entered the tribe? As a beastman of the fox tribe, shouldn't you report this to the chief? Yasang, who had been engrossed in his soup, paused at the question and replied, somewhat baffled. What purpose would it serve to inform the chief? I trust Qingshu's judgment. Your eagerness to prompt me to inform the chief. What, do you not trust Qingshu? Do you think the black serpent will do any harm within the tribe? Yin Che. Chapter 43. The Rabbit Lynx tribe has a new chief while he believed in Qingshu. As a beastman of the fox tribe, how could he remain devoid of any sense of crisis, allowing an outsider to come and go freely? It was only logical and reasonable to inform the chief. Such information would greatly assist the chief in arranging the tribe's defenses. Xiang Qingshu. Indeed, the conflict last night did not escalate, and this is the aftermath. They were bickering before they even opened their eyes. Perhaps she should not concern herself with whether they fought or not. Beastmen are inherently combative, and they enhance their strength through battle. Fighting among mates should also be considered normal, right? Each had their own thoughts. Yet Yasang remained oblivious. After finishing his statement, he resumed drinking his soup, looking thoroughly satisfied and flushed. Seeing him so carefree, neither Xiang Qingshu nor Yin Che felt inclined to say much more. As there was little point, the two began to eat earnestly. After finishing their meal and tidying up the home, those who needed to hunt would need to venture out. Yin Che decided to pay a visit to the chief's den before heading out to hunt. He certainly had no intention of making things difficult for the black serpent. However, since they were residing within the territory of the fox tribe, such a significant matter should be reported to the chief. Otherwise, if the tribe learned of it later, they might harbor ill feelings toward Qingshu. He did not wish for Qingshu to be subjected to scrutiny. Xiang Qingshu and Yasang were completely unaware that Yin Che had gone to see the chief. Shortly after Yin Che's departure, Qiyu sent Jisong to relay a message that he would not be coming to see her today. This made Xiang Qingshu feel a bit disappointed. In this era, where medical care was underdeveloped, and with the rain pouring down, it was understandable that Qiyu would not venture out. There was no reason to feel disheartened. What truly saddened Xiang Qingshu was that she could not go out herself. If it were just for a day or half a day, it would be manageable. However, the rain continued unabated into the following day. Unable to go outside, with no phone, no other forms of entertainment, no need for study, and no household chores to attend to, how was she to pass the time? Xiang Qingshu was filled with sorrow. She was truly not the kind of person who would simply enjoy the fruits of others' labor. However, the two beastmen required nothing from her, leaving her to merely watch from the sidelines. Thus, she could only gaze with a sense of melancholy and regret. Throughout the day, she pondered over the modern games she once enjoyed, only to realize that the only one feasible in this beastly world was mahjong, a game she did not particularly fancy. Moreover, her storage space still required numerous wooden barrels and basins for food preparation, necessitating advance arrangements for their creation. Aside from essential hunting, both Yasang and Yin Che were exceedingly occupied, leaving them no time for leisure. Consequently, Xiang Qingshu abandoned her thoughts and, after surveying her surroundings, finally settled her gaze on the plants that needed drying. Given the current weather, natural sun-drying was out of the question, prompting her to request a large, flat stone pot from Yin Che for the purpose of roasting those plants. Fortunately, the task demanded little effort. She merely had to supervise, which is why Yin Che and Yasang did not hinder her and allowed her to engage in this activity. The rain persisted for 5 days, marking a stretch of monotonous days. During this time, Xiang Qingshu successfully dried all the plants and, after Yin Che and the others ground them into powder, concocted barbecue seasoning and soapberry powder. She also ground salt leaves into powder and skillfully dried some toxic strains, creating a variety of poisonous powders that, of course, not all the seasonings were ground. After roasting, they were directly stored in her space, making them convenient to use and preventing them from rotting outside. Meanwhile, the large black serpent, despite the tribe's vigilant defenses, managed to find loopholes in their guard and came daily to deliver items to Xiang Qingshu. Sometimes it was flower umbrella grass, other times wild vegetables, and occasionally fresh seasoning leaves. But an essential item was always a level 3 beast crystal. Currently, her space contained 10 level 3 beast crystals, raising questions about where he encountered so many level 3 beasts. Yet, there was no doubt that, despite his formidable strength, he could not have obtained them so easily. She wondered if he had suffered any injuries. Xiang Qingshu wished to express that she did not require so many beast crystals, but each time she encountered the large black serpent, he was nowhere to be found, leaving her with no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Thus, on the morning when the skies cleared, Xiang Qingshu promptly urged Yin Che and Yasang to take her outside. Both were well aware of her pent-up frustration over the past few days, and without a moment's hesitation, led her out of the tribe. However, as many others were also venturing out that day, they had to take a longer route in hopes of spotting the large black serpent. After circling the vicinity several times without catching even a glimpse of him, they felt no trace of his presence. Nor did Xiang Qingshu feel watched. Even Yin Che found the situation perplexing. Logically, given that the large black serpent had so overtly presented his intentions by delivering 10 level 3 beast crystals, he should have made an appearance. What was he thinking? Xiang Qingshu began to question herself. Could it be that he merely wished to repay her life-saving grace? Yet, he was unaware that she had used the spirit spring water to aid him, making the notion of gratitude rather unfounded. She tentatively suggested, could it be that he is resting? Perhaps we should venture further and continue searching. Yin Che and Yasang exchanged glances, and just as Yin Che was about to nod in agreement, a voice suddenly called out to Yasang from a distance. Recognizing the voice, Yasang realized it belonged to the beastman he had previously sent to the rabbit-squirrel tribe to gather information. That individual had returned to the tribe and, upon discovering Yasang's absence, had followed him here. Yasang quickly responded, and soon, a yellow fox beastman approached. Upon seeing Yasang, the yellow fox beastman exclaimed joyfully, "Why have you come so far? Knowing I might return in the past few days, you didn't wait for me." With a gentle shove, Yasang replied, "Let's get to the point." Turning his head, he introduced to Xiang Qingshu. "Qingqing, this is Yao Xian, the one I asked to inquire about news from the rabbit-squirrel tribe. It then dawned on Xiang Qingshu that she had indeed forgotten about this matter and promptly greeted Yao Xian. Only then did Yao Xian notice Xiang Qingshu standing beside Yin Che. Feeling embarrassed as she looked at him, he quickly forced a smile, but realizing it was inappropriate, he hastened to address the matter at hand. "I have gathered some information. Something has happened in the rabbit-squirrel tribe. Nada is dead, and Wei Li is also deceased. The rabbit-squirrel tribe has a new leader." Yin Che was taken aback. "What? Wei Li is dead?" Yasang, equally shocked, gasped, "How did Wei Li die? Was he killed by a ferocious beast?" "No," Yao Xian replied. "It is said that he was slain by a black serpent beast. This serpent not only killed Wei Li but also several other beastmen from the rabbit-squirrel tribe." With a frown, Yao Xian continued, "Last time, a serpent beast also killed numerous rabbit-squirrel beastmen near our tribe. Could these two serpents possibly be the same? Both are black and have targeted rabbit-squirrel beastmen." Seeing that Yao Xian was straying from the topic, Yasang nudged him again, and then, "Did you inquire further about the specifics?" Yao Xian snapped back to attention. "Of course I did. Who do you think I am? Is there anything I can't find out?" As they spoke, he glanced at Yin Che. It still related to the previous incident. Last time, Yin Che brought Qingqing to escape, and Wei Li had been chasing them all along. What exactly transpired remains unclear, but it is known that Wei Li initially failed to catch up with them. Later, they unexpectedly discovered unusual beast movements and went to investigate. It was during this investigation that they found out it was you, Yasang, who had taken them away. Wei Li then sent someone to follow up on the situation, intending to capture Qingqing to threaten Yin Che. However, the individuals they dispatched did not go far before they encountered the black serpent beast, which killed Wei Li and several of the beastmen who had engaged him in battle. The remaining beastmen, recognizing the threat, fled back to the rabbit-squirrel tribe. With Wei Li's death, chaos ensued in the rabbit-squirrel tribe. The rabbit-squirrel beastmen were preoccupied with the election of a new leader, disregarding the fate of the rabbit-squirrel beastmen who had been in conflict with Wei Li. Ultimately, a middle-aged beastman, who had always been at odds with Wei Li, emerged victorious. Upon assuming leadership, this individual naturally lacked the inclination to tend to Nada's injuries, which were already severe. He had been deliberately dragging his feet, and before long, Nada succumbed to his wounds. Shortly thereafter, Ling Ran also went missing. Yin Che's brow furrowed immediately. "Missing? Ling Ran has fled. Did she leave on her own with her partner?" Yao Xian appeared surprised. "You know about this?" Ling Ran indeed left with her partner, but most of her partners were killed by the serpent beast outside, leaving only 2 from foreign tribes. Ling Ran, a female of the rabbit-squirrel tribe, would naturally need to be reassigned partners after the new leader took office. Perhaps she disliked those beastmen, or maybe she simply disapproved of this new leader. In any case, she absconded with her last 2 partners without informing anyone in the tribe. This new leader had always been at odds with Wei Li, and with Wei Li gone, as Wei Li's daughter, her treatment would undoubtedly diminish drastically. It was inconceivable that she would still enjoy the same privileges as before. What perplexed them was why she would choose to venture out alone when she had so many brothers within the tribe. It was reckless, especially given the dangers that lurked outside. Even if she intended to travel to her partner's tribe, there were risks involved. What if danger struck while one of her partners was out hunting? Both Yin Che and Yaseng arrived at the same conclusion. Ling Ran clearly had many brothers and bore no necessity to discreetly escape. This time, she was risking danger to come out. With her volatile temperament, could it be that she was targeting Qingqing? Although Qingqing was not the one who caused her predicament, Ling Ran would undoubtedly realize that she could not seek vengeance on the large black serpent, as she had never encountered him before. Qingqing appeared easier to bully and was a readily available target. Most importantly, Qingqing had taken Yin Che away from her, and with Ling Ran's temperament, she would certainly believe that all of this stemmed from Qingqing. She would not let it go easily. As both men pondered this, they instinctively turned to look at Xiang Qingshu, only to find her complexion somewhat pale. Noticing her furrowed brow and slightly labored breathing, they assumed she was frightened and hurriedly moved closer to embrace her, one on each side. Qingqing, are you all right? Don't be afraid, Qingqing. It's perfectly normal for a few beastmen to die in the beastly world. Aside from the large black serpent, which well-raised beastman hasn't witnessed bloodshed. Even Yin Che and I, cough. Yin Che promptly interrupted Yaseng, but it was too late. As he lowered his gaze, he observed that Xiang Qingshu's face had grown even paler. Xiang Qingshu herself was at a loss for her feelings. She truly was not afraid. From the very first day she arrived in the beastly world, she understood its brutality. Thus, when hearing about killings, she reminded herself not to associate the violence here with that of the modern world. The two bore no comparison, given the vastly different societal contexts. Yet, upon learning that the large black serpent had killed Wei Li, thus confirming that he had indeed acted for her sake, she suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her. Not in the sense of fear, but rather an indescribable sensation. Xiang Qingshu felt dizzy, wanting to speak, but at that very moment, her head swayed, and she suddenly fainted. Qingqing. Yin Che and Yaseng were immediately taken aback, completely forgetting about Yao Xian in that moment. Yin Che swiftly picked up Xiang Qingshu and rushed towards the tribe, with Yaseng hurriedly following suit. However, just as they entered the tribe, Yin Che suddenly halted, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Xiang Qingshu's abdomen. Just moments ago, an extraordinary wave emanated from within Qingshu's belly, a signal emitted by the cub as it became aware of its surroundings, a signal only the cub's father could perceive. Qingshu was unexpectedly pregnant, and it was his cub. The realization that Qingshu's first pregnancy was with his silver tiger cub ignited a spark in Yin Che's eyes, illuminating the darkness around him with overwhelming joy. Yaseng, who had been anxious to find a shaman, paused upon seeing Yin Che's expression. He quickly urged, "You take Qingshu back first. I'll summon the shaman to check on her." Yin Che snapped back to his senses, no longer hesitating, and swiftly carried Xiang Qingshu back to the beast den. When Xiang Qingshu awoke, it was already midday. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yin Che and Yaseng transformed into their beast forms, lying beside her. Seeing her awake, Yin Che was the first to nudge Yaseng aside and came over to gently lick Xiang Qingshu's face. "You're awake? Are you feeling any discomfort?" His tender actions and soft tone momentarily left Xiang Qingshu bewildered. "What happened to me?" she asked, her voice filled with confusion. At that moment, Yaseng seized the opportunity to capture her attention. "Qingqing, you're pregnant. This cub is Yin Che's tiger cub. The shaman has already come to check on you and said the cub has just gained awareness. Since you are of the human race, your body is a bit more delicate than that of the beastmen, and you fainted from the excitement of the cub, but you're fine now. Just wake up and don't be scared." Yaseng's expression was one of sheer delight, appearing even happier than Yin Chi's for Xiang Qingshu. Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, she remained remarkably composed, knowing that this day would eventually come, albeit sooner than expected. Moreover, it had only been a few days, and the cub was already aware. In the beast world, when a cub first perceives the outside world, it releases a signal that only its father can sense. A signal so potent that it can cause the mother some discomfort, but it lasts only a moment before subsiding. Yet, to her surprise, even though her body had been modified, the cub's excitement had caused her to faint. This was indeed a reflection of the differences between humans and beastmen. However, Xiang Qing-shu smiled, unperturbed by this disparity. She touched her little belly, filled with joy at the thought of a new life growing within her, one that was unlike any other. A little beastman, the offspring of Yin Che, Chapter 45. But most of our human race predominantly bears single offspring. Suddenly, Xiang Qing-shu leaped forward to embrace Yin Che's furry neck, her face radiating with joy. Ah Che, it's a little beastman. You're going to be a father. Are you happy? Was this even a question? Yin Che gently tapped her head with exasperation. Of course I'm happy. How could I not be? Qing is having my cub. I'm overjoyed. But do you still feel any discomfort? Should you rest a bit more? Xiang Qing-shu assessed her body, feeling no discomfort, and quickly shook her head. No, I'm just really hungry. How long have I been asleep? Not long, just right until noon. Perfect time for a meal. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Che transformed back into his human form and swiftly lifted her up. Carrying her to the living room, Yisang also returned to his human form, stepping out first to prepare soup for Xiang Qing-shu. After seating her at the table, Yin Che and Yisang brought out their lunch for the day, which consisted of mushroom rib soup, and instead of roast chicken, they had roasted a whole young deer. Before Xiang Qing-shu sat a bowl of soup and a plate of shredded roasted meat, yet she did not eat. She listened to the commotion outside, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yisang leaned closer to her, providing timely clarification. It's just some beastmen from the tribe. When news of your pregnancy spread, they all came to see what was happening. The first time they've heard of a human bearing a beastman's cub, and they're quite curious. Some single beastmen, upon hearing that you can become pregnant, are even trying to pursue you. Many have brought us animal skins and game, but we refused them, as we need to consult you first. If you have a beastman you fancy, as Yisang spoke, his mood noticeably dipped. But now that Qing was pregnant, finding a partner was something that needed to be prioritized. They could not rely solely on Heishi. Otherwise, with just him and Yin Che, they could not adequately protect both Qing and the cubs. Originally, they had planned to gather a batch of third-level beast crystals before Qing's pregnancy, but with only the two of them around, it was challenging to venture far to hunt third-level beasts. As it turned out, the rain had delayed them for several days, and now Qing was pregnant, and no matter how reluctant he felt, he could not obstruct the other beastmen from joining in. Selfishness was not an option. Just as he was feeling down, Xiang Qing-shu suddenly declared, "No more searching." Yin Che and Yisang immediately turned to her, astonished. "What?" Xiang Qing-shu firmly replied, "I said no more searching. But don't worry, I don't want to look for a partner from the Fox tribe anymore. Having Sang is enough. We can find someone when we reach the Beast King city. If you're concerned about my safety, we should seek out Heishi. His continuous evasion isn't the solution. We need to come to a conclusion, so we can feel at ease sooner. If he is willing, that's wonderful. We can stay in the Fox tribe to nurture the cub, and after giving birth, we can head to the Tiger tribe. If he is unwilling, we should move out promptly to the Tiger tribe to give birth, which would make it easier for you to protect just me and the cubs. Once we arrive at the Beast King city," Xiang Qing-shu paused and continued, "we can choose to settle among the Bear tribe or the Lion tribe. Regardless of where we establish ourselves, having one or two local partners would help us integrate better. As for the future, we could have one flying beastman and one water tribe beastman, but just one of each would suffice. Too many partners would only make me anxious." Upon hearing her mention anxiety, Yisang was the first to express confusion. "How could you feel anxious? Qing, having more partners means more cubs. You can bear them, so you need many partners to protect you and the cubs. Just think, if you were to give birth to 7 or 8 cubs in one go, and they ran off in different directions, wouldn't it be easy for them to get lost without anyone to safeguard them?" Yin Che remained silent, clearly in agreement, while Xiang Qing-shu furrowed her brow, contemplating. "But most of our human race predominantly bears single offspring. Is it possible that I won't give birth to so many?" Her words rendered Yin Che and Yisang momentarily speechless, as they had not considered this scenario. Their assumptions were based on beastmen, but humans could indeed be different. Yet, would it truly be the case? The father could only sense whether the cub in the womb existed and was healthy, but he could not determine how many there were or their genders. Both men appeared troubled, but before they could dwell on their concerns, Xiang Qing-shu interjected, "And those disobedient little cubs out in the wild ought to be disciplined. The wilderness is a perilous place. They cannot be allowed to run amok. once the little ones are born. Regardless of how many there are, we will educate them properly, as long as we don't spoil them. Such incidents should not occur. Having said that, seeing that Yin Che and Yasang remained silent, Xiang Qingshu wrapped her arms around them, sincerely advising, the main issue is that too many partners might mean you can only be close to me once a month. What if I sometimes lack the desire to mate? Or if I'm uncomfortable from consecutive pregnancies? You would have to wait even longer, perhaps for several months. Therefore, we should keep the number of partners to a reasonable amount if you're still concerned. We don't have to make any decisions now. We can observe the situation and decide later. How does that sound? Xiang Qingshu spoke with utmost sincerity, fearing they might think she was being willful, risking her and the cub's safety for the sake of her whims. But she truly wasn't. She merely wished to give her partners a heads up, as she simply could not accept having 20 or more partners. If that were the case, she might not even be able to distinguish who was who. Moreover, being occupied with mating and birthing cubs with 20 partners, having 2 litters a year would take over a decade. Wouldn't she just become a breeding machine? Was this her playing with men, or the other way around? If it came to that, she might as well die in bed. Clearly, her sincerity struck a chord with them. The two exchanged glances, fell into a moment of silence, and ultimately agreed with her final statement. Regardless of how many partners they would eventually seek, it could wait until later if reality necessitated that she find numerous partners. She would not refuse. Yin Che finally nodded. In that case, Yasang, go out and tell those beastmen that Qing Qing is currently pregnant and feeling unwell, so she doesn't wish to seek partners for the time being. I will go find He Shi and clarify this matter. If he is unwilling, I will make him leave, and then we will set off for the Beast King city. They needed to settle down quickly while Qing Qing's belly was still small. And her ideas were indeed sound. The Bear Tribe and Lion Tribe beastmen were strong and would make excellent partners. Choosing 2 from those tribes would be far better than opting for a multitude from the Fox Tribe. All right, I'll go right away. Yasang exited with a stern expression, while Yin Che remained behind. Noticing that Xiang Qingshu was so engrossed in conversation that she hadn't even sipped her soup, he took a spoon and fed her a mouthful. Be good, leave the rest to us. For now, focus on your meal. After you finish, you can rest, and if you find yourself feeling bored, you can seek out Chiyu for some amusement. By the way, Chiyu came by earlier, but seeing you were still asleep, she left. She also came looking for you in the morning, but we weren't around, so she didn't find you. Chapter 46. He is just outside the tribe. Xiang Qingshu ate the food that Yin Che offered her, barely able to speak. However, having felt dizzy all morning, she now not only felt perfectly well, but also brimming with energy. In fact, she could indeed go find Chiyu in the afternoon. But before she could make her way there, Chiyu had already arrived first. It was afternoon by the time she came, and at that moment, Yasang had already driven away the orcs who had been loitering outside the beast den. After preparing her meal, Yin Che had gone out to search for the great black snake. Chiyu had come with her offspring and Jisong. Upon entering, she immediately began inspecting Xiang Qingshu from head to toe. Her gaze devoid of rudeness, filled instead with wonder at the fact that a human could bear the offspring of orcs. Xiang Qingshu found her expression amusing. Are you looking at me like that because you don't recognize me? Chiyu quickly shook her head, vehemently refuting Xiang Qingshu's assertion. How could I not recognize you? You are the only human in our beast world continent, and a human capable of bearing orc offspring at that. How astonishing! As she spoke, she solemnly reached out to touch Xiang Qingshu's belly, making it seem as though she had never given birth before, her expression one of pure astonishment. How wonderful! It seems like you're no different from us orcs. Your belly is flat as well. Upon uttering this, Chiyu herself felt ridiculous, having just become pregnant. Of course, her belly would be flat. No matter what she was carrying, it would undoubtedly be flat at this stage. Xiang Qingshu burst into laughter and Chiyu joined her, both feeling a bit foolish and somewhat awkward. In a hurry, Chiyu kicked her little ones, who had been circling her feet, towards Xiang Qingshu. Qing, I've brought my little ones for you to play with. Look how adorable they are. If any catch your fancy, you can take them home for a few days and return them later. Chiyu's tone was remarkably generous, making it sound as though she were presenting Xiang Qingshu with a gift. The little ones didn't mind her generosity at all. Upon hearing Chiyu's words, they approached her like a pack of eager puppies, tails wagging. Only one little fox cub, upon hearing her words, began to back away, recognizing her as the female who had teased him last time. Mama, run! There's a strange auntie. The little fox cub turned tail and dashed toward the beast's den, but fortunately, Jisung was quick and caught him just in time. Jisung gave him a light smack on the head, exasperated. Ning-shu, are you trying to sneak out and get yourself all dirty again? Do you want to be punished? Once caught, Ning-shu began to screech wildly in Jisung's grasp, and the surrounding orcs were taken aback, for this little fox cub was actually accusing Xiang Qingshu of misconduct, claiming she had teased a respectable male. In the next moment, a hearty laughter erupted within the beast's den, leaving everyone doubled over with mirth, save for Xiang Qingshu, who stood there bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Finally, Qiyu managed to stifle her laughter and, with a bemused expression, swatted at Ning-shu. You haven't even grown all your fur yet. Which female would be foolish enough to tease you? You really overthink things? She turned to explain the situation to Xiang Qingshu, who felt a bit embarrassed and momentarily at a loss for words. However, seeing that no one took the matter seriously, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject to converse with Qiyu about other matters. That afternoon, laughter and cheer filled Xiang Qingshu's home, but Qiyu, mindful of not delaying Xiang Qingshu's rest, did not linger long and soon took her little ones back to her own home. That night, Yin Che did not return. After Xiang Qingshu finished bathing, she lay in Yasong's grass nest. Initially, she felt a bit anxious, but as there were no adverse reactions from the beast marks on her body, her eyelids grew heavy, and she soon fell into an uncontrollable slumber. Perhaps it was the reaction of her offspring that prompted her pregnant body's response. The next day, Xiang Qingshu awoke later than usual. By then, breakfast had long passed, yet Yasong had kept the breakfast warm, so Xiang Qingshu could eat upon waking. However, even after finishing this late breakfast, Yin Che still had not returned. It wasn't until the following evening that he finally trudged back home, looking quite disheveled and bearing wounds. Upon seeing Xiang Qingshu, he embraced her tightly, a hint of grievance in his demeanor. Qingqing, you have to show me more affection. You have no idea how much effort I expended to persuade that great black snake to meet you. He is incredibly elusive. Xiang Qingshu hurried to inspect his wounds, finding only minor scrapes that appeared to be healing, likely from traversing the woods, which relieved her somewhat. Yet, given that he often roamed the woods without injury, she wondered why he had been hurt this time. Did you go into the dense forest? Xiang Qingshu furrowed her brow, and seeing her concern, Yin Che quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I only ventured along the outskirts of the dense forest. I didn't encounter any high-level beasts, nor did I sustain other injuries. These little scrapes happened because I was preoccupied with finding someone and didn't avoid obstacles. Yin Che's tone steadied. Qingqing? He is just outside the tribe. Would you like me to take you to see him? Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingshu felt a sudden pang of nervousness. However, knowing that Yin Che had searched for several days to locate him, she quickly nodded, fearful that he might escape again. As Xiang Qingshu prepared to leave the tribe, Yin Che and Yasong naturally accompanied her, for they had not forgotten about Ling Ran, the potential danger, and it was out of the question to let her go alone. At that moment, the sky was still bright. The setting sun poured its last rays, painting the sky in a stunning tapestry of gold and crimson. The clouds above, the trees and the mountains, and the winding streams were all bathed in the golden light of dusk, transforming the serene world into a dazzling display, radiant and breathtaking. When Xiang Qingshu encountered the great black snake, he stood in the only shadow beneath that brilliant light point. One step forward would bring forth heat and warmth. Yet he stubbornly remained still, his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Yin Che and Yasong stopped at a suitable distance, while Xiang Qingshu took a few steps closer. Seeing that the great black snake didn't even lift his head, she hesitated for a moment before resolutely advancing toward him. Approaching him, she recognized the familiar long, straight hair and noticed that he bore no injuries. Suddenly, Xiang Qingshu couldn't help but smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy akin to a heartfelt reunion after a long separation. She parted her lips to call out to him but realized she still didn't know his name. Instead, she said, I'm Qingshu. What is your name? The great black snake continued to keep his head down in silence. Frowning slightly, she continued, Have you always known about me? Have you been searching for me all along? Can you tell me what happened after I left? Only then did the great black snake slowly raise his head. His appearance was slightly different from what Xiang Qingshu had dreamt. His eyes opened, yet devoid of the deep emotions she had envisioned, they appeared starkly indifferent. His gaze seemed to carry no warmth, and the features of his face, coupled with his cold eyes, lent him an air of severity, diminishing his previously alluring charm, rendering him strikingly handsome yet utterly devoid of warmth. Chapter 47. Tell me what's wrong with your eyes. Xiang Qingshu felt a sting from his gaze, inexplicably feeling a pang of heartache. Even though she didn't know what he had been through or why he bore such a look, she felt an unexplainable sorrow for him. Suddenly noticing the pain in her eyes, the great black snake quickly lowered his head as if scalded. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke. I arrived too late. The vile beast had already perished, and then it rained. I couldn't find you. His voice was low and resonant, akin to silk, unexpectedly gentle and pleasant to hear. Xiang Qingshu was taken aback, realizing that he had awakened after she had been captured, but had arrived too late. By the time he sought her out, she had already been rescued by Yin Shay, and he had only found the carcasses of the vile beasts. He had initially been able to follow her scent, but lost his way when it rained. Thus, Yin Shay's earlier conjecture had been correct. The great black snake must have returned to the snake den after futile searches, only to catch her scent nearby and follow them to the rabbit tribe. Just one step late, and it became a series of missed chances. Hearing about their predicament at the rabbit tribe, he had pursued them but got entangled with Ty Lee and his group. By the time he resolved that trouble and finally caught up, she and Yin Shay had already entered the Fox clan. Such close encounters could indeed occur in her life. How ironic. Xiang Qingshu felt somewhat helpless, but this was not the time for regret. Seeing that he was finally willing to speak, she quickly asked, "But you still haven't told me your name." The great black snake fell silent again. Seeing this, she inquired once more, but he continued to remain mute. Xiang Qingshu grew anxious. What on earth did this great black snake mean? Why did he refuse to speak of his name? Was it some sort of taboo? After contemplating, Xiang Qingshu boldly took 2 steps forward. Drawing closer to the great black serpent, she extended her hand to grasp him, yet he recoiled as if startled, his cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon her, revealing a flicker of emotion beyond his usual apathy. In that moment, his eyes reflected surprise, fear, and a hint of hesitation. Xiang Qingshu, witnessing the way he regarded her, as though she were a mere object of desire, felt bewildered. No, I do not intend any harm. I merely wish to know your name. Upon the mention of a name, the fleeting emotions on the great black serpent's face swiftly vanished. He lowered his head slowly, reverting to his original, impassive demeanor. After a long silence, he quietly replied, I have no name. Excuse me? No name? How can a person exist without a name? Unless perhaps his parents neglected to name him, or, as a realization struck her, Xiang Qingshu felt her heart tighten. Was this the truth? Although the specifics eluded her, she surmised that his past had likely been far from joyful. Determined not to display any surprise, as he seemed particularly sensitive, she quickly adjusted her demeanor and offered him a gentle smile. Yet, a name was essential. She leaned closer and suggested, if you do not mind, may I bestow a name upon you? The great black serpent paused, looking up at her. You would name me? Yes, I would name you. If you were willing. Feeling a surge of ambiguity in her words, Xiang Qingshu clarified, I came to find you. Do you understand what I mean? Great black serpent, would you be my companion? If you agree, I would be overjoyed, for at this moment, Xiang Qingshu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet she knew that with someone like the great black serpent, a direct approach was far more effective than any subtle pursuit. What he needed was a candid, fervent, and unequivocal expression of affection. Because I like you. Although I do not know you well, I can tell you are a good person, and from the first moment I saw you, I found you incredibly handsome. I adore your eyes, your long hair, your unique black scales, and the way you look at me now. What seemed like simple endearments evoked an unexpected reaction from the great black serpent, causing his pupils to constrict in disbelief. You like my eyes? Xiang Qingshu found his response peculiar. After all she had said, he only focused on that statement. Instinctively, she examined his eyes, elongated and slanted, with a unique shape reminiscent of a phoenix's gaze. The irises were a striking gray, not the dull kind, but rather like crystal glass, clear and luminous. Was it truly strange to admire them? She nodded affirmatively. Of course I like them. Your eyes are beautiful. I've never seen such a color before. As her words faded, The unusual light in the great black serpent's eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by a myriad of complex emotions that flickered across his face. Yet, he soon bowed his head, letting out a self-deprecating laugh before abruptly attempting to flee. Xiang Qingshu, who had been watching him intently, sensed his movement and, despite her confusion, acted swiftly, lunging forward to grasp him from behind. Great black serpent, you cannot shake me off. It would hurt. This plea halted his struggles. He ceased to resist, yet his form remained rigid, a mask of despair etched across his features. Unable to see his expression or comprehend the sudden turmoil within him, Xiang Qingshu was certain his distress was not solely due to her presence. However, having grasped him, she felt compelled to clarify her intentions. Did I say something wrong? Did I mention something that troubles you? Is it your eyes? What is wrong with your eyes? Great black serpent, you cannot keep avoiding me. We must reach a conclusion regarding our relationship, whether we are to be together or not. You need to be clear with me. So tell me, what is wrong with your eyes? Regardless of the truth, whether I can accept it is my concern. What you must do is clarify, allowing me to choose. I know that your presence here today signifies your affection for me. Does it not? If you truly feel this way, why not be bold? Take this step forward, even if I cannot accept it. What could be worse than your previous existence? Can it truly be worse than that? But what if I do not mind? What if I genuinely like your eyes? What if, no matter how you change, whether for better or worse, I still adore you? As her voice softened, her tone grew increasingly earnest. The great black serpent listened, feeling her words wash over him like a gentle breeze, awakening the once dulled heart within him. Indeed, what if? He had never harbored expectations before. Could this time be different? It was reminiscent of when he lay gravely injured in the snake's den. Never anticipating that anyone would come to his aid, but she did she not? Chapter 48. I will never let you abandon me. She tended to his wounds, offered him water, though he could not fathom why his injuries healed so swiftly. It was undeniable that she had come to him, had she not? She was the sole warmth he had felt throughout his 20-plus years of existence. He had chased after her for so long. Could he truly let her go, relinquishing his son, and continue to struggle in darkness? The great black serpent stood in silence for a considerable time, his head bowed, speechless. Yet Xiang Qingshu sensed a shift. His body was no longer as rigid as before. He had absorbed her words. His heart had softened. Knowing that further words would be futile, she chose silence, holding him tightly, waiting patiently as long as she did not release him. He would eventually provide her with an answer. They remained in quietude for what felt like an eternity, until the nearby cliff mulberry began to grow anxious, prompting the great black serpent to finally stir. He tightened his hands at his sides repeatedly, and after what seemed like a momentous decision, he inhaled deeply and abruptly turned to face Xiang Qingshu, firmly gripping her shoulders and compelling her to meet his gaze. Xiang Qingshu beheld as the once gray irises of the great black serpent transformed, the beautiful gray fading away to reveal vibrant colors beneath point one eye shone blue, the other red, brilliant, lively, and enchanting, akin to a sky bedecked with stars or a galaxy overflowing with luminous wonders, so beautiful and mysterious that one could hardly resist the urge to drown within their depths, willingly succumbing to their allure. Xiang Qingshu was mesmerized, and just as the great black serpent presumed she did not admire his eyes, she exclaimed with delight, "Great black serpent, your eyes are stunning, even more beautiful than the gray ones." The great black serpent's heart quivered. Beautiful? Xiang Qingshu eagerly nodded. Yes, beautiful. So beautiful. The most beautiful. She pressed her hand against her heart, genuinely awed by the uniqueness of his eyes. What a remarkable sight they were. She had seen heterochromia before, yet his eyes were the most captivating she had ever encountered. No, those ordinary heterochromatic eyes paled in comparison. The great black serpent's gaze was not just a pair of eyes, but an entire resplendent universe. Xiang Qingshu smiled, realization dawning upon her. So, your secret lies within these two differently colored eyes? In the beast realm, heterochromia was indeed uncommon, often deemed a mark of the other. This category encompassed not only those with distinct eye colors, but also individuals with peculiar physical traits, such as an extra leg, a missing finger, or facial birthmarks, as well as those unable to fully humanize or beastify. In essence, anyone deemed flawed or divergent from the norm was classified as other. Some tribes even regarded the other as an ill omen, believing that associating with them would bring misfortune. This might explain why the great black serpent bore no name. Perhaps he had been abandoned at birth due to his eyes. A newly hatched serpent was but a mere 10 centimeters long, no thicker than a pinky finger, resembling a small worm point. One could only wonder how the great black serpent had survived in this perilous forest. No wonder he possessed such strength to have endured this long. It could not have been mere luck. Xiang Qingshu gazed at him with compassion. Great black serpent, if it is solely because of your eyes, I do not mind. Truly, your eyes are beautiful, and I genuinely like them. The great black serpent was already overwhelmed with astonishment. He watched Xiang Qingshu, who repeatedly professed her affection, striving to decipher the emotions reflected in her eyes. He could not discern the truth behind her words. All he knew was that his heart raced furiously, and the walls he had erected around his heart were crumbling, allowing sunlight to pour in, illuminating every corner of his being. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly asked, "Really? You like me? You do not think I like you?" "I do not think," Xiang Qingshu interjected, determined to prevent him from voicing any negative thoughts. She earnestly emphasized once more, "I like your eyes, which are unlike anyone else's, more radiant than the sun and stars. Even if everyone else deems you unworthy, even if they all shun you, I still like you. I truly, truly like you. So, great black serpent, I have made my feelings known. What about you? Will you choose to believe me? Should I agree to be your partner? Should I accompany you home?" The term partner feels utterly distant to him. Having wandered aimlessly since childhood, he never dared to dream of finding someone to call his own. Yet now, a person stands before him, asking if he wishes to believe in her, if he desires to be her partner, if he would return home with her, home. The great black serpent's eyes suddenly glisten with emotion, his voice low and hoarse. "Have you truly made up your mind? If you choose me, you shall never be able to rid yourself of me. If one day you regret it, I would rather end your life than allow you to abandon me." He feigned ferocity, believing it might frighten her away. Yet, Xiang Qingshu was not at all intimidated. Rather, she was overjoyed by his unprecedented outpouring of words. She assured him, "I will never abandon you, nor shall I ever regret this choice. Regardless of what the future holds, I have solemnly chosen you today, and I shall treat you with utmost sincerity henceforth." With that, Xiang Qingshu grasped his hand, intertwining their fingers before his eyes. "Look, just like this, we are now a family, connected by our fingers, as long as you do not let go of me. I shall never release you." Their hands, one large and one small, one fair and one even fairer, clasped together harmoniously. The great black serpent felt the softness and warmth emanating from her palm, and gazed into her unwavering eyes. Suddenly closing his own, when he opened them again, they were even redder, as if washed with water, becoming more transparent and luminous. He said nothing, but after a long pause, he softly uttered a faint "hm." A sound so delicate it was almost imperceptible, yet she heard it and her heart soared. "You agreed? How wonderful! You actually agreed." Xiang Qingshu exclaimed with delight, then hurriedly added, "May I give you a name now? What shall it be? My great serpent has such beautiful eyes, sparkling like the galaxy, vast like the universe. Shall we call you Xinghan? Xingyu? No, no, that sounds rather odd, too gentle for the great serpent's image. How about Yelan?" Chapter 49. Radiant and colorful even in the night. Shall we call you Yelan? Yi for night and Lan meaning brilliant and colorful, still dazzling in the darkness, vibrant and splendid, just like you and your eyes. I find it melodious. Do you like it? If not, I can think of another that I like it. Before she could finish her sentence, the great black serpent expressed his thoughts with unwavering certainty. Yelan, Yelan, he did not care what the name truly meant. Since she had chosen it, it was the best. From now on, he had a name that it seemed he truly had a future. As he gazed at the beaming Xiang Qingshu, Yelan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a subtle smile graced his face. Imbued with myriad emotions, Xiang Qingshu momentarily failed to comprehend, but she thought that the less cold Yelan was also incredibly handsome. He was truly perfect. Unable to resist, she leaned in and planted a kiss on Yelan's cheek. The kiss sent a jolt through Yelan's heart. An unfamiliar and wondrous sensation surged within him. Although it was merely a fleeting kiss, it lingered on his cheek, causing his ears to flush crimson. Xiang Qingshu noticed his embarrassment and felt a wave of joy wash over her. She wished to say more, but then her peripheral vision caught sight of Yin Che and Yisang, who had been watching them from a distance. Turning her head, she met their envious gazes. Xiang Qingshu felt a twinge of embarrassment, having forgotten that they had not wandered far and had been observing all along. Fortunately, her confidence had grown considerably, and she quickly took Yalan's hand, formally introducing them to each other. Yin Che and Yisang had witnessed everything and were aware of Yalan's situation, but Yisang merely frowned before relaxing, showing little concern. Yin Che, too, displayed no signs of dissatisfaction, clearly indifferent. Seeing Xiang Qingshu awaiting their words, Yin Che turned to Yalan. "Let us go, we shall engage in a spar at the tribe with that." He exchanged a glance with Yisang and swiftly shifted into beast form, racing toward the tribe. Yisang, understanding his intent, came over and lifted Xiang Qingshu. "You must shield your eyes from view. You know, not everyone is as kind as Qingshu to avoid causing her trouble. We must be cautious." After speaking, he quickly followed a Yi. Xiang Qingshu called out suddenly as they left. Yalan's gaze remained fixed on her. Seeing her worried expression, fearing he would not follow, warmed his heart. Yet he concealed it and stood still for a few seconds before swiftly transforming into beast form to pursue Yin Che. An opportunity had presented itself, and he must grasp it tightly. Once he engaged in this spar, he could stand proudly by her side, thus he needed to fight earnestly, leaving no room for leniency. He had to make it known to all that he was her partner. Observing him truly chase after them, Xiang Qingshu pondered. Are they really going to fight? If so, why must it be in the tribe? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Would it cause trouble for the chief? Yisang shot her an exasperated glance. "Qingshu, I see you are quite smitten with this Yalan. Use your mind and think carefully. We fight in the tribe to ensure everyone accepts him. Not only does Yin Che wish to spar with him, but I do too. He is an outsider, and unlike me and Yin Che, who grew up in the tribe, he must earn the recognition and respect of everyone. Though he would likely win against both of us, this process cannot be skipped, can it?" Oh, I see. She had not considered that. In truth, the beast world has such traditions. The position of male beasts in the family is generally determined by strength. However, it is not solely contingent on strength. Sometimes the timing of the pairing and the female's affection can alter a male's status within the family. Xiang Qingshu had not recalled that Yin Che and Yisang had never fought before. Since this spar was unavoidable and would benefit them, she decided not to dwell on it further. After all, a Yi would not go all out against them, and brawling was a common occurrence among beasts. Just the thought of having another handsome husband filled her with joy. She needed to solidify their partnership quickly, ensuring he had no chance of retracting his decision. Fortunately, the system had thoroughly transformed her body, ensuring that not only would it not suffer due to the cub absorbing her nutrients, but even during pregnancy. The cub would grow steadily. Unless she took abortive medication, no amount of turmoil would lead to a miscarriage, a reassuring safeguard. While Xiang Qingshu was lost in her thoughts, Yin Che and Yalan had already begun their battle at the entrance of the tribe. News of the confrontation spread quickly, and many beasts emerged to witness the spectacle. Since Yin Che had previously informed the chief about the great black serpent, the chief had arranged for defense. And thus the entire tribe was aware of the serpent's existence. Now that he finally appeared, especially as Xiang Qingshu's prospective partner, curiosity abounded. Even the females came out to see if he was truly as formidable as the legends suggested. Yisang had initially intended to take Xiang Qingshu back to the beast den for rest, but upon seeing the chief outside, he placed her near the chief, surrounded by a circle of elder 4th and 5th level beasts for protection. Then swiftly joined the fray, showing no shame in the 2-against-1 scenario. Xiang Qingshu, although she found the chief amiable, felt a surge of nervousness as Yisang suddenly left her among the elders, all of whom turned to regard her simultaneously. This Yisang. Next time, she would surely tug at the whiskers on his beastly lips. However, her lamentations went unheard by Yisang, who was enthusiastically attacking Yalan alongside Yin Che. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was too great. Despite his utmost effort, after dozens of exchanges, Yisang was unceremoniously sent flying by Yalan's tail, eliciting laughter from the surrounding fox tribe beasts. Not far away, Feisher openly chided. "What a disgrace! Both 3rd level. How can you be so vastly inferior to Yin Che? It hasn't been long at all. and even if Yelan is on the verge of breaking through to 4th level, he hasn't reached it yet. As a 3rd-level beast, how could you be so easily outmatched? How humiliating. Yasang was equally astonished. He had never anticipated such a significant gap in strength between him and Yelan. Nor did he foresee himself experiencing such embarrassment, especially in front of the entire tribe. It was over. He was utterly ruined. With only 3 beasts in his household, he was unable to contend with them, one of whom was Qingshu's first partner, and the other was a beast she had openly confessed to liking. What could he possibly compare? It was all over, all over. He had thought that with the arrival of the 3rd beast, he could command them, but now he found himself unable to do so. His beastly life was in jeopardy. Chapter 50. I hope you can bond as partners soon. Fortunately, Yin Che did not last long under Yilan's onslaught. After just over 20 exchanges, he was ruthlessly sent flying by her, resulting in his defeat. Upon witnessing this, Yasang let out a sigh of relief. It was somewhat reassuring that he and Yin Che were not too far apart in skill. Completely forgetting that Yin Che had already engaged in a skirmish with Yilan prior to his arrival. Well fought. The battle concluded, and Chief Tang Yin was the first to voice his admiration. His exclamation was met with a chorus of heartfelt cheers from the surrounding orcs. No one held any grievances against Yilan for her identity as a wandering beast. They simply recognized her formidable prowess. Especially Tang Yin, who regarded the quietly tidying up Yilan with great appreciation, delighted that the Fox tribe would soon gain another young high-ranking beastman. However, he refrained from elaborating further to Yilan and turned his attention to Xiang Qingshu. Qingshu, congratulations on acquiring such a formidable partner. You have done well. He paused and spoke candidly. I would prefer not to interfere in your matters, but he is, after all, a wandering beast, and everyone in the tribe is unfamiliar with him. For the safety of the others in the tribe, I hope you can unite as partners swiftly, sooner rather than later, if possible, with the bond of the beast mark tying them together, regardless of how this great black serpent would choose to act in the future. At least it could be said that he was holding on to half of its lifeblood through Yasang's influence, which provided some reassurance. As the chief, his decisions must be pragmatic. One cannot simply rely on promises and emotions. Xiang Qingshu understood the chief's concerns and nodded. Rest assured, Chief, I will ensure this happens. Would tomorrow or the day after work? It's too late today, and we still need to prepare the beast den, which requires some time. Tang Yin nodded. No problem. You can arrange this as you see fit, but do keep in mind that you are with child. Be cautious during mating, lest you harm your health. Speaking of pregnancy, Tang Yin suddenly recalled something and looked towards Yin Che. After all, Qingshu is a human. Her physical condition differs from ours. During her pregnancy, you must prepare her with ample beast crystals. I fear her body may not sustain the nutrients necessary for the cub's growth. Providing her with beast crystals for both her and the young ones to absorb should greatly improve their condition. In truth, he was merely speculating, as there had never been an instance of a human carrying cubs before. He only knew that human bodies and beast bodies were quite dissimilar. He couldn't articulate the specifics, but could only instruct the shaman to monitor her closely to avoid any unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, the 3 males who had just finished tidying the battlefield stiffened at once. With his half-beast form, Yilan flicked his tail and suddenly interjected, "Would 3rd-level beast crystals suffice? Do you require 4th-level ones?" Seeing him ready to dash out and hunt a 4th-level beast at Tang Yin's slightest suggestion, Xiang Qingshu quickly grabbed him and the equally serious Yin Che, while inadvertently stepping on Yasang, and spoke up first, "Chief, do not worry. We will be cautious. Now is not the time for explanations." The fight was over, and she seized the opportunity to conclude the discussion, bidding everyone farewell. "It's getting dark. Chief, we must return now. Once Yilan and I bond, I will send Yasang to inform you." At Xiang Qingshu's words, Tang Yin instantly shed his earlier look of concern, smiling as he replied, "Good, hurry back. Once you return, rest well. Do not think of anything else. Let your partner handle any matters that arise. I will." Xiang Qingshu smiled back, exchanging greetings with Feisher and Chidi before hastily leading the 3 back home. Upon arriving home, Xiang Qingshu explained her condition to the others, assuring them that it would not affect her health and that the cubs could develop normally, even stating she could carry them comfortably. Yin Che and Yasang both sighed with relief. Regarding the need for Qingshu and Yilan to bond quickly, they were indeed quite anxious, fearing that Yilan might lose control during their first encounter and inadvertently harm Qingshu and the cubs. However, since Qingshu had reassured them that nothing untoward would happen, they felt reassured. Only Yilan maintained his indifferent demeanor, seemingly unaffected, yet his gaze towards Xiang Qingshu brimmed with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Unable to withstand his gaze, Xiang Qingshu took the initiative to embrace him and whispered in his ear, "Once we bond, I will reveal everything about myself to you. Is that all right?" With Xiang Qingshu enveloping him in her warm embrace, Yilan felt the delightful softness against him and instinctively pressed her closer. All right. Having made his choice, he naturally chose to trust her, to believe that she genuinely liked him, that she would not abandon him. And of course, to trust that she would keep her word, he would believe in everything about her. After all, if she wished to forsake him, they would face death together. Why Yilan's thoughts remained unknown to all present. They merely observed Xiang Qingshu and him in their intimate embrace, causing Yin Che and Yisang to feel a twinge of jealousy. Yisang was less affected, as during Yin Che's absence, he had monopolized Qingshu, engaging in numerous intimate moments. Yin Che, on the other hand, felt somewhat aggrieved. He had just returned and had intended to seek Qingshu's affection, yet he could only watch her be affectionate with another. Clearing his throat, he interrupted their tender exchange. "Since we are home, why don't you come over and take a look? Where would you like to dig the beast den? On the left or the right? Since Qingshu is with child, we might as well excavate a few more spaces to prepare for the cubs." Initially, he intended for Yilan to check inside the den and select a spot. But Yilan remained firmly wrapped around Xiang Qingshu, casually stating, "The left side." I suppose he could reside anywhere, as long as he could see Qingshu. Yin Che felt momentarily stifled and retorted, "Once you've made your choice, you can't just stand there motionless. You are now Qingshu's partner. You must learn to take care of her." Yiseng chimed in at the right moment. "Exactly, hurry up and come. It's time to prepare dinner for Qingshu. She's human, her tastes differ from ours, and the cooking methods are also dissimilar. You need to learn all of this." Upon hearing this, Yilan was momentarily taken aback. He realized he indeed lacked much knowledge regarding how to care for a partner. Forget about the cooking methods of humans. He was utterly clueless about how to interact with a partner. He had never even witnessed mating and had received no guidance from elders. It was evident he needed to learn. He turned to Xiang Qingshu, who was looking at him with her innocent, wide eyes and smiling. He promised, "Qingshu, I will learn diligently." With that, he released her and earnestly approached Yin Che and Yisang. After this dinner, Yilan learned a great deal. Aside from cooking methods, he also became aware of the various peculiar items around the house and their purposes. Knowing he was a complete novice, Yin Che generously took the time to instruct him on the intricacies of mating, what one must do before and after, the necessity of bathing, which positions Qingshu favored, and how long her stamina would last before she needed to consume beast crystals, and so forth. Chapter 51. Unless you take me along. Yilan was learning with utmost seriousness, displaying no embarrassment whatsoever, which left Xiang Qingshu blushing profusely. Such matters were hardly suitable for discussion at the dining table. Yet, she maintained a faade of composure, revealing no signs of her flustered state. Once they had finally finished their meal and washed up, Xiang Qingshu felt no inclination to be affectionate with Yilan. She dashed towards Yin Che's bedroom, ignoring any calls. When the three had tidied up and prepared to rest, Yilan settled down in the living room, ready to sleep. Upon Yin Che's return, he was taken aback to see Xiang Qingshu hiding under a beast's skin. Not emerging at all at first, he did not comprehend the situation, but soon realized that she was simply shy and embarrassed. He found it amusing. "Are we getting along well with Yilan?" Yet Qingshu is upset. Xiang Qingshu instantly threw off the beast's skin and pounced on Yin Che, playfully biting his lip. Yin Che winced in surprise, exclaiming in mock pain, yet his smile only grew brighter. "Our Qingshu has learned to bite. How delightful! Care to bite me again?" He playfully patted his chest muscles, receiving an eye roll from Xiang Qingshu to Che. "Was it Sang Sang who taught you this? Don't learn from him. He's quite naughty." At this, Yisang from the other side of the den immediately protested, "Qingshu, you are talking nonsense. How am I naughty? What have I done to deserve such accusations?" Xiang Qingshu replied, "Her memory is truly poor. How could she forget that beastmen have keen hearing?" "No worries, Sang Sang. I was just joking with Che. I wasn't genuinely criticizing you," Yisang retorted. "Do you think I would believe your flimsy excuses? You explicitly stated that I am very naughty, however." He wisely chose not to press further, merely huffing a few times, thinking to himself, just wait. Once the birthing is done, I will let Qingshu know what true naughtiness is. Unaware that Yasang was concocting new schemes, Xiang Qingshu was suddenly enveloped by Yin Che, who had come to embrace her, initiating some preliminary emotional bonding. Perhaps it was the thrill of reunion, or perhaps the confidence that Xiang Qingshu would be unharmed, bolstered by the assurance of beast crystals. Yin Che did not hold back excessively, yet neither did he completely indulge in essence. Their interactions were like flowing water and dancing flames, gentle yet passionate, both lost in the exquisite fervor of the moment. Afterward, Yin Che fed her a third-level beast crystal, one he had obtained during his earlier search for Yilan. He had yet to present it to Qingshu and decided to give it to her directly. The next day, Xiang Qingshu awoke quite late. Despite having consumed the beast crystal and exerted little effort the previous night, she felt hungrier than ever, believing she could devour an entire cow. Indeed, it is a fact that this morning, she single-handedly devoured an entire roasted lamb, along with a copious amount of wild greens, astonishing even herself. The three males, however, remained unfazed. Yin Che remarked, "It is quite normal for a female's appetite to suddenly increase during pregnancy. It will return to normal after giving birth." Xiang Qingshu, however, was filled with doubt, wondering if an increased appetite could truly reach such extremes. How many times larger could it possibly be? Would she really not burst from overeating? Well, she certainly did not feel as though she were overstuffed. Perhaps it was simply that the little ones were hungry. Comforting herself to relax her mindset, she had just begun to accept her transformation into a voracious eater when Yin Che added, "Qingqing, this morning the three of us discussed that we will expedite the excavation of the beast den during the day. Once you and Yilan have formed your bond tonight, we will commence preparations for the fourth-level beast crystal." Upon hearing the mention of the fourth-level beast crystal, Xiang Qingshu grew anxious. "Did I not say that I do not require beast crystals for nourishment? You are not yet at the fourth level. There is no need to take such risks. The dense forest is teeming with wild beasts. It is not as though they could encounter any beast they desired, even with Yilan present. Safety is not guaranteed." The first time she met Yilan, he was in a severely injured and near-death state. Seeing her distress, Yasang quickly approached to soothe her. "Qingqing, do not worry. The fourth-level beast crystal is not meant for nourishing the little ones. It is for use during your delivery. In the past, without Yilan, both Yin Che and I were unable to leave your side simultaneously, and there was little we could do. However, now that Yilan is here, we can collaborate in hunting, which increases our chances significantly." Yin Che concurred. "Yasang is right. We must prepare at least one fourth-level beast crystal for you. But rest assured, we will not venture deep into the forest specifically in search of fourth-level beasts. We will remain on the periphery. It is precisely because we are uncertain about encountering a solitary fourth-level beast on the outskirts that we must start preparing now, aiming to have everything ready before your delivery. Qingqing, with you and the little ones, we will not gamble with our lives. You must trust us." Seeing their firm assurances, Yilan also wished to comfort her with words, yet he was at a loss for how to express himself. Resorting instead to gently grasping Xiang Qingshu's hand, softly assuring her, "Qingqing, we will be fine. We will return early." Despite hearing their explanations, Xiang Qingshu remained unsettled. Yin Che's soothing words were merely an optimistic projection of the best possible outcome. Even on the outskirts, it remained a perilous forest, where encountering a solitary fourth-level beast was not guaranteed, and there were numerous third-level beasts in packs, if they failed to find any fourth-level beasts. She did not believe they would refrain from risking a foray into the depths of the forest. "I will not permit you to go unless you take me with you." Aware that they would likely not agree, she hurriedly elaborated before they could respond. "You know I am not in danger, and if a fourth-level beast crystal is necessary, why not directly venture into the heart of the forest and utilize the spiritual spring water? Here is my thought. We can use the spiritual spring water as bait, just a tiny amount, as its scent will undoubtedly attract many beasts. The depths of the forest must house fourth-level beasts, and perhaps even those of higher levels. At that point, we need not engage directly. We can remain in a safe position and let the beasts fight among themselves, seizing the opportunity once they suffer casualties." Though this was an idealistic notion fraught with potential mishaps, she reasoned that since the little ones would not be at risk and she herself would be unharmed, simply escaping with her should pose little issue. Having spoken, She recalled her earlier promise to inform Yilan of everything only upon their bond. Yet today she had inadvertently broken that vow. Xiang Qingshu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In the matter of keeping secrets, she always seemed to lag behind. Each of her partners had learned everything prior to their bond. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it too much. Having already spoken, she proceeded to explain her thoughts to Yilan in detail. The three males remained silent, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of her proposal, while only Yilan tightened his grip on Xiang Qingshu's hand. His expression growing more serious, he lowered his gaze, lost in thought, until after a while, Yin Shay suggested that Xiang Qingshu could entrust the spiritual spring water to them, allowing them to undertake this task in the depths of the forest. Yiseng also believed that Xiang Qingshu should not take such risks. Chapter 52. Qingqing, you can no longer back out now. Only Yilan, who had finally come to a realization, disagreed. As long as Qingqing wishes to go, then she shall go. After all, nothing will happen. My speed surpasses theirs, and I will ensure she does not get lost. Initially taken aback by Yilan's perspective, Yin Shay and Yiseng soon softened upon seeing the determination in Xiang Qingshu's eyes. Realizing her desire to accompany them stemmed from a wish to protect them. After a moment of hesitation, they made their decision. Then let us go. It is fortuitous that Qingqing has space. If we happen to achieve success, we can have her store the beast corpses. If we do not succeed, it will simply be a pleasant outing for Qingqing. After all, there are three of us, and we need not delve into the heart of the beast to fight. Protecting Qingqing and ensuring her escape should pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingshu felt a profound sense of relief. This arrangement was excellent. Even if they did not obtain a high-level beast crystal, it at least circumvented the peril of them sneaking into the depths of the forest. Moreover, it provided a perfect opportunity for experimentation. If successful, the chances of their family acquiring high-level beast crystals would increase significantly. Yin Shay and the others would also find it easier to level up. Once the decision was made, Yin Shay and the others wasted no time. Yiseng accompanied Xiang Qingshu to play at Chiyu's home, while Yin Shay and Yilan remained at home to renovate the beast den. When Xiang Qingshu returned for lunch, she took a tour of the newly organized beast den, discovering that they had transformed it into a two-story dwelling. The right side of the den, originally Yiseng's bedroom, had been cleared out to serve as a storage room, and they had moved the firewood and other items previously cluttering the living room into it. They had excavated a new bedroom for Yiseng on the right, and between the storage room and Yiseng's bedroom, a 3-meter-wide staircase led to the second floor. The second floor mirrored the layout of the first. Except there was no living room, just uniformly sized bedrooms, 6 in total, each with small windows. The first floor was similar. Yin Shay's bedroom remained unchanged, while a new bedroom for Yilan was excavated to the left, with another 3-meter-wide staircase connecting their bedrooms to the second floor. From the outside, the distance between the first and second floor windows appeared quite vast, but this was unavoidable. The size of the beast den was designed to accommodate the dimensions of the beastmen in their animal forms, making Xiang Qingshu, who could not transform, appear even more diminutive, as though she resided in an extraordinarily large 2-story villa, resembling a delicate doll. She marveled at this yet did not disturb Yin Shay and the others as they completed their final touches. After lunch, she returned to Chiyu's side to play with the little ones. Once they had reorganized the home, woven a grass nest, and excavated new cabinets, Xiang Qingshu returned home to prepare for the evening's bonding ceremony. Preparation was a mere formality, as she had nothing to do. Everything had been arranged. Even the beast crystal needed for their bonding had been prepared by Yilan in less than half a day's time. Yilan truly possessed extraordinary skills. This evening's meal was also prepared by him alongside Yiseng. During dinner, Yin Shay and Yiseng had refrained from intervening, allowing the newly minted beast husband, Yilan, to take charge, even overseeing the bathing water. When Xiang Qingshu emerged from her bath, Yilan was bustling about, tidying up, only heading outside for his own wash after everything was in order. When he returned, his skin glistening with moisture, Xiang Qingshu was already nestled in his grass nest, waiting for him in the darkness. Gazing at the figure lying in the nest, Yilan approached almost tiptoeing. Yet once he lay down, he became utterly still, perfectly rigid, resembling a figurine. Such an atmosphere rendered Xiang Qingshu somewhat perplexed. Having dined and bathed, and with Yin Shay and the others having vacated for what was to be their first night together, it felt as though they were not preparing to bond but rather to partake in a feast. She turned to glance at Elon, finding him with his eyes wide open, his chest rising and falling slowly. Appearing unaffected, yet his tightly interlaced fingers unmistakably conveyed his tension. A sudden urge to tease overcame Xiang Qingshu. She reached out, gently caressing Yilan's thigh, and the mere touch made him shiver, incredulously exclaiming, "Qing, you!" Witnessing how swiftly he lost his pretense of seriousness, Xiang Qingshu was filled with delight. She leapt onto him, playfully biting his chest. The firm muscle was impervious to her feeble attempt, but the motion, akin to a kiss, successfully made Yilan's breath hitch, stirring a primal instinct within him. He murmured softly, "Qing." Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yilan's fair skin beneath Xiang Qingshu's gaze, distinctly contrasting with the sun-kissed hues of Yanche and Yasang. In the glow of the moonlight, his porcelain skin appeared particularly radiant, resembling a piece of exquisite white jade. His long black hair cascaded over him and onto his shoulders. The interplay of light and dark created a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Captivating her entirely, Xiang Qingshu found herself utterly entranced, realizing he was indeed the man she had been smitten with from the very first glance. He was truly stunning. Uncontrollably bending down, she extended her hand. Inch by inch, gliding gently from his brow bone, tracing over his eyes, nose bridge, lips, chin, Adam's apple, and finally to his chest. Elon could no longer endure it. After seizing her mischievous hand, he pulled her down, seeking her luscious, crimson lips, and initiated a kiss. His kiss bore a distinct coolness, not uncomfortable, but rather evoking a subtle thrill within Xiang Qingshu, especially as Elon embraced her and turned, pinning her beneath him. The sensation enveloped her entirely, setting her heart aflutter. Compelled by an irresistible impulse, she wrapped her arms around Elan's neck, reciprocating his kiss. With her guidance, Elon gradually found his rhythm, delicately prying open her lips. Savoring the sweetness within, little by little, slowly merging her essence with his own. After what felt like an eternity, Elon finally released her, gasping for breath. "Qing, I don't speak," Xiang Qingshu interjected, feeling insatiable. She pulled Elon down once more, kissing him anew. This time, as she kissed, she ignited a fire upon his abdomen, sending both of them into waves of indescribable tremors, desire surging like a tide. Elon exhaled softly, struggling to maintain control. Once again, he called out, "Qing," reaching out to entwine their fingers, while his other hand, tinged with urgency, found its way to her waist. The coolness of his touch elicited a soft moan from Xiang Qingshu. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, both clear and hazy, while the two within the room indulged in their passionate interlude, filling the air with affection and longing, a natural progression of their emotions. As their intimacy deepened, Elon suddenly spoke earnestly, "Qing, you can never turn back now." Her response was a husky, "Mm." Chapter 53. It is perfectly normal for a pregnant female to have an increased appetite, perhaps having been too proactive. Even after consuming a third-level beast crystal, Xiang Qingshu found herself overwhelmingly drowsy. Nevertheless, she persevered against her fatigue, searching for Yilan's beast mark, resembling the silly moments of searching for her phone. Ultimately, she discovered the mark on her right wrist, a blue-purple serpentine insignia, resembling a bracelet but thicker, coiling around 4 times, appearing more like a distinctive 3D serpent ornament. Gazing at this formidable yet cold beast mark, then at Elon who held her, Xiang Qingshu chuckled, lifting her head to plant another kiss on him. I really like you." Her unabashed confession ignited a warmth within Elan's heart. He embraced her tighter, softly responding with a by the way. "I need to tell you something," she continued. Earlier, you completely enchanted me, and I forgot to mention that next time. During our coupling, I want to see your true colored eyes. From now on, when we're together, please don't cover them, all right? Such beautiful eyes should not be concealed." Had she not been swept away by excitement earlier, she would have realized that witnessing those eyes would only enhance their experiences. Elon was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to bring this up. He was quite unaccustomed to revealing his eye color. For years, even when alone, he had kept them hidden, not wanting to be seen unexpectedly. Yet, since Qing desired it, he resolved to comply, even if it felt foreign, immediately reverting his eyes to their natural hue. Leaning closer to her, eager for her to see clearly. "Is this all right?" With a compliant expression. Paired with those striking eyes, Xiang Qingshu felt her heart flutter anew. However, despite the thrill, she was still pregnant and knew they shouldn't overindulge. They had already indulged enough that night. Thus, she restrained herself, merely nodding at Yilan. "Yes, just like this, I want to see them every day." You must stay by my side every day?" "Every day?" Yilan chuckled. "All right, every day I will never leave you. Never, not even in death." With his promise, Xiang Qingshu felt reassured. As night fell, she closed her eyes, allowing sleep to envelop her, quickly drifting off in Yilan's embrace. Yet Yilan remained restless, perhaps because the night had been too wondrous. Or perhaps due to the overwhelming reality of the person sleeping beside him, he felt as though he were dreaming, engulfed in an extraordinary happiness. He caressed Xiang Qingshu's cheek, then her hair, hesitating briefly before reaching to touch her still flat abdomen, where a small life resided, his partner's offspring. His previously furrowed brow relaxed. It was real, undeniably real. From that day forth, he had a partner, a family, and the right to happiness. The following day, as Xiang Qingshu opened her eyes, she was met with Yilan's brilliantly shimmering heterochromatic gaze. She blinked in surprise before smiling, realizing Yilan had been by her side all along, even sporting a subtle smile. She returned his smile warmly. Good morning." Not fully grasping the meaning of good morning, Yilan mimicked her, saying, "Ching ching, good morning." Though it was no longer morning and lunch would soon be served, Yilan refrained from mentioning it, leaning down to kiss her, allowing her to hold him for a moment longer before lifting her from the grassy nest and taking her to wash up. Outside, Yilan had already prepared a sumptuous lunch for Xiang Qingshu. By the time she finished washing up, Yin Shay and Yasang had set the meal on the table. The family sat together, sharing a warm and cozy meal, as if they had performed this ritual 1,000 times before, with no sense of anything different due to Yilan's recent addition. Surprisingly, neither Yin Shay nor Yasang interrupted, which eased Yilan's heart further. After the meal, Yasang visited the chief to inform him of Xiang Qingshu and Yilan's union. Upon his return, the family began discussing their plans to venture into the dense forest. Uncertain of potential dangers and the unpredictability of time, they agreed to postpone their journey for a few days, ensuring that Xiang Qingshu would not go hungry and that they could prepare adequately without wasting time on hunting and cooking. Thus, in the days that followed, their dwelling was filled with delightful aromas. To avoid suspicion, they claimed that Xiang Qingshu's appetite had increased considerably, necessitating constant cooking, with the enticing scent of meat wafting through the air. However, no matter how robust her appetite, Xiang Qingshu, as a human, could not be an insatiable pit. Therefore, they needed to disguise the quantity of their game. Yilan discreetly accompanied either Yin Shay or Yasang on hunting expeditions, and upon returning with their catches, they would bring some through the main entrance, while Yilan would stealthily return through a concealed path, ensuring no one knew the true extent of their bounty. No one was aware of how many game they actually had. Only from the catches brought back by Yasang or Yin Shay could they ascertain that Xiang Qingshu had indeed developed quite an appetite. Naturally, it was entirely normal for a pregnant female to eat more. And so, for days passed without incident. Except for the day Yin Shay returned home to unite with Yilan, the three beast husbands refrained from disturbing Xiang Qingshu, taking turns to accompany her in sleep, allowing her to rest extraordinarily well. Thus, on the 5th morning, Xiang Qingshu and the others used Yilan's need to retrieve items from his previous serpent cave as a legitimate reason to depart the tribe openly. Previously, they suspected Ling Ran might be after Xiang Qingshu, so this time, they took extra care to observe their surroundings, finding no trace of unfamiliar beastmen. After searching thoroughly without uncovering anything amiss, they proceeded towards the dense forest. Once they entered the wooded expanse, the light dimmed significantly, and their sense of direction waned amidst the uniform trees that seemed to stretch endlessly. Fortunately, with Xiang Qingshu not needing to discern the way, they pressed forward without pausing, plunging deeper into the forest. It was not until past noon, as their surroundings grew increasingly dark and cool, that they finally found a suitable place to stop, transforming back into their human forms to allow Xiang Qingshu to rest and eat something. With Yasang and Yilan accompanying her, Yin Shay took it upon himself to scout the area. Upon his return, Xiang Qingshu had just finished eating. Noticing the remnants of food at the corners of her mouth, he intended to help her wipe it away, only to collide with Yasang's hand midway. This inadvertently benefited Yilan, who sat closest. While the two exchanged glances, he had already taken a piece of animal skin to clean Xiang Qingshu's mouth, earning a sweet kiss from her in return. Yin She and Yasang exchanged glances, taken aback by how swiftly Yilan acted, having always been the quiet one among them. Chapter 54. There isn't a single level 4 beast in sight. Yin She scoffed internally, yet said aloud, Qing, I've observed the area. There are numerous tracks and droppings of wild beasts nearby. We need not search elsewhere. We can try our luck right here. Xiang Qingshu hadn't anticipated their good fortune, stopping right where many trails of activity were evident. However, the abundance of activity indicated potential danger, prompting Xiang Qingshu to urge Yilan to bring her down from the tree. They needed to prepare their traps while the coast was clear. Yet, Yilan remained still. It was Yasang who descended first. After digging a small pit beneath the tree, he laid down a piece of animal skin before looking up, calling, Qing, come down. Yilan then took Xiang Qingshu down. Once they stood firmly, Xiang Qingshu filled the small pit with the spring water. In truth, she did not use much of the spring water, nor did she spill any, but fearing that the lingering scent of the spring water in her hands might attract wild beasts as it had before. She fetched some clean water from her storage to wash her hands thoroughly. Only then did she allow Yin Che to carry her away as swiftly as possible from that place. After running for a while towards the outskirts of the dense forest, they finally stopped at a spot farther away where they could still see the spring pit, and no sooner had they paused than an exhilarating roar from a beast echoed nearby. Yin Che and the others were momentarily taken aback, not expecting the beasts to arrive so quickly. They had anticipated a much longer wait. Without hesitation, Yilan quickly ascended a tree with Xiang Qingshu in her arms, followed closely by Yin Che and Yasang. The three of them encircled Xiang Qingshu protectively, ensuring she was well guarded in the center. Just as they concealed themselves, commotion erupted near the spring pit. Perhaps due to the abundance of spring water this time, the beasts displayed none of the calmness exhibited by the previous ones. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, they rushed towards it in a frenzy, entirely losing their reason. One by one, whether large or small, the beasts emerged from the underbrush. Initially, only a few appeared, but soon, they were swarming from all directions. The beasts charged recklessly, driven by their desperate thirst for the spring water. They did not hesitate to attack one another, disregarding their own strength in the heat of the moment. Even the hierarchical suppressions among them became irrelevant. Particularly, the few beasts at the forefront, as the pit was already small, found it impossible to quench their thirst together, leading them to rage and fury and turn on each other with lethal intent, resulting in casualties. The scene became increasingly chaotic, with the scent of blood overwhelming the air. The rear beasts became frenzied as well, and the brawling group of beasts exuded a destructive ferocity. Fortunately, Xiang Qingshu and the others had already vacated the area. Otherwise, the tree they occupied might have been toppled. This distressing spectacle gradually became unbearable. Some beasts had their bellies torn open, and even from a distance, the sight of the crimson and white viscera caught Xiang Qingshu's eye, filling her with a nauseating sense of revulsion. She could not help but retch, which immediately drew the attention of the three males. Yin Che, is Qingshu all right? Yasang, what is wrong? Are you frightened? Let us not look anymore. I'll carry you. By the time Yasang uttered these words, Yilan had already cradled Xiang Qingshu in her arms and covered her eyes. Yasang, I really want to teach him a lesson. No, that is impossible. Let us not think about it. Xiang Qingshu was not truly afraid, but as a modern individual, she could tolerate the bloodshed that occurred when a pig was slaughtered. However, witnessing the slaughter of a multitude of pigs was an entirely different ordeal, a harrowing visual that was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Yet, she resolutely shook her head, signaling for them not to worry. She merely experienced a normal physiological reaction due to her pregnancy. The three males undoubtedly did not believe her. They recognized that she was indeed startled. However, with the situation escalating, they could not afford to retreat or make a sound. Thus, they chose silence, allowing Xiang Qingshu to sip the spring water slowly. They waited until the uproar subsided before Yin Che deemed it safe to descend from the tree with Yasang to investigate. The spring pit had already been ravaged by the beasts, leaving behind a multitude of carcasses, some intact, some mangled. creating a rather spectacular sight. Of course, there were also those that were still alive. Upon encountering them, Yin Che and Yisang swiftly dealt with the threat. Once they confirmed that the area was devoid of living beasts and that no new ones were approaching, Yin Che hastily informed Yilan to bring Xiang Qingshu over. Xiang Qingshu was brought over with her eyes covered. Upon arrival, Yilan refused to uncover her eyes, and she did not insist on looking, instead relying on her senses to collect the spoils into her storage. Fortunately, her storage was quite effective, even without seeing the physical items. She could gather them as long as there were corpses nearby. After she finished collecting, Yilan held her once more, and the trio swiftly distanced themselves from the scene of carnage. On their way, Xiang Qingshu could no longer suppress her curiosity and took a glance at her storage. The beasts' levels could be discerned by the color of their eyes, and as she examined the more than 50 beasts, she found that besides over 30 first and second level beasts, all the rest were third level. Astonishingly, there was not a single fourth level beast among them. Xiang Qingshu found this perplexing. Could it be that they had not ventured deep enough? She conveyed her thoughts to Yin Che and the others, but they were not at all surprised, having already noticed this when they came to assess the situation. Upon reaching a new safe location, the group deliberated and decided to venture further into the dense forest while there was still light. Aside from the location, they could also use more spring water this time, leading to more bait, which would increase the chances of enticing the more self-disciplined fourth-level beasts. Having reached a consensus, they did not hesitate and set off into the depths of the forest. This time, after finding a suitable spot to set their trap, Yin Che and the others carried Xiang Qingshu even farther away until they could no longer see the spring pit nor hear any sounds from that direction. Only then did they stop and settle on a tree. With Yin Che and Yisang keeping Xiang Qingshu company, Yilan returned to a nearby location to keep an eye on the situation, ready to alert Yin Che and the others should any unexpected events occur, allowing them to leave with Xiang Qingshu in advance. This time, Xiang Qingshu indeed did not witness any repulsive scenes. Although the sounds were audible, they were distant enough to lose their frightful edge. Over time, Xiang Qingshu even grew somewhat bored. When Yilan finally relayed news, it was unsurprisingly devoid of danger. The call was merely for them to come and collect their spoils. Xiang Qingshu, as before, closed her eyes to gather the items, and once she had finished, Yin Che and the others hurriedly took her away. This time, they exited the dense forest without lingering within its confines. By the time they emerged from the forest's edge, the sky had already darkened, yet they did not halt, continuing to travel briskly until they found a secure tree hollow to rest. Returning to the tribe was no longer an option. They could only spend the night outside. Fortunately, they were well prepared, not only with food and water but also with animal skins and seasonings. They even had a new stone pot ready, and hot water was readily available at their disposal. Yin Che and the others chose not to hunt, instead enjoying a leisurely meal of roasted meat and stew that Xiang Qingshu had retrieved from her storage. Initially, they worried that she might have lost her appetite. Yet Xiang Qingshu seemed unaffected, eating heartily as if nothing were amiss. After finishing, she was even in the mood to inspect their second haul. This time, the spoils were quite abundant, successfully capturing a fourth-level beast. However, the total number was not as high as the first time. Altogether, there were only about 30-odd prey, around 10 first and second-level beasts, nearly 20 third-level beasts, and 5 fourth-level beasts. Xiang Qingshu was elated. "We have 5 fourth-level beast crystals. Look, I told you my method would work." Those beasts lack the capacity for critical thinking and are easily enchanted by the spring water. In their frenzy to seize it, they eliminate each other without us lifting a finger. She beamed with pride, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers, eliciting uncontainable smiles from Yin Che and the others. Yisang, eager to flatter, exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. Our Qingshu is the most formidable. With Qingshu around, we shall never lack for beast crystals. To be Qingshu's partner is the most honorable thing in the world." Hearing this, Xiang Qingshu felt a surge of delight. "Of course. I traversed 2 worlds to arrive here. Even if there are other humans here, they are not like me. I am one of a kind in this realm, so you must cherish me." This boastful declaration was almost accompanied by a wagging tail. Strangely, the 3 males were completely taken in by her charm. Or rather, they simply adored whatever she did or said. Thus, her rare display of pride endeared her to them all the more, especially Yisang, his eyes shining with admiration, exclaimed, Shu truly understands me. I chose you precisely because of your uniqueness. See how discerning my eye is? I liked you at first glance, which proves I am different from the others. I am superior to them. So, Shu, may I ask for a little reward? This fellow, always brazen, directly sought a kiss, dragging Yin-Shay and Yilan into the mix as if they were easy to offend, as expected. No sooner had Yasang spoken than a black serpentine tail lunged at him with remarkable precision. He dodged just in time but collided directly with Yin-Shay's outstretched thigh, tumbling out of the tree hollow with a pitiful yelp. Ouch! Yasang's cry was heart-wrenching, causing Shu to flinch and rush to check on him. However, just as she took a step, Yilan had already wrapped his arms around her from behind, looking quite aggrieved. Shu, we have only mated once. That single utterance caused Shu to entirely forget about Yasang's predicament. Yilan, who typically spoke little and often concealed his discomfort, was now openly expressing his discontent. How could Shu possibly overlook it? As for Yasang, it was merely a 5-meter drop. There was no real danger of injury. This fellow has always had a knack for theatrics, and she dismissed him with a wave. She turned to gently cradle Yilan's handsome face and planted a soft kiss upon his lips. Upon glancing back, she saw Yinxing gazing at her with a look of pitiful longing, prompting her to beckon him over. Yinxing, filled with exuberance, hurried to her side, seemingly oblivious to her current position with Yilan. He leaned down and pressed a tender kiss on Shu's lips, lingering for a moment in affectionate intimacy. However, their exchanges were limited to mere kisses. Bathing was inconvenient at the moment, and after a long, exhausting day, neither of them wished to disturb her further. They patiently coaxed her into resting, showering her with sweet words until she completely forgot that Yasang was still waiting for comfort beneath the tree. When Yasang finally climbed up, his face a mask of grievance, he found Shu had been nestled on the animal hide for quite some time, with Yinxing on her left and Yilan on her right. Both had claimed the prime spots, leaving no opportunity for Yasang. Infuriated, Yasang caught Yinxing's challenging gaze, nearly causing him to combust with frustration. Fortunately, Shu took the initiative to invite him over, which instantly brightened his mood, and he scampered over with delight. After receiving a long and lingering kiss from Shu, Yasang completely forgot his earlier grievances, even transforming into his beast form and settling at the entrance of the tree hollow, smiling as he kept watch through the night. Shu lay atop Yilan's chest, glancing at Yasang, and then reached out to grasp Yinxing's hand around her waist, overwhelmed by the beauty of their world. Let us linger here for a few more days. I wish to gather more level 4 beast crystals for your advancement. The stronger her companions grew, the more secure her idyllic life would remain. She could not bear the thought of losing them, nor of living a life less than splendid. The 3 males fell into a contemplative silence, with Yinxing breaking it first. All right, we shall level up diligently, Shu. We will protect you well. Yasang added, Shu, I swear. I will not hinder Yilan and Yinxing. I will not let you down, Yilan simply remarked. As long as you are happy, we can stay as long as you wish. Upon hearing this, Shu turned to Yilan. Noticing that despite his cool demeanor, his eyes shimmered with affection and indulgence. She smiled brightly, suddenly lunging toward him to plant a kiss on his eyes. Afterward, she closed her eyes, pretending to drift off to sleep. Though she struggled to suppress her laughter, leaving Yinxing and Yilan somewhat exasperated. Seizing the moment, Yinxing pulled her close. Sleep now, or you won't rise in the morning. Shu did not resist, murmuring affirmatively as she feigned slumber. Yinxing gently patted her back, soothing her as one might a child, and before long, Shu truly fell asleep, her serene visage filling Yinxing with warmth and tenderness. The following day, after everything was packed, the 4 ventured back into the depths of the dense forest. Just like the day before, they used the spiritual spring water to lure the wild beasts into conflict, soon reaping another harvest of creatures, including several level 4 beasts, along with an exceptionally fortunate catch, a half-damaged level 5 beast that had been battered by others. The 3 worked diligently to secure their prize, but by exercising caution, striking when necessary and retreating when called for. Frequently changing their location, they encountered little danger and no other humans. However, on the 4th day, as they prepared to leave after their final hunt, they encountered 2 particularly cunning level 5 beasts. These creatures had been lurking nearby. Having evaded the allure of the residual spiritual spring water and the heavy scent of blood, only to emerge unexpectedly just as the trio was about to depart, they swiftly inflicted deep wounds on Yelan and Yinqing, who were positioned at the front. Chapter 56. I may be in danger. Fortunately, the three reacted quickly. Yisong turned and led Xiang Qingshu away as Yinqing and Yelan evaded the beast's onslaught. Although they initially failed to avoid the first strike, they did not engage the two beasts, having prepared themselves and managing to escape without further injury. Nonetheless, the two beasts were formidable. Despite their utmost efforts and Yelan's strategic obstructions, they remained hot on their heels. Poised to pounce on Yelan, who lagged at the back, Xiang Qingshu considered protesting that they need not protect her, as her unique abilities could help them evade the level 5 beasts. Yet, she knew they would never agree to use her as a shield against danger. The gap between knowing and accepting reality was too wide. She refrained from further discussion, instead preparing 2 barrels filled with diluted spiritual spring water, lacing it with a potent poison, and setting the barrels down on the ground. Initially, she had intended to use pure spiritual spring water, but fearing the beasts might pursue them after drinking it, she opted for the poison version. While the diluted spring water would not be as effective, it should suffice to buy them more time to escape. As soon as the spring water was released, the two beasts immediately halted their pursuit. Perhaps due to the dilution, the allure of the spring water was diminished, but it still proved more enticing than the residual scent. One beast, originally intent on continuing the chase, hesitated for a moment before succumbing to temptation and sprinting back toward the spring water. Seeing this, Xiang Qingshu felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "I've poisoned the spring water. Let us hurry and leave now." Yinqing and the others, hearing her words, maintained their speed without a glance back, eager to distance themselves before the beasts resumed their pursuit. Only Yelan, upon hearing that the water was tainted, slowed his pace considerably, eventually stopping as he observed Yisong carrying Xiang Qingshu farther away. To their surprise, he quickly turned back, heading toward the level 5 beasts. Initially providing rear support, the 3 racing ahead did not notice his movement until they reached a safe point and paused to rest, only to realize they were now down to 3. Xiang Qingshu panicked. "Where is I? Why is he missing?" Yinqing frowned. "I didn't hear any fighting behind us. He should not have been caught by those level 5 beasts. Could he have gone back on his own? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Xiang Qingshu, her expression shifting. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think he could return and take advantage of the 2 level 5 beasts once they succumb to the poison. Would he? This is terrible. I don't even know if the poison will take effect. Even if it does, those are level 5 beasts. Their resilience far exceeds that of level 4 beasts. There's no telling when the poison might strike. Aker, we must hurry back. I may be in danger." At that moment, her urgency was palpable. Before she could finish her sentence, Yinqing and Yisong were already racing back, sprinting with all their might. Before long, they could hear the sounds of a struggle echoing from their previous location. Upon arriving at the spot where they had poured the spring water, the skirmish had ceased. They found the area in disarray, and there stood Yelan before the 2 slain level 5 beasts. Drenched in blood? Xiang Qingshu was horrified by the sight of his blood-soaked figure, her heart trembling in fear. She quickly leapt from Yisong's back and rushed to his side, immediately noticing the multitude of wounds marring his body. The blood loss had rendered him frighteningly pale, his lips devoid of color. Xiang Qingshu reached out to him, but Yelan stepped back, first handing her the 2 level 5 beast crystals he had just retrieved. Smiling gently, "Qingshu, look, we've acquired 2 more level 5 beast crystals." At such a moment, who cared about beast crystals? Xiang Qingshu felt a mix of anger and anxiety, desperately wanting to scold him, but his wounds were already turning black, clearly contaminated by the toxic blood of the beasts. She had no time to waste, quickly producing a handful of antidotes. "Hurry! Consume them all!" As she spoke, she forced the antidotes into his mouth. Yelan, taken aback, did not question her, obediently swallowing the plants she provided. Once he had finished, Xiang Qingshu hastily retrieved a large barrel of clean water from her spatial storage. With one hand, she washed the 2 level 5 beast crystals before stowing them away, while with the other, she pulled Yelan closer to cleanse his wounds. "The blood of those beasts is toxic, and it has contaminated your wounds. You are poisoned." Upon hearing this, the others finally grasped her urgency. Yinxing and Yisong attempted to assist, but seeing Xiang Qingshu and Yelan already at work, they exchanged glances before turning their attention to the two fallen beasts, swiftly digging a pit. Given the toxicity, those two beasts were now unfit for consumption, and it would be best to prevent other beasts from feasting upon them, lest the forest's inhabitants suffer dire consequences. They transformed into their beast forms to dig. Working swiftly, while Xiang Qingshu managed to clean Yelan's bloodied skin, by the time she forced Yelan to drink a large cup of spiritual spring water, Yinxing and Yisong had buried the two beasts and the remnants of their toxic blood. They stomped on the mound to ensure no scent would attract other beasts, finally breathing a sigh of relief as they quickly led Xiang Qingshu away from the area. Once they emerged from the dense forest and reached a safe location, the three halted to gaze at Yelan. Yinxing stated sternly, "Yelan, you took too great a risk. We have fortuitously acquired a 5th-level beast crystal, and this time, you need not rush back. But are we dealing with one 5th-level beast or two? Unless we are swiftly poisoned, should they resist with all their might, we would be utterly incapable of withstanding their assault. Did you not consider before returning that they might not succumb to the poison so quickly? Did you not ponder that even if they were poisoned, they might still be able to take you down before meeting their demise? And what of that toxic blood? If it were not for Qingqing," he paused, noticing the troubled expression on Xiang Qingshu's face, and refrained from further reproach, merely stating, "Qingqing is frightened by you." Indeed, Xiang Qingshu was startled, but after the sprint they had just undertaken, the initial shock had subsided. Leaving only lingering worry, she gazed at the silent Yelan and, for some inexplicable reason, felt a profound sense of grievance. Do you not like me?" Upon hearing this, the previously taciturn Yelan could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward, grasping Xiang Qingshu's hand earnestly. "How could that be? How could I not like you? That is impossible. Yet, if you truly care, why did you not consider my well-being before acting? Your reckless return could have dire consequences." "What am I to do then?" Chapter 57. I shall not be so reckless again. Yelan had never deemed his opportunistic ambush to be problematic. In the past, when confronted by beasts he could not overpower, he would seize any chance to strike, even at the risk of his own life. This instance was no different. Fully aware that the two 5th-level beasts would succumb to the poison, he could not simply allow them to escape his sight. As fate would have it, his instincts proved correct. Though he endured certain costs, the outcome was manageable, for the two beasts were timely afflicted by the poison, allowing him to claim their valuable crystals. Yet, he had not considered what would have transpired had something gone awry. He had forgotten that he was no longer alone. In the past, his death would have gone unnoticed, but now, Qingqing cared for him, as did Yin She and Yisang. He was no longer a wandering beast. In that moment, Yelan felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him. He truly realized how terrifying his actions must have been. Had the beasts been delayed in their poisoning, he might not be standing here now. "Qingqing, I am sorry. I am simply accustomed to this." Before he could utter these words, Xiang Qingshu had already thrown herself into his embrace. However, his body was marred with wounds, and she dared not hold him tightly, merely resting against his chest. Listening to the strong heartbeat resonating from within him, she exhaled deeply, striving for calmness. "It is all right. What is past is past. There is no need for apologies, nor to revisit it. We are family. But you must remember, regardless of who among the three of you it is, I do not seek anything from you. I do not require you to risk your lives to procure 4th or 5th-level beast crystals for me, nor do I expect you to perform any earth-shattering feats. I only wish for you to remain by my side. To be together, safe and sound, in good health. Is that not so?" Her words warmed the hearts of the 3 beastmen present, and Yelan felt a bittersweet sensation enveloping him, akin to being cradled by clouds. Both sour and tender, he nodded, solemnly assuring her, "Henceforth, I shall not act so recklessly. If there is something imperative that must be done, I will remember to consult everyone. That is precisely how it should be. Living as a family necessitates open communication. If you do not speak, and I do not speak, how shall we understand one another's thoughts?" Seeing Yelan so easily swayed, Yisang clapped his hands in excitement. The atmosphere finally lightened. Moments ago, when Yin She had spoken, he had feared a confrontation between the two, yet it had unfolded peacefully. Fortunately, They had encountered no serious issues and successfully obtained 2 5th-level beast crystals. They were indeed fortunate. As everyone turned to him, Yasang seized the opportunity to inquire. Qingqing, what shall we do next? Shall we venture into the dense forest tomorrow? Xiang Qingshu quickly shook her head. Not at all. I is severely injured, and Ache has been wounded as well. We cannot go back. Furthermore, in recent days, we have already amassed a considerable amount of beast crystals. Over the past few days, they had gathered quite a trove. Over 91st-level beast crystals, more than 80 second-level crystals, the most being 3rd level, exceeding 180, 37 4th-level crystals, and 3 5th-level crystals, sufficient by any measure. Tonight, let us find a tree hollow to rest before we locate a downstream river devoid of tribes tomorrow. Allowing us to recuperate while clearing out our spoils is certainly ill-advised to return to the tribe now, as ice injuries would be difficult to explain. Given Yilan's prowess, there were indeed few beasts capable of inflicting such wounds upon him outside the dense forest. Even if he did encounter one, a swift escape would have prevented such severity. Should they return as they were, the tribe would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, easily deducing that they had ventured into the forest. Though entering the forest was not unusual, bringing a female along would be deemed reckless and irresponsible in the eyes of the average person. They had no need to create trouble for themselves. Yinshe and Yasang had no objections to this reasoning. As dusk settled, Yasang volunteered to search for a tree hollow, leaving the 2 injured to accompany Xiang Qingshu in waiting. Neither Yilan nor Yinshe contested his decision. They took the opportunity to sit and rest, while Xiang Qingshu retrieved some fresh medicinal leaves from their supplies to treat their wounds. She also produced a newly crafted stone mortar, crushing the leaves to extract their juices, which she applied to their injuries. Yet, before doing so, she made certain to offer each of them a cup of the spiritual spring water. And after applying the medicinal juice, she urged them to drink several more cups for good measure. Yinshe was faring better, having only endured a single claw mark. Though deep, he appeared unaffected, his expression unchanged. Yilan, though improved, had lost considerable blood, and his numerous deep wounds could not be remedied merely by a few cups of spiritual spring water. Thus, when Yasang returned, leading them to the tree hollow, Xiang Qingshu promptly took out the remainder of the cooked food from their supplies, urging them to eat. Of course, she did not forget to offer Yasang some spiritual spring water. Ever since her secret had been revealed, she had made it a point to provide herself and the 3 of them with the water daily. Even if it did not elevate their levels, it would surely benefit their health. However, aside from the spiritual spring water, Yasang refrained from touching the steaming food, and neither did Yinshe or Yilan. They unanimously agreed that the limited cooked food should be reserved for Xiang Qingshu. Unable to dissuade them, and wishing to prevent them from hunting at this moment, she placed some of their captured prey beneath the tree, allowing them to help themselves, even insisting that each consume 2 4th-level beast crystals. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Xiang Qingshu intended to discuss the distribution of the beast crystals with them. However, upon seeing Yilan had transformed into his beast form, curled up on the opposite side of the hollow, falling into a deep slumber with no energy to even open his eyes, she decided against disturbing him. When Yasang had finished laying out the animal skins, she nestled against him and Yinshe, quickly succumbing to a peaceful sleep, a night devoid of incident. The following morning, Yasang ventured outside for a few laps, discovering a secluded valley devoid of human presence. Within the valley flowed a small stream, neither deep nor wide compared to a river, but entirely sufficient for cleaning their prey. Moreover, the location was distanced from all tribes, shielded by mountains and trees, ensuring that even if they laid out all their spoils for cleaning, they would remain undiscovered. Thus, the group prepared and made their way to the valley. Though the valley was small, it was unexpectedly bathed in sunlight. As they traversed from the foot of the mountain, they beheld a vibrant tapestry of flowers blooming throughout. These blossoms adorned the sparse yet towering trees, scattered among the grassy green carpet, a riot of colors: crimson, emerald, violet, and amaranthine. Xiang Qingshu was utterly enchanted. This was her first encounter with such a plethora of beautiful flowers in this beastly realm. While the vicinity of the fox tribe had some flowers due to frequent human activity, she had never before seen such an expansive sea of blossoms. Chapter 58. She cherished this familial atmosphere. Xiang Qingshu sat upon Yinshe's back, traversing through the floral expanse, reveling in the delicate fragrance wafting through the air, which uplifted her spirits. Achoo! 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 Yet, before long, the three males each erupted into a series of loud sneezes. Clearly, the subtle floral scent that delighted Xiang Qingshu was overwhelmingly potent for the beastmen, and they found themselves ill-suited to such an aromatic environment. With a sigh, Xiang Qingshu realized that aside from essential circumstances, beastmen indeed preferred to remain free of any foreign scents, their sense of smell being exceptionally acute. Alas, it appeared her budding dream of cultivating a small garden at home was destined to wither. "What troubles you, Qingqing? Why the sudden sigh?" Ye Sang, who had been leading the way, turned back to see Xiang Qingshu gazing longingly at the flowers. Though he could not comprehend her sentiment, it did not prevent him from offering comfort. "Fear not. Qingqing, I have scouted the area, and there are no large beasts in this valley. It is safe. There is nothing untoward among the flowers, and we shall protect you." Gazing into his confident eyes, which seemed to seek praise, Xiang Qingshu smiled, casting her worries aside. "I know, Sang is the best." Whether the flowers were beautiful or not mattered little. What truly counted was her beloved husband. Upon witnessing her smile, Yao Sang mistakenly believed that he had successfully cheered her up. Instantly, his face brightened with joy, and in a fit of excitement, he dashed forward, leading the others swiftly to the creek. "Qingqing, shall we dig a tree hole nearby to take temporary shelter? Later, I can join Yin Che in cleaning the game, while Yi Lan keeps you company and helps you recover. What do you think?" Xiang Qingshu glanced around, noting the sturdy and towering trees surrounding them. She nodded in agreement. "All right, let us choose this one. It's close to the creek, but make sure the hole isn't too high. A lower one will suffice, allowing me to rest and converse with you all at the same time." She was referring to a massive tree situated just a few paces from the creek. Naturally, Yin Che and the others had no objections. They would allow Qingqing to choose whichever tree she preferred. They promptly began to excavate the tree hole. Having consumed copious amounts of spiritual spring water and 2 level 4 beast crystals the previous night, Yin Che and Yi Lan's injuries had significantly healed, particularly Yi Lan, who no longer exhibited the pallid and weakened appearance from the day before and moved without any hindrance. Before long, the trio had dug a sizable tree hole approximately 3 meters above the ground. Once completed, Xiang Qingshu retrieved animal skins to line their makeshift nest and continued to arrange some pre-prepared cups, small tables, and other items in the center of the tree hole. After a simple setup, noticing that time was still on their side, Yin Che intended to have Xiang Qingshu bring out the game for them to clean, but she halted him. She laid all the beast crystals they had accumulated during this period on the table, stating, "Since we won't be entering the dense forest anymore, let us first discuss the allocation of the beast crystals." Upon hearing this, Yin Che and the others quickly took their seats. In truth, there wasn't much to distribute. Level 5 beast crystals were rare, and the 3 they possessed would undoubtedly be reserved for Qingqing for her future offspring. The level 1 and 2 beast crystals held little value for their upgrades to level 3, so they could be set aside for the younglings to use later. The level 3 beast crystals would certainly be kept for Qingqing, as she was currently expecting. Even if she did not require the crystals for nutrient replenishment, consuming one daily would benefit both her and the offspring. Given that the gestation period for Tiger Clan cubs is around 3 months, the level 3 beast crystals would be more than sufficient. After giving birth, she could continue to consume one daily to maintain her nutrition. Level 4 beast crystals contained more energy and were unsuitable for daily consumption by Qingqing. But it would be wise to retain a few for emergencies. One never knows when they might be needed. There were still 31 level 4 beast crystals remaining, even if they set aside 5. That would leave 26 crystals available for their upgrades. Yin Che proposed, the remaining level 4 beast crystals should be used to elevate Yi Lan to level 4 first. The difference between levels 3 and 4 is significant. If he can reach level 4, not only will it ensure greater security for Qingqing, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise where she cannot access the spiritual spring water, we will be able to hunt more level 4 beasts on our own. Yao Sang nodded vigorously. Yin Che is right. Yi Lan is already on the verge of breaking through to level 4, so he shouldn't require many beast crystals. The remaining ones will certainly suffice. Perhaps even leaving some to spare. Yin Che added, however, upgrading isn't solely reliant on beast crystals. One must also absorb the power of the crystals through practical combat to successfully upgrade. Otherwise, the body may react unfavorably. Yi Lan could return to the tribe to consume the beast crystals, and it would be best for him to hunt daily, ideally engaging in battles with other tribesmen. which would not only enhance his skills but also reduce the likelihood of scrutiny regarding his upgrades. Xiang Qingshu shared Yin-Che's perspective. Prioritizing Yilan's upgrade was indeed the most prudent choice. After all, those level 4 beast crystals would certainly not suffice for Yin-Che or Yaoseng to advance to level 4. Having one level 4 beastman by their side would provide substantial assurance in various aspects. The idea of returning to the tribe to consume beast crystals was also well thought out. If they managed to bring back a level 4 beastman, amidst so many people in the tribe, there would inevitably be those with a keen sense of awareness who might overthink the situation. If they were to attract unwanted attention, it would not bode well for them. However, Che, this means that you and Sang Sang will have to wait until IE upgrades before assessing the situation. What if there are no level 4 beast crystals left, or just a few remain? Would you feel uncomfortable, thinking I favor IE? She asked this delicately, prompting Yaoseng to huff softly. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed his face. And despite his feigned grievance, he exclaimed, Ching, I do feel uncomfortable, but it's all right as long as you compensate us a bit more after giving birth. Instantly, Xiang Qingshu's previous caution dissipated. How could this fellow think of such matters? Yin-Che, equally exasperated, pushed Yaoseng aside and squeezed in beside Xiang Qingshu. Don't mind him, Ching. You shouldn't overthink it either. We are already a family with Yilan. His well-being is your well-being, and your well-being is ours. What discomfort could we possibly feel? As long as it's for you, he could remain at level 3 for his entire life. Moreover, the level 3 beast crystals currently in the space were ample for Ching's consumption. The level 3 beast crystals he would subsequently acquire could be reserved for his own upgrade. Although advancing with level 3 beast crystals would be a slower process, it was certainly better than having none at all. One day, he would reach level 4.at that moment. Yilan interjected, once I reach level 4, I want to seek further upgrades. The level 4 beast crystals will be reserved for them, and I will bring back more level 4 beast crystals. Xiang Qingshu felt deeply moved, not only by Yilan but also by Yin-Che and Yaoseng. They were all aware that they could acquire higher-level beast crystals more easily using the spiritual spring water. Yet their first instinct was to hunt themselves, never imposing any demands upon her. Yin-Che and Yaoseng did not perceive the allocation of all level 4 beast crystals to Yilan as favoritism. And Yilan did not only think of his own needs, promising to bring back level 4 beast crystals for the two of them to upgrade. This was perfect. She cherished this familial atmosphere. Chapter 59. Is it possible to take in a partner from the Eagle clan? Then it's settled. We will first allocate the level 4 beast crystals to Yi, and if there are any remaining, we'll share them with Che and Sang Sang. If there are none left, it's no matter. We can always venture into the dense forest a few more times. It may be necessary to wait until she gives birth before venturing back in, as she is currently only a little over 10 days pregnant. Although her belly is not yet noticeable and does not hinder her movement, she cannot rely on the assumption that nothing will go awry while constantly on the move. She must prioritize rest and nurture her unborn child. After she gives birth, it will be the perfect time to set off for Beast King City, where they will have ample opportunities along the way. Since there is no need for beast crystals at the moment, Xiang Qingshu has gathered all the beast crystals back. With nothing pressing to attend to, she has taken out some of the game they caught, and the group begins to clean it. However, the prior arrangement for Yilan to accompany Xiang Qingshu for her recovery is no longer valid, as Yilan now appears quite capable and does not seem to need to rest. She expresses her desire to hunt nearby instead. The game stored in their space can be saved for winter, and the cooked food can be kept in case Ching suddenly feels hungry and cannot access food immediately. The three males agree to alternate hunting duties. Naturally, Xiang Qingshu has no objections. Once Yilan departs, she sits on a stone by the stream, observing Yin-Che and Yaseng at work. The scene of cleaning the game is rather gruesome, with blood everywhere. However, apart from her initial reaction of nausea upon seeing it for the first time in the dense forest, she now regards it with indifference, experiencing no adverse reactions from her pregnancy. Yin-Che and Yaseng allow her to remain there. Occasionally, the three converse, enjoying a moment of leisure. Yet, this comfort is fleeting. After a while, Xiang Qingshu begins to feel bored. Fortunately, Yin-Che and Yaseng notice her ennui and, during their breaks, accompany her for strolls nearby, picking flowers, catching birds, and even fishing in the stream to prepare grilled fish for her. When Yilan returns with the game, Yin-Che heads out again, and the three alternate between hunting, working, and keeping Xiang Qingshu company, allowing her to explore the area. Perhaps due to their lack of urgency, they return with extra game, and thus they linger in the serene valley for 7 days, only completing the cleaning of all the game after that duration. During these 7 days, they not only cleaned the game, acquiring a substantial amount of fresh meat and hides, but also caught numerous fish. The salt stones in their space have all been processed, and the wild vegetables and mushrooms that Xiang Qingshu gathered were meticulously cleaned and stored. They also replenished a significant amount of cooked food. At this juncture, not only have Yin Che and Yilan's injuries healed, but Xiang Qingshu's belly has also begun to show a slight roundness in the beast world. The timing of pregnancy is often determined by the first signals emitted by the cubs to the outside world, which typically occurs around 5 days prior, with a margin of 1 or 2 days. Thus, when calculated, Xiang Qingshu has been pregnant for only a little over 20 days, just shy of a month. However, this period marks a pivotal point. Around 1 month, the pregnancy becomes more apparent, and the growth of the cubs accelerates rapidly. The group decides not to linger any longer in the valley. After preparing a visible bundle, they hasten back to the tribe. The tribe remains unchanged from when they left, and no one ponders their sudden departure, as comings and goings have been a regular occurrence since winter. However, as Xiang Qingshu is indeed a pregnant woman, a treasure in this era, many inquire about her condition upon their return. Their inquiries stem not from prying but from genuine concern. Once they ascertain that Xiang Qingshu is well and the cub is healthy, everyone smiles sincerely and shares the latest gossip from the tribe. Xiang Qingshu learns that shortly after their departure, several females in the tribe were diagnosed as pregnant, and just a day prior, a group of male beastmen from other tribes arrived. There were members from the wolf tribe, leopard tribe, and eagle tribe, all seeking mates. The chief organized a communal hunt, both to celebrate the impending new life in the tribe and to welcome these newcomers. Their return is perfectly timed, as the visitors arrived in the late morning, while the chief had set out with his group earlier that day. Thinking that this provides a rare opportunity to engage in a collective hunt with other beastmen, upon returning to the beast den, Xiang Qingshu eagerly grabs a handful of 4th-level beast crystals for Yilan to consume. Yilan, however, only takes 4, and after consuming them, he departs with Yiseng to catch up with the chief's group. With the Eagle Tribe beastmen here, Qingqing, should we observe tonight to see if we can find an Eagle Tribe mate? Yanche recalls Xiang Qingshu's earlier wish for a flying beastman and quickly proposes the idea. Yet, Xiang Qingshu shakes her head. We just discussed how uncomfortable I am being pregnant and that I shouldn't seek a mate for now. If I were to suddenly choose an Eagle Tribe beastman, wouldn't the chief think I'm making excuses and actually looking down on the other beastmen from the Fox Tribe? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Yanche finds her reasoning amusing. How could anyone think that way? Choosing whom to be with should solely depend on your own preferences. The chief might encourage you to consider multiple options, but he cannot dictate whom you must choose. They want to overthink it. Is that so? Xiang Qingshu still feels uneasy. If she were to reject someone based on personal disinterest, it would be one thing, but last time they used her pregnancy as an excuse to decline. And different reasons yield different consequences. Having already stated her feelings, she believes it is best to be cautious now, especially considering their unique family situation. She must think more for Yiseng. Xiang Qingshu shakes her head once more. Let's forget it. Now that my belly is growing, even if I choose one, it would not be appropriate to form a pair immediately. Our family is quite special, so I think it's best to wait until the time is right for pairing. Yin Che concurs, acknowledging that if her belly were smaller, it wouldn't be such a concern. With sufficient beast crystals, as long as she doesn't overexert herself, it would be manageable. However, with her current condition, even with daily access to 3rd-level beast crystals, she easily feels fatigued, making it indeed an unfavorable time. Then let us just enjoy the bonfire feast tonight. We can join in the festivities and then return home. Xiang Qingshu eagerly nods, recognizing that participating in a communal meal is essential. Not only does she wish to partake in the evening's merriment, but she also feels energetic enough to seek out Chiyu for some fun. Seeing this, Yin Che sets aside his household chores and, after putting things in order, accompanies her to find Chiyu. However, they arrive at an inopportune moment, as Chiyu is currently hosting guests, females from the tribe, both from the Fox tribe and other races, likely good friends of Chiyu. Upon witnessing them chatting and laughing animatedly, a sudden urge to retreat arises in Xiang Qingshu. But Chiyu spots her and joyfully rushes out. Qingshu? You back. When did you return? That's wonderful. Now I have another person to talk to. As she speaks, Chiyu pulls Xiang Qingshu toward the beast den, and although Xiang Qingshu is somewhat reluctant, she cannot resist and is led to sit with the other three females. Chapter 60. Do not be controlled by extreme emotions. Yin Che, oblivious to her change in demeanor, naturally follows her inside. After greeting the beastman in the den, he shifts into his beast form and lies down beside Xiang Qingshu. This is Xiang Qingshu's first experience participating in such a gathering. Fortunately, Qiyu and the other three females are not shy at all. Even if Xiang Qingshu remains silent, they chatter away, quickly enlivening the atmosphere. They even initiate a discussion about the unique cooking methods of the human race, and Xiang Qingshu learns that many have visited Qiyu during her absence. Since she previously mentioned not minding, Qiyu shared all the techniques with them. In discussing this, Qiyu and the three females sincerely express their gratitude to Xiang Qingshu. While Xiang Qingshu smiles brightly on the surface, internally, she longs to leave, as she finds herself at a loss for words amidst their lively conversation. Seeing their enthusiasm only amplifies her sense of disconnect. After sitting awkwardly for a while, Xiang Qingshu excuses herself, claiming fatigue, and quickly requests Yin Che to take her home. Once they have distanced themselves from Qiyu's beast den and returned to their own, Xiang Qingshu lets out a sigh. Yin Che notices her furrowed brow, a stark contrast to her earlier eagerness to seek out Qiyu, and he becomes somewhat puzzled. What has suddenly made you unhappy? Xiang Qingshu sighs again and abruptly asks, Ah Che, do you think I'm a strange person? Strange? How could that be? But Xiang Qingshu falters, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. She herself recognizes her peculiarity. She desires friendships, but not an abundance of them. She enjoys lively gatherings yet is unsettled by excessive noise. Even upon seeing Qiyu with other friends, she feels an instinctive urge to distance herself. It's as though just moments ago, she regarded them as good friends, and now they seem less so. Even though Qiyu has done nothing wrong and having other friends is entirely normal, noticing her hesitation, Yin Che begins to grasp the situation, realizing it is not his issue but rather the other females from earlier. He quickly reassures her, It's all right. If you don't like them, we want to go back next time. I will be with you, and you can ask me to do anything you wish. I'll keep you entertained. All right. However, this statement provides no comfort to Xiang Qingshu. It's not that I dislike them. I harbor no ill feelings toward them. She found herself reminiscing about the past, uncertain if her fluctuating emotions were a result of potential pregnancy. Having been in the beast realm for quite some time, it was the first occasion she recalled those bygone days. Those memories held no significance for her present self. She should have long since forgotten them. Yet, at that moment, it felt as though she were watching a film, replaying scenes over and over again, impossible to erase from her mind. Xiang Qingshu's spirits swiftly sank, and she suddenly turned to embrace Yin Che, leaving him perplexed. Fortunately, his aptitude for learning allowed him to understand that some females experience emotional volatility during pregnancy. One moment they could be filled with joy, and the next, they might dissolve into tears. He gently lifted Xiang Qingshu and brought her to their grass nest, spreading the animal hides anew while lying down beside her, offering silent comfort through soft caresses. His unspoken support alleviated Xiang Qingshu's heart considerably. She was grateful he refrained from questioning her, as many matters would be beyond his comprehension, and she struggled to articulate her feelings. In retrospect, she realized there was nothing of great consequence. She felt somewhat melodramatic about her emotions. Naturally, she recognized that such feelings were detrimental. To lead a fulfilling life, it was crucial not to be governed by extreme emotions. Taking a few deep breaths, she resolved to focus on happier thoughts. This world was indeed beautiful, and there was no need to dwell excessively on the past. She thought of Yin Che, of Yisang, of Yilan, and as she pondered, she suddenly felt a flutter in her abdomen. Oh? Due to their bodies being closely entwined, Yin Che felt it too. He instinctively pulled back, glancing down to see a slight bulge in Xiang Qingshu's belly, which quickly subsided, leaving no further movement. It took Xiang Qingshu a moment to register what had occurred, and she exclaimed in delight, Is it the baby moving? Yin Che promptly placed his hand on her abdomen, feeling the gentle motion beneath his palm, and a smile broke across his face as he joyfully declared, Qingqing, it's our little one. They can move. Xiang Qingshu also reached to touch her belly, but the motion had ceased, and she felt a tinge of disappointment. Seeing her despondency, Yin Che leaned in to kiss her reassuringly. It's all right. The little ones are still small. As they grow, they will move more frequently, and we will surely feel them. Reflecting on this, Xiang Qingshu felt a surge of joy. After all, the babies were nestled within her own womb. How could she not have the chance to feel their movements? In an instant, her previous unhappiness faded away, replaced by excitement as she eagerly engaged Yin Che in conversation. Che, do you prefer female or male cubs? Should we think of names for them in advance? Do you have any good ideas? How many do you think we have? That movement felt so slight. I suspect there may be 2 or 3 at most. She bombarded him with questions, leaving Yin Che momentarily at a loss for which to answer first. Finally, he replied, regardless of how many there are or whether they are male or female, as long as they are born to you, I will cherish them. Regarding names, he knew it was typically the female's prerogative, so he wisely refrained from elaborating further. Xiang Qingshu did not press him for details. At that moment, she was lost in her own musings about names, recalling the poetry she had studied and discussing them with Yin Che. Yin Che, while unable to comprehend her words, felt a sense of helplessness but resisted the urge to tidy their den, choosing instead to accompany her. It was rare for her mood to shift so rapidly for the better, and he certainly did not wish to dampen her spirits. However, naming was not a matter to be resolved swiftly. Xiang Qingshu and Yin Che continued their discussion until midday, completely missing the time to prepare lunch, resulting in them eating the provisions readily available in their storage. Once Xiang Qingshu had her fill and settled down for an afternoon rest, Yin Che finally had the opportunity to tidy their den, organizing the items Xiang Qingshu had taken out before sleep and fetching water to boil. When the chief returned triumphantly with the hunting party, the sky had already darkened, yet the village was alive with the glow of torches, the beastmen bustling with the same fervor as during the day. Awakening to the commotion from the mountainside, Xiang Qingshu stepped to the entrance of their den and soon spotted Yilan bounding up the slope. He had returned in his beast form, and upon seeing Xiang Qingshu waiting at the entrance, he shifted back to his human form and hurried over to embrace her. Qingqing, he called, his voice laden with longing and affection. Xiang Qingshu smiled and playfully nudged him. What's this? Why are you suddenly so clingy? Chapter 61. A breakthrough in the coming days. Yilan loosened his grip slightly but did not let go. He held her close and turned to Yin Che, saying, while we were hunting, we encountered another group of flying beast men. They mentioned that there have been frequent disturbances near the beast city recently, and many small tribes have lost their females. We must be cautious. Upon hearing this, both Yin Che and Xiang Qingshu fell silent, their expressions turning grave. Xiang Qingshu glanced behind Yilan, noticing the absence of Yisang, and felt a pang of worry. Where is Yisang? He has gone with the chief to the base of the mountain to distribute food and secure their position. We can join them shortly. Noticing her concern, Yilan bent down and kissed her forehead. Don't worry. I consumed 4 beast crystals today. I feel closer to reaching level 4. I will strive to advance in these next few days and remain by your side, ensuring you are not captured. Xiang Qingshu did not fret for her own safety. With 3 partners, although still few, and her unique abilities, she felt assured of her protection. However, she understood that to better safeguard her, their movements would be somewhat restricted. Fortunately, they had prepared ample supplies while in the valley, ensuring they would not face food shortages in case of unforeseen circumstances. Calming her heart, she happily recounted to Yilan the delightful news of the baby's movements. Yilan's expression remained unchanged, but when Xiang Qingshu took his hand and placed it on her abdomen, where the little cubs stirred in response, he widened his eyes in astonishment, captivated by the miraculous sensation. Yilan wished to say something, yet a strange, bittersweet feeling swelled within him, rendering his words unspoken. Xiang Qingshu, equally astonished by the cub's responsiveness, chuckled. It amusing. The little ones are moving, which means their limbs and heads are developing well. Do you think they will resemble me or Ache? Yilan chuckled, glancing at Yin Che, who appeared somewhat sullen. Yet, Yin Che remained silent, quietly gathering the items they would take to the bonfire feast. Turning back to Xiang Qingshu, Yilan earnestly remarked, they will surely resemble you. One of them will definitely be a beautiful little female, just like you. So certain? Xiang Qingshu took his words as playful banter. The thought of having a female cub seemed like a distant dream to her, considering the exceedingly low birth rate of females in this era. There was an 80% chance that this litter would be male. Yet, the prospect of a little female was delightful. She adored girls, cherishing their softness and cuteness. In truth, Yilan was merely speculating. He had no knowledge of the cubs' genders. He simply wished for a kind and lovely little female. and as long as she was born to Xiang Qingshu, he would cherish her, even if he were not her father. The three of them shared laughter in their den for a while. Once they had everything prepared, Yin Che led Xiang Qingshu down to the plaza at the mountain's foot. This plaza was expansive. Although named a plaza, it was merely a cleared area where trees and stones had been removed, and the ground flattened to create a simple dirt path, far from the beautifully decorated plazas of modern times. Yet, at that moment, the plaza glowed with bonfires, surrounded by groups of people, some roasting meat, some chatting and laughing, and others tending to their females, bustling with energy akin to a modern-day celebration. As one of the rare level 3 young beastmen in the tribe, Yasang naturally occupied a central position rather than being on the outskirts. Yin Che guided Xiang Qingshu and Yilan through the crowd until they found him slightly off-center. Qingqing, upon their arrival, Yasang called out, setting aside the meat he had just placed on the grill. He rushed over to pull Xiang Qingshu down to sit beside him. Qingqing, look, I've prepared everything, and there's hot water too. You must be hungry. Just hang on a little longer, and we'll be able to eat soon. As he spoke, he busied himself arranging the seasonings and other items Yin Che had brought, then sat beside Xiang Qingshu, addressing Yin Che. After a long day, Yin Che, this is your responsibility now. You must hurry, or Qingqing will starve. Under normal circumstances, Yin Che would undoubtedly exchange a few sharp words with him. However, having been occupied all day alongside Yilan since their return to the tribe in the morning without a moment's rest, Yin Che chose silence, quietly sitting before the campfire to roast meat. Caught off guard by his amiable demeanor, Yasang felt an unexpected thrill of pride. Finally, there was a day when he could direct Yin Che. He grinned broadly, turning to lean toward Xiang Qingshu, seeking a tender kiss. Noticing him nestled against her shoulder like a clingy puppy, Xiang Qingshu felt a mix of exasperation and affection, obliging with a kiss, then bestowing another upon Yilan, and finally rising to peck Yin Che, ensuring that none of the three were left out, bestowing equal affection upon each. Just as she settled back down, Qiyu arrived with her 5 companions, who were positioned not far away. Upon spotting Xiang Qingshu, Qiyu hurried over to greet her. It was Xiang Qingshu's first glimpse of all of Qiyu's companions, 3 from the Fox clan, 1 from the Wolf clan, and 1 from the Eagle clan, truly a testament to the aesthetic standards of the beast realm, for none were unattractive. Yet, Xiang Qingshu did not linger in her observations. Noticing the absence of other females near Qiyu, she instinctively gravitated closer to her. Oblivious to Xiang Qingshu's awkwardness, Qiyu innocently assumed that her pregnancy made her easily fatigued, and immediately inquired whether she had rested well in the afternoon. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time until the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the square and the chief commenced his speech. Only then did Qiyu part ways with Xiang Qingshu to return to her designated spot. The chief, Tung Yin, stood at the center beside the campfire. His voice, though not loud, commanded the attention of all surrounding beastmen, resonating clearly in the ears of every listener present. He began by announcing the joyful news of females expecting offspring within the tribe, welcomed the newly arrived beastmen from various clans, and summarized the collective hunting achievements of the day, assuring the females that the beast crystals necessary for childbirth had been prepared, urging them to rest easy. Finally, he addressed the grave matter concerning the evil beast city, cautioning everyone to remain vigilant. He emphasized the need for heightened caution. Yasang tugged at Xiang Qingshu's garment, whispering, "Today, the chief specifically informed me that our family consists of only 3 beastmen, so we are exempt from the tribe's patrolling duties as before. In the future, we will always have 2 individuals by your side, Qingshu, so do not be afraid." Hearing this, Yilan added, "Qingshu, I can sense a breakthrough coming in the next couple of days. I will strive to achieve it as soon as possible." Surrounded by many, he refrained from elaborating, and Xiang Qingshu merely nodded in acknowledgement, though a hint of confusion lingered in her mind. Did the tribe truly prepare beast crystals for childbirth? Would every pregnant female receive a share of these crystals? Chapter 62. Where did this blabbermouth come from? Such a fortunate turn of events. The chief, a level 5 beastman, personally led the expedition, and most of the tribe's level 5 beastmen accompanied him, undoubtedly possessing a considerable number of level 5 beast crystals. Observing the astonishment on her face, Yasang couldn't help but chuckle. Where's the good fortune in that? The high-level beast crystals prepared by the tribe are only for females experiencing difficult labor. Under normal circumstances, it's up to the female's partners to provide for them. If there are no complications, the tribe won't intervene. Is that so? She mused, initially believing they could acquire a level 5 beast crystal for free. Nevertheless, Tung Yin had made adequate arrangements, considering the large number of individuals in the tribe. Whether for female childbirth or male upgrades, everyone required high-level beast crystals. It was impossible for each person to have one. Moreover, most level 5 beastmen were aging, limiting the availability of high-level beast crystals. The fact that they could return safely this time was already a stroke of incredible luck. Xiang Qingshu soon dismissed the matter from her thoughts. After all, she possessed both level 4 and level 5 beast crystals. Even without the tribe's crystals, she would certainly be fine. Just then, Tung Yin concluded his speech, and the bonfire festival officially commenced. Curious to observe what else the attendees would engage in besides roasting meat, Xiang Qingshu suddenly noticed Yin Che, who had been fixated on the roasting meat in silence, his hands frozen mid-motion. She called out to him, and Yin Che, appearing innocent, looked up. What's wrong, Qingshu? Ah Che, what's the matter? Why are you so lost in thought? Since their union, Yin Che seldom appeared distracted. Could he be recalling something significant? Yet, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at Xiang Qingshu, suddenly smiling and casually remarking, "Oh, I was just reminiscing about how Ty Lee never took the high-level beastmen from our tribe on collective hunts. In comparison, the Fox clan truly is quite delightful. In those times, he was the one leading the hunts. Whether to procure beast crystals for the females in the tribe or for the males on the verge of breakthroughs, he bore the brunt of the work each time. Not only did he often return with minimal spoils, but he also sustained severe injuries. That he remained alive until now was nothing short of miraculous. He deliberately avoided mentioning himself, yet the self-deprecation and melancholy evident in his gaze instantly conveyed his sentiments to the three present. Yasang, having heard whispers of Yin Che's past, quickly offered comfort. Why dwell on such thoughts? In a tribe where even the chief is self-serving, our goal should be to escape as soon as possible. Just look at you now. You not only have Qingshu, but she has also promised to accompany you back to the Tiger Clan to visit. There's no need to ponder the past any longer. With Qingshu by our side, our future will be bright." As he spoke, he gestured toward Yilan, and look at him. His plight is even more tragic, abandoned from a young age, without even a name. At least you have someone willing to care for you, even if it's for ulterior motives. Smack! Ouch! Yasang was once again knocked over by Yilan's tail. Xiang Qingshu stared in disbelief, at a loss for words. How could he forget so easily? Why bring up Yilan when comforting Yin Che? Yilan was already sensitive. How could he bear hearing the word abandoned? However, upon receiving the blow, Yin Che burst into laughter. And as Xiang Qingshu observed his joy, she glanced at Yilan, who typically wore a cold expression, yet now displayed no anger. Well then, it seemed all three were not taking things seriously. Their sorrows were mere wisps of smoke, and their anger was feigned. Even Yasang's lament lacked genuine pain. They were merely putting on a show. She had prepared to comfort them, but it appeared unnecessary. Yet, even if the emotions were feigned, the blows were real, and Yasang was not one to back down easily. Seeing Yin Che laugh at him and Xiang Qingshu remain silent in her support, he leapt up from the ground. Moving to Xiang Qingshu's side with an exaggerated pout, "Qingshu, look at them. They keep picking on me. I refuse to accept this. As your partner, you must stand up for me. I was only trying to comfort them. Yet they conspired against me. It hurts so much." He blinked earnestly, hoping for a kiss of consolation from Xiang Qingshu. Yin Che, well aware of his tactics, remained silent, and Yilan, having grown somewhat familiar with him over time, did not interject either. After all, no matter how the comfort unfolded, Qingshu would never neglect any one of them. Let him ask for it, for they each desired her affection. However, just as they attempted to ride the wave of good fortune, two Eagle Clan beastmen unexpectedly approached, interjecting, "It's truly pathetic to complain about your own shortcomings while pointing fingers at a female. Indeed, we witnessed everything. You were the one who mentioned Yilan's abandonment." Striking a nerve. How could Yilan retaliate be seen as wrong? If you have the strength to hit back, do so. If not, keep your mouth shut. Crying and whining is hardly valiant. Xiang Qingshu, Yin Che, and Yilan exchanged bewildered glances. Who are these blabbermouths? They were merely playing around. creating a light-hearted atmosphere. Yet these individuals seemed unable to tolerate the sight of their camaraderie. Realizing they were only two level 2 beastmen, Yasang's temper flared. Who do you think you are to speak here? Yet the two Eagle Clan beastmen disregarded Yasang entirely, boldly seating themselves beside Yela and Yilan. Do you remember us? We hunted together today, and you helped us take down a level 3 beast. We came over specifically to thank you. You're quite impressive. So young and already nearing level 4. Do you have any secrets to share with us? We are all brothers. Make sure to let us in on your secrets. This fox is your partner? No offense, but having a brother like that is quite the burden. With your skills, you could have any female you desire. Even in the Beast King city, young females would be at your mercy. Why would you choose a human female? Though I must say, your partner is indeed lovely. It's only natural you would be drawn to her. But she's simply too weak. Before they could finish, Elon violently swung his tail, sending them crashing back to their own campfire, scattering the flames in disarray, in stark contrast to his earlier encounter with Yasang. Elan's expression turned frigid and his demeanor darkened. After tossing them aside, he seemed dissatisfied and, transforming back into his human form, clenched his fists and charged forward once more. Yin She, wearing an equally grim expression, rose to his feet. Witnessing Elan embroiled in conflict, his muscles tensed, and he abandoned his previous gentleness, rushing forward with a scowl and delivering a powerful punch to one of the beastmen's faces. Chapter 63. Unwelcome orcs who disrespect females. These insolent wretches, emerging from who knows where, dared to speak ill of his beloved Ching. Truly, they must be tired of living. And as for Yasang, despite his shortcomings, he is still a third-level orc, far superior to them. How dare they look down upon him? Is this not a slap in the face for their dear Ching? Do they truly believe they are engaging in some petty squabble? Yasang, filled with indignation, noticed that Yin She and Elan had already engaged in combat. He wished to join them, but seeing them mounted atop the two orcs, there was no space left for him. After a brief hesitation, he refrained and instead turned to embrace Xiang Qingshu, whispering in her ear, Ching, it is not that I do not wish to stand up for you, but these two second-level orcs are simply too weak. Yin She is nearly at 4th level, and the other is at 3rd. If I were to intervene, I would surely end up killing them. Let us spare the leader some dignity, shall we? We cannot allow matters to reach an irrevocable conclusion. Xiang Qingshu replied, Is this not already an irrevocable conclusion? A near 4th level and a strong 3rd-level orc beating down on 2 second-level orcs is already quite the bullying. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts, especially given the utter lack of perception displayed by the two orcs. Their intentions were far too blatant. They had the audacity to ask Elan if she possessed any secrets to level up, incessantly inquiring as if any secret could be divulged. Furthermore, they were foolish enough to speak disparagingly about her in front of her partner, attempting to sow discord between them, as if they believed Elan had suffered any grievances at her hands. Did they think that by elevating Elan while belittling her, they could win her favor and extract the so-called secrets? These two locals were truly insufferably dim-witted. Yet, was it not a bit too blatant to beat them down like this? Xiang Qingshu glanced around and was surprised to find that not only was she calm, but the onlooking orcs were equally composed. Even the few orcs from other tribes remained unperturbed, observing that the two orcs had lost all strength to retaliate. And one even disdainfully remarked, How foolish! Who can tolerate such insults to their partner? Indeed, Yasang was at least a 3rd-level orc, and yet they dared to call him a failure. As they spoke, they exchanged glances with Xiang Qingshu, their eyes filled with meaning. Regardless of their origins or strength, the partner of this female was undeniably formidable. Should they manage to join such a family, their future lives would undoubtedly be more secure. Moreover, this human female was truly beautiful. They had witnessed her interactions with her 3 partners and found her to be a gentle and fair-minded female. Their thoughts began to swirl, but before they could contemplate their next course of action, Tang Yin arrived to intervene in the altercation. As Yin She and Elan halted, the two orcs still wailing on the ground. Yasang took the opportunity to report the incident, detailing the entire sequence of events. Through his account, what had merely been a few unflattering remarks quickly escalated into accusations of bullying a female and looking down upon the Fox clan. The surrounding orcs fervently echoed Yasang's sentiments, leaving the two orcs unable to defend themselves. Indeed, They were at a loss for words, as they now bore injuries that were anything but trivial. Their bodies were swollen, their faces marred, and several teeth had been lost. Rendering speech a challenge, Tung In, living up to expectations, wasted no time before declaring, "Cast them out. We, the Fox clan, do not welcome orcs who disrespect females." There was no hesitation in his voice. Thus, before the two orcs could utter a single word in defense, they were elegantly expelled from the Fox clan. After their expulsion, Tang In further emphasized before the entire clan, "Females sacrifice their very lives for the continuation of our kind. Even with beast crystals, the sacrifices they make cannot be erased. I do not wish to see such incidents occur again. Is that understood?" "Understood, Chief. Understood." The crowd responded in unison, clearly agreeing with the chief's reasoning. After all, even if beast crystals could expedite a female's recovery, they could not alleviate the pain of childbirth. They were well aware of the suffering involved in witnessing a female give birth, and not every female was fortunate enough to have access to advanced beast crystals for salvation. Each year, how many females perish due to a lack of high-grade beast crystals during difficult deliveries? Such blatant disrespect for females, for life itself, especially when Xiang Qingshu was pregnant, meant that those two Eagle Clan orcs were indeed unworthy of remaining here. No one wished to be associated with such orcs, and their expulsion was most appropriate. Observing the reactions of those around her, Xiang Qingshu gained a renewed understanding of the status of females here. Respecting and valuing the reproductive capabilities of women does not equate to treating them as mere breeding tools, which was indeed commendable. Of course, this was contingent upon encountering a tribe that is, at the very least, normal, like the Fox clan. Xiang Qingshu smiled, watching as Yin Shay and Yilan returned to her side, their faces still flushed with anger. She first checked to see if they bore any injuries, and upon confirming they were unscathed, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude for their support. As the crowd exchanged pleasantries, Xiang Qingshu soon felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, particularly when she noticed the way certain single orcs gazed at her, their eyes undressing her as if she were a delectable morsel. She hesitated, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This commotion had drawn far too much attention. Was it time for her to make a hasty retreat? After some contemplation, Xiang Qingshu abruptly swayed, leaning into Yilan's embrace and feigning weakness, murmuring softly, My head feels so dizzy. Perhaps the little one is acting up again. I wish to rest for a while." Yilan, unable to discern her performance, observed her distressed demeanor and immediately tightened his grip, lifting her into his arms and striding back. "Qingqing, bear with it a little longer. I'll get you some beast crystals when we return." They had an ample supply of beast crystals. Qingqing would be just fine. Both Yin Shay and Yisang recognized that Qingqing was acting and paused for a moment. Once they realized Yilan was carrying her away, they quickly followed, their expressions filled with concern. Halfway through, they turned back, with Yisang apologetically smiling at those left behind. "My apologies. My dear Qingqing is having a difficult time with this pregnancy and often feels unwell. Please, continue without us with that." He took the half-roasted meat and left, while Yin Shay hastily gathered their belongings and followed suit, leaving the crowd in worried silence. Truly, humans were delicate creatures. They hoped she and the little ones would be well. Meanwhile, due to Yilan's urgency, he swiftly brought Xiang Qingshu back to their den, placing her gently in her grassy nest. Just as he set her down, he urged, "Qingqing, quickly fetch me a beast crystal. I will feed it to you. You'll feel better." Chapter 64. "Qingqing, you mustn't." Seeing him so anxious, Xiang Qingshu quickly explained, I'm perfectly fine. I was merely pretending. There were too many people just now, and I needed an excuse to leave." "Do not worry about me." Yilan blinked in surprise. "Really?" Noticing her relaxed expression, devoid of the discomfort she had just feigned, he remained skeptical but ultimately believed her. Yet, he still insisted, gazing intently at her. "Qingqing, please give me a beast crystal." His eyes were unwavering, filled with earnestness, as if he would continue to look at her this way until she complied. Feeling powerless against his earnest gaze, Xiang Qingshu reluctantly retrieved a third-level beast crystal from her space and handed it to him. Yilan took it and bit into the crystal, carefully feeding her the melted essence as he captured her lips with his own. After confirming she had swallowed it, he pulled back, still slightly tense. "Do you feel any better? Even if you aren't uncomfortable, consuming the beast crystal should make you feel more at ease. Are you still fatigued?" Xiang Qingshu found his concern amusing, but as she observed the seriousness etched upon his face, she felt it inappropriate to laugh. After all, he was genuinely worried about her. Leaning into his embrace, she wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully cooing, "Rest assured, I am truly fine. I feel splendid. Most comfortable indeed. And brimming with energy, my dear snake. Would you care to confirm this for yourself?" Her final words bore a hint of seductive allure, and though she had not intended to provoke anything, she found herself responding first. She gazed into Yilan's eyes, noticing the affection shimmering within them. Suddenly, she uttered without preamble, I wish to see your eyes." Certainly, here is the refined translation. Night Lawn, of course, did not act contrary to her wishes. Though he pondered how to ascertain her vitality, he immediately returned his gaze without the slightest hesitation. The moment those enigmatic eyes, seemingly lost in thought, appeared, Xiang Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, acting faster than her thoughts. She cupped his face and pressed her lips against his with fervor. This kiss, naturally, was entirely different from the one they shared while feeding the beast crystal. It brimmed with a glaring desire. She gently nibbled at his lips, savoring him, exploring with fervent passion. Before long, she felt as if her entire body were ablaze, while Night Lawn found himself at a loss. "Qingqing, no, we mustn't," he murmured, gently pushing her away yet fearing to exert too much force. Xiang Qingshu slightly relented, lowering her head to lick his throat, the warm, moist sensation sending delightful tremors through Night Lawn, causing him to instinctively close his eyes and tilt his head back, utterly speechless. Only then did Xiang Qingshu feel satisfied. Will you grant me this? I desire you." The last time they had mated was when she had bonded with Night Lawn. Since then, they had been traversing the wilderness, all sharing the same tree hollow. Yin Shay and the others were mindful of her condition, and she had no wish for a multitude of partners, thus refraining from broaching the subject. But now that they were home, how could someone who had tasted the fruit of desire possibly resist? Especially after consuming a Tier 3 beast crystal, her energy was abundant, and he was her great serpent. How could she not yearn for him after having him just once? She thought, and naturally, Night Lawn felt the same. Upon hearing Qingqing express her desire for him, his heart soared with elation. Even though they had yet to truly connect, his body had already stirred in response to that earlier kiss. Yet, she was with child, and he feared she might be uncomfortable or, heaven forbid, if he were to exert too much force. Faced with Qingqing, he was uncertain of his self-control. "No, Qingqing, we mustn't tea," he insisted. However, desire is a fickle mistress. Once emotions surged, it was not so easy to quell them. Once the thought took root, Xiang Qingshu felt as if her rationality was set ablaze, for even without his actions, his robust chest, defined abs, and firm biceps silently beckoned her. "I will not. I have declared my desire for you. Please, just once," gently, she insisted, directly pushing Night Lawn down, who, fearing for her safety, dared not resist. Seizing the opportunity, she reached down to threaten him to retract the beast hide around his waist. The transformed beast hide had its drawbacks. While it was convenient, it could not be removed by her. Night Lawn was taken aback. He had never anticipated Qingqing would be so audacious. Such stimulation, akin to consummation, was overwhelming for him. He felt his rationality and composure shatter in an instant, utterly losing the ability to think, ultimately succumbing to temptation. When Yin Shay and Yasang returned, they happened to overhear Xiang Qingshu's satisfied murmur and Night Lan's soft sigh. Marking the commencement of their encounter, the two halted abruptly, their expressions shifting dramatically. After a long separation, Night Lawn had taken the lead in their first encounter, rendering this a rather disheartening evening for Yin Shay and Yasang. They exchanged pained glances, remaining silent for several minutes before simultaneously sighing, then quietly resuming their tasks. Fortunately, Night Lawn retained enough composure to recognize that this was not a moment for indulgence. He embraced Xiang Qingshu, savoring their connection, albeit in moderation, at least from his perspective. For Xiang Qingshu, it was a wondrous experience, neither overly taxing nor lacking in delight. Indeed, he was her great serpent. She adored him. Yet, Night Lawn found himself in a predicament. Caught in a state of longing, yearning to continue yet unable to do so, his eyes reddening with suppressed desire, in the living room, Yin Shay and Yasang, who had overheard everything, were equally teary-eyed. They felt even more distressed than Night Lawn, who had at least found some release, while they were merely torturing themselves. When Xiang Qingshu emerged from her bath, looking content and ready for a meal, she was met with 3 pairs of eyes fixed on her. She paused, immediately comprehending the situation. Actually, you needn't hold back. Why don't you trust me? I have assured you that nothing will happen. A bit of affection is beneficial for both me and the baby. Upon hearing this, Yin Che and the others immediately deflated. The term appropriate was quite ambiguous. Certainly, the degree that would satisfy them was not merely appropriate. However, a brief encounter like tonight's, which could fulfill Qingqing's desires without endangering her or the baby, was acceptable. Thus, they resolved not to be overly indulgent. After all, only 2 months remained. They could endure. The 3 of them said nothing further, hastily bringing food to the table for Xiang Qingshu. Yet, as they ate, Yin Che suddenly winced. Xiang Qingshu looked up to see him clutching his fist, his face contorted in pain as he stared at the back of his hand. She immediately set aside her chopsticks, grasped his hand, and discovered a deep cut. If left untreated, it would soon heal. Chapter 65. From now on, perhaps I should be called Green Tea. Yet, Yin Che's pitiful demeanor suggested the wound was far more severe. Xiang Qingshu's lips twitched in amusement as she played along. How could you sustain such a grievous injury? Does it hurt? Let me blow on it. It will feel better, you sang. Night Lawn, goodness. Truly, this mere scratch is worthy of such theatrics? And you, Qingqing, actually believe he is in genuine pain. But Yin Che was not finished with his performance. With an expression of sorrow, he pouted and grasped Xiang Qingshu's hand, pleading, Qingqing, it was those 2 Eagle Clan beastmen. I am in a bit of discomfort. Next time you wish to mate, could you choose me? If you inflict some pain upon me, I shall feel no pain at all. At this, Night Lawn was left utterly speechless, especially upon witnessing Qingqing's bemused expression as she complied with him. Suddenly, he grasped the realization. He ought to have struck that Eagle Clan beastman instead. Their claws were formidable, and sustaining an injury would not appear out of place. Merely expressing dry grievances would not suffice. Yasang, incensed, felt as though steam were escaping from his eyes. Was this person attempting to imitate him? Yin Che was certainly trying to mimic him. How infuriating! Why had he not acted at that time? He should have rushed forward to deal another blow to those beastmen. Bearing some wounds would have garnered Qingqing's sympathy. Now, Night Lawn had already mated with her, and Yin Che had arrived a moment too late, relegating him to the last position, when he was clearly the second in line. How vexing! Xiang Qingshu, of course, noticed the expressions of Night Lawn and Yasang. Instinctively, she felt a bit embarrassed, but such matters would not cease in the future. Even without Yin Che, there would be others. She quickly cast aside her unnecessary awkwardness. Affectionately kissing Yin Che, offering a comforting embrace before smoothing his ruffled feathers, then hastily running over to do the same for Yasang. This time, however, Yasang was wise to her approach. The moment she darted toward him, he seized her and engaged her in a passionate French kiss, treating it as if it were consummation. Yin Che and Night Lawn, observing from the side, clenched their fists involuntarily. Ultimately, Xiang Qingshu could no longer bear the awakening of her body's response and playfully pushed him away, bringing the kiss to an end. Yet, he grinned like a fool, capturing her feeble fist and placing it over his heart. Qingqing, rest assured, I will not compete with them. Your happiness is all that matters to me. Just remember me, and do not forget. His tea-like demeanor elicited both amusement and annoyance from Xiang Qingshu. She pinched Yasang's cheek, retorting, you should change your name to Green Tea. Green Tea? What is that? Is it something you favor? If it pleases you, I am willing to change. Xiang Qingshu, Yin Che and Night Lawn. Is this permissible? A red fox willing to transform into green tea? Truly, you have the audacity. Simultaneously, Yin Che and Night Lawn scoffed. Yin Che promptly pulled Xiang Qingshu back, seating her at the table's edge, while the 2 cautiously flanked her, claiming their positions as they seamlessly began feeding her. In response, Yasang took a seat directly opposite Xiang Qingshu, ensuring he could see her with a mere glance. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. After finishing their meal, it was only natural for Xiang Qingshu to retire to bed with Night Lawn. With the weather growing increasingly warm, his cool body temperature provided her with great comfort. She mused that once the heat truly set in, she would likely wish to be with Night Lawn every day. What would she do then? The other two would undoubtedly become jealous. Yet, during winter, she would not be able to sleep with Night Lawn. When considered this way, it seemed Yin Che and Yasang were not losing out in any regard. I shall address such matters later. When the time comes, whoever has need shall be compensated. My affections are shared among all. A night of restful slumber the following day, Yilan sensed the energetic fluctuations coursing through her body. After consuming 5 beast crystals obtained from Xiang Qingshu, she swiftly departed the tribe to hunt. Yin Che and Yasang remained behind to safeguard Xiang Qingshu, though they yearned for more combat. Yin Che and Yasang felt it unwise to leave Xiang Qingshu unattended. Hence, Yilan would return home with her spoils. After delivering her catch, she sought out challengers. Within mere hours, the entire tribe was abuzz with the news of Yilan's imminent breakthrough. In a bid to assist her in this endeavor, and to enhance their own prowess, the orcs eagerly engaged in combat with Yilan. However, the path to ascension was fraught with difficulty. Despite the fervent enthusiasm of the tribe, it took Yilan 3 days to successfully achieve her breakthrough. The moment of triumph occurred in the afternoon, as Xiang Qingshu directed Yin Che and Yasang in crafting wooden mahjong tiles. After much contemplation, she decided to create a diversion for herself, particularly since their household now consisted of 4 members, with the prospect of more to come. Mahjong, a timeless game, was well suited for family gatherings. Naturally, the designs on the tiles would be simplified, as overly intricate patterns were beyond their capability. As long as they were comprehensible, that sufficed at that moment, as Xiang Qingshu explained the distinctions between Wan, Tong, and Tiao to Yin Che and Yasang. The serpent-shaped beast mark on her wrist suddenly radiated warmth. The temperature was not scalding, yet the deep blue hue of the mark was swiftly replaced by a light purple, deepening gradually until it stabilized, at which point the warmth began to dissipate. "I is leveled up?" Xiang Qingshu mused in astonishment, quickly turning to Yin Che. "Ah Che, this must be a success, right?" Yin Che, filled with delight, nodded vigorously. Though the beast mark belonged to Yilan, he could sense the fluctuations in Xiang Qingshu's energy. The color is stable, and the energy has stabilized as well. This is indeed a success. Yilan's tireless efforts over the past few days have finally borne fruit. Wonderful. Without a moment's hesitation for Mahjong, Xiang Qingshu hurried towards the entrance of the den, anticipating Yilan's swift return, eager to greet her. After a brief wait, Yilan did return, but her expression was somewhat somber, hinting at an underlying discontent. Following closely behind her was a large contingent of orcs, both from the Fox clan and other tribes. They seemed oblivious to Yilan's less than joyful demeanor, chattering and laughing amongst themselves. Upon approaching Xiang Qingshu, they greeted her with exuberance. "Qingshu, the weather is splendid today. Would you care to take a stroll? I shall accompany you." "Qingshu, I hear you enjoy wild vegetables. May I gather some for you? Recently, the fruits have been ripening in abundance. Tomorrow, I shall bring you some. Don't be choosy." A chorus of voices clamored to offer her gifts. Yet all were empty-handed, clearly having acted on a whim. It seemed that the romantic fortunes of female orcs were indeed influenced by their partners. The stronger the partner, the more alluring they became to the orcs wishing to join their ranks. Xiang Qingshu then understood the source of Yilan's expression. She was evidently irritated. Not one to exhibit a particularly warm demeanor, Yilan had been compelled to engage socially in order to level up. And now that she had achieved her goal, the orcs, no longer fixated on challenging her, had turned their attention to her partner, which was understandably displeasing to her. Chapter 66. Such matters should not be procrastinated. Taking a step forward, Xiang Qingshu grasped Yilan's hand and addressed the orcs politely. "Thank you all, you are very kind, but I am not currently seeking a partner. One partner from the Fox clan, Yasang, is sufficient for me. I shall not seek another. Please return to your activities." The orcs, taken aback, had not anticipated being outright rejected before their pursuits had even formally commenced. Disappointment flickered in their eyes as they contemplated their next words. But upon observing Xiang Qingshu's resolute gaze and Yilan's frosty demeanor, they wisely refrained from further discourse, extending an amicable invitation to Yilan for future hunts as they departed. Once the orcs had left, Yilan exhaled a sigh of relief, appearing to finally be free from their clutches. Observing the situation, Xiang Qingshu playfully nudged him and sighed, praising, "My dear Ai is truly impressive. You even have friends now." Yilan paused at her words, then replied earnestly, "Qingshu, they are not friends." They did not grasp the essence of who he truly was. If they were aware of his condition, no matter how formidable he might be, they would not find him appealing. If one were to label anyone as friends, it would be Yin Che and Ye Sang, though in truth, they were more akin to family. Reflecting on the notion of family, Yilan turned to Xiang Qingshu, and his mood brightened instantly. "Qingshu, I have leveled up and no longer require beast crystals. Shall we give the remaining crystals to Yin Che and Ye Sang?" Only then did Xiang Qingshu recall Yilan's recent achievement, her attention having been diverted by the earlier orcs. She leaned in and rewarded Yilan with a kiss, eagerly agreeing, "Yes, let's do it now." This was indeed a fortuitous event that should not be delayed. She turned to the two busy individuals in the living area. "Can you sense approximately how many beast crystals you need to level up?" Ye Sang promptly responded, setting aside the mahjong, and joined Xiang Qingshu at the table. "Those of us who are far from leveling up cannot sense it at all. Only those close, like Yilan, can estimate how much is needed." Yin Che shook his head in agreement. "Although I am significantly stronger than Ye Sang, I too cannot discern it." Upon hearing this, Ye Sang playfully waved a fist at Yin Che, refraining from striking him. "What do you mean significantly stronger? It's just a little bit, all right? Just a little." Just as Yin Che was about to retort, Xiang Qingshu intervened, pulling him aside and sneakily admiring Ye Sang's well-defined physique, gesturing for him to remain silent before hastily retrieving the remaining 4-level beast crystals from her storage. Ye Sang, flustered by Xiang Qingshu's playful gesture, momentarily forgot about his quarrel with Yin Che. He shot Xiang Qingshu a shy yet reproachful glance, failing to catch the words she had said. Meanwhile, both Yin Che and Yilan, who had been teasing Ye Sang, found themselves inadvertently captivated by Xiang Qingshu's form, their expressions betraying a sense of enthrallment. Unaware of the shift in their demeanor, Xiang Qingshu was engrossed in examining the beast crystals on the table, speaking to herself, "We have 22 beast crystals remaining. Shall we keep 4? That leaves us with 18. Yin Che and Ye Sang can each take 9. Would you prefer to consume them together or separately? Will your bodies be able to handle it? Should we head out for a spar?" Yin Che pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us consume them together. The disparity between us and the 4th level is considerable. Even together, it shouldn't have a significant impact. Our bodies will gradually assimilate the energy. For the next few days, let us focus on hunting." Xiang Qingshu then turned her gaze to Ye Sang, who wore a cheerful expression, looking at her with an affectionate gaze. "Such matters should not be delayed. Let us consume them together. I am curious to see how much stronger we will become after consuming these 9. Seeing that there were no objections from anyone, Xiang Qingshu proceeded to distribute the beast crystals among them, returning the remaining 4 crystals to her space. As Yin Che and Ye Sang consumed the beast crystals, they transformed into insatiable voids, showing no change in their beast marks, yet feeling an abundance of energy surging within them, suddenly rejuvenated and spirited. Yilan suggested they take advantage of the daylight before darkness fell, encouraging them to go out and stretch their legs. Naturally, Yin Che and Ye Sang were in agreement. Given their current state, they indeed needed to expend some energy to avoid discomfort, and thus hurriedly dashed outside. However, before leaving, the two entrusted the matter of mahjong to Yilan. Upon discovering this new and intriguing addition to her home, Yilan quickly embraced Xiang Qingshu, secretly taking advantage while fulfilling the task she had been assigned. When Yin Che and Ye Sang returned from their excursion, not only had Yilan prepared 2 sets of mahjong, but she had also laid out dinner. Due to the trio's enhanced abilities, Xiang Qingshu had initially intended to celebrate their progress, but with the limited ingredients available at home and the scant variety of seasonings, she found it impossible to concoct anything novel, thus refraining from mentioning a celebration. Nevertheless, the family gathered joyously for dinner, with Xiang Qingshu delighted by their newfound strength, while Yin Che and the others felt elated at their ability to protect her more effectively. They envisioned a brighter future for their family, one that would truly take shape when their child was born and when Qingshu could find more exceptional beastmen to safeguard her. After that day, Xiang Qingshu's life fell into a steady routine. Although she had turned away a batch of beastmen, she only had 3 partners, one of whom was a level 4 beastman, and these 2 factors alone were enough to attract beastmen to her door continuously. Moreover, during this period of observation, they noted that despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Xiang Qingshu was neither fragile nor temperamental. Her demeanor was pleasant, and her treatment of her partners was exemplary. she had never shown them a harsh face, let alone resorted to physicality. Consequently, her home swiftly became a picturesque sight within the fox tribe, with persistent suitors undeterred by her repeated refusals. In the end, Xiang Qingshu had to feign illness to temporarily quell the ardor of those pursuing her. This situation made it inconvenient for her to venture out daily, so she chose to stroll around the beast den during quieter times, occasionally ascending the nearby mountains or helping Yin Che and the others with various tasks at home. Indeed, although the mahjong sets were completed, they had yet to find an opportunity to play, as there was always someone needing to go hunting. Initially, it was Yin Che and Yasang who went out more frequently, but after they absorbed the energy from the beast crystals, the three of them began to take turns. Yet, they could never gather enough players. Furthermore, the wooden barrels they had prepared for storing meat had already been used up. To facilitate better meat storage and to hold more hot water, they decided to craft several additional batches of barrels. Other tools, such as teapots, bowls, and dustpans, also needed to be made in greater numbers, allowing them to venture out without emptying their home, thus making things more convenient. Gradually, Xiang Qingshu's space accumulated a plethora of items, including those tools, as well as ample firewood, wild vegetables, seasonings, mushrooms, salt leaves, and wild fruits. Chapter 67. Those ferocious beasts are patient now. The variety of wild fruits was more abundant than in early spring. However, being wild and not specially cultivated, Xiang Qingshu found them to be quite tart, especially when compared to the modern fruits she had previously tasted. Thus, she did not consume much, opting to keep them in her space, occasionally taking one or two out for a change of flavor, or offering them to Yin Che and the others, who she found quite sweet. Watching them eat only heightened her cravings, leading her to yearn for the early arrival of her child, hoping for strawberries, cherries, and such to satisfy her palate. It was during this time that she recalled her previous visit to the flower-laden valley, where she had completely forgotten about honey as a natural sweetener. Despite having had the time to search for it then, she had missed the opportunity, prompting her to lament in frustration. Observing her distress, Yin Che and the others quietly pondered that even if they could not return to that valley, they should at least search nearby. Regardless of the annoyance posed by those pesky little bees, as long as they were not deadly, they vowed to bring back honey for Qingshu. However, the tribe was currently on high alert, and Tungtian had specifically emphasized that they should not venture too far while hunting, as an unexpected beast attack could lead to complications. Ironically, all potential dangers near the tribe had been cleared away, including all traces of those troublesome little bees, leaving no beehives in proximity to the fox tribe. Thus, they refrained from recklessly leaving the tribe in pursuit of honey, prioritizing Qingshu's safety above all else. As a month passed and summer arrived, the crises they had anticipated did not materialize, and no further news of ferocious beasts reached them from the surrounding tribes. When Tungtian determined that there were indeed no unusual occurrences, he finally declared the crisis over. With normal guard duties reinstated, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yin Che and the others, their eyes gleaming with excitement, conferred and decided that before dawn the following day, they would set off in search of honey. Upon waking and finding them missing, Xiang Qingshu was not idle. After breakfast, she took Yilan to seek out Qiyu. Over the past month, her belly had grown considerably, officially entering the late stages of her pregnancy. Yet, in the context of the beast world, her size was not excessively large, resembling that of a modern woman 5 months along, though fetal movements were notably frequent. Xiang Qingshu went to inquire about these movements with Qiyu, who explained that due to the number of children she was carrying, frequent movements were entirely normal. During her first pregnancy, she had never enjoyed a full night's sleep, as the babies would kick throughout the day and night, each one taking turns to express their glee or displeasure, often causing her belly to become deformed as they jostled together, making it increasingly difficult to rest. Qiyu intended to reassure Xiang Qingshu, wishing to convey that frequent fetal movements were normal. However, upon hearing this, Xiang Qingshu grew more anxious, as the frequency described by Qiyu differed vastly from her own experience. While her child did move often, particularly during the day, the movements were localized, brief, and gentle. Once asleep, she felt no sensation at all. The continuous activity and deformation of the belly that Qiyu described had never occurred for her. Xiang Qingshu began to suspect that perhaps she was only carrying a single child. She was not concerned that the gentle movements were a result of inheriting her human traits, knowing that her modified body would not defy the rules of the beast world and produce a human child. The only explanation she could arrive at was that the number of children she carried was indeed fewer. Yet, her belly's size was typical, comparable to that of others carrying 5 or 6. Uncertain of the reason behind her situation, she decided not to discuss it with Chiyu. After parting ways, she returned home with a furrowed brow, only to encounter Yin-che and Yasang at her doorstep, each cradling a beehive. They had returned swiftly, seemingly having taken a bath, as evidenced by the moisture clinging to them. Spotting Xiang Qingshu, Yasang approached her with a beaming expression. "Qingqing, look, is this it? I can smell a sweet aroma emanating from inside. It must be what you were looking for." He held the beehive aloft, its size impressive and intact, though the sweetness remained concealed from view. Yet, the delightful scent was undeniable, and upon inhaling it, Xiang Qingshu's spirits lifted significantly. Just as she was about to instruct them to place the beehive on the table in the den, a sudden scream erupted from the adjacent den. Abruptly cutting off, Xiang Qingshu paused, a wave of unease washing over her. It was Chiyu, and today her home only housed 2 males. Before she could voice her concern, Yin-che and Yasang had already set the beehive down and were looking at Yilan. "You stay here to protect Qingqing. We'll go check it out first. If there's any trouble, shout, and we'll return promptly." Yilan nodded in agreement, and in an instant, Yin-che and Yasang transformed into their beast forms and dashed towards Chiyu's home. Their decision to check on Chiyu stemmed from the fundamental responsibility of males to protect females within their shared fox tribe, especially since their home was the closest to Chiyu's. Even if something were to arise on Qingshu's end, they would be able to return swiftly, with Yilan present as well. As they departed, several families nearby, having also heard the commotion and with a higher male presence, sent people to investigate. However, most were still out hunting, resulting in only a few making the journey. Just as they stepped outside, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from Chiyu's home, followed by a deep, resonant call that echoed through the valley. Yi Lan's expression darkened. "It's Yasang," he said. "There's a ferocious beast intruding." Before he could finish, alarmed cries rang out from the base of the mountain, sending the entire fox tribe into a frenzy. Those ferocious beasts were indeed patient. After a month of vigilance, they had chosen to strike when the tribe had lowered its guard, seizing the moment when the number of beastmen was at its lowest. After being confined for a month, most beastmen had ventured farther afield to hunt, leaving them with little chance of returning in time. Such a clever calculation. Yet, even aware of the ferocious creatures ahead, the few orcs who had initially planned to visit Chiyu's home did not waver. Once they confirmed that their partners had sufficient protection, they rushed forward with utmost speed. Yilan, embracing Xiang Qingshu, intended to lead her into the beast den, but just as she turned, she felt a fierce wind rushing from behind. In that instant, Yilan transformed into her half-beast form, sweeping her tail to strike away the assailant who had emerged to ambush them. With a resounding crash, a large azure serpent was forcefully slammed against a rock, shattering it into fragments. Chapter 68. Leave these 2 little ones to me. Though it appeared severely battered, such injuries were inconsequential to the orcs. The great serpent quickly regained its footing, intent on charging once more, only to realize that the orc it had deemed easy prey bore a purple beast mark on its chest, identifying it as a serpent beast of formidable prowess. Stunned, it glanced at Yilan and then at Xiang Qingshu, who was sheltered by her side. Without a moment's hesitation, even knowing there was only one orc beside this female, it dared not strike again and fled in haste. Naturally, Yilan had no intention of pursuing. Even with distant sounds of conflict echoing nearby, she remained unfazed, cradling Xiang Qingshu as they retreated directly to the beast den. Upon entering, she cleverly used her tail to sweep in 2 beehives. Placing them on the table, Xiang Qingshu, not one to play the saint, did not urge Yilan to rescue others. Their household consisted of merely 3 orcs. Given Yilan's strength, her identity as a Chiyu, and their proximity, it was already commendable for her to assist 2 others. Even though malevolent beasts had passed by their den in search of females, no one could fault them for not intervening. The 2 settled quietly within the beast den, unexpectedly finding that Yin-che and Yasang returned shortly. Seeing Xiang Qingshu safe within the cave, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing her worried expression, Yin-che quickly reassured her. "Do not fret, Chiyu is unharmed. We arrived in time and, alongside Chiyu's 2 partners, managed to hold off those vile creatures." Soon, other orcs joined the fray. Those malevolent beasts were no match for us. Only Chiyu's partners and a few secondary orcs sustained injuries. He refrained from elaborating on the specifics, as the grim fate of the defeated beasts was not a tale suited for Qingshu's ears. After speaking, he approached and sat beside Xiang Qingshu, evidently intending to remain inside, while Yasang stood anxiously at the cave entrance, vigilantly observing the situation outside. Observing his restlessness, Xiang Qingshu, now reassured, encouraged, sang, "You may go outside to assist. Ache and ye are here with me. I am perfectly fine." Yet, Yasang shook his head firmly. "No, I cannot leave you now. There are malevolent beasts everywhere. What if a horde arrives the moment I step out? Even if Yilan and Yinche are formidable, they are but two. I cannot take that risk." While he could help out, it was no longer a short distance to Chiyu. Venturing too far might result in his inability to return. His initial decision to rescue Chiyu was merely due to proximity. Had it been any farther, even with their shared childhood, he would have hesitated to intervene. Indeed, there were too few partners by Qingshu's side. Had they gone hunting today and not returned, the thought of a horde of malevolent beasts seizing her was too dreadful to contemplate, unbeknownst to her. He was deeply concerned about the number of her partners, but she understood his reasoning and offered no further persuasion, as the four waited together. Fortunately, the ruckus surrounding them did not encroach upon their home. Perhaps aware that the nearby residents were all third-tier orcs, or perhaps the malevolent beasts were merely creating a diversion, the troublemakers on the mountainside soon retreated, showing no inclination to fight further. However, the clamor at the foot of the mountain persisted. Observing this, Yasang finally informed Xiang Qingshu before descending to offer assistance. When the battle concluded and the chief's call signifying the crisis's end echoed, a considerable amount of time had passed. Yet, Yasang had yet to return, and many orcs who had gone to help remained absent. Xiang Qingshu, unable to sit idly, decided to join Yinche and Yilan in checking on Chiyu. As they approached the vicinity of Chiyu's beast den, they heard her weeping pitifully from within. From the moment she was captured until her rescue, and now that the battle had ceased, she continued to cry. Clearly traumatized, Xiang Qingshu cautiously peeked at the entrance and saw that Chiyu's 5 partners had returned, comforting her, while the little ones lay safe and sound nearby. Relieved, she chose not to intrude. Her spirits remained high. Unaffected by the chaos, and upon returning home, she had a meal and took a nap, waiting until evening when Yasang finally appeared at the cave entrance, looking utterly exhausted. Xiang Qingshu hurriedly pulled him inside and poured him a cup of spring water. After drinking, Yasang felt somewhat rejuvenated and quickly recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out the malevolent beasts had first targeted the partners of the third-tier orcs with ulterior motives, seeking to ensnare the stronger warriors to facilitate their theft of females at the mountain's base. Fortunately, the chief and several fifth-tier orcs had remained in the tribe, and upon hearing Yasang's warning, they promptly rushed to the foot of the mountain to contain the situation. Thanks to the orcs' rigorous training and their readiness to provide immediate support, the chaos was swiftly quelled. Aside from a few low-tier orcs who perished, the remaining individuals sustained only minor injuries. One pregnant female nearly fell victim to abduction, but the chief and others managed to reclaim her in time, administering a 5th-tier beast crystal, ensuring both she and her unborn offspring were safe. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingshu felt a mix of anxiety and relief. In the beast realm, such an outcome was indeed considered minimal loss, a stroke of incredible fortune. Yasang shared her sentiment, glancing at Yinche before expressing his gratitude. Yinche, puzzled, prompted Yasang to elaborate. "I only just realized that before Yilan came to our home, you had already informed the chief about her covert entry into the tribe. This allowed the chief to identify numerous security weaknesses in our defenses. It is precisely because of this that our losses were so minimal this time. Had it been in the past, a planned assault like this would have easily claimed dozens of orc lives, with females suffering losses as well." Noticing the regret etched on his face, Yinche couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes, Yasang was quite astute, yet at other times, he could be rather oblivious. He had likely considered this matter, but chosen not to dwell on it. Displaying a certain naivety, it was a rare sight to see Yasang so earnest, yet it felt uncharacteristic of him. Thus, Yinche refrained from further comment and pointed to the beehives that had been left untouched on the table. Smiling, "Speaking of which, both Yilan and I have contributed to this matter. Shall we leave the handling of these 2 beehives to you?" Yilan, observing from the side, bore no resentment towards Yasang's previous words. However, the mention of the beehives stirred a sense of urgency within her. Having waited all afternoon for Yasang to return before attending to the beehives, she could hardly contain her anticipation now that he was back. Yilan nodded and urged, "Let us do it now." Qingshu was eager to taste. Grateful for the assistance from both Yin Che and Yilan, Yasang, brimming with appreciation, could hardly refuse. He swiftly took hold of the two beehives, one in each arm, declaring grandly, "Rest assured, I shall take care of these little treasures. Yin Che, you and Yilan keep Qingshu company while I wash them and return." Chapter 69. In addition to the slightly cool Yilan, Xiang Qingshu had been attentively listening to their conversation, and upon hearing that Yasang intended to wash the honey, she anxiously pulled him back. "No need to wash. You can simply cut it open. The honey is right inside the hive, and it will flow out on its own once cut." As she spoke, she retrieved a large basin from her space and placed it on the table. Fearing that Yasang might take the hive to wash it, she quickly reclaimed one and gestured for him to cut the other open with his claws. Realizing that this was a different method of handling than with wild vegetables, Yasang chuckled. Understanding that honey was not merely the hive itself, he had almost made a comical mistake. With a laugh, he swiftly extended his claws to follow Xiang Qingshu's instructions, slicing the hive open. Instantly, a fragrance sweeter and more intoxicating than before wafted through the air, as golden, viscous honey began to flow from the cut, quickly filling the basin's bottom. Meanwhile, far, far away from the fox tribe's settlement, several malevolent beasts huddled together, panting heavily. "Have we run far enough? Surely the fox tribe cannot pursue us any longer." "Enough, enough! There's no movement. They must not be following us. What a close call. I warned you not to provoke the fox tribe. Their defenses are so stringent, and they have been patiently guarding for a month. They are far too vigilant. Do you understand now? Even if they relax their guard, a tribe like that is not easily infiltrated." Upon hearing this, the other malevolent beasts fell silent. This decision was not theirs to make, and they felt quite helpless. Suddenly, a green serpent spoke up. "Though many have perished, I have discovered something quite intriguing." "What is it?" the green serpent continued, just as the rumors from the Beast King city suggested. "There truly is a human female within the fox tribe, and she is pregnant." "What? The one from Beast King city? Pregnant? A human female carrying the offspring of a beast?" The green serpent nodded. "Indeed. She bears 3 beast marks, 1 purple serpent, 1 blue tiger, and 1 blue fox. Her partners are quite powerful, and there's a 4th-tier serpent beast. Who is it? I have never heard of such a high-level serpent beast appearing before. Could it be true? A human female giving birth to a half-beast offspring. This is truly astonishing. I have never encountered such a tale. Should we return and inform the city lord?" Upon hearing this, the several beastly figures exchanged glances, and they all found the idea rather appealing. In the beast city, the city lord holds the utmost authority, followed by a dozen or so leaders ranked by their strength. However, after this ordeal, their leader had perished, and nearly all the other beasts in their party had met a similar fate, leaving them as mere fragments of a once united force, compelled to seek a new organization. The news of this human female is promising, and the 4-level serpent beast as well. It is said that the city lord delights in hearing fresh tales. Perhaps if he is pleased, he would welcome them as his subordinates? Being a subordinate of the city lord is certainly far more prestigious than being a subordinate of a mere leader. With this thought in mind, the group felt rejuvenated and hastened toward the direction of the beast city, soon vanishing from sight. Xiang Qingshu remained blissfully unaware that she had already gained notoriety in Beast King City and was about to become well known in Beast City. After all, she seldom ventured out of her tribe and cared little for the opinions of others. At present, she was exuberantly placing freshly cut fruits into a bowl, drizzling them with warm honey, relishing every bite. The sweet flavor was a delightful nostalgia. If only she could find something akin to sugarcane or perhaps some chili peppers, it would be even better, but alas, there were none near the fox tribe. That could wait for another time. Yin Che and the others also sampled the honey, finding it sweet and quite delectable, but rather too sweet for their liking. Consequently, while Xiang Qingshu savored her fruits earnestly, Yin Che and his companions silently set aside their bowls and utensils, opting to filter the honey until it was completely clean, then repacking it in wooden barrels for Xiang Qingshu to store in her space and enjoy at her leisure. They all thought that since Qingshu adored honey, they should bring back ample supplies in the future so she wouldn't be left craving it, especially during the winter months. After a satisfying meal, that night, despite having just experienced a sudden attack from the beasts, Xiang Qingshu enjoyed a deep and restful sleep, unlike the others in the tribe who were far less at ease. Tang Yin held a lengthy meeting with the tribe's high-ranking members that extended late into the night, while those who suffered losses in the tribe were swallowed by grief, eventually drifting into an uneasy slumber. Those who had not faced loss, though not as heartbroken, remained vigilant, fearing that they might not be so fortunate next time. Everyone pondered how they might avoid future losses should another attack occur. But as the moon climbed higher in the sky, the tumult within the tribe gradually subsided. By the latter half of the night, the disturbances had calmed entirely, leaving only the faint sounds of insects chirping in the woods and the occasional roar of beasts echoing from afar. After this, life truly settled into a state of tranquility. The beasts did not reappear, and no extraordinary events transpired within the tribe, save for one instance when Yin She and his companions were stung while harvesting honey due to poorly wrapped mud. Their handsome faces transformed into swollen visages, preventing them from venturing outside, which led to Xiang Qingshu teasing them for several days. Fortunately, with the aid of the spiritual spring water, they recovered their charming appearance by the third day, and once again ventured out with renewed confidence, diligently stocking up not just on meat, but also on vegetables, honey, and wild fruits. Anything that Xiang Qingshu desired, they hoarded. Xiang Qingshu no longer felt bored, as there were countless tasks to attend to. Casting aside games for more pressing matters, Yin She and the others observed her. She did not engage in an excessive number of activities, yet each day she would boil hot water, organize her space, dry some vegetables, or prepare items for the soon-to-arrive offspring, which kept her life fulfilling. As the days turned into weeks, the weather grew increasingly warm, and just as Xiang Qingshu had anticipated, she began to develop an addiction to the slightly cool presence of Yilan. Contrary to her expectations, neither Yin She nor Yiseng exhibited jealousy or displeasure. Instead, they remained remarkably composed, seemingly understanding her well, placing her needs above their own feelings, even when their hearts felt a twinge of bitterness. Thus, aside from the occasional closeness with them, Xiang Qingshu primarily shared her nights with Yilan, as well as her days, often leaning against him, finding comfort in his coolness without it being excessively cold. This arrangement allowed Xiang Qingshu to enjoy a particularly comfortable summer. Why only half a summer? Because after a month, around the midsummer mark, Xiang Qingshu's belly finally began to show signs of labor. In that final month, her belly grew significantly, reaching a size comparable to that of a modern 6-month pregnancy. Yet, regardless of its size, the fetal movements remained gentle and infrequent, the little ones responding affectionately whenever anyone placed their hand upon Xiang Qingshu's abdomen. Chapter 70. She had actually given birth every day. Upon returning home, the 3 males would immediately rush to kiss Xiang Qingshu's belly, and only after receiving a gentle kick from the little ones would they break into silly grins and proceed with their tasks. Only Yilan maintained a semblance of composure during the day, seldom touching Xiang Qingshu's belly, but at night, when alone with her, he would spend nearly the entire night cradling her belly as they slept. Sometimes, just before rising, Xiang Qingshu would feel Yilan sneakily kissing her belly, and after showering her belly with affection, he would then turn to kiss her, nearly waking her every day. Xiang Qingshu immersed herself in the legendary French romance, delighting in watching Yilan, who was utterly smitten, yet feigned a demeanor of aloofness and seriousness. It was a pity that such romance was limited to kisses. In that final month, all 3 males were exceedingly proper. Fearful of any mishap occurring to her, Xiang Qingshu exhibited remarkable self-control. Apart from the kisses, she refrained from engaging in any more intimate actions, experiencing a thoroughly comfortable pregnancy. Not only was her belly smooth and devoid of stretch marks, but she also experienced none of the discomforts typically associated with late pregnancy, such as swelling, frequent urination, constipation, or pain in her toes. She appeared even healthier than the beastly females. Xiang Qingshu had always been aware that pregnancy was not typically so effortless. Her experience was a result of the system's modifications. Although it was a transaction, she felt immensely fortunate. Thankfully, the process had been relatively comfortable. Otherwise, she would not have had the courage to bear offspring for Yiseng and Yilan. The only downside was that the onset of labor was extraordinarily swift, unlike the gradual progression typical of human births. As soon as labor began, Xiang Qingshu felt an intense sensation. While she was having lunch, the tightening of her abdomen caused her to change complexion, and her body swayed unsteadily at that moment. All three males were at home with her. Upon witnessing her sudden falter, Yilan reacted faster than anyone, swiftly catching her to prevent her from falling. Ching, Yin Shay was also quick, supporting her on the other side. What's wrong? Ching, where do you feel unwell? Yi sang, sitting opposite, hurried over, alarmed to see her face pale and clutching her abdomen in apparent pain. Ching, hang on. I'll fetch the shaman, he exclaimed, rushing out. Xiang Qingshu let out a muffled groan, struggling to catch her breath before finally managing to say, I am about to give birth. Quickly carry me to the grass nest to lie down. The pain had rendered her thoughts somewhat disoriented, and her body was overly sensitive. She sensed that something was amiss, as though something was about to emerge, but it had only just started. Surely it couldn't be happening this quickly? That would defy physiological norms. Hearing her words, Yin Shay moved even faster than Yilan, scooping up Xiang Qingshu and racing toward his grass nest. Yilan, a step behind, followed him into Yin Shay's room. Retrieving the birthing supplies Xiang Qingshu had prepared and handing them to the flustered Yin Shay, who seemed unsure of what to do. Don't panic. Didn't you ask the shaman beforehand? Just lay down some beast skins for Ching, and I'll go boil some hot water, he instructed, then turned to leave as Yin Shay took the items and began to busy himself. Once the water was boiling, he swiftly prepared the wooden basin Xiang Qingshu had set aside for cleaning the little ones, the small grass nest for the newborns, and the beast skins for lining the nest. Placing them conveniently in the beast world, birthing did not require the extensive preparations of modern times. Xiang Qingshu's birthing kit consisted merely of 2 large, thick beast skins, one to cushion her backside to prevent soiling the nest, and the other to wipe down the newborns. Yilan had also arranged everything else, and now the only thing left to do was wait for the shaman. After giving birth, the placenta and other materials required the shaman's attention. This was beyond Yin Shay and the others' understanding. As well as Xiang Qingshu's, they had to be prepared in case of any complications. Suddenly, the thought of complications struck. Simultaneously, both Yin Shay and Yilan recalled the possibility of difficult labor. Alarmed, Yilan dashed back to the bedroom, while Yin Shay hurriedly knelt before Xiang Qingshu, anxiously saying, Ching, quickly, give me a level 5 beast crystal. Even though the shaman would bring a level 5 beast crystal later, if Ching did not experience complications, the shaman would not use it. But what if something unexpected happened and Ching lost consciousness? It is essential for them to possess a level 5 beast crystal in hand, for this would ensure that, regardless of the circumstances, they could promptly administer the crystal to Ching, thus preventing any unfortunate incidents. Upon hearing Yin Shay's words, Xiang Qingshu was reminded of this necessity. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she hastily retrieved the beast crystal and handed it to Yin Shay. She attempted to speak, but the sudden wave of pain coursing through her body rendered her voiceless. All she could manage was a weak exclamation of discomfort. Clutching Yin Shay's hand and murmuring, "It hurts so much." Seeing her in such agony nearly brought Yin Shay to tears, his heart racing with concern over the absence of the shaman. In the next moment, Xiang Qingshu suddenly bore down with immense force, letting out another loud "Cry." To Yin Shay's astonishment, he witnessed something round and plump emerge from between Ching's legs. Xiang Qingshu herself was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, her abdomen had been racked with excruciating pain, prompting her instinctively to push, as if she were expelling something. Once released, her belly felt flat, and a wave of relief washed over her. What pain? What contractions? Everything ceased in an instant, as if she had birthed a phantom child, for she felt nothing at all. Could it really be this swift? Sweat had barely begun to bead on her forehead, yet she could not afford to ponder the speed of the process. She quickly rose to inspect between her legs. Indeed, there lay a small, fluffy tiger cub, about the length of an adult's palm. Pudgy and rosy, curled up like a lotus root, utterly silent and appearing exceedingly docile. Attached to the tiny creature was a thin umbilical cord, the other end connected to a fleshy mass. How considerate of the system to allow her to deliver the placenta as well? Xiang Qingshu marveled at the unexpected turn of events, while Yin Shay and Yilan were equally astonished. They had witnessed other females giving birth, and the fastest among them had labored for an entire day and night before delivering their offspring. Yet, How long had it been since Qingqing's contractions began? The shaman had yet to arrive, and just one cub, a cub of such size. Seeing Qingqing's current state of ease, it was astonishing that she had already completed the delivery. Yin Che felt an overwhelming urge to touch Xiang Qingshu's abdomen to ascertain whether there were any more cubs inside, but he hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently cause her distress. Fortunately, at that moment, Yiseng arrived with the shaman. Hearing the commotion, Yin Che suppressed his thoughts and hurried to make space for the shaman, while Yilan quietly stepped aside, not daring to delay the shaman from assisting Qingqing in her delivery. The elderly shaman, upon hearing Yiseng announce that Xiang Qingshu was about to give birth, wasted no time in gathering his supplies and hastening over. He anticipated finding a family in a state of panic. Yet upon entering the bedroom, he was taken aback to discover that Qingqing had already delivered the cub, and even expelled the placenta. Who had done this? Yin Che? Yilan? Surely not. It must have been her own doing during the birth. Wasn't this sequence of events rather unusual? The placenta had been expelled, but what of the other cubs yet to be born? The shaman found it incredulous, but upon turning to see Xiang Qingshu sitting there, his expression shifted, and he urgently instructed, "Quickly, lie down. Do not move if you haven't finished giving birth." With that, he swiftly pressed her back down, and before she could utter a word, he deftly summoned his claws to cut the umbilical cord. While attending to the cub, he commanded, "Hurry, bring in some warm water to wash the cub. Move quickly, and remember not to touch her navel. Once cleaned, wrap the cub in animal skin. It is far too small to endure the cold." At his words, the three males sprang into action, fetching water, preparing grass nests, and gathering animal skins. However, as the shaman spoke, he suddenly paused. Why was this tiger cub so large? It was nearly double the size of a typical newborn cub, and astonishingly, it was a female. He was momentarily taken aback, but his hands continued to work. Once he had handled the umbilical cord, he passed the cub to Yin Che, barely taking a moment to think before rushing to examine Xiang Qingshu's abdomen. Upon confirming that it was empty and that both she and the newborn were fine, he cast Xiang Qingshu a curious glance. Yet, considering that this was a human birth, and human births were likely different from those of beasts, he calmed his thoughts. Indeed, it was said that humans generally gave birth to a single offspring, and it was entirely normal for that offspring to be of a larger size. Furthermore, a smooth delivery was a fortunate occurrence. What was there to find strange? With a deep breath to steady himself, he addressed the anxious Yiseng and the others. "Qingshu has delivered. She has birthed only one cub, and it is a female. You are indeed fortunate." However, as Qingshu was human, her birthing process and the cub were somewhat distinct. Do not be surprised. I have checked, and both are healthy. Just ensure she consumes the beast crystal you have prepared. She will recover swiftly. As for the little cub, although it is summer, be cautious not to let her get cold. When sleeping at night, ensure she is not smothered. Additionally, remember to feed her promptly and keep her clean from urine and feces. The animal skins must be frequently changed. Do not be lazy. As he spoke, the shaman stepped back, allowing Yilan and Yiseng to finally approach Xiang Qingshu. They scarcely noticed the cub's gender. Upon hearing the shaman declare both mother and child were healthy, their hearts finally eased. Now, standing vigil over Xiang Qingshu, their focus was solely on her. Yilan bent down to gently caress Xiang Qingshu's slightly pale cheek, his voice laced with concern. "Do not fear. Once you eat the beast crystal, you will feel much better." Yiseng, meanwhile, touched Xiang Qingshu's abdomen, which appeared slightly slack post-delivery, his expression filled with empathy. "Qingqing, you have truly endured much for us." She had suffered greatly to bring their child into the world. Previously, Qingqing's waist and abdomen had been so strong and beautiful. Now, she had sacrificed so much for them. Nearby, Yin Che, still occupied with washing the cub, felt a pang of anxiety seeing the two focus on Qingqing. He longed to inquire about her discomfort, but with a cub in his arms, he could not detach himself. Instead, he hastened his efforts. Within moments, he had cleaned the cub, dried it with a cloth, and wrapped it in animal skin. Placing it in a small grass nest, he then reminded Yiseng, "Yiseng, you should escort the shaman back if he remains. We cannot bring out the level 5 beast crystal in his presence." Yiseng immediately understood, rising to gather the items the shaman had brought, insisting he lead the way. The shaman had intended to offer further advice, but Yiseng was relentless, leaving him no opportunity to speak. Before Yasang could return, he made it a point to impart a few important reminders, not only concerning the cub, but also other matters. Primarily, he wished to caution Yasang about the formidable Yilan, believing it vital to advise him to secure the rights for Xiang Qingshu's next pregnancy. While Yilan was undeniably strong, Yasang was Xiang Qingshu's second partner. As long as he did not willingly relinquish that right, Xiang Qingshu's character would likely ensure fairness. However, Yasang was preoccupied with the desire to return and see Qingqing, responding to the shaman's words with mere acknowledgement, his demeanor dismissive. Ultimately, the shaman, exasperated, chose silence, letting it be. In time, should Xiang Qingshu indeed bear Yilan's offspring, there would come a moment for Yasang's sorrow. Meanwhile, back in the den, once the shaman departed, Xiang Qingshu exhaled in relief. The shaman's hurried arrival had made her tense, preventing her from moving freely or speaking. Now, with their departure, and Yin Che approaching with the small grass nest, her eyes sparkled as she eagerly rose, longing to see her precious daughter. Oh no, her precious little tiger. Heaven knew how elated she was when the shaman revealed it was a female, a daughter, a delightfully soft and rosy little girl. Their firstborn had fulfilled her wish. How splendid! Yet, her sudden movement startled Yin Che and Yilan. Yilan tightened his embrace, guiding her back against his chest, his tone serious. Qingqing, be careful. Yin Che, too, moved aside, placing the grass nest at his feet, and took hold of Xiang Qingshu, scrutinizing her with concern. Upon confirming she was well, he sighed in exasperation. Qingqing, your body has yet to recover. Let us first consume the beast crystal. As he spoke, he retrieved the 5th-level beast crystal that Xiang Qingshu had given him earlier from the grass nest. After biting it open, he leaned in and fed the crystal into Xiang Qingshu's mouth. That moment, he did not take advantage of her. Once he finished feeding her, he quickly stepped back, carefully observing her reaction. Chapter 72. Consuming beast crystals and recovery pills. Xiang Qingshu was initially caught off guard. She had intended to express that a brief delay was of no concern, as she wished to see her cub first. However, Yin Che had already leaned in to feed her the beast crystal, and she did not insist otherwise. The moment she consumed the beast crystal, she felt as though she had taken some kind of potion, becoming somewhat dizzy. Although her labor was brief, the pain was undeniably real, and the indescribable fatigue following childbirth was also genuine, especially after losing a considerable amount of blood. Yet, upon ingesting the beast crystal, it felt as if all the blood she had lost was replenished. She no longer felt exhausted. Aside from a particularly noticeable discomfort below, her body felt exceptionally invigorated, almost as if she had overindulged, leaving her slightly lightheaded and warm. Especially in her lower abdomen, it felt as though a heating pad were applied there, warm and incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, an intense wave surged, and something indescribable flowed out from beneath her. It was the blood clots, membranes, or placental remnants that every woman must expel post-delivery, known as lochia. The volume was substantial, as if she had expelled all the impurities at once. Afterward, she felt a wave of refreshment wash over her body. Her chest began to warm gradually, soon accompanied by a peculiar tingling sensation. Her head, which had felt dizzy, suddenly cleared, as if it had adjusted to the change. However, Xiang Qingshu sensed something unusual in her chest. Unwrapping the beast hide, she was taken aback to find it damp, emanating a fresh milk scent. So this was the purpose of the beast crystal. It not only aided females in expelling lochia and promoting health, but also stimulated lactation? How effortlessly fortuitous! She felt no discomfort and had not endured the legendary agony of milk letdown. Milk was already flowing. Her meridians had opened? Xiang Qingshu could only marvel. Truly, this was the beast world. At that moment, Yasang returned. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Xiang Qingshu bared and nursing. His face flushed, yet he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Noticing the white stains on her chest, he swiftly exited the room, intending to fetch a basin of water for her to wash up. It was then that Xiang Qingshu realized her chest was still leaking milk. Urgently, she asked Yin Che to bring the cub over. Just in time as the little one began to whimper in the grass nest. The newborn tiger cub, unable to stand, was soft and white, with sparse fur revealing its pink, pudgy skin beneath. With its eyes closed, it instinctively searched for milk, but in its desperation, it let out a few feeble cries, lacking any force. its voice sweet and tender, melting hearts in its wake. Xiang Qingshu gazed at the tiny cub, longing to scoop it up and shower it with affection, but she refrained, aware of its fragility. Carefully cradling the cub, she was relieved that it was of a decent size and weight, making it manageable to hold in her arms. Bringing it close to her chest, the little cub instinctively latched onto her milk, and once it did, it refused to let go, happily feeding, however, as it gulped greedily. The other side, where there was no cub to feed, seemed to overflow like a switch had been flipped. Yinshe, noticing this, quickly pressed a piece of beast hide against it. Just then, Yasang returned with the prepared water. Yinshe had intended to take this opportunity to help Xiang Qingshu wash up, but upon releasing the pressure, milk spilled everywhere. He had no choice but to continue holding it until the cub finished feeding, after which he could clean up. The room fell into a serene quiet. Everyone gathered around the grass nest, watching the little cub relish its meal. Their gazes were not directed at a mere cub, but rather at a rare treasure. Xiang Qingshu, having experienced the grand spectacle of being with 3 males, felt no discomfort in being observed while nursing. After all, they were all her men, and had seen her in various states. Yet, gazing at the cub in her arms, she suddenly recalled the bottle of contraceptive pills and a recovery pill she had in her space. She had studied the properties of these 2 medications. A single contraceptive pill could prevent pregnancy for a month, with a total of 10 pills. The recovery pills also numbered 10. They could heal all the physical damages a postpartum woman endures, such as the pain below, the looseness of her abdomen and birthing canal, and the various internal organs deformed by uterine pressure, among others. While the beast crystal could restore her energy, assist in expelling lochia, and promote lactation, it could not remedy the invisible injuries. Thus, it became evident that consuming both the beast crystal and the recovery pill was essential for her body to truly return to its pre-pregnancy state. Without hesitation, Xiang Qingshu quickly retrieved a recovery pill from her space. Finding it cumbersome to manage with one hand, she asked Yinshe to assist her. After successfully swallowing one, she carefully returned the remaining pills to her space and took a moment to assess her condition. Surprisingly, even after consuming the beast crystal, the effects of the recovery pill were remarkably evident. She distinctly felt a relief from her earlier discomfort, and her body became significantly lighter. How to describe this feeling? Previously, it felt as though she had been caught in the rain, merely drying off without changing clothes, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Now, it felt as if she had washed her hair and bathed promptly after the rain. Not only drying her hair but also donning clean, warm clothes, she felt utterly revitalized. The transformation in her body occurred in an instant, leaving Yinshe and the others astonished. While they could not see the changes elsewhere, they clearly observed the transformation in her waist and abdomen. Yasang exclaimed in surprise, "Qingqing, your waist has slimmed down. It's just like before." Hearing this, Xiang Qingshu looked down and indeed confirmed her abdominal muscles had returned. The pleasure of such effortless gain was truly exhilarating. With a smile, she replied, "That's thanks to the recovery pill specially prepared for me by the beast god, allowing my body to revert to its pre-pregnancy state. So, you need not worry. I feel fantastic. Just a bit messy, Dorache. I would like to take a bath soon." Upon hearing this, Yinshe quickly sprang to his feet. "I'll prepare it right away." With that, he dashed out, neglecting the cub in his haste to arrange a bath for Xiang Qing's. In the meantime, the cub had already satisfied its hunger, puffing up its little belly and dozing off. Xiang Qingshu's heart softened, and she gently placed the cub back in the grass nest, carefully covering it with beast hide. Yasang instinctively took the grass nest, captivated by the rotund appearance of the cub. "Qingqing, have you discussed with Yinshe what to name the cub?" "Our first cub, such a unique singleton, and it's a female, what should we call her?" When it came to names, Xiang Qingshu felt a bit flustered. She had thought of many names for both girls and boys, but each time she asked Yinshe, he left the decision to her, leaving her indecisive, and now she still hadn't settled on one. Chapter 73. Our cub shall be named Qingluo. Now that she knew it was a female cub, naming her became much easier. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Qingshu suddenly recalled that in this era, there were no surnames. However, the cub was a piece of flesh that had come from her, and a hint of possessiveness stirred within her. The poetic names she had considered earlier were cast aside. Without further thought, she blurted out, "How about calling her Qingluo? Vines of vibrant green, symbolizing boundless vitality and vigor. I in this beast world. She held no other expectations for her cub, only wishing for her to live well and joyfully. As for the surname Xiang, she had concealed it from them from the beginning, and there was no need to bring it up now. Thinking that Qingluo would resemble Xiang Qingshu, she anticipated some skepticism. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yin Che, who had just entered with the prepared bathwater, nodded in agreement. Beautiful name, Qingqing. Our cub shall be named Qingluo. Yilan also chimed in. It's lovely. Both share Qing, and it's named by you. So it's perfect. Yasang was more exuberant, exclaiming, Qingqing, you're truly remarkable. It's all thanks to you. This name is wonderful, Qingluo. We already have one Qingqing, and now we have another Luo. How delightful. I love it. Xiang Qingshu noted how Yasang truly adored names with repetitive syllables. There was Sang, Qingqing, and now Luo. Before she could express her affection, Yin Che had already lifted her into his arms, planting a tender kiss on her lips. Qingqing, you've worked hard. Now let us go take a bath. After that, you need not think of anything else. Rest assured, we will take care of everything. Xiang Qingshu found herself somewhat entranced by his gentle tone, feeling as if she were floating in a dream. She murmured softly to herself, recalling how difficult it had been to turn over while sleeping during her pregnancy. Her nights had been far from restful. Now, however, she resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. She intended to indulge in good food and drink, to lie back and recuperate, gathering her strength. Even though her body had already healed, it did not diminish her desire to relish the care provided by her companions. True to her intentions, while previously she had prepared her own baths with water brought by Yin Che and the others, this time, Yin Che, concerned for her well-being, had offered to assist her in bathing. An offer she graciously accepted. Yin Che, of course, had no ulterior motives. When he said he would help her wash, he sincerely committed himself to the task, meticulously tending to every inch of her from head to toe with a devout spirit, devoid of any inappropriate intentions. Once they finished and she donned her fur garments, Yasang and Yilan had already tidied Yin Che's grass nest and placed the little one beside it, ensuring she could sleep soundly. They had even warmed up the leftover food that Xiang Qingshu hadn't finished and set it on a small table. Upon her return, the three of them eagerly began to compete in feeding her, each showing remarkable enthusiasm, with even Yilan displaying an unprecedented level of zeal. Although Xiang Qingshu appreciated their concern, she was far from being unable to eat and swiftly reclaimed her bowl. Exclaiming helplessly, "You all go about your business. I can manage on my own." Yet, what could possibly be more important than her? In their view, females required several days of rest after giving birth, during which they were notably more vulnerable. Despite Xiang Qingshu's assurances of her complete recovery, they merely listened, for even if she had healed, it did not preclude her from receiving the care she rightfully deserved. Ultimately, it was Yilan who seized the opportunity to tend to her, leveraging her advantage as a mobile air conditioner. The trio agreed that Xiang Qingshu would continue to sleep with Yilan, who would remain in the beast den to safeguard Qingqing and Qingluo, the latter being a female who would require someone to watch over the household amidst the anticipated chaos. Yin Che would take on the responsibility of caring for Qingluo, attending to her feeding and hygiene, while Yasang would primarily handle hunting and household chores, with the other two assisting as needed. As soon as Xiang Qingshu finished her meal, Yilan was ready to carry her back to her own grass nest. However, Xiang Qingshu remained still. Now that the baby was fed and asleep, she too had eaten, cleaned herself, and tidied up everything, save for one final significant task. Under the curious gazes of Yin Che and the others, Xiang Qingshu excitedly attempted to summon the marketplace using her mind. With little effort, a softly glowing blue translucent screen appeared before her in an instant. Gazing at this sudden apparition, Xiang Qingshu was filled with exhilaration as she quickly clicked it open. It was much like she had imagined. The screen was simply a screen, devoid of any frills or system notification sounds, and the interface was refreshingly straightforward. At the very top was her name, beneath which displayed her remaining points, followed by a comprehensive list of available supplies: seeds, saplings, tools, grains, raw and cooked foods, fruits, beverages, snacks, clothing, bedding, books, daily necessities, and much more. Everything essential for daily life was available. To her astonishment, Xiang Qingshu found she had a staggering 50,000 points. Wow, even more than she had anticipated. She had thought it would be at most 20 or 30,000, but the system was quite generous, granting her this substantial amount all at once. Yet, this did not signify much. She quickly checked the prices of the items. After doing so, she breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from seeds, saplings, and tools, which were somewhat pricey, everything else was quite affordable. For example, if a pound of strawberries cost 50 in reality, in the marketplace it was merely 10 points. A full outfit that would sell for 1,000 in the real world was only 200 points in the marketplace. As for the seeds, while they were more expensive than other items, they were still reasonable, as they could be replanted, making the initial investment worthwhile. As for the tools, they were typical kitchen utensils rather than weapons. Aside from scissors and nail clippers, nothing could surpass the utility of a beastman's claws. Even if she needed to buy a set for her own use, it wouldn't cost much at all. In summary, this 50,000 points seemed remarkably useful. Without hesitation, Xiang Qingshu purchased a pound of strawberries, followed by cherries, mangoes, a portion of sugar cake, a pack of sunflower seed crisps, and a custard tart. The quantities were modest, and the total cost scarcely approached 50 points. In the next moment, each item materialized before her, suspended in mid-air without any packaging. From the moment Xiang Qingshu began to click in the air, Yin Che and the others had taken notice. Recalling what Qingqing had previously mentioned about earning points after giving birth, which would enable the marketplace to open, their curiosity grew, and they remained silent. Now, witnessing so many unfamiliar items appear out of thin air, Yaseng exclaimed, "What are these things? How astonishing that they float in the air." As the three of them marveled, they hastily reached out to catch them, while Xiang Qingshu plucked a strawberry and popped it into her mouth. The familiar sweet and fragrant flavor enveloping her senses, filling her with immense joy. Chapter 74. We must first purchase winter supplies. She savored the moment, and upon seeing the trio's intrigued expressions, she quickly began to explain, detailing the various items available in the marketplace. Anticipating their bewilderment, she elaborated on the functions of each item, and when she mentioned quilts, all three of them collectively gasped in surprise. Yilan declared, "We need to purchase several of these quilts." Yin Che added, "Absolutely. Qingqing, points can only be accumulated again after the next birth, so we must plan meticulously and ensure we gather the most essential supplies first." Yaseng concurred, "Yin Che is right. Qingqing, unlike us beast folk, you have no fur to keep you warm during the frigid winter. We must prioritize acquiring winter supplies." Xiang Qingshu was well aware of the importance of winter provisions. The winters in the beast world were exceedingly harsh, characterized by a true wintry wonderland, with heavy snow blocking the mountains. Females, even with fur, could easily fall ill in such conditions. How much more vulnerable was she? While she had grown accustomed to food, shampoo, and clothing, surviving the winter was not a matter of mere habit. Even with the spirit spring to ensure she wouldn't fall sick, it was unreasonable to rely on Yin Che and the others for warmth throughout the entire winter. She needed to be active, just as they did. She nodded, reassuring them, "Rest assured, I won't squander my points. I will first purchase the essentials for winter, and then use any remaining points for other items." As she spoke, she tossed a cherry into her mouth, treating herself to a small indulgence. While enjoying her snack, she began to browse through the winter necessities, beginning with clothing. Naturally, not just any clothing would suffice. She planned to have Yaseng craft a few fur coats for her, wearing modern thermal gear underneath, with the fur coats on top to keep her attire discreet. High-necked garments would be difficult to conceal, so she focused on low-neck options. Fortunately, there were several styles available, and she selected a few in lighter colors, including undergarments, thermal tops and bottoms, sweaters, cotton jackets, cotton pants, socks, snow boots, gloves, earmuffs, hats, scarves, and coral fleece pajamas. The gloves, earmuffs, hats, and scarves could be worn at home. When venturing outside, she would switch to outfits suitable for the beast world. Initially, she had considered purchasing skincare products, but given that the spirit spring had kept her skin in excellent condition, even better than before, smooth and radiant like a freshly shelled egg, she deemed it unnecessary. She opted only for baby cream and hand cream. She didn't even buy toothbrushes or toothpaste, as the leaves used for brushing teeth in the beast world were remarkably effective, leaving her mouth fresh and her teeth gleaming. She did not wish to become overly reliant on modern products, especially since points would eventually run out, and these items were beyond her capacity to create. So she chose to forego them entirely. As for body wash and shampoo, she also abstained from purchasing them, having discovered that the soap nut powder she prepared left her hair dark, shiny, and smooth. Whether it was the effect of the soap nut or the spirit spring water, As long as it cleaned effectively, this natural alternative was undoubtedly preferable to modern products laden with additives. In total, the items she needed to buy were not many, aside from clothing, just the baby cream and hand cream, along with some warming packs, nursing pads, toilet paper, and sanitary napkins. Beyond these necessities, there were also items required for sleeping. Xiang Qingshu first looked for books, hoping to find a guide on how to build a heated bed. Unfortunately, there were none. The marketplace offered only novels and leisurely reads to pass the time. She continued her search until she discovered a solar electric blanket. Yes, a solar electric blanket. It could be charged by sunlight during the day and used at night simply by flipping a switch. Requiring neither electric outlets nor batteries, a winter essential for home or travel, this item is quite remarkable. Regardless of whether it is needed in abundance, Xiang Qingshu has purchased 10 sets in the largest size, just to have them on hand. After all, they are impervious to damage, and as time goes on, the household will inevitably grow. Additionally, a heating stove is essential. It would be prudent to acquire several to place in the sleeping den. Utilizing charcoal as fuel. This is considerably safer and more durable than a bonfire. It allows for less frequent trips at night to add fuel, and it produces no smoke. As for other necessities, such as quilts, down comforters, pillows, and bedding sets, she has also procured a solar-powered washing and drying machine. Winter clothing tends to dry slowly, and without proper dehydration, it can easily become misshapen. This is undoubtedly a must-have. Moreover, she has stockpiled a substantial amount of charcoal, directly amassing over 2,000 points worth, bringing her total purchases to 10,000 points when combined with other items. However, upon completing her purchases, she realized that she may have overindulged in charcoal. Several tons of it could potentially last 2 to 3 years, even with 10 stoves burning daily throughout winter. But she dismissed the concern, reasoning that all of it would be utilized and thus, there was no waste. Xiang Qingshu hurriedly moved on to examine seeds. Each packet of seeds covers merely 1 square meter, which is a modest amount. Nevertheless, she refrained from buying excessively, opting instead for 10 varieties of her favorite vegetable seeds and fruit tree saplings, with 1 packet of each, totaling 6,000 points. Naturally, rice and wheat seeds are essential, and she plans to experiment with planting one type using spring water to observe its effects on plant growth. If it merely promotes health without accelerating growth, she will need to procure more seeds once they settle down. After securing the seeds, Xiang Qingshu proceeded to purchase rice, flour, vegetables, soy sauce, yeast, sugar, and spices such as chili that are absent in the beast world. She discovered no literature on making soy sauce, so she was left with no option but to buy pre-made products. She also acquired a large iron wok, as she believes that the flavor of dishes is best achieved when cooked in an iron pan. Furthermore, she considers purchasing ready-made food to be a poor investment and intends to cook herself, adding a steamer and other utensils for preparing buns and rice. By the time she concluded her shopping, she had spent over 16,000 points in total. Yin She and the others, witnessing item after item materialize and be stored away by Xiang Qingshu, were bewildered. Even with her explanations, they remained somewhat perplexed, lacking full comprehension. Fortunately, they understood that most of the items were intended for winter preparations, especially the dark stones, which they knew would provide warmth when burned, proving more efficient than firewood. Thus, they felt reassured. For nothing is more crucial than warmth. However, the kitchen items she purchased were not stored away. Instead, she entrusted the iron wok and related items to the 3 of them, instructing them to build 2 stoves in the utility room, where a wall would shield their activities from view. Though she initially intended to steam some rice for a meal, Yin She and the others insisted she refrain from overexerting herself, considering her recent delivery. They were adamant that she needed rest, so Xiang Qingshu had no choice but to teach them the uses of the various items and the method for cooking. Until they fully grasped the procedures, Yilan no longer hesitated and took Xiang Qingshu back to her nest. Once she changed into nursing attire and adjusted her nursing pads, Yilan lay down with her, mimicking Yin She's previous actions of gently patting her, insisting on lulling her to sleep. Xiang Qingshu found herself in a state of amused exasperation, but whether it was the gentle patting or her own fatigue, she soon yawned and felt the urge to sleep. Not long after, Yilan softly urged, "Qingqing, sleep now, we are all here." Xiang Qingshu, with a slight hum of agreement, settled into a comfortable position and closed her eyes, quickly drifting off to slumber. Time passed, and in a drowsy state, she felt something warm and soft pressed against her chest. Upon realizing her nursing garment had come undone, she understood that her little one was ready to feed. She opened her eyes to see the tiny creature vigorously nursing, and she smiled, reaching out to stroke its slightly bald head, planting a gentle kiss upon it. Just after she had kissed the little one, Yin Che, supporting Qing Luo while she nursed, leaned over to plant a kiss on the little one's head. He then turned to Xiang Qingshu, saying, "Qingqing, we have prepared the rice as you instructed, and there is rice soup. Would you like some?" In an instant, Xiang Qingshu's lingering drowsiness vanished. Her eyes widened in delight. "Yes." Hearing the commotion, Yilan hurriedly brought in a bowl of rice soup, thick and white, with no additions, the fragrant aroma of rice making her mouth water. However, she was unable to move, so Yilan blew on the soup. Feeding it to her one spoonful at a time, it was a familiar taste. She was pleasantly surprised by their culinary skills. Without her supervision, they managed to create something quite commendable. After savoring a generous portion, Xiang Qingshu then noticed that Yasang was absent. Just then, she heard a ruckus outside the den, and she paused, somewhat helpless. Could it be they are back again? Yin Che chuckled. "Do not worry, Yasang has gone to handle it. He will not allow them to disturb us." Xiang Qingshu was unconcerned. She had just given birth, could now form a partnership, and had welcomed a little female cub. It was only natural that they would attract attention once more. However, having lived among the Fox clan for so long, she understood that the beastmen had their boundaries and would not overstep. Besides, they would not linger for too long. By the time they returned from Beast King City, their enthusiasm would likely have waned. Remembering Beast King City, Xiang Qingshu quickly inquired, "Che, how long will it take for the little one to be able to run and jump?" Generally speaking, cubs could open their eyes within 3 to 5 days and would typically be able to run and jump after about half a month. Yin Che paused, "But I feel that our Qing Luo will not take that long." Qing Luo was larger than average cubs. During the pregnancy, Xiang Qingshu's beast crystal and spring water remained uninterrupted, ensuring that her body was undoubtedly stronger than that of ordinary cubs. "Is that so?" Xiang Qingshu pondered, "Then let us wait and see. Once Qing Luo is able to stand, we shall set out early. Delaying any longer would mean autumn is upon us." Since her body had already recovered, she need not observe the postpartum confinement, and departing earlier would allow them to settle before winter. Yin Che had no objections. Once Qing Luo could run and jump, it would be certain that Xiang Qingshu's health would be in order as well. He nodded in agreement. As they spoke, Qing Luo had finished feeding and relaxed. Drifting back to slumber, Yin Che gently lifted her, wiped her mouth clean with a beast skin, and placed her in the small nest nearby. Yilan assisted Xiang Qingshu with tidying up, and once everything was in order, he remarked, "Though it is still early for dinner, we have already prepared the dishes. Shall we taste them?" Xiang Qingshu eagerly nodded and hurried into the living room. On the dining table lay several dishes, all of which he had taught them to prepare before bed. Twice-cooked pork, stir-fried cabbage, shredded pork with green peppers, and tomato rib soup. They had gained some experience in cooking, and the dishes were cut quite well. Although the colors appeared slightly darker, likely due to an excess of soy sauce, even the stir-fried cabbage had soy sauce added. However, upon tasting, Xiang Qingshu found the flavors delightful. Although it differed somewhat from the expertly crafted dishes of modern restaurants, it was exceedingly delicious and incredibly satisfying. What had begun as a mere taste test prompted Xiang Qingshu to request Yin Che serve her some rice. The long-missed fluffy, sweet rice, combined with the long-absent variety of vegetables, enticed her to eat 3 large bowls. Despite her appetite having returned to normal, by evening, her appetite remained robust, showing no signs of diminishing despite her earlier meal. In contrast, Yin Che and the others watched her eat with concern, apprehensive that if they let her indulge, she might end up with an upset stomach. Yet, was Xiang Qingshu truly someone who could not gauge her limits? If she is able to eat, she will. If not, she will not push herself. Moreover, it is quite common to feel hungrier during the nursing period, and the offspring of beastmen consume significantly more than human infants, which in turn increases Xiang Qingshu's own energy expenditure. Ultimately, seeing her consistently cheerful and without any discomfort alleviated the worries of Yin Che and the others. Once Xiang Qingshu finished her meal, they accompanied her for a stroll nearby to aid digestion before promptly returning to rest. However, contrary to their expectations of a 3 to 5 day wait before opening her eyes, Qing Luo awoke the very next day. Not only did she open her eyes, but her fur also appeared significantly denser. and blue markings had begun to emerge on her body, signifying rapid growth. Her eyes, a bright and clear blue reminiscent of Yin Che's, were still somewhat limited in vision, filled with a delightful haze that rendered her exceedingly adorable. Especially when she poked her head around in search of others, her four little legs flailed about chaotically, exuding a clumsy yet endearing charm that never failed to stir Xiang Qingshu's maternal instincts. As for Yin Che, her biological father, even when Qing Luo was asleep, he could not resist the urge to steal a kiss. Night Lan and Yisang, surprisingly, mirrored his affection. Upon returning after their tasks, they too would check on Qing Luo's condition. If she was asleep, they would merely caress her gently, but if she was awake, they would scoop her up to play alongside Xiang Qingshu. As the days passed, Qing Luo's waking hours gradually increased. From initially struggling to crawl, she began to move faster, eventually learning to stand. Her initial soft whimpers transformed into louder sounds, and within a mere week, she was able to articulate basic beast language. During this time, Xiang Qingshu's postpartum discharge had indeed ceased after the first day, and she experienced no other discomfort. Nevertheless, she adhered to Yin Che's advice and rested for 7 to 8 days. The Fox tribe beastmen frequently visited Xiang Qingshu, but were consistently turned away by Yisang, who cited her lack of interest in finding a mate. Nonetheless, the innate curiosity and affection from the males led them to frequently approach Xiang Qingshu's home. With Qiyu being the most persistent visitor. Chapter 76. Arrival at Beast King City. Concerned about disturbing her rest, Qiyu did not linger long at Xiang Qingshu's home, but each visit he brought along a few of Ning Shu's little cubs. This served two purposes: to entertain Xiang Qingshu and to allow them to play with Qing Luo. The little cubs were quite well-mannered, refraining from pouncing on Qing Luo to nip and kiss her, for they understood her preciousness as a female, one belonging to another family. Instead, they kept watch over her, gently nudging her back into her nest whenever she attempted to crawl out. Even the most boisterous of them, Ning Shu, displayed a newfound decorum in Qing Luo's presence, remaining calm and composed, though his eyes sparkled with eagerness and mischief, momentarily forgetting his fear of Xiang Qingshu. This amused her greatly. Finally, on the day when the wound on Qing Luo's navel had healed completely, allowing her to run and jump without hindrance, the group decided to set off for Beast King City on the 8th day after Qing Luo's birth. The household became bustling with activity. With much to pack but little to take. Everything they needed was already in Xiang Qingshu's spatial storage. They merely had to gather some everyday items and a few peculiar tools like iron pots. In addition to packing, Yin Che, concerned that Xiang Qingshu might tire from traveling, crafted a small wooden shelter where she could lie flat. Though not large, it was lined with soft beast skins topped with a layer of cooling mats obtained from the marketplace, making it both comfortable and cool. Night Lan, transformed into his beast form, would carry it, ensuring a smooth journey, ideal for travel. Without unnecessary delay, they bid farewell to familiar faces in the tribe the very next day and set off. To avoid getting lost in the dense forest, they decided to follow their previous strategy, entering the forest by day and emerging to rest securely at night. They repeated this pattern, not in haste. Treating it as a leisurely outing, of course, they still refrained from delving too deeply into the woods. While Night Lan had reached level 4, he was still at the early stage and lacked significant combat experience. So he took the opportunity to practice against the frenzied level 3 and 4 beasts. Yin Che and Yisang also utilized this chance to hone their skills, training together and rarely encountering level 5 beasts. Consequently, their combat prowess reached new heights, with each day filled with exhilarating battles. After some time, the trio grew increasingly in sync. Beyond acquiring beast crystals, their most significant gain was a marked increase in strength without consuming any beast crystals. By the time autumn arrived, they finally approached the vicinity of Beast King City, having taken over a month to traverse what should have been a 2-week journey. At this point, their collection of beast crystals had significantly increased. Aside from those consumed by Xiang Qingshu, Yin Che, and Yisang for leveling up, they still had over 300 level 1 and 2 crystals each, more than 300 level 3 crystals, 67 level 4 crystals, and even 8 level 5 crystals. In truth, the current beast crystals were more than sufficient for Yin Che and Yisang to advance to level 4, but to avoid drawing suspicion, they limited their consumption. Sensing that their beast marks were about to turn purple, they ceased further leveling for the time being. Xiang Qingshu had initially considered giving the 8 level 5 beast crystals to Night Lan, believing they would help him reach the mid-level 4 tier. However, Lan adamantly refused, insisting on saving them for her future needs. With no other choice, Xiang Qingshu stored the beast crystals away, planning to use them when the opportunity arose. After more than a month of effort, her spatial storage was now well stocked with provisions sufficient for their family to last through the entire winter. Not to mention the game, every evening before resting. Yinshe and the others would process their catches and store them in the spatial realm. Combined with their previous stores, they now had over 1,000 beasts. For 3 beastmen, this quantity was not overly abundant for a 3-month period. But it would certainly suffice to keep them well fed, offering a diverse array of game, including the fortunate capture of fragrant beasts. The collection of pelts was equally impressive, aside from a few damaged ones. The remaining pelts had accumulated into a veritable mountain, ranging from hairless to short-haired and long-haired varieties, displaying a rich array of colors. There was more than enough to craft a coat for Xiang Qingshu, even enough for dozens more beastmen should the need arise this year. As Xiang Qingshu meticulously counted the supplies, confirming that everything was prepared for winter without any oversight. Her heart brimmed with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Yet, it was evidently not a time for celebration. Having just emerged from the dense forest, they had not felt the weather within, but upon stepping out, they realized the sky had turned dark and the air was thick with moisture, signaling an impending rain. The first rain of autumn is typically light and prolonged, seemingly endless. Now that they were close to Beast King City, the group agreed to hasten their pace to avoid being caught by the rain, which would delay their journey significantly. Indeed, as they had anticipated, the rain began to fall that very night, fine and persistent, chilly and damp, continuing until noon the following day when they finally reached Beast King City. Fortunately, with the small wooden shelter, Xiang Qingshu and Qing Luo remained dry and unbothered by the rain. However, upon their arrival at Beast King City, they were halted by the beastmen guarding the entrance. Beast King City was constructed on a vast plain, surrounded by mountains and rivers, sprawling in area. From a distance, it resembled a true city, complete with stone houses and towering walls, quite impressive in stature. For ease of access, 3 gates were established at various points of the city, though they were merely large openings without actual doors, manned by 2 beastmen guards that, of course, the structure of this city was far from the intricate designs of modern or ancient fortifications. It was built entirely of stones, lacking in uniformity or sophistication, and the walls were not particularly high, merely serving to deter wild beasts. The guards were not tasked with conducting thorough inspections. Their role was simply to monitor the entrance and prevent suspicious beastmen from entering or exiting. Xiang Qingshu and her companions were stopped due to their unfamiliar appearances. Given the high population mobility, unfamiliar faces were not particularly noteworthy, so long as they weren't malicious beasts. However, the guard on duty today, a Tiger Tribe beastman named Aotion, recognized Yinshe as a fellow Tiger Tribe member and warmly struck up a conversation. Upon exchanging names and learning Yinshe's identity, Aotion's demeanor shifted dramatically. His expression now bore traces of sympathy, pity, and a hint of barely perceptible anger. He glanced at Yinshe's companions, Yasang and Lan, then at the wooden shelter being carried by Lan. After a brief pause, he suddenly commanded, "Let the person inside the shelter come out for inspection. I need to confirm that you haven't concealed any ferocious beasts." Upon hearing this, everyone present wore puzzled expressions. Setting aside the fact that the shelter was not large, and one could ascertain its contents with a mere glance from the entrance, they had already stated that it housed a female and some wrapped items. Yet, Aotion insisted that they come out into the rain under such weather. What could he possibly intend? Chapter 77. Jin Diao Beastman Mu Lin, even the other guard, a Golden Eagle tribe beastman named Mu Lin, was taken aback. He could not fathom why Aotion had suddenly changed his usual leniency. He had never had to conduct such stringent checks before, and there was no necessity to expose a female to the risk of illness from the rain. He nudged Aotion, suggesting it's still raining. Females are inherently delicate. It might not be wise to have them come out into the rain. How about we let this go? Yasang, feeling displeased, thought Aotion was being unreasonable, and immediately retorted, "Are you doing this on purpose? If you have concerns, just take a look inside for yourself. Why must my Qing come out? If she gets sick, are you going to take responsibility?" Lan remained silent, her expression darkening. Yinshe immediately dropped his smile. Just moments ago, he had been exhilarated to finally encounter a fellow clansman. In the blink of an eye, His dreams of a promising future were shattered, leaving his emotions suspended in turmoil, fueled by indignation towards Aotion's disrespect for his mate. Meanwhile, Aotion remained oblivious, displaying an air of righteous conviction, his countenance tinged with a hint of smugness. I do not concern myself with whether you might fall ill. She is not my mate, merely a female of the human race. Regardless of her identity, upon entering the Beast King city, she must adhere to its rules. I command her to descend, and she must comply. This is essential for the safety of the other females within the city. How can you speak like that? What do you mean, merely a female of the human race? Yasang was genuinely incensed. The last orc who showed disrespect to Qing Qing had been dealt with by Yin She and Yilan, and he was suddenly tempted to test his own strength this time. Clenching his fists, Yilan gently lowered the wooden hut, while Yin She mirrored the action, their fists cracking ominously, clearly prepared to act, yet they were halted just in time by Xiang Qingshu's call. Xiang Qingshu had been cradling Qing Luo at the entrance of the wooden hut, observing through the delicate curtain of rain. The two gatekeepers, one a tiger and the other a golden eagle, were enveloped in a radiant white light. The luminescence surrounding Mu Lin was markedly more intense than Aotion's, even surpassing that of Yin She and the others. After such a long time in this world, it was the first instance she had encountered a beastman radiating such purity. She couldn't help but steal a few glances. Like the other beastmen, Mu Lin was remarkably tall and robust, though slightly shorter than Yin She and Yilan. With a complexion deeper than theirs, his features bore a striking intensity, with pronounced lines on his nose, mouth, and jaw, resembling a bold sketch, exuding a rugged charm that seemed to blend Eastern and Western beauty. Presenting a hybrid allure, handsome, profound, yet lacking gentleness. Logically, such striking features should have been accompanied by equally sharp eyes, yet he possessed a pair of remarkably gentle ones, imbued with a hint of innocence and sincerity. Coupled with his tousled, sun-kissed golden-brown hair, he radiated a wild yet earnest complexity that compelled one to gaze upon him longer. In contrast, Aotion seemed somewhat diminished. Though handsome, his eyes betrayed a certain naive clarity, accompanied by a faint, almost insipid glow. It was as if he believed himself to be engaged in a noble endeavor, failing to recognize that his actions toward a female were inherently disrespectful. Xiang Qingshu was puzzled by his motives for troubling her, yet as newcomers to the Beast King city, they were unaware of its true nature. With the rain pouring down, it seemed unnecessary to invite trouble upon themselves. Their priority was to find a suitable place to settle. Thus, she stepped out from the wooden hut, cradling Qing Luo, draping a piece of animal hide over her. The hut was lower than she had anticipated, and previously, even sitting at the entrance, her face had been concealed. Now, upon her emergence, both Mu Lin and Aotion appeared taken aback. This female is extraordinarily beautiful. She wore a unique off-shoulder, high-waisted leather top, the brown hide contrasting sharply with her fair complexion, making her resemble a blooming lotus, pure white with hints of delicate pink. Her exposed waist was slender and supple, muscles taut yet healthy, exuding a sense of both gentleness and resilience. Her long hair flowed freely, unlike other females whose locks appeared dry and unkempt. Hers was dark and lustrous, smooth and silky. Even as raindrops clung to her hair, forming tiny, translucent beads, her beauty remained unblemished. The two had never encountered such a stunning female. As she approached, her features became increasingly exquisite and graceful amidst the hazy mist, leaving them momentarily entranced. Yin She and the others, however, were not caught off guard. Upon her appearance, Yilan quickly retrieved another piece of animal hide from the hut, holding it over Xiang Qingshu's head to shield her from the rain, while Yin She and Yasang positioned themselves beside her, offering their support. Xiang Qingshu turned her gaze toward Aotion. I have emerged. The hut now only contains some animal hides. Is this sufficient? Upon hearing her voice, both Mu Lin and Aotion snapped back to reality, realizing they had been staring at a female in a daze. Mu Lin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Yet, despite his embarrassment, he couldn't resist stealing another glance at Xiang Qingshu. Whatever he saw caused his eyes to widen, and he suddenly felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Aotion, devoid of any sense of embarrassment, felt only frustration. Observing Yin She standing closely beside Xiang Qingshu, exuding an air of intimacy, he became suspicious. He had intended to voice something but was interrupted when a small tiger head suddenly emerged from the animal hide Xiang Qingshu was holding, its blue eyes and the blue markings on its head identical to Yin Chei's. He was taken aback. Is this your and Yin Chei's offspring? Xiang Qingshu was at a loss for words. It's not mine and his. Could it be yours and his? What was this beastman trying to achieve? He seemed overly fixated on Yin Chei, yet Yin Chei had never been to the Beast King city. Why was he so concerned? Xiang Qingshu was puzzled, and Aotian was even more bewildered. Wasn't it said that human females could not bear beastman offspring? How could this human female named Qingshu manage such a feat? Before he could ponder this further, his gaze fell upon the small tiger wriggling in Xiang Qingshu's arms, prompting him to exclaim in anguish at Yin Chei. How could you have offspring with her so soon? Have you forgotten how she forced you in the first place? Even if you were compelled to become mates. There was no need for this. How could you so quickly forget Ling Ran? Ling Ran? After several months, hearing this name caught Xiang Qingshu off guard momentarily, but piecing together Aotian's sudden change in demeanor, she could easily deduce the situation. It seemed she had indeed been too quick to relax, believing that Ling Ran had given up hope after failing to find her and Yin Chei in the Fox clan. Yet, the reality was that Ling Ran had anticipated their arrival in the Tiger clan, and had come ahead to tarnish her reputation, enlisting the support of a beastman. Aotian, for instance. Xiang Qingshu felt indifferent toward Ling Ran, harboring no deep emotions about her. Yin Chei, upon hearing Aotian's accusation of Qing forcing him and the mention of Ling Ran, immediately connected the dots, realizing that these tales must have been spun by Ling Ran to manipulate Aotian. His expression shifted, yet he restrained his emotions, inquiring, "Is Ling Ran also in the Beast King city? When did she arrive?" Upon hearing Ling Ran's name, Aotian's expression softened considerably. Ling Ran arrived over 3 months ago. Yin Chei, you have truly brought shame upon our tiger clan. To cast aside such a wonderful person as Ling Ran for someone so malicious as this human female. Do you realize how heartbroken Ling Ran is because of you? Do you understand how worried she is that you might be bullied by this human female? You truly are. Before Aotian could finish his sentence, Mu Lin suddenly approached and pulled him aside, quietly advising, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further?